Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if every witch at Hogwarts wanted Harry Potter. Here's a quick glimpse. A sudden change in Harry's life turns him into the center of attention at Hogwarts. As witches from every house compete for his notice, Harry finds himself navigating unexpected friendships, rivalries, and complications that make school life more chaotic than ever. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. With the Yule Ball only a few weeks away, Harry was already getting desperate to find himself and Ron a date. With really his only choice, Cho, going with Cedric, he just wasn't sure who else to ask. It wasn't like he was so terrible no girl would want to go with him. Quite the contrary, and he definitely noticed that there were plenty of very pretty girls at Hogwarts, but every time he thought about asking one of them, he just got so nervous, especially after his first and last attempt at asking someone out, Cho, had ended in failure. How was he supposed to compete with someone like Cedric? What if they already had a date or he made a fool of himself somehow? He confessed all this to Hermione one day in the library. Hermione of course already had her own date to the Yule Ball, but she still wouldn't tell him and Ron exactly who. Still, it was nice to have her around for dating advice. I'm just worried I'll be able to find a date in time. After finding out that Cho is going with Cedric, I just don't really know who I want to go with. It's just so scary to actually go and ask a girl to the ball, you know, he told her. Actually, I don't know Harry, since I'm a girl. We usually don't do the actual asking, Hermione pointed out. I've been asked by several girls by now actually, yet every time Ron was there to say no for me, figuring that I could do so much better. Now I feel rather guilty for doing that, since I imagine the courage they must have had to actually ask me. I can totally understand that better now. Well, Ron has never been good when it comes to women, Hermione answered, sounding somewhat annoyed even as she said it. Isn't that the truth? Harry replied, admitting even to her that this was true. I'm not sure that I can help you with Ron, but I can try and see if I can help you with your own problem of finding a date, Hermione told him. He was about to thank her, when suddenly the Weasley twins came by. We couldn't help but overhear, George began. That our little Harrykins doesn't have a date, Fred finished for his brother. It's all right guys, we're working on it, Hermione informed them. We can't just have Harrykins dateless. He's on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Quidditch players always have their pick of girls, George pointed out. That's completely ridiculous, Hermione tried to argue. Actually, she's got a point there, George. Need I remind you that you don't actually have a date? Fred reminded his brother. I still haven't decided whether I want to go with either Angelina or Katie, George defended. Well, Angelina has bigger beeps, but Katie has a better bum, Fred said. That's my problem, I can't decide which I like more, George said. That's why I asked Alicia, since she's got the total package, Fred argued. Hermione, now sounding very annoyed at how she felt they were objectifying women, said, I really don't think we need comments from either one of you. We were merely trying to help, Fred argued, trying to sound innocent. Harry doesn't need that kind of help, Hermione countered. Fred and George put up their hands as if she had won and George told her, all right, I guess you won since you know so much more than us. Since they appeared to be mocking her, rather than giving her an actual compliment, she tossed a wad of paper at them, missing horribly. We can see when we're not wanted, we'll go, Fred said, before the two of them left. Sorry, I just got rather annoyed there for a second, Hermione apologized. Anyway, you shouldn't need their help, I'm sure you'll find a date. Any girl would be lucky to have you, and I know of at least a few girls that have crushes on you. Thanks, Hermione, Harry answered gratefully before getting up to leave. Well, I think I'll try and go find Ron, he's probably still moping around in our dorm room. Heading off, he still pondered on just what to do to be able to find dates for both him and Ron. As he looked at the girls that he passed, some actually staring back at him, he wondered just who to ask. He decided that come what may, he might as well just choose someone. As he looked down the hallway, he spotted who appeared to at first be Parvati Patil coming from the opposite direction. Parvati would work. At least he knew her, and she had definitely been dropping hints that she wanted to go with him even as soon as this morning, so she probably didn't have a date yet. Yet as he got closer, he realized that it was actually her sister Padma. The only way he could tell was because Padma never wore earrings and Parvati always would. He just took a huge leap and pulled her aside when he got close to her. "Hey Padma, sorry to bother you, but I was wondering if I could ask you something," Harry asked. "Oh, you're not bothering me at all, Harry," Padma replied, blushing at him. "Would you happen to know where I can find your sister?" he asked. She immediately frowned, now seeming suddenly very unhappy, and even he wasn't dense enough to realize why. She had been hoping that he would ask her to the Yule Ball. In that brief moment, however, he realized that while he had been intending to ask Parvati, he supposed Padma would be just as good, if not better. Unlike her sister, she was less giggly and seemed smarter as well. He decided to correct the situation and save himself before it was too late. "What I meant was, I'm trying to find a date for Ron and was wondering if Parvati might be available for him to ask her," he told her. She seemed to brighten somewhat and said, "Oh, well, in that case I think Parvati is back in the library, and yes, she still doesn't have a date. I should probably warn you though that I'm not sure if she'll accept. I don't think she really likes Ron." "Oh okay," Harry answered, that idea now nixed. At any rate, it looked like he could still accomplish his other objective however. He felt super nervous and made quite aware in that moment that Padma was actually very pretty, but he summoned up all of his Gryffindor courage and just did it. "Well then, I was wondering if you wanted to at least go to the ball with me," he asked. She smiled as wide as a canyon, suddenly looking incredibly happy as she said ecstatically, "I would love to, Harry." He supposed either her smile was contagious, or even he was very happy that she had said yes, because he smiled wide himself and said, "Great." After a moment as they simply stared at one another for a second before he looked down at his feet, feeling a bit awkward as to what to say next, he suddenly realized that he didn't really know how to dance. "I should probably confess that I don't really know how to dance, and I was wondering if you might be willing to teach me," he told her. She actually smiled even brighter if it were possible, not at all bothered by this confession, and said, "I would be more than happy to teach you, Harry." Now he felt like he had hit the jackpot, since Padma was going to teach him, he wouldn't have to feel as awkward for the actual dance. "How about tomorrow night we meet up in the history classroom, like around 7? Padma suggested. "Sure, that would be fine," he answered, giving his consent. "I suppose it's a date then." He really hadn't been meaning to say date, it had just popped out, but Padma seemed to rather like the word he had used and confirmed it. "It's a date." After leaving Padma, he headed back to the common room, to try and find Ron, and see if he could coax him into asking some other girl now that he knew that Parvati was unlikely to want to go with him. When he arrived, he found Ron moping on his bed. "I can't do this, Harry, I can't just simply ask the girl I want to go with to the Yule Ball," he confessed. "Of course you can," Harry answered, trying to be supportive. "What if she says no or even just simply stares at me with disgust?" "I just don't think I could take that kind of rejection," Ron replied. "You just have to get some courage and go for it," Harry said. He was about to tell Ron about just getting a date with Padma, but Ron cut him off. "Will you do it and ask Fleur for me?" Ron begged. Fleur might be a bit difficult to get a date with, Harry tried to say gently in order to spare Ron's feelings. In truth, he would have to say that Fleur was just simply way out of his league. Probably the most beautiful girl that would be going to the ball, at least according to most of the male wizard population, and he just didn't see why Fleur would ever agree to go with Ron when she could literally choose anyone she wanted. He chose not to tell Ron this, however. "Please, Harry, do it for your best mate. I'll owe you forever if you do this for me. I'll even do your homework for a week," Ron told him. Personally, he felt he would be better off simply doing the homework himself, since Ron usually was rather lazy when it came to homework, but he could tell that Ron was rather desperate. He figured that if he at least asked Fleur first, and she said no or already had a date as he expected her to, perhaps he could then convince him to ask some other girl who might be easier to get a date with. "All right," he finally agreed. "Thank you, Harry, you're the best," Ron answered happily, throwing his arms tightly around him. After finally managing to pry Ron off of him, he went all the way over to the Beauxbatons carriage to try and talk to Fleur. It turned out he didn't even need to get all the way over there because he found her over by the lake, appearing to be trying to go for a swim. Two things went through his mind. First of all, the realization that Fleur was dressed in nothing but a bikini and looked really, really good in it, showing off a good amount of her large B-East's and toned stomach, and second that it was freezing outside and hardly the time for a swim. Fortunately, the second such thought was what caused him to act. Do you realize just how cold that water is? He asked her. She looked at him and said, I'm not doing it because I actually enjoy swimming, and I have a warming charm on to protect against the cold. Besides, you might find someday that you'll need to be in water this cold yourself. He was rather confused by this remark. What do you mean? He asked. You'll find out, she answered mysteriously. Deciding not to pry further if she wasn't willing to tell him, he decided to ask her about what he had originally been planning to. I was actually wondering if I could ask you something else. You see, the Yule Ball is coming up and... He began. I would be happy to go with you, Harry, Fleur interjected. He was so shocked by such a quick reply, he nearly fell over. Had this happened a couple of hours ago before he asked Padma, this would have no doubt delighted him if he had actually been asking for himself, but now it was a lot more complicated than that, since he already had a date, and he had already been planning to ask for Ron. She, however, mistook his shock for just being surprised she had said yes to him and actually smiled, amused at his reaction as she answered with, It's all right, Harry, I know that you're a bit surprised that I said yes, but I'm just happy that you actually asked me. I was actually starting to wonder if anyone actually would, and I would have to ask someone myself. Why would anyone not want to ask you? He asked in amazement. They are all too scared, I suppose, figuring that I already have a date or that they simply aren't good enough. It happens a lot to Vila or even just beautiful girls for events like this, Fleur confessed. The worst is when you get people who ask me because they are under my allure and start screaming or doing something stupid such as hitting their girlfriend because they think somehow that will impress me. Somebody actually did that? He asked. Poor girl, Fleur confessed before saying, well, at least you managed to talk to me in a civilized manner, and since it is actually a long-standing tradition of the tournament for two champions to go with one another, I figured I'd just say yes. Still cognizant of the fact that he already had a date, he wasn't entirely sure just how to explain this to Fleur. I'm certainly grateful that you said yes, Fleur, he began trying to explain. She cut him off again, however, and said, no problem, I suppose I'll see you later then. Taking a huge breath, she dove underwater while he waited for her to come back up. When she didn't after a minute, however, he started to grow worried until he spotted her again 50 yards away closer to the center of the lake as she came up briefly before going down again. Since it didn't appear he could talk to her further, he left, trying to come up with how he was going to deal with having two dates, or explain to Ron about what had happened either. He decided to get some advice from Hermione on just how to handle the situation. When his efforts to find her still in the library failed, however, he decided to try and locate her in the Great Hall, since by then it was starting to get close to dinner time. As he began to enter, however, Lee Jordan pulled him aside. I've got great news for you, Harry, Lee said ecstatically. The twins just mentioned that you don't have a date to the Yule Ball. Fortunately, I just found one for you. Lee stared at him expecting to see a huge smile on his face, but instead saw the shocked expression he no doubt had. Too stunned even to speak, Lee surmised, sounding pleased, well, I made sure you got a good one. Fred said to find one with big knockers, so I got you the biggest I could find. Susan Bones just agreed to go with you. While Lee was right about Susan having huge beeps, he would never have actually asked her simply because of that. In truth, Susan was a rather nice girl, and while he had never taken the time to really get to know her, he would still feel bad having to tell her as well that he already had a date. Lee, I've already got a date, he informed him. The twins told me that you didn't have one though, Lee asked, sounding confused. I didn't when they heard, but I already have one now, Harry answered. Well, she can't be any better or bigger than Susan, Lee countered, sounding unperturbed, just dump the other girl. Lee had always done things that rubbed people the wrong way, his most noteworthy being his rather biased commentating of the Quidditch matches where he always got into arguments with Professor McGonagall. While usually a pretty cool guy, he could sometimes take his biased opinions to rather extreme levels and make people angry. This was no different, since he was extremely annoyed at his answer. He would never dump a girl simply for that reason, even if someone like Lee might. I'd really appreciate it if you would be more considerate of how you speak about people, Harry said, somehow managing to keep his cool. Lee simply shrugged and said, well, suit yourself and simply choose one of them, but I know who I would choose. Now with Lee having put him in the position of having to tell two girls there had been a mistake and he couldn't go with them, he went inside the Great Hall to look for Hermione, now even more desperate for some advice. As he got up to the table, however, he didn't find Hermione, but the twins hailed him over and had him sit by them. Well, Harry, I just want you to know that I finally decided to go with Katie. I just asked her, which means that leaves Angelina free for you, George admitted. Before he could say anything else, George threw a baby carrot at Angelina from somewhat down the table. She looked up to see who had thrown it at her. Oi, Angelina, will you go to the Yule Ball with Harry? George asked. She then turned her gaze from George to him, then smiled and said, sure. Angelina then turned back to talking with her friends, a big pleased smile on her face he was happy to see, no doubt discussing the date she had just gotten with him, and George then turned to him and said smugly, no need to thank me. Since he had just gotten him into yet another awkward future conversation with a girl, he really wasn't in the mood to thank him. However. I already have a date, guys, he informed them. Their grins faded only slightly as Fred said, what gives, Harry? I thought we agreed the Quidditch team would be going together. When did we agree to that? Harry asked. Just 10 minutes ago, George admitted. I suppose you weren't here for that, Fred pointed out. You really should be here for our meetings, Harry. Cursing the fact that the twins had to joke around at a time like this, he asked, well, what do you think I should do, since you obviously don't seem to think this is a problem? I would hardly consider it a problem assuming that you can get both girls to go with you, George answered. Angelina won't mind, we were actually considering sharing either her or Alicia ourselves, Fred stated. I'm going with Padma Patil, he answered, already having chosen to go with her. She was the first one asked and the only one he had actually asked himself, so he figured that it was the most fair option. That's perfect, George said ecstatically, she's a twin and twins are always up for sharing. Trust me, we know as twins ourselves, Fred admitted with a smile on his face as if remembering a treasured experience. Deciding to disregard this confession, he said, I'm not sure if Padma will feel the same way. Well, there's only one way to find out, George replied, personally we wouldn't mind at all being asked that question. Since it appeared that the only help that the twins would give that he try and convince both Padma and Angelina to engage in a threesome, he decided to leave in annoyance after grabbing some food to take with him. He headed back to the common room and see if he could finally find Hermione there, and if not, go talk to Ron. When he got there, Hermione was indeed in the common room sitting reading a book. I've been looking all over for you, he answered. So was I actually, before I finally decided to just wait for you to show up, Hermione confessed. I've got great news. Let me guess, you found me a date to the Yule Ball, Harry answered unenthusiastically. How did you know? She asked, seeming a bit confused by his lack of enthusiasm. Lucky guess, he answered, deciding to at least find out who it was first before he said just how he had guessed. Well, I actually got you a date with Hannah Abbott, Hermione told him. Hermione mistook his look of annoyance at having to tell Hannah he couldn't go with her for something else. Don't look at me like that, Harry, Hermione cautioned, I thought you would be better than that. I know that Hannah is a bit overweight, I figured that you would be able to look past that. She really is a great girl, she's just a bit more of a great girl than most guys would prefer. Hermione was correct in her statement. Hannah was a rather great girl, but unfortunately due to her weight she had earned the nickname Hefty Hannah. Most guys never gave her much attention on account of it. I'm sure she is a great girl and I would love to be able to take her to the ball, but I can't since I already have a date, he confessed. What? Hermione asked in shock. How? It's kind of a long story, and I'm not being entirely accurate when I use the word date, he replied. Tell me everything, she urged. So he did. He told her everything, holding nothing back in explaining his now very difficult situation. She was certainly surprised, and by the time he finished, even Hermione seemed to be rendered speechless. So what do you think I should do? He asked, practically begging her to come up with one of her legendary Hermione fixes. To be honest, Harry, I really just don't know, since you are going to be causing a lot of hurt feelings, Hermione told him as she thought about what exactly he should do. Finally, however, she said, well, I suppose I should look at it based on how I would feel. If you had actually asked me, and not last minute or out of desperation, I would feel rather flattered, and I certainly would feel disappointed when you told me you couldn't for whatever reason. You would? Harry asked. Of course, Harry. You're my friend, and if you ever asked me out, I would at least want to see how the date went and give you a sporting chance, Hermione admitted. At any rate, I would imagine that no matter how you told the other girls, they would be at the very least disappointed. Since I know that several of them currently have crushes on you, it will be even worse. Wait a minute, who has a crush on me? Harry asked. Well, just about every girl in the school, Hermione admitted, blushing, and not just because you're the boy who lived. You're a pretty good-looking guy who's got a hero image, and everyone loves a hero. Fighting trolls, giant snakes, dark lords, and now dragons. Then of course you're actually quite nice and rich, and, honestly, I can see the appeal. Great, I find that out after all this, Harry answered grimly. It's probably really flattering and exciting to go with you to most of them, Hermione replied. I know that Hannah was super excited when I asked her if she would like to go with you. I'm sure that Susan and Hannah already know by now that I'm supposedly going with both of them, Harry responded. We can't really help that. I'm sure they will be understanding at least once we explain it to them, however, Hermione informed him. Now then, let's see what we can do. First of all, I want to know if you are sure that Padma is the one that you want to go with. Well, I honestly wouldn't mind going with any of them, but since Padma was the first one asked, I think it's only fair, Harry told her. All right, well then I suppose what we could do is I could help you by telling the rest of them the truth, Hermione offered. I really think it would be best if I did it personally, Harry stated. Hermione nodded, seeming to approve. They discussed what he would do and say at length. And he was just starting to feel more confident that he could actually resolve the issue when suddenly they heard a commotion as Ron barged in through the portrait hole. You! Ron yelled angrily as he pointed an accusing finger at him, you scum-sucking filth. Here I am thinking that my best friend is so great, going to ask Fleur for me to go to the Yule Ball with, and instead I find out that you just wanted her all to yourself. How could you do that to me? Ron, let me explain, Harry tried to say. Explain this, Ron said, punching him right in the jaw. He hadn't been expecting Ron of all people to actually punch him, and so he failed to actually dodge the blow. The blow itself wasn't as bad as something that even Dudley used to do to him, but nevertheless it still was painful. Ron stepped in to deliver yet another punch, but this time he was restrained by several other students, including his own brothers Fred and George, who had just gotten back from dinner. Just what was that for Ron? Fred asked even as Ron struggled to break free. He stole my girl, Ron yelled. I wasn't aware you even had a girl, Ron, George pointed out. If you did, we certainly would have known about it and teased you, Fred answered. Look, if this is about Hermione, don't worry, I'm pretty sure they aren't going with one another, George replied. I'm not talking about that bushy-haired freak of nature. Ron continued to shout. Harry totally understood Ron being angry at him, but he drew the line at insulting Hermione as well. It was an accident, Ron, one I plan to rectify. I promise it isn't what you think. You are right to be angry, but leave Hermione out of this, Harry cautioned. You son of a mudblood, I don't want to hear anything you have to say, Ron countered as he spat at him. Since his mom actually was a Muggle-born, Harry definitely felt this was way too far, and he got somehow even more angry at Ron, who was still having to be restrained by his brothers. Before he or Ron could say or do anything else, however, Professor McGonagall came in, being followed by a first-year girl, who had probably ran to go get her at the first sign of violence. I'm told that someone was evidently trying to start a fight, McGonagall said. Several people pointed at Ron, and she turned to him and asked, Mr. Weasley, what is the meaning of this? Physical violence or violence of any kind is strictly prohibited, which I'm sure you know, McGonagall informed him harshly. Harry deserved it, Ron spat. What would cause you to hit Mr. Potter? Last time I checked you were once again friends, McGonagall pointed out. Fred and George must have been holding Ron too loosely at that moment, because Ron made another run at Harry and this time managed to escape until he got right in front of him again. Before he could get another punch in, Fred grabbed his leg and Ron tried to shake him off even as he tried to hit Harry. Unfortunately, he had also gotten rather close to Professor McGonagall, and in his wild punches, he actually clipped her right in the gut. With a cry of pain, McGonagall got the wind knocked out of her for a second before immediately using her wand to stun Ron, who went down. That will be quite enough, McGonagall answered as she managed to regain her composure. It appears that Mr. Weasley is a danger to his fellow classmates and even to me as well. I will be taking him and keeping him locked up while I decide on his punishment. She levitated his still unconscious body and took him away, followed by the Weasley twins who insisted on accompanying her. When the crowd that had by now gathered began to ask what happened, Hermione suggested they go up to his room to get away from them. He followed her up to find that the room was now currently vacant other than the two of them. As they sat down on his bed, she checked his jaw. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital wing?" she asked. "It's fine," he answered. She nevertheless put her hand gently on his jaw to test it herself. It still stung, but it wasn't that bad. He had felt much worse. She gazed right at him, concern across her face as he gazed back. Then suddenly, without warning, she leaned in and keyed him. It was totally unexpected and brief enough that he was still processing just what she had done long before he realized that the key actually felt good. She seemed just as surprised as he did, and said, "I'm so sorry, Harry, I don't even know what I was thinking." "It's okay," he mumbled. "I guess I was just caught up in the moment or something. I didn't mean to do anything," Hermione told him anxiously, looking very worried now. "Don't worry about it," he said, despite the fact that he was still thinking about him having had his first key, and it had been with Hermione. He had always thought of Hermione as one of his best friends, but looking at her he suddenly realized that she was rather pretty, and perhaps if he wasn't already starting to date Padma or who knew who else, he might have said or done something, but as it was, he really had no idea what to say to her or how to react. In order to defuse the situation, Hermione tried to change the subject by admitting, "Well, I suppose you should know that I'm going to the Yule Ball with Viktor Krum." Simply adding to his list of surprises for the day, he was able to recover quickly from this, and exclaimed, "Wow, Krum. Really? Well then, I'm very happy for you, Hermione. Krum is a lucky man." She smiled, apparently quite pleased at his reaction, although in truth had he found this out this morning, he likely would have reacted quite differently. Just how exactly he would have reacted he still couldn't be sure. Happy for her. Of course. Jealous of Krum. Maybe, but it could just be he was still thinking about that key. Really, he didn't know, and things were too complicated already for him to worry about Hermione as well. "Thank you, Harry. Padma is a lucky girl to have you as well," Hermione said. He sighed and said, "Well, I'm not really sure if Padma will take me once she finds out I've got all these other dates. I'm sure she'll understand, and the other girls too," Hermione comforted. "After seeing Ron's reaction though, I wouldn't put it off. I'd go talk to all of the girls right now. It will be better than them finding out themselves or worse each other." "Okay," he said, wincing in pain as she touched his cheek again. "On second thought, why don't I go get help and gather them together so you can handle talking to them all in one fell swoop while you go to the hospital wing," Hermione recommended. "I'm fine, Hermione," he tried to say, "I've had much worse." "I'm sure, but it doesn't mean you didn't need medical attention then too," Hermione pointed out. Since Hermione had already made such a generous offer gathering the girls together, he made no further objections and went to the hospital wing. As Madame Pomfrey fixed him up, asking no questions beyond the answer that he gave her, simply that some guy had gotten mad and hit him, she said, "Mr. Potter, I do believe you are the second most accident-prone student I have ever had." "Really? Who managed to beat me?" he asked jokingly. "Me," a girl's voice responded. As he looked over at her, he noticed a girl with very long blonde hair and a rather dreamy expression on her face, as if she wasn't entirely all there, sitting a couple of beds down with an ice pack on her chin. She appeared to be around his age and she looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't for the life of him remember her name, if he had ever even heard it. "I'm Luna Lovegood," she responded in answer to his unasked question. "Nice to meet you," he greeted. Madame Pomfrey finished fixing his jaw with her wand and he no longer felt pain. She turned to work on Luna, who was also quickly fixed up. "Aren't you going to ask me to the Yule Ball?" Luna asked unexpectedly. He nearly choked. Wow, was this girl rather brave. She wasn't in Gryffindor, right? Even still, he seriously did not need any more dates. "I'm sorry, Luna, No offense or anything, but I've already got a date, he admitted. Oh, I know, quite a few, I understand, she told him. He figured that news apparently traveled fast around Hogwarts. So aren't you going to ask me anyway? Luna asked again. If you already know I have more than one date, why are you trying to get me to go with you? He asked. Since I know you'll end up going with me, she stated, as if this was fact. I really don't think I can handle that. I've already got to tell all those other girls I can't go with them, Harry said. Why is that? Luna asked. I can't go with all of them, that would be just crazy, he informed her. Why not? Luna asked, undeterred. He was rather put off by this girl and wasn't entirely sure how to respond, but finally said, since that would be rather ridiculous. It doesn't sound very ridiculous to me. I think it will be a lot of fun when we all go, Luna replied, looking quite pleased at such an idea. You seem rather confident about this, Harry surmised. I'm as confident about it as I'm sure that crumple-horned snurcacks are real, Luna told him. What are those? He asked in confusion. Of course, not having grown up in the wizard world, he was sure there were plenty of magical creatures he hadn't heard of yet, and so gave her the benefit of the doubt. Luna smiled and said, don't worry, you'll help me find one day, and you'll know exactly what they are then, even if you don't believe me now. He was once again unsure how to answer, and Luna decided to break the silence. So once all the girls say yes, you can come find me again and I'll go with you to the ball, Luna told him as she got up and left. Shaking his head, deciding he couldn't worry about this clearly crazy girl as he had other things to worry about, he mentally prepared himself to face a room full of upset witches. As Harry entered the room full of girls, he was expecting to find them all gathered together in a circle plotting to kill him. He found instead, that while looking upset, at least they didn't appear to have a picture of him on a dartboard while they waited for him to arrive or pull out their wands as soon as he came in. Deciding that this was at least a nominally good sign, he addressed them. Now I know that you girls are probably upset. I was mad at you until I found out from Hermione just what had happened, Susan confirmed, still sounding annoyed but seeming to understand. I can't really find a reason to say that this is your fault. Each of the girls nodded in agreement, and Harry let out a long exhale of breath he had been holding ever since this whole incident had began. Or at least he would have held if it was possible to do so that long without dying of oxygen deprivation. I really like you and I really was looking forward to going with you, Harry, Hannah said, sounding super disappointed. Now it appears I won't get a date at all. Don't say that, I myself would have happily gone with you had you been the only girl I was going with, Harry declared. Really? Hannah asked, sounding somewhat skeptical. You'd date a fat girl? You say that like that's a bad thing, Harry commented. She seemed surprised by this answer and said, isn't it? To be perfectly honest, I tend to like all girls in all shapes and sizes, nor am I really sure just what body type one like best. To me, you're just as beautiful as any other girl and you have plenty to attract my attention with, Harry told her. Honestly, I find all of you girls very attractive and I would consider myself very lucky to have gone with any of you. Hannah blushed at the compliment, as did several of the other girls when speaking about them, and Angelina stated, smiling, I know that he definitely likes me at least. I've caught him staring at me more than once, usually on the Quidditch pitch when he's supposed to be looking for the snitch. The snitch could be over by you, Harry claimed, got to keep my eyes looking everywhere. I highly doubt that it would ever fly down my shirt though, because that seems to be where you were looking, Angelina countered teasingly, lifting up her large B-easts in response. He found himself blushing at that as he admitted, well yes, I like you, in fact I like all of you, again you are all very attractive girls, even you Hermione, even if I just barely started realizing it. What can I say? I'm rather dense. No, you're not dense, Harry. Ron is dense, but you're just a guy, Hermione reminded him, but she did seem flattered that he would think of her. Again you say that like that's a bad thing, Harry replied. I don't mean it like that, but you are still a guy and my best friend, Hermione responded. So if we're done talking about whether or not Harry is a guy or not, I'd like to figure out just which one of us Harry is planning to take to the ball, Padma interrupted in annoyance. Harry had decided that in this case, and in most cases for that matter, honesty was the best policy. I'm going to be honest with all of you as I feel you can all handle it and I think deserve it, Harry began. By now, you should all know that either I asked you or someone else asked you for me, thinking I still didn't have a date. This was not orated by me, nor was I simply trying to pull a prank, as this would truly be suicidal if I had. You got that right, Fleur quipped. Everyone laughed at that as he then answered, I'm hopeful that I can avoid death or dismemberment, or at least until I get good life insurance. All the girls blinked and stared at him in confusion, not being from the Muggle world, other than Hermione, who let out a small giggle at his joke. Realizing they wouldn't know what life insurance was, he corrected himself and said, Sorry, I'm trying to use humor as a defense mechanism and it isn't working out so well. What I meant was that I would hope that we can manage to move past this and come to a fair agreement concerning this matter. I'd like to hear all of your opinions. Then I'll start and say that I'd really like to go with you, Padma told him. I think all of us do, or we wouldn't have agreed not to go with him in the first place, Fleur observed. Of course, but what I meant was that this would mean a lot to me if we could go. I was the one you originally chose and asked out, and we already had a date set for tomorrow, Padma reminded him. I had actually originally planned on deciding to take you as I felt it was the most fair choice, Harry replied. However, I'm not going to say it was completely fair to everyone else, and if anyone else has any other ideas I would be happy to hear them. How about we have a contest to decide who gets you? Angelina said. Oh great, another contest I'm sure to lose. What were you thinking? Beauty contest or athletic contest? Hannah asked in annoyance. It was merely an idea, Angelina insisted. Actually, I think Angelina might have a good idea, Hermione observed. I don't think we should be having any beauty contests, Fleur surprisingly said. That really wouldn't be fair, as beauty really isn't the only reason you should want to go out with someone. I agree, which is why I propose that Harry go out with all of you at least once this week and decide who he'd prefer to go with. Otherwise make sure you are available to be asked by someone else if he doesn't pick you, Hermione suggested. I like that idea, Susan admitted. So do I, Fleur agreed. Well, if all of you are okay with that, I'm happy to go out on individual dates first with all of you, Harry said, quite relieved first of all that they hadn't decided to kill him first, and now, hardly believing his luck, he now had quite a few dates that he'd get to go on with some very attractive and great girls. To be honest, it will help me decide what I really do like in a girl, since I still have no real idea. Just as long as you are willing to give all of us a fair shot, Hannah reminded him. Of course, Harry answered. Well, I already have a date with Padma tomorrow, so who should go next? We can draw wands, Angelina suggested. Harry was a bit confused as to what she meant as he asked, draw wands. It's a game wizards use to determine who goes first, Angelina explained. We have someone else not playing gather up our wands and then put them in their hand. With our eyes closed, we then have to choose the first wand we touch, no matter if it is our wand or not. We then choose the order based off of the shortest to the longest wands. I'll do it since I'm the only one not trying to go with him, Hermione recommended. Each of the girls handed her their wands, and then Hermione mixed them up in her hand and then let them pick one with their eyes closed. Hannah accidentally reached too far forward and grabbed Hermione's instead, but gratefully Hermione chose not to embarrass the poor, seriously blushing girl further and instead guided her hand over to the wands in her own other hand. After the order was determined, with Susan grabbing her own wand, which was the shortest, followed by Hannah with Angelina's, that was the second shortest, then Angelina with Fleur's, and finally Fleur with Hannah's, which was the longest. With the order decided, Harry knew it was now up to him to decide just what they would be doing for each of their dates, which now greatly worried him. Just one date would be quite scary, but now 5 was quite nerve-wracking. Padma he knew he would be learning to dance with, so she was covered, but the rest he wasn't really sure about. He decided he should make sure he had some sort of meal made for each of his dates, so he went inside the school kitchens to see if the house elves would let him cook there and give him the food he would require. As soon as he entered, however, Dobby immediately noticed him and quickly hurried over to where he was standing. The great Harry Potter is visiting Dobby. Dobby asked in excitement. Since he had been intending to see if Dobby was here anyway, he smiled and said, yes. Look at Dobby's new socks, Dobby informed him with pride. They were 2 mismatching pairs, one green and one red. That's great, Dobby, Harry replied. So what have you been up to? Dobby is working hard for Dumby, Dobby told him. Harry laughed and said, that's a good name for him, but I have a question for you. I was wondering if I could use the kitchens here to make some food for some dates I have. Dates? Dobby asked, sounding confused. Why would you want dates? They taste nasty and Dobby would only eat those if he planned to punish himself. Harry deserves better food that Dobby can make you than nasty dates. Not that kind of date, Dobby, Harry replied, laughing again, although dates don't taste too bad to me. What I mean is I'm going to be having a few romantic meals with a few different girls. A sly look passed Dobby's expression as he realized just what he wanted to do. Harry is courting now? Dobby asked. If that is what you call it, yes, Harry answered. Dobby would be happy to make food and be a waiter on Harry's dates, Dobby replied. Well, there are going to be at least 5 of them, with different girls, Harry said. Dobby will make dinner for Harry and his girls every day forever if he wants Dobby to, Dobby replied, sounding super excited. Owing to the house elf's enthusiasm, Harry was tempted to agree but finally said, I was actually planning on making food for them myself, Harry informed him. Dobby looked practically scandalized. It is not proper for a wizard to make food himself when a house elf can do it. He was a bit torn as it would be more special if he helped make it, but he supposed if he let Dobby cover this part it would give him more time to plan the rest of the dates. All right, Harry agreed, so I was also wondering if you knew of any good places to have a date. The elf's eyes lit up as he said, actually Dobby knows of a place, super special and secret that only his house elves know about. It's called the Come and Go Room or the Room of Requirement, and the room gives you anything you want to be inside it. Dobby can show you right where it is. It was already getting kind of late that night, but he decided that if it wasn't too far away he could make it back in time for curfew and so followed Dobby over to wherever this special room was. When he got there, it seemed to be just a blank wall. After being told about how to activate the room by Dobby he thought to himself, I want a room that is perfect for dancing and eating a semi-romantic dinner. As the door finally appeared, he opened it to find a room that looked just like a dance hall, or at least what he would have guessed a dance hall was supposed to look like. The room had dim lighting but with a certain brighter light illuminating the back of the room where a small table with candles already lit lying on it stood. Romantic-sounding jazz music emanated through the room. He smiled and said, "This is perfect, Dobby." Dobby looked somewhat bashful at the compliment and said, "It was nothing. This would save him a ridiculous amount of time on fixing up each of his dates." "Even so, you're a lifesaver," Harry declared. He couldn't wait to have dates in here. Just before 7 the next night, when he and Padma had planned for him to pick her up, he headed over to the Ravenclaw common room. When he got there, he spotted a third-year girl just about to head in. "Hey, would you mind letting Padma Patil know I'm waiting for her here?" Harry asked her. The girl, who was small but in a rather cute kind of way, blushed and said, "Sure." As she went in, he nervously went through how he was going to go through with the date. Make small talk, be courteous, nice, and complimentary, avoid belching or anything offensive, especially that Indian joke that Ron had told a while back. No, that certainly wasn't helping, he thought to himself. I could tell other jokes though, girls like to laugh, right? Oh no, what if she doesn't laugh at my jokes? Then what do I do? As he was currently stressing over things, he almost didn't even notice when Padma finally emerged. "I'm ready," Padma announced. As he looked over at the sound of her voice, he stared in shock at just how good Padma looked. She was wearing a formal white evening gown that contrasted very well with her dark, caramel skin and revealed just a hint of her modest cleavage. Her beautiful shiny black hair was let loose and cascaded down well past her bum, which, as he had noticed before, was a rather nice-looking bum. That was showed off quite well in the white dress. "Well, how do I look?" she asked as he still stared at her. "You look hot," Harry replied, before blushing at what he'd said. She blushed too and said, "Thanks, you look rather hot too, Harry." He had tried to clean himself up a bit, with Hermione's help of course. She'd even managed to tidy up his hair using this hair potion stuff she'd found, and he was wearing the same fancy dress robes that Mrs. Weasley had gotten him for the Yule Ball. "Sorry," Harry apologized after standing there trying to think of what he was supposed to do next. "Can I take your arm?" She offered it to him, quite pleased at the gentlemanly gesture, and they headed off. After a minute she said, "You know, you don't have to feel so nervous, Harry. I know this is your first date and it's mine as well. We'll probably end up making plenty of mistakes, so just don't worry about it." He tried to relax as he tried to think up a conversation to start with her, but now that he was in such close proximity to her, it seemed his mind had gone completely blank. Come on, think of something, he told himself. So what's it like being a woman? Harry asked. As soon as he said this, he immediately cursed himself. Why oh why had he asked that? It had just come out. She looked over at him and seeing the look of horror on his face, she had the gall to actually laugh. You know Harry, that isn't something guys usually ask on a first date, Padma reminded him, but judging from your expression you already knew that. I'm sorry, I'm just really nervous, Harry admitted. Trust me, I'm nervous too, Harry, she confided, giving his arm a squeeze before taking pity on him and suggested, how about you ask me how school is going? Okay, how is school going for you? Harry asked. She politely responded as they struck up a conversation about classes and the like. When they finally got to the room of requirement, things were going much better, or at least he wasn't having to apologize or make a fool out of himself every 5 seconds. As they entered the room, however, Padma's breath was taken away as she stared around in wonder. Harry, Padma exclaimed, this is amazing. An amazing place for an amazing girl, Harry replied, very pleased to see her thrilled reaction. Yes. Score 1 point for him. He thought, having at least done something right. He guided her over to their table, yet she still stood as if she was waiting for something. Still wondering what he was missing, she finally had to tell him to pull out her chair for her. He did so, feeling slightly embarrassed again, and then she sat down. So what are our plans for the evening? She asked. I thought we'd start out with dinner and then practice dancing afterwards, he suggested. Okay. She agreed, seeming to like this idea but a bit confused now as she looked around. So where's the dinner? Dobby, Harry asked. Immediately Dobby appeared right in front of them. What will Harry and his date be having this evening? Dobby asked. Dobby, you already know what we will be having, Harry reminded him. Yes, but Dobby would be happy to make whatever Harry and his date wants. Dobby declared. What are we having, Harry? Padma asked. Well, I asked Parvati and she said your favorite food was chicken tikka masala, so I figured we'd have that so Dobby could make the food beforehand and we wouldn't have to wait, Harry replied. Oh, well that's fine too then, thanks so much, Padma replied, clearly impressed with his forethought. Dobby will bring the drinks and then the food, Dobby told them. He popped out, leaving them alone for a second. We really could get Dobby to make something else if you'd like, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, Harry said, just in case. It really is fine, Harry, that really is my favorite food, Padma informed him. Dobby came back with the drinks and then the food and they began eating. It really was very good, and he was amazed that Dobby actually knew how to make it since it was clearly not a British dish. She asked him as they ate about how the tournament was going and he decided to regale her about the story of the first task. That must have been so terrifying, facing a dragon, Padma commented, impressed but also scared for him. It was, although considering how well this date is going I think I'd rather face the dragon again, Harry replied. He felt he'd done some great things, but also messed up plenty of times as well. I think it's going great, Padma told him reassuringly, and to be honest I'm rather glad that you're nervous. Normally I've been the one nervous around you. How so? He asked. The truth is I've had a crush on you ever since I first saw you clear back at the beginning of first year. She confessed. It wasn't even that you were the boy who lived since I grew up in India before that and really hadn't even heard of you. I just thought you were really cute, and in my first memory of you on my way off the train, do you remember what you told me? He shook his head. He couldn't actually remember anything of the sort, although he had been a bundle of nerves then, much like he was now. I was actually super nervous and I could tell so were you, but when I was struggling to carry my luggage because there weren't any carts left for me to push it with and nobody was willing to help me, you offered me yours, even though you already had all of yours on it. Then you ended up carrying yours instead. It was a small act of kindness, but it still stuck with me, and over the years those feelings for you have only grown. I never knew that, Harry confessed. You probably wouldn't, since I've always felt rather shy around you since I figured you'd never like me back. There are so many other girls much more attractive than me trying to get your attention, and I figured you'd always ask them out, or at the very least my twin sister Parvati. She's always been much more outgoing and is in the same house as you, and I know she likes you too, nor is she subtle about letting you know that. I like Parvati, but I'm certainly glad that I asked you out instead of her, Harry told her. I'm glad too, that at least we'll get this one date. I'll treasure it always, Padma replied. His eyebrows rose as he said, "What makes you think that we'll only have this one date? You and I both know I can't compete with those other girls," Padma insisted, "they are all more attractive than me." "What? Why would you say that?" Harry exclaimed. "Name one thing that I have that they don't," Padma asked. He wasn't expecting such a question, nor was he prepared with a quick answer, so he chose the first thing that popped into his head. "Your hair," he replied. "None of them have such long, beautiful black hair as you." "My hair?" Padma questioned. "I wouldn't have pegged you for a hair man." "Well, my name is Harry Potter," he reminded her. She laughed and said, "You're so cute and funny, Harry, I love you." As soon as she said it though, her eyes grew big as she tried to apologize. "I am so sorry, I didn't mean that, that wasn't what I meant, I." Now it was finally his turn to be on the receiving end of watching his date be super embarrassed, and he grinned at her discomfiture before cutting her off and said, "It's okay, like you said at the beginning, we're both bound to make mistakes, this being both our first date." She smiled at him gratefully and he decided to change the subject. "So would you like to practice dancing now?" he suggested, both of them already having finished eating. She nodded and he went and took her hand before going out onto the floor area that was meant for dancing. He admittedly wasn't all that great of a dancer yet. Professor McGonagall had had a few lessons but not enough for him to actually get good at it. Nevertheless, Padma was patient with him, even when he stepped on her toes a few times. Still, he could tell she was really enjoying herself, and he was too. She really was a great girl and one he was glad he was taking the time to get to know. Also, just looking into her beautiful eyes and at her face as they stood so closely and intimately together, it was just magical. By the end of the date, they were both exhausted from dancing, but he was feeling significantly more confident about his dancing abilities. He took her back to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. "I had a lot of fun, Harry," Padma replied. "So did I," Harry answered. "Maybe we could do this again sometime." She winced and said, "Don't you already have dates for the next 4 days and then have to pick someone to go to the ball with?" "I don't know who I'll pick to go to the Yule Ball with, maybe you, I can't say, but I do know I definitely want to go out on another date with you no matter what," Harry responded. After smiling she said, "I'd really like that, Harry." He wasn't really sure what to do next, whether he was supposed to just wave goodbye or whatever, but to his amazement, Padma leaned in and kissed at him. It was only for a second, but he still felt it all through his body. It felt really nice, good even, and caused his heart to flutter. Pulling away, she gave him one last glorious smile and then slipped inside, leaving him alone, or so he thought. He was just thinking that that date had not been perfect, but he had certainly done something right if she had kissed at him at the end, when a voice broke his thought process. "It looks like you two had a lot of fun." Turning to look at the sound of the voice, he found Luna currently standing just to the left of him. "You saw that?" Harry asked. "I see a lot of things," Luna answered. "To what were you referring to?" "The key," Harry replied. "Right, the key," Luna said. "It wasn't a very long key, but you'll have many more longer keys later. With Padma. So you think you'll start dating her then?" Harry asked. "Yes, with her and with everyone else too," Luna said. "Just who's everyone else? You're being a bit vague," Harry reminded her. "Whoever else you want everyone to include," Luna answered. "So you still think I'm going to end up with all those girls and you, huh?" Harry queried. "I think you'll end up with everyone," Luna said, once again being annoyingly vague. "Forget it," Harry finally said, giving up on getting out of the rather odd girl just what she meant. If she didn't want to tell him, then fine. "So when is my date with you, Harry?" Luna asked. "I wasn't aware that I had asked you out on one," Harry reminded her. "Besides, I've got dates all this week until Saturday." "Then you can pick me up on Saturday," Luna replied calmly. Once again caught off guard by what she said, he wasn't prepared to immediately answer, but he decided why not. He kind of liked her despite her strange manner, and she wasn't unattractive either. She seemed more than a little crazy, but crazy people could be fun too. "All right, you've won me over. I'll pick you up here at 7 on Saturday," he answered. "Yippee!" Luna cheered, rushing forward and giving him a hug. "This is so exciting." Well, this is going to be a fun, he thought. He would be going from never having been on a date to 6 all in 1 week. If it was possible to have too many dates, he would know by the end of this week. The next day before breakfast, Harry was headed down to the Great Hall when he was pulled into a classroom as he walked by. Instead of it being Hermione, as he had expected, he was surprised to find that it was Rita Skeeter. "Harry, I was wondering if I might have a word with you," she asked. "I thought that Dumbledore banned you from being inside the castle unless the Daily Prophet finally fired you and you got a job as an assistant caretaker," Harry suggested. She frowned but then said, "I've gotten full access from the ministry as long as I promise to only give out good publicity." Personally, Harry thought the ministry were idiots for thinking that Rita Skeeter of all people would only give good publicity, but it would have to be something he found out about later. "So what do you want then?" Harry asked, not bothering to hide just how annoyed he was. "I couldn't help but hear about your little dating dilemma. 5 girls all vying for your heart," she asked. 6 now actually, but I hardly see how it is any of your business," Harry pointed out. "I'm afraid it's now the entire wizarding world's business, as you'll see reflected in today's paper," she told him. "You had it published in the newspaper," Harry exclaimed angrily. "People have the right to know, Harry, and I must say, it is some of the juiciest piece of news I've gotten in a long time. I'm betting it's one of the highest-selling newspapers the Daily Prophet has ever had," Rita claimed. "Why would people care that much about my love life?" Harry asked. "People love learning about what celebrity is dating who, and you're pretty much one of the biggest celebrities not just in Britain but in the wizarding world at large," Rita replied. "Everyone is going to want to know about just who you choose." "I'd say that should be more personal," Harry answered. "Think of all that publicity though, Harry. If you would let me do interviews on each of your dates to see how they went, we could do a week-long series at the very least," Rita told him. "I'm sorry, but first of all, I don't trust you, and I certainly don't like you," Harry responded, "so I must respectfully decline." Not wanting to stay any longer, he attempted to leave, but she called out before he left, "I'll find a way somehow. People aren't going to be satisfied until they learn the truth." Still ignoring her, he managed to make it to breakfast, only to find everyone in the Great Hall currently huddled around copies of the Daily Prophet. Hermione, however, seemed to have already read it, and scooted a bit in order to give him room. "Did you already read today's paper?" Harry asked, fearing the worst. "Yes," she admitted worriedly and in a way that did nothing to calm down his fears. "So what did it say?" he asked. She seemed quite flustered as she seemed to be worried about his reaction, so he decided to explain himself a bit. "Don't worry, I already got the gist of it. Rita tried stopping me on my way over here," Harry told her. Somewhat relieved at hearing that, she said, "I suppose it wasn't too bad, considering Rita. She actually cast you in a rather favorable light considering. If anything, it made you seem like quite the catch." He sighed and said, "Well, I suppose it was going to be found out eventually. Most of the school knew already." "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said, looking worriedly at him. "Well, if it hadn't been Rita, I'm sure it would have been someone else, so I can't really be too mad at her for it in this case. Who I'm really mad at is Padma." "Padma? What did Padma do wrong?" Harry answered. "Didn't you know?" Hermione asked. "Padma clearly must have divulged how the date went to Rita afterwards." "I know it wasn't you, so it has to have been her." "Why would you assume Padma would do that?" Harry asked. "The article mentions things in the date only someone who was there would have known," Hermione answered. "Let me see the article," Harry demanded as he interrupted a couple of third-year girls who had a copy. They handed it over to him, giggling at the same time, and he started reading. "Too many dates for Harry Potter," rang the headlines, complete with an attractive picture of him smiling seductively, adopting a pose he was sure he had never had in his life. Continuing to read, it read, "Harry Potter, our resident young teenage heartthrob, is proving to be quite the ladies' man indeed, having not 1 but 5 dates to the Yule Ball. In an effort to find a date worthy of him, Mr. Potter enlisted the help of his friends in order to find the best girl in all the school. Mr. Potter, or Prince Charming as some of you readers may come to recognize him as, was presented with 5 choices: Padma Patil, the exotic Indian who traveled far to find love; Susan Bones, the sweet yet very curvy redhead; Hannah Abbott, the fat girl who remains the desperate underdog; Angelina Johnson, the tall, dark, and athletic Amazon; or Fleur Delacour, the French Villa beauty who attracts the eyes of every man she comes into contact with." Now our young hero is tasked with the monumental task of choosing just which one should win the honor of going with him to the Yule Ball and made into a princess, at least for one night. Each will be given just one date before the ball for him to then decide who he will choose. Will it be Padma, Susan, Hannah, Angelina, or Fleur? Mr. Potter's first date was with Ms. Padma Patil. Most readers would automatically assume that perhaps Ms. Patil might not have a chance, but that turned out not to be the case. Mr. Potter was warm and funny, and Ms. Patil, far more beautiful than might have been expected. He stopped reading there now that he knew that Padma had definitely told Rita what had happened. Scanning down to the bottom of the rather sappy article, filled with some truths, but also with plenty of extra things he couldn't remember ever saying but would have sounded really gallant, things that he probably should have said, but didn't. At least she hadn't said anything about the key, as even she had evidently kept that to herself. Now quite angry that Padma would divulge what had occurred on their date to a reporter, he headed over to the Ravenclaw table to try and find her, only to discover that she wasn't there. "Are you looking for Padma?" asked Padma's friend, Sue Lee. "Yes," Harry replied. "She thought you might want to talk to her and didn't want to make a scene. She promised to explain it to you in the history classroom privately if you wanted to go talk to her," Sue told him. Heading over to the history classroom then, he found her there inside waiting for him. When she saw him, with no small degree of fear on her face she said, "First of all Harry, I just want to say I never said those things to Rita or anyone, I promise." Then how come she knew about them? Harry demanded. "I sure didn't say anything to her." "I knew you didn't," Padma answered, "you're not that kind of guy." "Well, if it wasn't me and it wasn't you, then who was it?" Harry asked. "I don't know, maybe she had a listening charm on the room or something," Padma suggested. He felt like a freight train had just hit him in the face. Of course, he totally wouldn't put it past Rita to do just that. "I suppose that's possible," Harry reluctantly admitted. "I'm so sorry," Padma said worriedly. "I'm sorry too for blaming you like that," Harry responded. "It's okay, anyone would have assumed so," Padma told him reassuringly. "You didn't," Harry reminded her, "you didn't just think I was the one who told Rita Skeeter all about our date. I think it speaks more about your integrity and my ability to trust you than my assumption you didn't say anything," Padma answered. She reached over and gave him a hug, which he returned. "I suppose I'm just going to have to be more vigilant with my other dates," Harry replied, "perhaps sweep the room for spells or something, or have Dobby do it, I'll bet he'd be pretty good at that sort of thing." "What makes you say that?" Padma asked. "Since he used to be the Malfoys' house elf. They most likely even trained him to detect listening spells, something I have no doubt Lucius would have valued," Harry told her. "He used to be the Malfoys?" Padma queried. "It's a long story," Harry responded. She chose to disregard her question then and then asked, "So what were you planning on doing for your date with Susan tonight?" It wasn't a bad question but one he would rather he kept private between himself and Susan. He'd already experienced firsthand what could happen when the events of your date were broadcast to everyone. To make matters worse, it would not have benefited her to know. He could see the look of anguish and distress upon her face as she couldn't hide the fact that she was worried that he would pick a different girl. Padma at least would be very upset if he chose anyone else, something that weighed heavily in his consideration of just who to take. "I think it would be best if I just kept that to myself," Harry finally said. "I hope you understand." "I do," she said, sighing. "I suppose I'm just a little bit jealous, that's all." "I know," Harry answered. A pained look came across her face as she said, "Is it that obvious?" "Yes," Harry replied truthfully. To his surprise and without warning she leaned in and keyed him again. "Sorry," she apologized after drawing away. "What is there to apologize for?" Harry asked. "I'm definitely not going to complain if you decide to key me." She laughed slightly and said, "I would hope so, but I'm really apologizing to myself. I promised I wouldn't do this." "Do what?" Harry asked. "Not key me. That sounds like a pretty awful promise if you ask me." After laughing again, she said, "Not that, I meant get jealous of the other girls. I keyed you because I keep thinking it will be the last key I will ever have with you." "Like I said, I really haven't decided," Harry answered. "Do you think keying you more might help you make a decision?" Padma asked unabashedly. "It might," he admitted. He was understandably rather excited to experience this newfound sensation of key, dotting, and if Padma wanted to do it, all the better. The thing is, she said finally, I'd love to do that, but it just wouldn't be fair to the other girls. All is fair in love and war, Harry replied. You just want me to key you again, Padma reminded him. He shrugged unabashedly himself and said, hey, can't blame a guy for trying. One date is all we are supposed to get, Padma claimed, and I'd like to be chosen because you really do like me the best, not because I was willing to do you any favors. He choked as he said, nobody said anything about, that. Maybe that was just me thinking what I'd be tempted to do so I could win you, Padma replied. I'm not looking for anything like that, he told her honestly. Neither am I, but there isn't a lot I wouldn't at least be tempted to do to finally get you. Right now, for example, I'm tempted to rip those huge beeps of Susan's right out of her, Padma confessed. I had no idea you could be so violent, he pointed out, an unbidden image of both Padma and Susan fighting coming to his mind. Most girls can get rather nasty when it comes to fighting over a guy, Padma told him, I'm no exception. All I can say is Susan is lucky she's so nice. Susan is rather nice, he agreed. Nice as in nice or nice as in, ooh, she's really nice as in hot? Padma asked. Maybe a little of both, he admitted. She laughed again and said, I want to be mad at you, but I really can't as long as you make me laugh. At any rate, if you don't choose me, I hope it will be Susan. Why so? He asked. Since Susan is so nice, in more ways than one as you so eloquently stated, Padma replied. He wasn't entirely sure how to reply to that, but then suddenly a voice interrupted them. I'm sorry, Harry, were you in the middle of proposing to her? Luna asked from the doorway. Harry immediately coughed and Padma started majorly blushing. You've really got to stop doing and saying stuff like that, Harry cautioned. Well, it's going to happen eventually, I'm just not sure when, Luna replied as if it was inevitable. I rather like Padma and all, but I just went on one date with her, I'd hardly say that I'm planning to marry her already, Harry reminded her. Speak for yourself, Padma answered. He looked completely aghast until he noticed her grin that quickly turned into a laugh and realized she was messing with him. That's not funny, Harry told her. I agree, Luna stated emphatically, I'd hardly consider our wedding to be any laughing matter. Our wedding? Padma queried. Of course, meaning me, you, and everyone else who will be marrying Harry, Luna replied. Evidently Padma was also used to the young insane Ravenclaw, or at least as used to Luna as one could be because she asked her, I see, so suddenly Harry is going to have a harem of girls then. Exactly. Luna responded, sounding quite pleased that Padma had figured it out. We'll all wear beautiful dresses, live in a castle, and Harry will brush our hair every day. Well, he is, Harry Potter, Padma said, extending the joke he had made last night about liking her hair. That may be some guy's fantasy, but I'm finding that being sought after by many different girls to be quite a challenge. I can't imagine being married to more than one, Harry told them. Personally, I'm just hoping to survive all these dates I've got lined up. Yes, lots and lots of dates for you, Harry, and fortunately they aren't the nasty food kind either, Luna said. How terrible, too many dates with beautiful women, what a crime, we must alert the church elders, Padma said sarcastically. Why don't you go on dates with other beautiful women besides yourself then if you consider it such a great thing? Harry goaded her. Since he had also complimented her, she couldn't be mad at him, but she still blushed before addressing Luna. All right, Luna, do you want to go on a date with me this Saturday? I'm already going on a date with Harry then, but we can go tonight if you want, Luna suggested. You're going on a date with Harry? Padma asked in surprise. She finally wore me down and I agreed to it, Harry confessed. Ooh, you want to come with me on our date? Luna asked Padma. It'll be so much fun if both of us go. Padma seemed surprised but said, well, I suppose if you are offering that's fine, unless this means I have to key you as well as Harry. No, we don't key for quite a few MPRE chapters, Luna informed her. I wasn't aware we were in a story, Padma admitted. There will be a book written about us eventually after Harry finally lets me write it and I become rich and famous, Luna answered. I see, so you become a famous author in this little future you seem to think is going to happen, Padma surmised. So what about me, what do I become? I see you as either a housekeeper or a princess, I'm not sure which, Luna replied. Harry laughed at that. What's the matter, Harry? You don't see me as a princess? Padma asked, poking him in the shoulder. No, I can definitely see that, it's seeing you as a housekeeper that I have a problem with, Harry told her. Nice save, Padma answered. Turning to Luna, Harry asked, so maybe you could tell me, Luna, if you really can see the future, just what I should do about Rita Skeeter. Oh no, Rita is the best thing that will ever happen to you, you shouldn't do anything to her, Luna stated. Okay, now I know you are crazy, Luna, Padma told her, because if Rita is the best woman that ever happened to Harry, then that means Harry has absolutely no taste whatsoever. Agreed, Harry said, I'd take Millicent Bulstrode over her any day. Millicent Bulstrode was widely regarded as the ugliest girl in the entire school, a gigantic monster of a thing. I'd take Millicent too, Luna concurred, she's just so say. Why? Are we talking about the same Millicent? Padma asked in consternation. The Nargles told me that you would say that, Luna countered. Nargles aside, Harry said, I think it's time that we get to class. Padma checked her watch and saw that he was right. Well, I suppose I'll see you on Saturday, Padma told him. Sooner actually, Luna said mysteriously. His next date was with Susan, and while he felt better knowing that he had already gone on a date and thus had at least just that little bit of experience, he was still a bundle of nerves. As she came out of the Hufflepuff common room to meet him, he was struck by the gorgeous black dress that she wore, displaying her curves and rather abundant cleavage. Her long dark red hair that went all the way to her hips had been left loose and surrounded her. You look beautiful, Harry told her, all the while trying not to think about the one thing he had noticed the most. Don't look at her cleavage, don't look at her cleavage, Harry thought. Oh no, she saw me staring. What am I going to do? She smiled at him, perfectly aware of just where he was looking. See something you like? Susan asked. Sorry, he tried to apologize. If I didn't want you to look, I would have covered up more, Susan pointed out. Okay, he said, not really knowing what else to say. Just try to remember I have a face as well, Susan cautioned. He forced himself to look directly into her face and was struck by just how beautiful her blue eyes were. Perhaps looking at her face wasn't too bad either. Still, he couldn't help but have his gaze drift down again, but she just smiled and let him look. Boy, they sure were big and perfect. Sorry, he apologized. You're fine, Susan reassured him with a smile on her face. After taking her hand, they headed to the room of requirement, which ended up being nearly the same as it had been for him and Padma, him seeing no reason to change it. He took the liberty of scanning the room for listening spells, although Dobby, Winky, and half a dozen other house elves had already checked and come up with nothing. Having found nothing himself, he was finally satisfied. What were you doing? She asked. Checking for listening spells, Harry replied. Do you think someone is trying to spy on us? Susan asked in concern. You remember the Daily Prophet article this morning about my date with Padma? Well, neither me nor her said anything about it, but Rita Skeeter still seemed to somehow know quite a bit about how the date went, Harry said. That means that someone must have set a listening spell on the room. She frowned and said, I'd hate to think someone would do that, but in reality I can see it happening, particularly Rita Skeeter. She'd do anything for a story. Exactly my point, Harry agreed. I think she got the room because she didn't mention Padma and I Key, dotting after we had left it in her article. You and Padma Key, Ed? Susan asked. He blushed but said, well yes, we did, twice in all honesty. Were you wanting to key me as well tonight? Susan questioned boldly. Now feeling very flustered as to what to say, he tried to come up with a response. I'd be less than honest if I said I didn't want to key you, Susan, but I'd never do anything unless you wanted it, Harry told her. She smiled and replied with, good answer, Harry. To his complete surprise, she leaned in and keyed him. I wanted to, she whispered into his ear. Now grinning he said, wow, a key from a beautiful girl even before dinner, I must be getting better at this dating thing. She laughed and countered, try just lucky. We'll see if you are a decent date or not. Moving on to dinner, he once again used Dobby to take their orders. Did you make the ratatouille? Harry asked Dobby. How did you know what my favorite food was? Susan asked, sounding pleased. I asked Eloise Midgen what it was, Harry admitted. Dobby could not bring himself to make that peasant dish, Dobby confessed. Why not? Harry asked him. It is beneath the great Harry Potter and his date to eat it, Dobby answered. Dobby, there is little that is beneath me, Harry told him. Then he reddened as he realized just what he said. That's not what I meant, Harry told a now laughing Susan. Stop laughing at me. Nobody laughs at the great Harry Potter, Dobby said, now sounding angry at Susan. It's okay, Dobby, Harry said, trying to defuse the situation before Dobby blasted her into outer space. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry, Dobby, Susan apologized. Harry can just be very funny even when he isn't intending to be. The great Harry Potter is the funniest wizard on earth, Dobby claimed. Hardly, Harry confessed. You're just biased towards me, Dobby. I'm not, Dobby insisted. Okay, Dobby, let me prove it to you, Harry said. I'm going to tell you a joke. Why did the chicken cross the road? Dobby seemed puzzled by this question but finally said, Dobby is not sure. To get to the other side, Harry told him. Immediately Dobby began laughing as if he was about to explode from laughter. Any normal person would simply roll their eyes or think this was the lamest joke ever, but Dobby kept right on laughing. See what I mean? Totally biased, Harry claimed. Or he is just insane, Susan pointed out. That too, in which case, he and Luna should get along just fine for my date with her, Harry replied. Susan sent him a curious look and he explained, I kind of made a date with her on Saturday. She just wore me down until I agreed. Wow, Harry, not enough dates for you already? Susan asked. He rolled his eyes and said, you have no idea. By now Dobby had finally recovered from his laughter and asked, Dobby is sorry for laughing so hard at the great Harry Potter's fantastic joke. Dobby will get the meal that he has prepared. Dobby disappeared before reappearing a few seconds later, carrying a tray of food, but he couldn't tell just what it was. What is it, Dobby? Harry asked him. Escargot, Dobby claimed. A sinking feeling suddenly hit him as he asked, now upset, you mean snails? You made Susan snails for dinner. This could easily go down in the history books for the worst meal ever served for a date. He'd likely never live it down. They are actually very good, Susan answered, quickly grabbing one from the plate Dobby had set down in front of her and biting into it. Glad that she was actually okay with it, although admittedly a bit freaked out that she would like snails, he decided to sample one of his own. Having grown up with the Dursleys, who had spent quite a bit time trying to feed him things they considered disgusting such as fruits and vegetables just to make him suffer, he was used to simply eating whatever he was given. In the case of most of the fruits and vegetables, he actually rather liked them, even if he had had to hide that fact from them so they would continue giving them to him. The sad thing was Aunt Petunia had a garden that none of the Dursleys actually ate from, as it was really just to compete with the other neighbors' gardens, even if it was devil food, as Dudley had dubbed it. To his surprise, the escargot actually tasted really good and he ended up thoroughly enjoying it. Can I just say that I am totally relieved that that actually tastes good? Harry confided. I've had it before at those boring parties my aunt would take me to, Susan admitted. So tell me about your family life, Harry asked. She winced but decided to start talking anyway. Well, both my parents and most of my family were actually killed in the war with Voldemort, Susan said. I'm sorry, Harry told her, noting that she was one of the few brave enough to actually use the name Voldemort. There's nothing to be sorry about, Susan said. You didn't kill them, quite the opposite in fact. I suppose so, he agreed, unsure what to say. I imagine you just want your parents back though, Susan surmised. I do, he answered, pleased that she had realized this. We can talk about it if you'd like, Susan offered as she took his hand from across the table. I've kind of always wanted to talk to you about that even if it is a touchy subject. Both of us having lost our parents in the war, I guess you would maybe understand the way I feel. Feeling like she was opening up to him, displaying a side perhaps she hadn't for anyone else yet, he felt he should reciprocate and started opening up to her. They started talking and he felt like he had a kindred spirit, someone who really understood what it was like to grow up an orphan. Thanks, Susan, Harry said gratefully, wiping a tear away. It was nice to be able to talk about that with you. Anytime, she told him. It was nice to talk to you about that too. He nodded but then suggested, I think we should focus on happier things, we are on a date after all. So what were you thinking about doing after Hogwarts? I was actually thinking about going into politics or perhaps law enforcement like my aunt, Susan responded. I've been thinking about going into law enforcement myself and become an orr, Harry replied. Maybe we could do that together, Susan suggested. Maybe, Harry agreed, although you probably wouldn't see a lot of action. If I were a criminal, I would just surrender to you as soon as I saw you. If only that would happen, Susan agreed, a smile on her face. If you want I could put some handcuffs on you. He was rather puzzled, but she actually blushed and said, I so totally realized what that could be construed as. You're in luck, since I have no idea, he confessed. Then I'm not about to tell you, Susan answered, pretending to zip her lips shut. There was a pause, but Susan finally said, I've obviously read what happened on your date with Padma. You really shouldn't believe everything you read, Harry cautioned. I agree, but the point I want to make is that it seems that you had a good time with her, Susan pointed out. I did. Padma is a really great girl, Harry admitted. The thing is, I really like you, Harry, maybe not as much as Padma, but I really do like you. I'd be totally honored to go with you to the ball. However, I also recognize that if there is something between you and Padma, I don't want to get in the way of that. Funnily enough, she said the same thing about you, Harry confessed. She did? Susan asked in surprise. She did, he confirmed. What were her exact words? Susan asked. She said you were really nice, Harry replied. As in nice or in she's hot nice? Susan questioned. She asked the exact same thing, Harry responded. What did you tell her? Susan insisted. I told her a little of both, but what I meant was a lot of both, Harry confessed. She laughed and said, so you want to dance with my nice, hot self? I'd be a fool to turn down an offer like that, Harry answered. They started dancing, and while Harry knew he had danced last night with Padma, if Susan wanted to dance as well, he wasn't about to say no. At least he was starting to get good at dancing, he thought. As if the dancing gods were trying to humble him, he immediately tripped and fell, causing him to fall on top of Susan, who also fell. The next thing he knew, he was on top of Susan and found he had at least landed on something soft. Or make that two somethings, he quickly found out as he realized just what his head was resting on. Immediately getting up and blushing heavily, he offered his hand to help Susan up, which she took. Well, that certainly wasn't a side of me I was planning to let you find out about just yet, Susan admitted as she got up. I'm so sorry, he mumbled. It's okay, I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose. If I thought you had, you'd already be dead by now, Susan told him. So either I'm ridiculously clumsy or a beep. I'm not sure which I'd like you to think of me as, Harry answered. Let's go with just lucky, Susan said. It'll be story you can tell your roommates or something, as I'm sure you intend to do. I'd never do that, Susan, Harry replied. Some guys might only notice but I swear I value you more for your heart. Thanks, Susan answered gratefully. You know, you've actually even exceeded expectations as far as this date is concerned. Just let me know what I can do to make it better, Harry asked. How about another key? Susan suggested. Grinning, he leaned in as she keyed at him once more. All in all, not a bad date with Susan either, he thought. So how has the dating been going? Hermione asked Harry over breakfast. You should have already read about it in today's paper, Harry pointed out, annoyed not with Hermione but with Rita Skeeter. Somehow Rita had still managed to find out what went on his date with Susan, and he had quickly been inundated with guys wanting to know how Susan's beeps felt, having read about him landing his face on top of them accidentally last night. He'd finally gotten sick of it and went with Hermione to go hide in the Transfiguration room until class started. I don't mean whatever garbage Rita spouted, I want to hear the truth from you, Hermione replied. He sighed and said, honestly, it's going rather well. Too well, in fact. I like both Padma and Susan, and they seem to genuinely like me. I have a feeling it's only going to get harder when I go on dates with the rest of the girls. Well, you're definitely going to hurt some of their feelings, that at least will be unavoidable, Hermione commented. I suppose I could look at it the way Ron would, Harry suggested, simply pick the best looking one. Hermione gave him an extremely disappointed look and said, oh, Harry, please tell me you aren't going to do that. Just to have some fun with Hermione, he answered, actually, I think I will, which means I can't go with any of those girls. There's only one female in this school beautiful enough for me. You don't mean who I think you're referring to. Hermione asked in surprise. Yep, I'm going to see if Mrs. Norris is still available, Harry admitted. He had meant it as a joke, but he watched Hermione's face immediately drop. What's the matter? My joke offend you somehow? Look, I didn't really mean it. I don't have a cat fetish, Harry claimed. No, it was pretty funny, Hermione said, now pretending to laugh even though the strain was quite obvious. Is there something wrong, Hermione? Harry asked, now concerned. No, nothing is wrong, I just have some homework I forgot to do, Hermione insisted as she got up from the table and hurriedly left. What was that all about, he wondered. Hermione forget to do homework, yeah right. Before he could dwell on it any further, however, a small owl flew in, arriving much later than the other delivery owls but seeming quite pleased at having managed to make a delivery as it released its letter it was holding over top of him. He had to grab it out of midair to avoid it landing directly into his bowl of porridge. After opening it up, he found it was actually from Sirius, or rather his alias Snuffles. Dear Harry, I can just say this is the greatest day of your godfather's life. To open the paper yesterday and find that my godson has managed to land himself dates with not just one but 5 beautiful girls in a week. You are doing this man proud. Why, your exploits already seem to be more legendary than any I ever managed at school. Ah, the memories. Too bad your father only had eyes for your mother, or he no doubt would have gotten plenty of action too. I can see you've got quite the wonderful dilemma on your hands, choosing which to take to the Yule Ball. My advice: see who is the best keeper and who is willing to give you the most action, wink, wink. I look forward to hearing back from you and hearing all about the details. Snuffles. Harry folded up the letter with a sigh and a shake of his head. Sirius was really being something. He wasn't even sure how to reply to that, but before he could, Lavender and Parvati came over to talk to him, both of them giggling and giving him odd looks. Ooh, Harry, Lavender said, so is it true the rumor about? He stopped her there and answered, deciding to see if he could trick the very gullible Lavender, yes, it's all true. Every last rumor is true, even the one about me finding out Susan is really my long-lost sister. Lavender's eyes went wide, with an expression that seemed to be a mix between amazement at learning such a juicy piece of information and disgust at learning that Harry had evidently keyed his sister. Parvati, however, was smart enough not to fall for it. She poked Lavender, whose mouth had now dropped open. Come on, Lavender, can't you see he's messing with us? Parvati pointed out. You mean it isn't true? Lavender asked, still wide-eyed. You seriously should stop believing everything you hear, Lavender, Harry cautioned. Just because it's a rumor or even in the newspaper doesn't mean it's fact. Lavender looked entirely taken aback, which was actually almost comical once he thought about it. I told Lavender a lot of what was in the paper wasn't true, Parvati claimed. Personally, I think you just need to find a way to get rid of that Skeeter woman. If you can think of a way, I'd be more than happy to do it, Harry replied. To his surprise, Lavender's eyes went wide again as she said, well, I know that Daphne Greengrass' mom works for the Daily Prophet. Perhaps you could talk to Daphne and see if she'll talk to her mom. Isn't she a Slytherin though? Harry pointed out. Immediately after he said this, he slapped his hand against his head and exclaimed, Merlin, I'm starting to sound like Ron. Lavender and Parvati giggled at that as Parvati said, you seriously don't want to sound like him? He's kind of an idiot. Major idiot, Lavender agreed. He even told me that I shouldn't wear a green jacket since they were Slytherin colors, can you imagine that? I think he was just trying to get you to take off your jacket so he could better stare at your beeps, the beep, Parvati commented. Obviously, but I can't blame him for that, Lavender answered, but he also seems to think me wearing green makes me a slimy Slytherin, in his words. Daphne at least is rather nice, Parvati claimed, she'd probably help you. I don't think she likes Skeeter either. All right, thanks, I'll do that, Harry said gratefully. Parvati tried to drag Lavender away so they could go find a seat, but Lavender couldn't resist asking one more question. At least tell me what you're planning to do for your date tonight. This gave him an opportunity for a bit more fun with her. He leaned in towards her and asked conspiratorially, can you keep a secret? Lavender immediately nodded, totally falling for it. Okay. Well, I won't give any details, but it involves a priest, a rabbi, and a dog all walking into a bar, Harry told her. Lavender looked confused until Parvati poked her in the arm again and said, can't you see he's messing with you again? Sheepishly, Lavender went with Parvati over to go sit down. When lunch finally came around, he found Daphne sitting at her house table, currently talking with some of her friends. He'd never actually gone over to the Slytherin table, so he wasn't entirely certain just what would happen. Perhaps he could be attacked by all of the Slytherins, the sun could fail, the earth could blow up, really anything could happen for this momentous event. He knew Ron would have insisted that he not go at all, but he wasn't Ron, and there was no reason why he shouldn't go over there. At the very least, he could try and steal some more turkey, since they were already out at the Gryffindor table. He'd never actually talked to Daphne before, but he at least knew who she was. She was attractive enough with long blonde hair, and a curvy figure, which was more than enough for her to be noticed by the majority of the male population of Hogwarts. Approaching Daphne as he came up behind her, he was quite aware of the many eyes now beginning to stare at him. He tapped her on the shoulder and Daphne turned around to see him. "Don't worry," Daphne reassured her housemates, "Harry is just here to ask me out." "He does do that an awful lot, doesn't he?" Tracy Davis quipped. Daphne got up from the table and started leading him out of the Great Hall. "We can just talk here if you'd like," Harry recommended. "Are you sure you want to be seen with a slimy snake like me?" Daphne joked. "I'll take my chances," Harry replied, "besides I do speak snake after all." "Finally a man who speaks my language," Daphne responded. Harry laughed at that and said, "What do you know? I can be a snake charmer too." "You can charm me any day, Harry," Daphne claimed. It suddenly felt rather awkward as he realized just what was going on. "Are we actually flirting with each other?" Harry asked. "I can't believe you would," Daphne replied, shaking her head in mock surprise. "Flirting with a Slytherin, you could go to Azkaban for that. Not to mention Ron would probably kill me if he ever found out," Harry admitted, "so at least prison would keep me safe from him." "I'd rather not talk about your friend Ron," Daphne insisted. "No offense, but if I do, I'd be saying some rather harsh words." "I gather he isn't very well liked among the Slytherins," Harry guessed. "Not particularly, he treats us like we're all evil scum," Daphne confessed. "Personally, I'm surprised you'd actually decide to talk to me." "I'm finding not listening to Ron just might be better for me," Harry answered before pausing to ask, "so I'm guessing that you already know just why I wanted to talk to you." "You told Lavender Brown, so of course I already knew. Word travels fast in Hogwarts," Daphne told him. "Right, so I was wondering if perhaps you could write your mother and see if she has any suggestions," Harry said. "Already done," Daphne claimed. "We live in Hogsmeade, so I should hopefully be getting a reply back any minute now, assuming that she replies immediately back." "Thank you," Harry said gratefully. "You aren't getting my help for free though if we get your sneaky Skeeter problem fixed," Daphne informed him. "What do you want then?" Harry asked. "A copy of my potions homework, having me embarrass myself in public, or my firstborn?" Daphne seemed to think it over for a second and then said, "I'd imagine my potions essay is probably better than yours. I don't see the need to see you embarrass yourself, although getting your firstborn is rather tempting." He laughed again and said, "Okay, well then what is it that you want?" "It's like I told everyone earlier. I want you to ask me out on a date," Daphne told him. "Are you sure you want to date me?" Harry asked. "Won't quite a few of the Slytherins have a problem with that?" "Why should I care what other people I don't even care about think?" Daphne replied. "That being said, how can they say anything about me dating you? After all, everyone is doing it." "Oh, I see, so you're doing this out of peer pressure?" Harry teased. "No, I'm doing it because I think you're cute and funny and I want to go out with you before you go off choosing the love of your life for the ball coming up," Daphne insisted. "While I'm not going to argue with that, my dating schedule is already a bit busy at the moment," he admitted. "All right, then we can go whenever you are next available," she suggested. There was a long pause after that as she seemed to be waiting for something from him. "Aren't you going to ask me out?" Daphne then pointed out. "You still haven't helped me with my Skeeter problem," Harry reminded her. She grinned and said, "Good point." At that moment, an owl flew down over them and the owl dropped a letter into Daphne's hands. Reading it over, she said, "She's agreed to meet with us tonight during dinner so we can all go talk with the owner of the paper." "How would we get out of the school though?" Harry reminded her. Daphne squared her shoulders and told him, "I thought you were the great Harry Potter. I would have figured you could do anything." She wore a smile so he could tell that she was just teasing him, not particularly caring about the boy who lived garbage. Nope, you obviously need to listen to Malfoy more, Harry argued. I'm just Scarhead, way too overrated and a stupid Gryffindor. I'm simply not a proper wizard like you and he are. You so totally did not compare me and Malfoy together, Daphne countered, trying to look upset. I thought all Slytherins worshipped the ground that he walks on, he pointed out. Maybe in his dreams, but there are plenty of Slytherins, myself included, who just think he's an egotistical jerk, Daphne answered. Glad to hear it, Harry said. I don't think I could stand listening to you prattle on about how great he is. She rolled her eyes and replied, as if. You totally can't judge a book by its cover. Well spoken, he agreed, having already come to the conclusion that Daphne was not all like he had thought. In short, he rather liked her. Meet me in front of that Barmy statue when dinnertime starts, Harry told her. I'll get us both out into Hogsmeade. While he waited for Daphne to arrive at the agreed-upon meeting place that evening, he idly checked the time. Only 2 minutes until 5. They had better hurry if he was to be able to make it back in time for his date with Hannah. Coming around the corner, however, he spotted both Padma and Luna walking towards him. I really don't think there are any bathrooms along this corridor, he heard Padma comment to Luna. Yet when they came up to him, Luna stopped and Padma looked at Luna and asked somewhat accusingly, you didn't really have to go to the bathroom, did you? Maybe later, Luna admitted happily. Right now we've got to go with Harry on an adventure. How do you know that Harry is going on an adventure? Padma asked her. The Nargles told me, and that we needed to come along, Luna insisted. At that moment, Daphne came around the corner as well. Immediately Luna rushed over and gave a very surprised Daphne a huge hug. Ooh Daphne, you're finally here, Luna said as she squeezed her tightly. Daphne did not return the hug, but instead tried to pry Luna off her. I wasn't aware that you would miss me so much or I would have gotten here sooner, Daphne claimed, still a bit unnerved by Luna's display, despite the fact that I didn't know that you would be here, or even knew me all that well. Oh don't worry, we don't really know each other yet, Luna replied, but we will, which is why I'm excited that you're finally here. Don't look at me, Padma insisted to Daphne. I thought Luna just wanted me to go with her to the bathroom, only to find out she thinks you and Harry are going on some adventure that we apparently need to come along for. I guess that's okay, assuming that you don't mind sneaking out of the school to get into Hogsmeade and assuming that Harry has found a way to get into it, Daphne replied. I've always wanted to break out of school, Luna claimed. I thought that I'd do it with Harry next year, but right now is good too. What on earth are you talking about? Padma demanded. Oh don't worry, that future won't happen, unless of course Harry chooses to go with your sister to the Yule Ball, Luna told her. Padma blinked and said, I think I would kill Parvati if she decided to steal Harry like that. Luna simply shrugged and Daphne decided to ask him, so how exactly are we getting into Hogsmeade? You're looking at it, Harry informed them, tapping on the statue behind him. As soon as he activated the secret tunnel behind it, he ushered them all inside. How did you know this was here? Daphne asked him as he entered behind her. A wizard never reveals all his secrets, Harry claimed. He led them down the tunnel and into the Honeyduke's cellar. How are we going to get through the town without being seen? Daphne whispered. He pulled out his invisibility cloak. I thought it would just be the two of us, but I suppose that since it's already pretty dark we can risk using a disillusionment charm on both Padma and Luna, he suggested. Padma and Luna were then disillusioned, not perfectly but adequate enough for them not to be noticed as long as nobody really paid too close attention. Would you happen to know where the Daily Prophet building is? Daphne asked him. I do, Luna volunteered. Okay then, we'll meet you both over there since it will be kind of hard to follow us under this cloak, Daphne advised. They then headed out of Honeyduke's and into the night. Daphne led him, with both of them under the cloak, down a path he hadn't been down before until they stopped at a large building at the end. In front of it stood a woman who looked too much like Daphne not to be her mother, with the same own hair and attractive curvy figure. Seamus had always insisted on judging a girl based upon how their mother looked, that way you could be sure they would still look good 20 years down the road. Under that belief, Seamus would have believed Daphne to be quite the catch then, he had to say. We can take the cloak off now, Daphne insisted. I think my mom expected us to get permission to leave, and not just sneak out. They took off the cloak, making sure her mother was looking the other way before they approached her. "Hello, mother," Daphne addressed her. Her mother looked momentarily surprised at being snuck up on but went and gave her daughter a hug nonetheless. "How are you, Daphne? I've missed you," her mother told her lovingly. "I'm good," Daphne claimed. "We're good too," Luna said, coming up behind them. "Who's there?" Mrs. Greengrass asked as she stared right at both Luna and Padma's disillusioned forms. She immediately cast some sort of spell that allowed both Padma and Luna to be seen. "We decided to come along as well," Padma sheepishly admitted. "So you figured that you would simply try to sneak out and tag along, you two?" Mrs. Greengrass asked accusingly. "We all snuck out though," Luna admitted. Daphne groaned and told her, "Thanks a lot, Luna." "Daphne, you were supposed to get permission to leave the school," Mrs. Greengrass reprimanded. "I wasn't sure Dumbledore would say yes," Daphne claimed. "Then you should have called me back and we might have worked something out," her mother argued. "Sorry, I just couldn't resist," Daphne answered. "Harry said he could get us out and—" Mrs. Greengrass then turned to him and recognition came across her face as she couldn't help but smile. "Also that's why. You were trying to impress a boy you like." "Mother!" Daphne exclaimed, now blushing profusely. Daphne's mother extended her hand and shook hands with him. "I'm Willa Greengrass, and you must be Harry Potter, currently the one being a bad example on my daughter." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Greengrass," Harry apologized, "it won't happen again." "Yes it will," Luna replied happily, "loads of times." "You'll have to excuse Luna," Daphne interjected, "she's a little crazy." "Of course it won't happen again." Harry nodded reassuringly. She gave each a look before replying, "I would hope not, but it isn't like I'll be able to stop any of you either." Darn teenage years. "The good news is that I'm eager to help you stick it to Rita, so I'll let you all off and not tell Dumbledore you snuck out." "Thanks, Mother," Daphne said gratefully. "I said I wouldn't turn you in," her mother pointed out, "however you're still my daughter, which means I can take your broom away during the Christmas break." "That long?" Daphne pouted. "It would have been longer, but at least the boy you picked is cute," Mrs. Greengrass told her, giving a small glance at him at the same time. Daphne immediately blushed again, much to her annoyance. They then accompanied her into the building and down it until they reached an office at the end. Before they entered, she explained briefly what they needed to know. "Just about everyone hates Rita here and we've been wanting to see her get fired for years, but the owner and editor of the paper has continued to keep her around. Personally I think it's just because she's been sleeping with him, but I can't be sure." "How are we supposed to do anything about it then?" Padma asked. "The paper was just sold and recently came under new management," Mrs. Greengrass replied. "Hopefully he'll be more sympathetic to you, although I will warn you he'll still value a good story over anything else." She knocked on the office door as a large heavy-set man opened the door. "Hello Willa, if you're here to discuss a raise." The man addressed her. "No, Mr. Carruthers," Mrs. Greengrass answered. "I've brought Harry Potter here too." "Harry Potter?" Mr. Carruthers exclaimed in surprise and delight, looking down at him before addressing him. "I've been dying to do an interview with you ever since I bought the paper." As he didn't want to immediately nix that idea, as he might be willing to do an interview provided his Skeeter problem went away, he said, "Perhaps, but there is something else I'd like to discuss first." He ushered them all into his office and asked as he then sat down, "So what can I do for you?" "I was wondering if I could talk with you about one of your reporters, Rita Skeeter," Harry claimed. "You see, she's recently been reporting about me and my dating life." "I'm quite familiar with those articles," Mr. Carruthers admitted. "I think we set a record in new subscriptions today because of it. The problem is I don't think she is doing an adequate job at reporting it, misconstruing facts and forming a poor representation of me," Harry pointed out. "I'm aware that Rita might be wrong on occasion." At this Padma scoffed. "However," Mr. Carruthers confessed, "she does sell papers and that series of stories she's going to be writing on you are going to be good moneymakers." "What about my privacy?" Harry asked. "This is journalism, there's no such thing as privacy, especially not for a big celebrity like you," Mr. Carruthers objected. Harry wasn't happy about this, but he also recognized there was little he could do in stopping his dating life being reported. He could, however, hopefully change who was reporting it. Surely something could be done, however, Harry argued, perhaps another reporter such as Mrs. Green grass here could cover the story. Mr. Carruthers scratched his head and finally said, I'd do it, but the problem is Rita seems to be the only reporter that has been able to convince the ministry to allow them to enter Hogwarts. I'd want a reporter on site to do interviews. How about me? Luna volunteered. No offense kid, but I'd want an experienced reporter, not a little girl, Mr. Carruthers insisted. My daddy owns the Quibbler and I've been doing articles for him since I was 7. Luna answered. I'd also be willing to take butterbeer corks as payment. To his credit, Mr. Carruthers did not automatically dismiss her offer as insane, but instead seemed to be seriously debating it. I suppose I could try you out, especially since I can tell my ex-wife that those butterbeer corks I never bothered to throw away actually came in use, Mr. Carruthers said, before yelling up at the ceiling, Who's laughing now, Maud? Who's laughing now? Your ex-wife went to heaven? Padma asked, assuming that was the reason he was staring up at the ceiling. Heavens no, Mr. Carruthers answered, she divorced me before I got rich, so now I have her cleaning the rooms upstairs as my maid for work. I now pay her almost nothing, what she wouldn't do at all during our 2 years of marriage. He laughed at his own little joke until finally telling them, I'll give the girl here a chance, but I'd like you Willa to supervise her as much as possible. I'm making you lead on all things Harry Potter. Thank you sir, but what about Rita? Willa asked. I'll just have to come up with something else for her to do, Mr. Carruthers claimed. Padma smiled and said, I've got a story idea for you. What if you had Rita do the same thing as Harry and date a whole bunch of men and then choose one? What would the new angle be? I like the idea for the series on Harry we're already doing, but we're going to need something fresh for that idea, he answered. How about instead of really great guys, we do one on the worst guys we can possibly find, Padma suggested. Like Snape or Filch, Harry piped in, now grinning insanely at Rita having to go out on dates with either of them. Scratching his head again, Mr. Carruthers said, I like it. I think my readers would really like reading about something like that. I think they will too, Luna replied. With a loud giggle. Harry just barely managed to make it back in time for his date with Hannah, so he was unsurprised to find her already outside her common room waiting for him. She looked good, he thought, wearing a simple yellow dress that still showed off her large B.'s huge bum, and de-emphasized her big belly. Already huffing and puffing, having ran the whole way there, he had to pause to catch his breath, and she asked worriedly, Are we going to be exercising on our date, Harry? No, I just wanted to make it here in time, Harry gasped. So why is it you wanted me to wear regular clothes then? Please tell me it wasn't to avoid getting the question, does this dress make me look fat? Harry could only gape at her, unable to come up with a suitable answer to the question that had no doubt plagued guys since dresses had been invented. I'm sorry, that was rather rude of me, Hannah apologized. Of course I'm going to look fat in a dress, I look fat in anything I wear. Hannah, Harry cautioned, I want you to know something. I really don't care if you're fat. In fact, I rather like the extra weight on you, and it's even had much of it go to the right places. I don't want to hear you putting yourself down or thinking you aren't good enough for me. If anything, I'm not good enough for you. Do you know why Hermione asked you out for me? I assumed that it was because she felt sorry for me and that I wouldn't get a date otherwise, Hannah told him. No, actually she did it because she knew I already liked you, Harry admitted. Now Hannah looked totally shocked, unable to believe what she had just heard. Please don't lie to me, Harry, Hannah insisted. Rich, famous, and attractive guys don't date fat girls. That's only because of what society wants you to think, Harry argued. Even I had that pounded into me, so I never realized that I actually had a crush on you, focusing instead on other thinner girls like Cho Chang for instance. I had no idea, Hannah claimed. Neither did I, but Hermione noticed, which is why she asked you out for me, Harry told her. I've found myself staring at you more than once, and Hermione must have seen me doing it. I mean, really, if you think about it, what isn't there to like about you, with the added bonus of there being more of it? In fact, I've even had few fantasies about you. And he then stopped, embarrassed at having made even that much of a confession to her. Finally she said, you know, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say more beautiful words than that. Wait, what? For the first time I actually feel desired, attractive even, Hannah confessed, sounding almost giddy. Who would have thought Harry Potter liking me? Don't let it all go too much to your head, Harry cautioned. Yet here I was thinking you were going to worship the ground I walk on, Hannah teased. I wouldn't have guessed you were the type to make jokes, Harry replied. I'm normally not, but you seem to have brought it out in me. Merlin, you just made me really happy, Hannah answered honestly, grinning broadly. You're welcome, I suppose, Harry told her. So now I suppose I get to go on a date with a guy the first like, who actually likes me, Hannah surmised. If it's that much of a shock, you've seriously underestimated yourself, Harry pointed out. Yes, I suppose I have, Hannah finally concluded, so where are we going for this fabulous date we have planned? Dancing again. I figured we'd do something a little more your style, Harry responded. We'll be going into the school kitchens to make your favorite dessert. Pretzels, gummy bears, peanuts, and hot fudge all piled on top of cookie dough ice cream. Hannah asked hopefully. Okay, your second favorite dessert, Harry said. Chocolate cake with chocolate frosting. Ooh yay, Hannah said excitedly as she licked her lips in anticipation. While it's cooking we'll then have dinner, Harry told her. Taking her arm, they headed off to the kitchens, and along the way, Harry experienced a totally new side to Hannah he hadn't seen before. Usually she was rather reserved and timid, but tonight Hannah was actually rather talkative and fun. He idly wondered just what had made the change, whether she actually was this way but just not in public, or because whatever he had said to her had put her in a really good mood. At any rate, when they got to the kitchens, Dobby was there with all of the ingredients. Dobby is not sure why the great Harry Potter must cook when he has Dobby to do it for him, Dobby insisted. Since cooking can be fun, Dobby, Harry said, you know what fun is, right? Working for Harry is fun, Dobby claimed. He struggled to come up with a way to explain it to Dobby so that he could understand. Well, I want to have fun too, which is why I'm cooking for Hannah here, Harry told the elf. Dobby's eyes went wide as he looked over at Hannah as he asked her, you mean Ms. Hannah, you is owning the great Harry Potter? Hannah laughed and said to Harry, you hear that, Harry? Apparently I own you. Not exactly, Dobby, she just owns me for the night, Harry claimed. Dobby understands, Dobby answered, although looking very surprised as he couldn't help gaping at Hannah before shaking himself and apologized, I must check on your dinner now. Dobby rushed off to another part of the kitchen. You do realize that you just told Dobby that I hired you as my male prostitute for the evening, since that's what he would understand from your statement, Hannah pointed out. Whoa, Harry said, blushing deep red, I so did not intend for him to think that. I'd imagine not, although if you want to be my say, South Avenue, I'd be willing to pay pretty good money for you, Hannah teased. His mouth gaped wide open and Hannah began to laugh. It's not funny, Harry argued. I'm sorry, but it so is, Hannah insisted as she still continued to laugh. When her laughter finally ended, she said, all right, when Dobby gets back I'll explain it to him a bit better so he understands. Thank you, Harry expressed gratefully. So let's get to making that cake, Hannah told him. Everything went well, including putting the cake into the oven, but a problem soon arose in making the frosting. It turned out quite thin, but Hannah decided to just leave it as she rather liked it that way. Harry reached a finger in to try it, but accidentally managed to fling some of it onto Hannah's cheek. Hey, she cried. Sorry, he apologized. In response she flung some back at him, which landed on his own cheek. Now grinning, he exclaimed, so that's how you want to play it then. He reached in and grabbed some more, which he promptly flung at her. She in turn grabbed some and pretty soon their faces were covered in chocolate. They both wiped it off with some paper towels, however. You've still got some on your lip, Harry pointed out. Hannah grinned and said, is that so? It looks like you're just going to have to key it off me. Am I really? He asked, grinning back. Keying on the first date, pretty big step there, don't you think? Nothing you haven't already done before and nothing I'm going to regret, she claimed. He then leaned in and keyed at her before drawing away. Wow, Hannah declared, her eyes still closed and savoring the key. Was that your first key? Harry asked her. Yes, Hannah admitted, so how was I? You tasted like chocolate, Harry pointed out. Gotta love chocolate, Hannah answered, sounding satisfied with his answer before asking, can I do that again? That's a dumb question, Harry told her. Taking that to mean yes, she leaned in and keyed at him yet again. You know I was worried about tonight ending and then you not picking me, but I'm not now, Hannah declared. He groaned and admitted, you know I think you're a great girl, Hannah, it's just that there are a lot of other great girls I've got to choose from as well. I know, but oddly enough I have a feeling I'm still going to end up with you, Hannah confessed. You haven't been talking to Luna, have you? Harry asked. Hannah shook her head. Perhaps Luna just might. No, Luna was crazy, everyone knew that. Only a crazy person would ever think that so many girls would all choose to be with just him. He turned back to Hannah and suggested they finish putting the frosting on the cake. He was just dropping Hannah off in front of the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room at the end of their date, when they were both tapped on the shoulders. Hello Harry and Hannah, Luna said, seeming to begin to say something before suddenly going misty-eyed again and instead said, wow, both of your names start with H. I suppose that settles it then. Apparently they were made for each other, Daphne claimed, coming up behind them with Padma right next to her. Are we having an intervention here or something? Hannah queried as she eyed all three girls, seeming to be curious as to why they were all there. I don't know, do we have reason to have an intervention? Daphne asked slyly. Padma decided to take pity on them and say, don't worry, we're just here to interview both of you and see how the date went. For some reason they seem to think they need to be around to keep me focused, Luna confessed, I can't imagine why. We're just crazy, Daphne answered. Don't worry, I like crazy people, Luna claimed, most people actually are crazy, so very few are sane like me. Just who else do you know who's sane? Daphne questioned. Professor Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Moody, my father, and Harry of course, Luna replied. Gee, thanks Luna for judging me to be sane. I sure am in good company, Harry said sarcastically, personally too amused to be upset at Luna's pronouncement. All the girls besides Luna laughed. At any rate, we had better do these interviews, Padma then reminded them all. Would you mind going first, Harry? Daphne suggested. He nodded his head as he was led to the nearest classroom, following Padma inside. Sitting across from all three girls while Hannah waited outside, they began the interview. So have you asked her to marry you yet? Luna asked right off the bat. Padma looked scandalized by this question, but Daphne merely grinned and said, he already asked me to marry him, silly. Oh good, so when's the wedding? Luna enthusiastically asked, immediately seeming to believe her. Harry and Daphne are not getting married, Luna. Padma snapped. We could be, Daphne reminded her teasingly, you think I'm not good enough for him? Padma looked entirely unsure what to reply to that, but fortunately Luna said to Padma reassuringly, don't worry, he'll ask you to marry him too eventually. I'm just messing with her, Luna, Daphne answered. Oh, you mean like a joke? Luna asked, swinging her arms. Ha ha, I like jokes. So do I, Daphne agreed. Have you heard the one about the... Are you about done with the interview? Hannah interrupted as she peeked in on them. Actually, we haven't even gotten started, Padma admitted somewhat guiltily. Okay, just checking, Hannah said, before popping back out again. Evidently having decided to proceed onward, Padma began asking him questions. So how do you feel the date went? What were some things that you found that you liked about Hannah? What were some interesting moments that you don't mind sharing? He answered all of those questions but then was interrupted by Luna, who asked rather weird questions such as if he would rather go on another date with Hannah or a bunny rabbit. When he chose Hannah, she exclaimed, oh, but bunnies are so cute. I thought bunnies weren't real. Daphne asked her. Of course they are, don't be silly, Luna answered, yet if you have trouble finding out about which animals are real or not, I would be happy to help you. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that when we both marry Harry, Daphne reminded her, even though Harry could tell that Daphne was not actually being serious. She probably didn't believe much of anything that Luna said, not that he could blame her. You don't have to make fun of her, Daphne, Padma cautioned. No, it's okay, since I know that Daphne and I will soon be the best of friends, Luna claimed. I can see that, Daphne admitted fairly, at least you'd be a fun friend to have. Oh, thanks future BFF. Luna replied gratefully, going and giving her a hug, which Daphne to her credit did not reject. Luna then turned to him and asked, so who would you rather be friends with? A chicken or a duck? They only had a few questions after that and then he was released to go, not wanting the interview to take up any more time than they had taken. He stood outside while they interviewed Hannah. Several minutes later, she also came out and he escorted her back to her common room finally. I hope that you didn't mind doing that little interview, he told her. "Oh, I didn't mind at all," she answered, seeming to have actually enjoyed it. "I actually said quite a lot of good things about you." She gave him a wink. "So did I," he admitted. "I guess I'll get to read about it in tomorrow's paper," Hannah claimed. "You sure will," he agreed. She gave him one final key, before going and entering her common room. He had thought that he was then alone, but evidently someone else was there because he heard a faint sound just to his left. "Luna, you've really got to stop doing that," he cautioned. "I just enjoy watching it all happen, just as it starts," she admitted. "How what starts?" he asked. "Oh, you won't be happy at first, but you'll come to like it eventually," she told him. "What won't I be happy about?" he queried. She merely giggled and said, "I like candy canes and rainbow-colored scarves." Skipping happily down the hallway, he could only shake his head at the retreating form of the crazy Ravenclaw girl. The following day, he missed breakfast because Hermione had told him that she had a major red alert crisis on her hands. She couldn't find her homework assignment for ancient runes. Deciding to help her, they looked all over for it until he found out that it wasn't even due for another week. Needless to say, he was extremely annoyed that he had wasted his morning looking for a homework assignment that wasn't even due yet. By then, he had already missed breakfast and so was forced to skip it, his stomach growling as he got ready for his first class, which happened to be divination. Hermione, however, feeling guilty, produced some soy cubes for him to eat on his way there. He was hungry enough that he actually ate one, despite the fact that it tasted horrible. Perhaps he would get lucky and Professor Trelawney would have them study tea leaves again. Perhaps if he chose to drink his supposed prophecy, he might get a better reading than he had before, or at the very least, make him less hungry. At any rate, when he got there, he went and sat down in the back on one of the cushions. As soon as he did so, he noticed that all of the girls in the class appeared to now be staring at him, or at the very least giving him constant glances. They didn't appear angry or to be laughing at him, in fact it looked like they were checking him out. While he was rather used to at least some attention from girls, this appeared to be more than he was used to. He finally decided to ask Lavender, "So why are you staring at me?" "I was just noticing how beautiful your eyes were," Lavender commented unabashedly, sighing. Thanks I guess," Harry said, "you have beautiful eyes too. You seem to always know just what to say to a girl," Lavender concluded with another sigh. He would definitely never make that assumption that he was really that good with girls, unless he was a total pompous idiot. Malfoy might already think that of himself, but he didn't. "Now if only you could convince Hermione of that," he joked. Lavender, however, seemed to take it a different way and gushed, "I knew it. Are you crushing on Hermione then? This is totally like such epic major news." "I didn't mean it like that," he answered. "Hermione's a nice girl, but she's with Krum, and well, I'm not really sure at the moment." "Well, if things don't work out with any of them, you'll know where to find me," Lavender told him, winking at him. He was sure that Lavender was totally hitting on him, which wouldn't have caused any undue concern since Lavender was well known as a total flirt, but he was still unnerved by all of the other stares he was still getting from the other girls in the class. Parvati came into class a minute later, who also looked back to give him a long stare. Choosing to ignore these stares until he could figure out what was going on, particularly from either Daphne, Luna, or Padma, whom he had a feeling were responsible for the sudden increased attention he was getting from the female population, he waited until Professor Trelawney came in and began the class. "Class, I have an announcement of utmost importance," she claimed in her usual out-of-it voice. Personally, Harry was starting to wonder if Trelawney was on drugs while making her announcements, or visions, or perhaps just all the time. At any rate, she continued with, "As you may have already known, Venus has aligned perfectly with Mars, and both have grown brighter in the sky of late. It can only mean one thing: there shall be a war of love." Both Parvati and Lavender had already leaned forward, now listening intently. "Whatever does that mean?" Lavender asked curiously. "I did not know that myself, but after consulting the tea leaves this morning, I believe I have finally found an answer. A student, even in this very room, will prove to be a catalyst for a war fought for his heart." "Who is it?" Lavender then demanded. "My dear, it is none other than our own Harry Potter," she exclaimed gravely in the same tone that she usually used when declaring his death. By now he'd gotten tired of her antics, so he said, "Yep, that's me, Harry of Troy." They'd better start building that wooden horse now. You have no idea just what will happen to you, dear boy, Trelawney tried to tell him. We can see it is already beginning to happen as we read about it in the papers. You can't believe everything you read, he claimed. My sister helped write that last article, so I'm pretty sure that this morning's at least was true, Harry, Parvati pointed out. Yeah, I'm going to have to talk to her apparently, he answered. I have decided to revisit tea leaves so that you can all see the phenomenon for yourselves. Trelawney suggested. Instead of being upset as he was still rather hungry from missing breakfast, Harry let out an actually audible, yes. Earning several more glances, he mumbled, what? I like tea. After a lesson of constant stares and Trelawney prattling on about finding whatever it was she was blabbing about in every person's tea leaves, he left the class and headed to his next one, feeling at least less hungry as he had needed several cups of coffee to get anything. Before he got too far, however, he was surprisingly pulled into a broom closet and keyed by some unknown girl before he had a chance to escape. It wasn't unpleasant of an experience, but he was still wondering just who it was. Oh, I knew you really were a good key. The girl claimed. Wait a minute, Harry concluded, Romilda. Vuity is charged, she admitted, smiling at him. Want another taste? Before anything else could happen, the door to the broom closet was pulled open again and Harry looked to see Padma now glaring at Romilda angrily as she yelled, out. Romilda made a hasty exit and left. Not that I mind being pulled into broom closets and being keyed by girls, but would you mind telling me just what's going on? Harry demanded. She sighed and said, I'm assuming you never read today's paper, or if you did, you didn't really read it. He nodded. As you probably already know, Hannah had a wonderful time on her date with you and she positively gushed about how wonderful you are. Of course, you had only good things to say about Hannah as well, so we had really only a lot of super positive information to work with from both of you when working on the story. Of course, add to that the fact that all three of us think you are quite the catch too, so it led to casting you in a very fanciful light. I'd imagine plenty of girls are wondering if you really are that great as you seem to be in the article. So that's why all those girls keep ogling me, Harry concluded. However, that still doesn't explain why you didn't realize this might happen or tried to stop it. After reading it, I did notice that, Padma said. The problem was that, well, it was all true. Yes, because the readers need to know the truth about me, Harry sarcastically said. If I wanted that, I would have stuck with Rita Skeeter. Don't be like that, Harry, Padma told him. We probably could have made you sound horrible or just average, but that just wouldn't be honest either. Besides, we think that this can be a really great thing. How so? He asked. Just hear me out, she suggested. We noticed that you had evidently had a profound effect upon Hannah. She's always been rather self-conscious of her body and herself, but after seeing just how she acted after the date with you, she seemed to totally change, as if you had treated her like she was worth $1 million and she was the most beautiful girl on earth. There are so many girls out there that are self-conscious or think badly of themselves, yet the idea that someone like you, who has many other what would be considered more beautiful girls to choose from, to treat Hannah like that would no doubt be very comforting to them. That's really what we made the article about, that no matter what, every girl can be considered beautiful and that there are guys out there who will treat them with respect. I'll bet even Hannah was probably changed a lot for the better simply by taking the time and effort on her, even if you never go out again. I felt that it was important that we do that, but I'm sorry for doing so without your permission. How was he supposed to reply to that? She made some really good points. I suppose I can't really be mad at you if that's the case, Harry answered, deciding to be fair to her and see how things went for now. Even if I may not like the increased attention, if it's helping people, then I can't really be mad at that. I'm glad that you understand, Harry, Padma told him. I worried so much that I had done the wrong thing to you. It's okay, he reassured her. I suppose I really was upset, but I also feel like I can trust you to do what's right. Thanks, Harry, Padma said gratefully. I just have one question, he admitted. Is there a reason why we're still in a broom closet? He'd meant it to ask just why they had to be in such a dark, confined space fully of dirty cleaning utensils, but she seemed to take it to mean something else entirely. There's nothing wrong with broom closets, Harry, Padma replied, grinning at him. She leaned in and keyed him and he happily keyed back. Yep, definitely nothing wrong with broom closets, he had to agree. While he didn't mind the Remilda key, he had to admit that Padma was definitely the better key. When both of them left the broom closet to get to their next classes, both of them smiling wide smiles, he was already much more willing to accept that perhaps he shouldn't be too upset if lots of girls apparently liked him. Padma handing him a copy of the paper certainly helped, and as he surreptitiously read it during charms he had to admit that it seemed to be just as Padma had told him. He liked making girls feel special, even if it was only for one night, and he was pleased to hear that it had had such a positive impact on Hannah. He'd be sure and try and do the same with his other dates even if he did get more attention. Following a day full of stares from girls, he had taken to smiling and waving back at them to let them all know he knew they were staring at him. Admittedly, it was kind of fun, at least for now, reminding them to turn around and focus on the class. When he finally got some free time during lunch, he pulled Hermione aside to ask her what she thought. She bit her lip, seeming to be a bit worried about what she wanted to say. "It's okay, Hermione, you're free to express your own opinion," he told her. "See, the thing is, while I know you may not like the attention," she began before blurting out, "I think it's great what you're doing." "Why?" he asked. "When I asked Hannah to go with you in the first place, I had honestly hoped that something like this might happen with her," Hermione confided. "She didn't have a lot of self-confidence in herself, and I just knew that if you went on a date with her and just allowed yourself to be yourself, that she would feel a lot better." "Hannah is a great girl," he admitted. "I'm glad to see that you didn't let a little something like someone's weight get in the way of having a good time on a date," she told him. "Well, there's nothing wrong with a little more cushion to the cushion," he answered jokingly. "I wouldn't put it like that," Hermione argued. "How else would you like me to put it?" he asked. "Hannah's got some curves, she's a BBW, she's as much woman as any man could ever want, heavy in body and heavy on my heart." "Okay, I get it," Hermione said. "Quit while you're ahead, I don't need to hear that." "I don't think there is anything wrong with making bigger girls seem more attractive," he pointed out, "or any body type for that matter. Any girl can be beautiful even if you don't automatically see it at first." "No, I don't suppose I can argue with that," Hermione said, seeming quite pleased at his answer for whatever reason. "I think you set a great example for other guys in that regard." "I did think of that," he agreed, "although I think some of the guys might get a bit mad if I appear to be a better date than they would be, especially considering how many mistakes I've already made in my previous dates." "You're just fine, Harry," Hermione insisted. "That's their problem, not yours. Try asking Crumb that," he pointed out. "I expect Crumb will also have a positive influence in that regard and in proving that unattractive girls can be desired as well," Hermione responded. "Why? You're definitely not unattractive," he argued. She blushed but then said, "You're sweet, Harry, but I wouldn't say that." "Sounds like Hannah isn't the only one who needs to be reminded she's beautiful," Harry told her. "Even Crumb noticed that, and he's extremely lucky to have you as a date." She blushed yet again, and she thanked him. "You know, I think Hannah isn't the only one who's been changed for the better. I would have never guessed you really do know exactly what to say to a girl." "I wish," he insisted. "Lavender made the same comment to me today. I make so many mistakes around girls, it's almost not funny." "I'd say you are at least doing something right," she argued. 2. When it came time for his date with Angelina, he waited down at the bottom of the stairs to her room since they were both Gryffindors. When she finally came out, she was wearing a tight white shirt and light blue pants that highly emphasized her womanly curves and contrasted well with her dark skin. He was also suddenly painfully aware that this was an actual woman, several years older than him and of age as well. "Hey Harry," she greeted him as she came down the stairs, "ready to wow me with the most amazing date ever?" "Nope, I was planning on having us spend the night helping Filch clean the school bathrooms," he joked. "Oh good, that's exactly what I was hoping you would say we were going to do," she countered jokingly. "Admittedly, I am a little bit worried though. Hannah might have made me seem a bit better of a date than I really am, so I can't promise I'd be able to replicate that for you. Besides, I'm sure that you've already been on plenty of dates before." "I'm really not expecting too much, I was just joking before," she confessed. "I think we'll have a great time because I already know you, but I don't expect you to leave me so wowed I can't even think straight. So I suppose snogging you senseless is out then?" he asked. He had meant it as a joke and she knew, but she said, "We'll see if your luck holds throughout the date." "So what are we really going to be doing?" Well, I figured that since we haven't had Quidditch this year, that you might be a bit eager to go do some flying, he suggested. That sounds like fun, she agreed happily. He just knew this would be her kind of date, he thought. I'll even let you use my broom, he offered. You'd never win against me if I've got your broom, she argued. I wasn't aware we were going to competing in something, he pointed out. Exactly how long have you known me, Harry? She asked. Everything is a competition. They had a lot of fun flying around with Angelina, thoroughly enjoying using his firebolt. Last year he flew circles around his teammates with his broom. Eventually, however, Angelina suggested that they both ride his broom. He slid on behind her, trying to leave as much room as possible between them. You know you can actually be touching me, she pointed out. I promise I don't have cooties. I'll need to see a note from Madame Pomfrey, he told her. She laughed, but he also slid forward so that his body was now pressing into hers. As soon as he did so, however, he immediately regretted it, suddenly cognizant of just how close he really was to her, along with the fact that a certain part of his anatomy was now pressing into her rather attractive rear. Unbidden, this same part of his anatomy decided that it definitely liked what it was pressing into, as he could feel it begin to harden and grow. Please stay down, he thought. Think of a beepity Uncle Vernon, think of a beep Uncle Vernon. An image of a time when he was 10 and had caught his Uncle Beepity came to mind. It had given him plenty of nightmares as a child, but now it was the only thing that could save him from certain humiliation. Thankfully it began to go down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. What happened, Harry? I get unattractive all of a sudden? Angelina asked. Great Merlin. With the realization that she had already caught him, he decided to apologize. I'm sorry, Angelina, I just couldn't help it, he confessed. Don't be sorry for that, Harry, she insisted. I really don't mind, nothing. I don't want to feel pressed up against my ass. Still, I think it might be a good idea if we didn't get too familiar with each other on a first date, he pointed out. Sliding backwards, he found it was easier to gain control of himself. After a thrilling night, they descended and stood on the ground facing each other. I suppose it wasn't the best of dates, but I hope that you had a good time, Harry told her. I thought it was the best date ever, Angelina said. It was so amazing, in fact, that I've decided that no other date will ever compare, and I'll have to join a convent because it already satisfied every desire that I could possibly ever have. Then I suppose I need to tone it down a little, he suggested, like say something derogatory about you being black or something. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt instantly guilty. I am so sorry, he apologized. I mean, I know that you're black, not that there is anything wrong with that, but... Feeling like he had only made things worse, he let out a long exhale of breath and then said, okay, now you think I'm a racist. I'm not offended, Harry, Angelina answered. Besides, I'm proud of my heritage and I've learned not to really care about what others think or that they are all out to get me. I'm sure you're not. Okay, good, because if that were to appear in tomorrow's paper or something, he confessed. Trust me, you're going to get a good review from me, she said. Not that you really care, I'm sure, but it certainly won't hurt your growing reputation either. Just what I needed, he said. Another glowing review from a girl who somehow still likes me in spite of myself. I might as well start going by boy who's loved by girls. I wouldn't go that far, buddy, Angelina said. You're certainly cute, and girls are getting more interested in you, but you aren't that hot of stuff. I had a girl practically kidnap me and force me into a broom closet today, he admitted. Well, I'd say that she was just plain crazy, but I'm starting to wish that I'd thought of that myself, Angelina joked. Well, I'd be happy to find a broom closet so that you can fulfill that desire, he joked right back. Is that so? She asked slyly. Then I think I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Did you know that black girls taste like chocolate? He immediately dropped his gaze down to her. She didn't seriously mean. That is so not what I meant, Harry. As you pointed out earlier, this is still a first date, Angelina told him. I meant tasting my lips. Oh, he said, feeling stupid again. Still, she allowed him as he leaned forward, as she leaned forward as well, until both of their lips met. Slowly deepening the key, they made out for a few precious seconds before breaking apart. So how was it? He asked. She grinned and said, expect a good article about you in tomorrow's paper. He only groaned. The aftermath to the date with Angelina occurred the very next morning when the newspaper came out. Angelina also gave him a very good review, causing him to continue getting more attention from girls. While it was a bit annoying sometimes, he had to admit that he at least liked the fact that it was girls giving him the attention. And that it was for a good reason. However, he also was happy to help out when more than one guy decided to stop him and ask him for dating advice. Since he felt like he still didn't know a lot about dating, he just tried to tell them to be themselves and try to make the girl laugh. As for his part, he had a date coming up with Fleur, and while he had already had 4 dates so far, he was still quite nervous. Fleur was older, but so was Angelina, and that had gone well, but she might still somewhat regard him somewhat as the little boy she had referred to when she learned he had become a champion. Then there was the fact that she was from France, so dating customs might be different over there that he simply just wouldn't know. Finally, Fleur was widely considered the most beautiful of the girls. Most guys would simply have chosen Fleur in a heartbeat and moved on from there. Personally, he would have to say that while he wouldn't argue that Fleur was beautiful, beauty only went so far for him, and in his eyes there were some other very beautiful girls that he still had to choose from. Nevertheless, he picked Fleur up in front of the Beauxbatons carriage. She was wearing a white form-fitting dress that showed off her delicious curves and breathtakingly beautiful body. She really was dressed to impress, he thought. Had he not already been on now 4 dates with beautiful girls this week, he would have been rendered totally speechless, but as it was, he stared at her for a moment before asking her, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready," she announced as she stepped forward. "You can take my hand if you'd like." He took it and began escorting her to the castle. "I took the liberty of coming up with some backup plans for what we do in case you couldn't think of anything good enough," she then told him. He was admittedly rather annoyed by her assertion that he might not be able to think of good enough date plans for her, and he had no problem telling her so. "I actually do have plans, and I'll admit I don't like your assumption that I couldn't think of anything good enough for us to do," Harry informed her candidly. She had the nerve to actually ask, "Are you disagreeing with me?" If she was going to be mad at him for saying that, then perhaps she wasn't the right girl for him. He had stated his opinion, which he felt he had a right to say. "Look, Fleur, you're a beautiful girl, and I'm sure that you are used to having great dates, but I really don't feel the need to go all out with you on a first date just so that I can impress you. If you would like to do something, however, I'll try to accommodate you, but I already went to a great deal of effort setting up the date as it is." She smiled and said, "Wow, and here I was thinking this was going to be another lame date. Maybe this won't turn out too bad after all." He could only stare at her, looking puzzled, and say, "Huh. Wasn't she supposed to be upset or something?" She decided to clarify and say, "I should probably apologize now. I'm just used to going on dates where the guy will suddenly forget just what we're going to be doing or have this big extravagant thing go on that he'll still insist wasn't good enough. I'm also not used to them disagreeing with me either on anything, even when I'm wrong." He adopted the expression that Hermione usually had when Ron did something stupid and exclaimed, "Boys can be such idiots sometimes." She laughed and said, "Well, I suppose that's just my experience. I suppose it just comes with being a Vila. It's not all what people think it's cracked up to be." "Well, at least you're hot," he pointed out, earning another laugh from her. "Outer beauty only goes so far," she said wisely. "I totally agree. Admittedly, I was rather hesitant about this date. Because, well, admittedly you kind of act rather obnoxious in public," he confessed. "I appreciate the honesty," she replied. "I promise I'm not actually like that, and I was rather hesitant as well." I know, he butted in, "I act like a total jerk. Since I'm the boy who lived, I think I'm the greatest gift to wizard kind." There were actually people who did still believe that to be the case, but for the most part he ignored them. "I never thought that. Actually, it was because I was worried that it might hurt your chances with another girl," Fleur told him, thinking about it rationally. "You going with me would be great for the short term to help encourage better magical cooperation, but in the long term you might want to select someone else. You're only 14 and I'll be graduating at the end of this year and also going back to France. So a long-term relationship being able to be built between us would be highly unlikely to end up working out. Also, we really don't know each other all that well, and after reading about how your dates have gone in the paper, I would say that you already get along rather well with a few other girls. Now, after talking to you, I'm even more convinced that there is someone who you already love." He nearly choked. "Love," he spluttered. "I mean, I rather liked all of my dates as people, and they might rival even you in the beauty department, but I would hardly say that I actually love any of them yet. It seems to me like you actually do, whether you know it or not, Fleur answered. I mean, you are rather young for real love, and I wouldn't say it's had a lot of time to cultivate, but that would be the answer that makes the most sense. You may not realize it, but the entire time we've been talking, I've been increasing my Vela allure to see just when it would finally get to you, yet you don't seem to be fazed at all, when you should be reduced to the thinking power of a drooling monkey. The obvious answer then is that you are already in love with somebody else. Well, come to think of it, there is someone actually, he said. I'm in love with Mrs. Norris. I've tried to deny it, but I just can't hide it anymore. Apparently she knew who Mrs. Norris was because she laughed again and said, I'm pretty sure you aren't into cats, Harry. Then what would be another reason if I'm not in love? He asked. Well, I suppose there is one other possibility, she eventually admitted. I'm gay, he suggested. Make that two possibilities then, she amended. You care to tell me just what the other is then? He asked. She just shook her head and said, it really doesn't matter. What does matter is I figure that I can at least help you find out if you actually do have strong enough feelings to love any of them or not. I was planning to help you decide who would be the best to take to the ball anyway, except it will be much easier since I can tell that you won't be a drooling monkey who can only stare at me, or brag that you flew a broom to the moon, or a dragon animagus, has eaten a 50-pound steak in one sitting, can burp all the numbers to infinity, is a magical genie that can grant me 3 wishes, has slept with over 500 women, or is in actuality a Greek god in human form. Guys actually said all those things to you? He questioned. It sounds almost like jokes you might tell about an overrated action star. She merely rolled her eyes and said, like you said, guys can be idiots sometimes, particularly in front of me. He adopted the face that he had seen Ron have whenever he stared at Fleur and said, I can turn milk into gold. Please don't do that, she cautioned, even though she was laughing as she said it. You're so beautiful though, I just can't help brag about ridiculous things, he teased. Do you really think I'm beautiful? She asked. Let's put it this way, he said, if I really was gay, you would make me straight. Is that so? She queried slyly. Whatever happened to those other girls being just as beautiful as I am? That's why I could never be gay, I like girls too much, he admitted. So which do you think you like best out of all of the girls you've been on dates with? She asked. Are you asking because you're still trying to help me decide who I should take, or because you want to know who will be your competition? He questioned. A little of both, she confessed. To be honest, I really don't know, Harry answered. Well, what do you like most about each one? She asked. I like Susan's kindness, he began. And her beeps, Fleur added. All right, fine, I like her beeps too if that makes you feel any better, he admitted, but I also like her desire to help others, and from what I know of her, her strong will in trying to do so. I also like helping others and I have big beeps too, Fleur pointed out. Whatever happened to you helping me find some other girl? He reminded her. She grinned and said, sorry, I just couldn't help it. Then there's Hannah, who's usually kind of shy but also nice, but then she opened up a lot on our date, he replied. She's also got some decent curves on a girl her size, Fleur reminded him. Are you going to point out all of the physical characteristics that the girls have? He queried. I'm doing it because apparently you won't, and while it shouldn't be the only reason to choose someone, it should be a factor, she pointed out. Unfortunately, he had to agree with her on that point, so he allowed her to continue. Angelina on the other hand is really athletic and competitive. She'd likely always be a fun date no matter what we did, he said. That begs the question if you plan on just going with them to the dance or have it become something more, she pointed out. Well, with all the trouble I've already gone to just so I can get one measly date to the Yule Ball, I'm actually kind of hoping it will become something more, he admitted. Then deciding who you see yourself being with long-term should also play a factor, she suggested. If that's the case then I suppose Angelina is out, he said. She is already in 6th year, so she'll graduate next year. Besides, I'm not sure if she would want to be with someone so young that long. I wouldn't ever simply assume that, Fleur reminded him. Okay, now I'm seriously wondering if you changed your mind and want to convince me to date you or not, he admitted. To be honest, I'm kind of wondering that myself, she said, I didn't actually see myself being with you before, but now I'm really tempted to try and find out. How are you going to find out? He asked. By keying you, she answered while grinning. Does every girl want to key me on the first date? He asked aloud to himself. I really wouldn't complain about that, Harry, Fleur scolded him. Right, because it's every teenage boy's dream to get keyed, he said sarcastically. Actually, I'm pretty sure it is, Fleur pointed out. Oh, I guess you're right, he agreed. I suppose dreams really do come true then. Laughing again, Fleur stated, usually they wouldn't key on a first date, but I would guess they're trying to leave you something to remember you by so you'll pick them. As for me, I'm trying to find out if we have chemistry or not. You can find out if we have chemistry or not with a key? He asked. Yes, she admitted. For example, I've keyed quite a few guys only on the cheek since in France it is a common greeting. Even then I can tell they are simply not compatible with me. So you think I might be compatible with you then? He asked. Only one way to find out, she reminded him slyly. Pushing out his lips, he leaned in as did she as their lips met. It was admittedly a great key, one that would have caused just about any guy he knew to faint, but for him it was only just as good as the rest of the key, as he had had over the week. When he finally drew away, however, she was already smiling. So are we compatible then? He asked. She paused and only stared at him, but the expression on her face was unreadable. I think we'd better start walking again, she finally said. He did so and took her hand again. They were already almost there, but he was still wondering just what was going through her head. So tell me about Padma then, she suggested. Obviously it hadn't been that great of a key to her if she was still trying to help him find another girl. It was something that shouldn't have bothered him too much as it would only narrow down his choices for him, but for some reason it still filled him with a bit of sadness. Padma is kind, smart, funny, fun, easy to talk to, loyal, friendly, trustworthy, and so many more things. Physically, if you want to know, I love her incredibly long, shiny black hair that I just keeping want to run my hands through or brush. She doesn't have the biggest curves, but for some reason, what she does have still seems perfect for her. Then there is her flawless, beautiful brown skin, and her beautiful eyes. It sounds to me like you already really like her, Fleur pointed out. Do you really think so? He asked. You didn't give that long of an assessment of the other girls and I was watching you as you talked about Padma. You had this look in your eyes like you were already taken with her, Fleur admitted. So how was it when you keyed at her? Like feeling like I'd died and gone to heaven, only to realize that even heaven couldn't possibly be this good, Harry said easily. Fleur paused yet again and then finally said, seeming to resolve herself to something, then I think you have your answer as to who to choose. At first, he wasn't so sure she was right, but then an image of him and Padma came to his mind of them together, and suddenly he warmed up to the idea. Him and Padma Patil, yeah, he could see that. At least at the moment, he couldn't think of anyone he'd rather be with. Maybe he had made his decision after all. What about you though? He then asked. Don't worry about me, she said, go choose the girl of your dreams. I would however like to finish our date. That I can do, he said. They finally got to the room of requirement and as they entered he watched Fleur to see her reaction. The room had a very French theme, looking very much like an authentic French restaurant. How did you manage to do all this? She asked, in wonder. Magic, he answered, still not wanting to give away his secret. To his surprise, she leaned in and keyed at him again. What was that for? He asked. Just making sure that's all, she admitted. 2. While Harry and Fleur were still on their date, Padma was currently taking a late-night nap in her dormitory so that she wouldn't be so tired when she finished up the article for the paper. It would likely be quite late when they finished. However, she was woken up to feel something pressing against the side of her bed. Figuring that it was just her dorm mate's cat who often climbed up on her bed, she wasn't too concerned. Tabby, would you please get off, she told it. Instead of feeling Tabby get off, or perhaps a meow of protest, she heard someone's voice. Ooh, I think Tabby is a great name for me, the person said. It could only be one person. Using her wand which she quickly grabbed, she uttered the spell that turned on a light. Sure enough it was Luna. Luna, what are you doing here? Padma asked exasperatedly. Harry shouldn't have finished his date yet. I know, I wanted to get here early so we still have time to prevent it, Luna claimed. Prevent what? Padma demanded, still somewhat cranky. My ability to get some more sleep. Harry is going to ask you to go to the Yule Ball with him tonight, Luna told her. If Harry really is going to ask me to the Yule Ball, I would put that under the category of something I definitely do not want to prevent, Padma argued. Really, just the thought of that happening caused her heart to flutter. You'll end up dating and then happily marrying him though, Luna insisted, as if this was a horrible thing to have happened. Oh, I get it, Padma claimed. Are you just jealous, Luna, and worried I'm going to steal Harry away? If you are, why don't you go bother one of the other girls who isn't trying to get some sleep? Oh no, I'm not jealous, I love watching you and Harry together. Luna insisted, the problem is Harry will fall only in love with you. Once again, I fail to see why I would want to try and prevent that, unless Harry turns out to be abusive or something, which I highly doubt, Padma pointed out. Oh no, Harry would be wonderful. You'll both sell ice cream for a living, you'll live in a white house with red trim, a white picket fence, and have a pool with a waterslide. Your first 2 children will then be named Lakshmi and Smita. Padma was actually shocked at the information that Luna had just provided. How did you know that I wanted a house like that, or that I wanted to name my children that? She asked. Luna gave her a look as if she was stupid and said, I can see the future, of course. If you can see the future, then I would say it's a pretty good future for me then, Padma answered. Yes, but then Harry dies in a cheese cauldron explosion, and then the world totally falls apart without him, Luna said. Padma had to remind herself again that Luna was crazy. She'd probably learned about her fantasy from Parvati or somebody and had added that to her own same delusions. Look, Luna, Padma began slowly, hoping to make her understand. You don't believe me, do you? Luna asked, interrupting her. No, I don't, Padma outright admitted. Then I suppose you leave me no choice, Luna stated, as she picked up a fake sword made out of a long balloon and held it pressing against her throat. Harry needs to ask Daphne to the Yule Ball. Promise me that you'll convince Harry to go with Daphne instead, or I'll cut my own throat with this. It would have seemed dangerous if Luna had a real sword, but since it was only a balloon and unlikely to kill her, it just looked rather ridiculous. Why does Daphne need to go with Harry? Padma asked. You'll find out, Luna insisted without really answering the question. Now promise me. I'd hardly say that you trying to kill yourself with a balloon sword is going to convince me to do that, Padma claimed. Luna only grinned and said, I would say that it's already working. Trust me, Luna. No, it's not, Padma argued. To her surprise, Luna pulled the balloon sword off of her throat and then sighed. I suppose you've beaten me then, you're just too smart, I suppose. No, it's because I have common sense, Padma told her. I know, that's what Harry is going to need from you after he slips on that banana peel, Luna said, once again adding another ridiculous thing that was supposed to happen in the future. Luna was seriously crazy, no doubt about it. She idly wondered if she should have her committed or not. However, before she could decide whether she should take her wand and knock her out long enough to go find a straight jacket, Luna left. Shaking her head, she finally decided to just head on over herself and see if Harry had finished his date yet or not. She got there several minutes earlier than Harry was supposed to be coming around with Fleur, but she also spotted Daphne standing there waiting as well. Did you manage to get in that nap you were talking about having? Daphne asked her as she came up to stand next to her. Yes, but not as long as I was hoping for, Padma confessed. Luna came into my room, raving about how Harry was going to choose me and that I needed to convince Harry to have him go with you instead. Daphne had the nerve to actually grin at that and say, you see, even Luna knows that I'm the right one for Harry. I'd hardly call Luna the best support to have. She threatened to commit suicide if I didn't agree. Only she was using a balloon sword, so it wasn't very threatening, Padma said. Got to love that, Luna, Daphne told her with an amused smile. I wish I could have been there. You would have just agreed with her, even if you didn't believe it, Padma reminded her. The worst part was, she added, in this fantasy that I had that she probably heard from Parvati to try and convince me. What was the fantasy? Daphne asked, grinning. Not that kind of fantasy, Padma yelled, realizing just what she was insinuating. Just checking, Daphne confessed. So really, what was the fantasy? It wasn't about Harry exactly, just what kind of house I'd like to have, and what I'd like to name my kids, Padma admitted. I see, Daphne answered. You know, I was actually kind of curious if it was a bit like my dream. What dream? Padma asked. I keep having this dream where me and Harry are married. We're older and we have a lot of kids surrounding us, Daphne began. They all look like mixes of both of us, of my own hair, his green eyes, and they all look just so beautiful. I just feel so happy at that moment, more happy than I've ever felt in my life, and I always wake up crying. I had no idea, Padma claimed. I suppose that it's just a dream, but it always feels so real, and while I try to deny it, I still want it so bad. To feel that happy in real life, Daphne told her. It may sound crazy, but I feel like I actually could eventually feel that way about Harry if given the chance. Well, you do have that date coming up in just a couple of days, so you should actually have that chance, Padma reminded her. That is, unless Luna is actually right this time. She has to be right sometime, Daphne pointed out. Since she also told me that Harry was going to die in a cheese cauldron explosion, I wouldn't hold my breath, Padma answered. A minute later they spotted Harry and Fleur just now coming back from their date. Hey girls, Harry greeted them. Hello Harry, you bring us our next victim? Daphne asked, grinning maliciously at him as if she was eager to torture someone. I sure did, he confirmed, looking over at Fleur. So where's Luna? I think she's still upset about something, but nothing for you to worry about, Padma told him. Harry said something else, but by then she wasn't paying attention, as she was currently concentrated on simply watching his lips move. They looked so able right about then. She was finally shaken out of her revelry by hearing her name spoken. Padma, Daphne asked her, why don't we go ahead and interview Fleur first? That's fine, she agreed. Actually, I was kind of hoping that I could talk to Padma while you interview Fleur, Harry recommended. That sounds like a good idea, so we can save a bit of time and interview both of you separately, Daphne agreed. If you'd like to come with me, Fleur. Fleur followed Daphne into the classroom. So how was Fleur? Padma asked when they were alone. It went really well, he answered, but I don't actually want to talk about Fleur just yet. I thought that we were trying to divide and conquer and do both interviews at the same time. Padma questioned. I said I wanted to talk to you, not be interviewed by you, he pointed out. So what do you want to talk about then? Padma asked, now more curious. Fleur and I had a long conversation, and she helped me realize that I fancy a certain girl in particular, he began. Wait, could Harry really be about to do what she hoped he was about to do? Could Luna actually be right for once? I realized that while I like all of the girls and that they all have certain characteristics that I admire, that one definitely stands out, and I couldn't think of anyone better than her. She's incredibly beautiful, smart, fun to be around, and I really feel like there might be something between us. That girl is you, Padma Patil. Filch had better come by with a mop because she instantly felt her heart melt when he said that. I'd like to ask you to be the one to go with me to the Yule Ball, he finally said. It was everything that she wanted, to hear him ask that, not once but twice, only this time having rejected many girls that she would have considered far more beautiful than her. Yet he had chosen her. She wanted to give him the loudest yes ever, but then suddenly she stopped as unbidden. Daphne's voice popped into her head about her dream and just wanting to be given a chance with Harry. Forget Daphne, she tried to tell herself. Another annoying thought popped into her head. But how would you have felt if Harry never really gave you a chance? Of course she'd feel guilty, but being with Harry would surely make that guilt go away. However, she wouldn't actually be letting Daphne become Harry's girlfriend or anything, or even go to the ball with him like crazy Luna had been wanting her to. It would be just one date, and then afterwards there was a very high chance that Harry would still be going with her. Then she also wouldn't have to feel guilty. If for some crazy reason, he did choose Daphne over her, well then maybe it wasn't meant to be anyway. Oh shut up brain, she told herself. What about Luna and Daphne? Padma finally asked. They still haven't gone on dates with you yet. I know, but I feel like I've already made the right decision, he informed her. Well, I suppose I can't really blame you about not choosing Luna, she's probably too crazy for you. But I think that you should at least give Daphne a chance before you ask me, Padma said. Oh, she hated herself right then. Why did she have to be noble right then? She should have just said yes and screwed Daphne over. Harry wanted her, not Daphne, not anybody else, and he already had decided on it. It was everything she ever wanted. Yet she would also feel too guilty if she did it that way. He seemed surprised, but finally told her, "All right, if that's what you'd like to do." "It's not that I don't want to say yes," she admitted, "you know I'd love to go with you. Nothing would make me happier, but I just feel like it is the right thing to do. Once you decide that I'm still the best choice after your date with her, then you can expect me to say yes." It was really only a consolation prize in comparison, but she leaned in and at him, and he at her back. His always caused her to melt and feel like she won a million galleons. She also felt reassured as they finally broke apart that this would somehow only be one of the first of many that they would share. Neither she nor Harry heard it, but a crazy bee-owned Ravenclaw was quietly listening in on their conversation as she whispered. "Step 2 is complete. I told you that the balloon sword was working." It seemed like Harry was always getting ambushed or bothered by someone on his way to breakfast because the next morning, he was pulled into a classroom by Luna. "Good morning, Harry," Luna shouted at the top of her lungs. "Good morning to you too, Luna, but you don't have to shout," Harry argued, still rubbing his ears. It was simply too early to be shouting, and if he was still only half awake before, he wasn't now. "I'm just so happy to see you, that's all," Luna said, actually sounding very happy. "Do you remember what today is?" He pretended to think for a moment, then said teasingly, "Is it Free Pie Day?" "No, but I wish it was," Luna said wistfully. "Now stop teasing and really guess." "Today is the day I have a date with you," Harry finally replied. "Good job, Harry, I just knew you would get it right," Luna said, sounding very pleased. "You deserve a cookie." Instead of it being just an expression, however, she literally pulled out a cookie and handed it to him. Thanks," he said, "I'll save it for later." Privately he wasn't too excited to eat it. Not that he thought that Luna was trying to poison him or anything, but glancing at it he could tell that it was oatmeal raisin, and he had to question the sanity of anyone who thought that raisins inside of a cookie was actually good. Chocolate and more chocolate was where it was at, he thought. "Our date is going to be so much fun," Luna said, excitedly, now bouncing on her toes. Luna certainly was energetic today, he noticed. Yet as he watched her bounce up and down, he couldn't help noticing her East's bounce. They weren't huge or anything, just average, although he supposed big for her slender frame, but still they were East's moving up and down and he couldn't help but keep his eyes on them. Curse his teenage boy hormones. "Ooh, are you watching my BP's bounce, Harry?" Luna asked him, obviously noticing what he had been fixated on. "Sorry, I couldn't help it," he apologized, forcing himself to look away. "Oh, no, don't worry about it," Luna reassured him. "Sarah and Jessica like it when you look at them," Luna replied. "Huh?" he asked, confused. "My BP's names, of course," Luna stated. "So what are we doing on our date?" "I haven't decided yet," he answered truthfully. In all honesty, it was getting hard to come up with new date ideas that he thought each girl would like, and Luna in particular was rather difficult. "How about we play Would You Rather?" Luna suggested. "I haven't heard of it, how do you play it?" Harry asked. "You ask people if they would rather do one ridiculous thing or another. I've been dying to play it with you." "The Nargles and Heffalumps aren't too good at it," Luna told him. Sure, I guess we could do that," Harry said. He supposed if Luna really wanted to play a game, he didn't have a problem with that. "Then we can have ice cream," Luna recommended excitedly, cockroach cluster flavored. "Sorry, I'm afraid I'm all out of that kind of ice cream," he informed her truthfully. "How about cookies and cream?" Luna seemed disappointed but said, "All right, but it isn't as good. Can we at least have worms on it?" "Okay, ew. I don't think that would be a good idea," Harry said. "Gummy worms, silly," Luna answered. "What did you think I meant, real worms? Now that would be disgusting." She let out a laugh as if she had made a joke. Right, a girl who didn't seem to have any problem with cockroach-flavored ice cream, but did with having worms on it. Well, to each his own, he supposed. "Well, I suppose that should be a fun date then. I don't think Padma will have a problem with that," Harry told her, remembering that Luna had for some reason decided to invite Padma along on their date. "Neither will Daphne," Luna declared. "Daphne isn't going on our date though," Harry reminded her. "She is now," Luna replied. "When did you ask her?" Harry asked. Luna put her hand on her head and said, I knew I was forgetting something, silly me. He thought about it for a moment and then decided it was technically still Luna's date. If she wanted Daphne to come too, he supposed he didn't have a problem with that. All right, if you want to invite Daphne you can, Harry told her, seeing no reason not to. Thanks Harry, Luna said gratefully, I'm glad I'm going to be marrying you. With that note, she turned and ran outside the room. Still shaking his head at Luna's antics, he headed down to breakfast and took a seat next to Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Fleur gave a pretty good dating review, Hermione informed him as she handed the paper over to him. As he read, he set the cookie that Luna had given him aside and started dishing up some real breakfast, namely cinnamon rolls and chocolate donuts. She did give him a pretty good review and said some awfully nice things about him, he thought as he read. The article was rather well written too. After finishing reading it, he got up to go congratulate Padma for another good article, leaving his mostly finished plate of food along with Luna's still uneaten cookie. Tapping her on the shoulder, he said, I just wanted to congratulate you on the article. She blushed and said, it was nothing. Daphne and Luna did a lot too. Still I just thought I would anyway, he claimed lamely, now starting to wonder why he had come all the way over here just for that. The answer wasn't too hard to figure out however. He really just wanted an excuse to see and talk to her, despite only having seen her just last night. He had to admit to himself that he was really starting to like her. Now struggling to think of something to say to break the awkward silence, he asked, would you like to sit with me during breakfast? I'd like that, but are you sure we're allowed to sit at our unassigned tables? Padma asked worriedly. I don't see why not, he pointed out, however if it bothers you so much, I guess I could come over here. Okay, she told him somewhat reluctantly, although he could tell she really did want him to. Great, then let me just go get my book bag and my plate and I'll be right back, he replied. Heading back to where he was sitting however, he found that the spot he had been sitting in was now occupied by Ron. While he had heard that Ron had been suspended for attacking him and Professor McGonagall, he hadn't known exactly when he would be back. Apparently that time was now. As he got closer however, he realized that he and Hermione were having an argument. While concerned for Hermione, he also wasn't sure if he should intervene or not, as he felt that his presence may just make things worse. What clinched it however was when he saw Ron shove Hermione. It didn't seem to actually hurt her, but it was enough to set his blood boiling. Ron, that's enough, he yelled from behind him as he got closer. Ron turned to look at him, still looking quite angry. So there you are Potter, Ron said, choosing to use his last name as he spat it out, just who we were talking about. I've been reading all about you in the papers. The famous Harry Potter dating many beautiful girls who all seem to fawn over him like dogs. It must be so hard for you, dealing with all of that. Ron, I know you're upset. Harry tried to say. Upset. Ron exploded, I'm beyond upset. Do you know what Fleur says about you in the paper? Ron picked up a paper and read aloud, Harry is the sweetest, nicest young man I've ever met and the best date I've ever had. His probably now former best friend then said, I was supposed to hear that from Fleur. She was supposed to be mine. You said that you would help me get a date with her, but then suddenly as soon as I come back, I find you've already snogged her and every other girl that thinks you're all that. I didn't mean for things to happen this way, Harry tried to explain, I'm sorry. Yeah, well sorry doesn't cut it, Ron insisted, just leave me alone, I don't want to be friends with you anymore, not after what you've done. Ron turned back to eating and Harry noticed Ron was currently eating off of the plate of food he had had before, although he had a feeling Ron knew that and didn't care. He would have simply left and gone and sat by Padma, it was just that his book bag was now underneath Ron's feet. Ron, can I at least? He began again to Ron. Oh so now you want something from me? Ron asked angrily, well isn't that nice? Well I've had just about enough of you. Ron pulled out his wand and pointed downward at him before he could react or pull out his own wand and yelled, reduct. Yet before he could finish, Ron's eyes went listless before he ended up leaning towards the table collapsing his head right on top of his plate of food. Fortunately he had put a lot of oatmeal onto his plate that broke his head's fall. What happened? Hermione asked as she checked him over, he seems to have fainted. He tried to curse me, I know that, but I don't know how he fainted, Harry claimed. It could easily be magical overload, which is quite possible if Ron hasn't used any magic in a while, which he hasn't all week, and I suppose it could have also just been stress after being so angry, Hermione suggested. I don't see any other obvious reasons. That has happened to my uncle more than once, fainting all of a sudden, Harry admitted, not bothering to mention that it had been while angry at him for doing accidental magic as a kid. Even he himself had fainted more than once last year when he had kept running afoul of Dementors so he could see it happening. Since it had already happened to him, he didn't bother to make some sort of joke at Ron's expense. Professor McGonagall then came up behind them. I was watching the whole thing as soon as you and Ron started arguing, she confessed. I wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to try anything after coming back from suspension. He promised he wouldn't, but obviously he hasn't learned his lesson. He didn't get a chance to finish his spell, fortunately, but that spell could have killed you, especially at such close range. I'll be having a talk with Dumbledore as to what to do with him. If and when he does end up coming back to school, we'll have to be sure such behavior doesn't happen again. I'm sorry it came to this. It's all right, Professor. I think it might be a good idea for me to make new friends, though. I just don't see us moving past this, Harry replied honestly. He was already thinking about the fact that perhaps Ron hadn't been a very good friend to start with. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly and said, from what I've been reading in the papers, I'd say you've got quite a few prospects for new friends. I have lived long enough to appreciate having many people of the opposite gender as merely friends. It was an interesting remark, and he pondered it as she levitated Ron out and got everyone who had come over to see what was going on to return to their seats. Not that I'm not grateful, but do you really think Ron just collapsed because of stress? Harry asked. You should just be grateful you didn't get your bits blown off like Ron intended. That would have been bad, Luna said, having just now entered the conversation. Along with Daphne. He assumed that they had come over once they heard Ron yelling and making a scene. Yes, a real tragedy, Daphne agreed. It would be a great loss to womankind. At least it's all going according to plan, Luna stated. What plan? Harry demanded. She grinned and said, all right, I'll tell you my plan, Harry. After you have say, with me. Surely she couldn't be serious. I would say that was highly inappropriate, Luna, Hermione admonished. You both are too young to be having say, or even asking for it. You won't be saying that by the end of year, Luna sing-songed. Why does Harry have to have say with you in order to know your plan? Daphne asked. Since I may say. Why Beast, Luna replied, still grinning. The only way to find out a say why Beast's plans is by having say with them. Okay, I'm not sure whether to consider you a slut or just plain crazy, Daphne surmised. Ooh, thank you for the compliments, Daphne. I think you're a slut too, Luna answered. Daphne seemed more taken aback by her remark to be mad, but still she told her sarcastically, yep, Luna can see the future all right. According to her, we are going to be best friends, and calling each other sluts is a really good way to begin a friendship. Oh, good, I think so too, Luna agreed, totally missing the sarcasm. Well, at any rate, I'm not having say with Luna or anybody, Harry claimed. Really? Anybody ever? Daphne asked, trying to sound surprised. If that's the case, then I rather think maybe Ron really should have blown your bits off. His face reddened as he blushed at this comment. Ooh, no, I could never let that happen to Peter, Luna insisted. Is that the name that you have for my? Harry began before remembering what he was asking. On second thought, never mind. Everyone laughed at that, other than Hermione, who seemed rather annoyed by all this talk. Harry really doesn't need all this. I don't see why we can't be more mature, she reprimanded them all. Oh, don't be such a wet blanket, Hermione, Daphne urged. Hermione just doesn't realize she's actually a hot biscuit, Luna claimed. I'd hardly call myself a hot biscuit, Hermione answered. Don't be mad, somebody just called you hot, Daphne reminded her. Hermione blushed but then said, yeah, well, try getting someone who isn't another girl or crazy to say that. All right, you're hot, Hermione, Harry told her. He had meant it as a joke, but she blushed as red as Ron's hair when he told her that. Actually, if you just wore some less shapeless clothes, you'd probably look pretty good, Daphne commented. Hey, by the way, Luna announced, Daphne and Hermione, you should totally come with us on our date with Harry. Hermione suddenly got flustered again. A date? Like a real date? With Harry? she asked, now looking scared for some reason. Come on Hermione, I can't be that scary of a date, he commented. To him, it really didn't bother him since he had already been on so many dates with girls and Hermione he just considered his best friend. It would seem perfectly natural for them to do something merely as friends. Oh, I have a date with Harry tomorrow myself and I'm absolutely terrified, Daphne teased, putting on a mock terrified look. It would be like going on a date with the boogeyman. Actually, I've found the boogeyman to be quite friendly once you get past the fact that he's so hairy, Luna claimed before pausing and asking him, how come you aren't so hairy, Harry? That's kind of a bad name for you. I'm told that my father apparently wanted to name me Gaylord instead because he thought it was funny, so I consider myself lucky, Harry answered. He neglected to mention that his on-the-run godfather Sirius Black had supplied that information. He had also mentioned that his mother had had the sense to immediately nix that idea. Daphne made a face and said, suddenly Harry sounds like a lovely name. I quite agree, Hermione said, shuddering as she imagined having to call her best friend that. Well, at any rate, it's not because I'm scared, it's just I already have a date for the Yule Ball and would prefer to wait until then. That made sense, he supposed. I'd hardly call that a date anymore anyway if all four of us are going to be going with Harry, Daphne pointed out. Then we can all go as friends, it'll be nice to have friends to play with, Luna commented. We were planning on playing some games so it should be fun, especially with more people I'd imagine. It's kind of Luna's thing so I don't have a problem with who she invites, Harry said. All right, then I guess that could be fun, I'll go, Daphne agreed. I guess I will too then, Hermione answered. Later on, Daphne was just now headed to lunch when she spotted Luna standing against a wall simply staring off into space. Hey Luna, Daphne greeted. Luna didn't seem to notice her for a second, but when she finally did she exclaimed, oh hey. Did you just call me bestie or? Daphne asked. Both would work, Luna claimed fairly. She wasn't exactly lacking in that department, she had to agree, nor did she take offense to it. So how is seeing the future going? Daphne asked. Luna leaned in conspiratorially and said, do you want to know a secret? What? Daphne asked. I gave Harry an oatmeal raisin cookie with a sleeping potion in it this morning knowing that he wouldn't eat it, since after all oatmeal raisin cookies are yucky, and then leave it right where he was sitting. I also knew that Ron would be coming back and see the cookie and eat it instead, time so that Ron would try to curse Harry while Professor McGonagall was watching yet fall asleep just as he was finishing casting it, so Ron would get in trouble but Harry would be safe. Had I not, Harry would have had his bits blown off and I couldn't let that happen. Daphne was completely surprised by this. Not only did Luna at least appear to be able to see the future and prevent a potential catastrophe, but the entire time she had explained much more rationally than Luna normally acted. Her eyes were no longer glazed over and for once she was looking steadily and directly back at her. However, it didn't necessarily mean that she believed her yet, as Luna had already claimed some pretty crazy things in the past. So why tell me? Daphne asked. Since we're busties, that's why, Luna pointed out. Sorry if I'm a little skeptical, Daphne answered, but if you really can see the future like you claim, what is going to happen next in this little plan of yours you've apparently got going on? You're going to go tell Padma in about 10 minutes that you think that she should be the one to date Harry, Luna claimed. Yeah, sorry, you're wrong because that's just not going to happen. I like Padma and all, but I still think I should get a chance to see if I can win Harry over myself, Daphne reminded her. Harry's mind is already made up though, Luna said. Last night I overheard him ask Padma to be the one that he takes to the Yule Ball. Daphne's heart sank at hearing that. She had really been hoping to at least have a chance before. However, I managed to convince Padma beforehand that she should turn him down so that you would get an opportunity to try and change his mind. Daphne stepped back in disbelief. She actually did that? She questioned. Absolutely, Luna confirmed. The problem is Harry's mind will still be made up. Daphne allowed this to sink in. So she supposed it wouldn't do much good anyway. What do you think I should do? Daphne asked. If we hadn't had this conversation or Padma had immediately accepted, you'd try and fight for him anyway, which would only get you mad at Padma and drive a wedge between you, Luna said. Daphne had to agree that probably would be what she would do. The other option is for you to support her, which will cause Padma to be quite grateful and help her not feel threatened by you. You'll become good friends and over a course of events, you'll both be dating Harry. Daphne was once again surprised. What? She asked. It's all part of the plan, you don't need to worry about it, Luna tried to reassure her. Just go find Padma, who will be heading to the Gryffindor common room to ask her sister for something to wear. Offer her one of your nice dresses. Those are the ones my grandmother made for me. Daphne exclaimed. You want Harry, don't you? Luna reminded her. Yes, Daphne agreed. Then do it, you'll be glad you did, Luna told her. Now you should go. I'm still confused about this whole thing, Daphne insisted. Luna simply rolled her eyes and said, tell me about it. After all the things I keep seeing, I could easily be driven mad. You aren't really crazy, are you? Daphne queried. Probably yes, just not as much as people think, Luna admitted. Some of it is actually just for show so people won't take me seriously. I can't seem to resist blurting out what will happen, so in order to prevent them getting freaked out by it, I blurt out ridiculous stuff too. Trust me when I tell you, it would not be good if Harry and the other girls actually believed me and knew what their future was. What about me though? Daphne asked. Oh, you're still going to be skeptical for a while too, but at least I don't foresee you messing anything up by knowing. In fact, you knowing will be necessary for the plan to work, Luna claimed. What makes you think I want to help you though? I don't want to be in a harem, Daphne pointed out. Oh, not yet you don't, Luna replied, however you'll change your mind and I'm confident that you'll help me. I don't really have any other options, so I have to trust you. I know that we're going to end up becoming best friends in the future, so that will have to be enough for now. I still have a lot of questions, Daphne admitted. They'll have to wait, Luna answered. You need to get going. What? Daphne questioned. You need to go to the ant convention, remember? Luna reminded her, switching to ridiculousness again. Although she wasn't entirely certain what was going on, she decided to see if Luna was correct and if she would end up finding Padma where she said she would be. As she did, she reflected on what Luna had told her and if she would actually follow her advice. She ended up finding Padma against all odds just in front of the Gryffindor common room, causing her to think of even harder about what Luna had said. Hey Padma, Daphne greeted. Hi, I was just going to go talk to Parvati and see if I could borrow any clothes of hers, Padma admitted. Yet another thing that Luna had gotten right. If you'd like, you could borrow something of mine, Daphne offered. She had decided that she would at least offer to let her borrow one of her dresses. She could at least do that. Are you sure? Padma asked, seeming to be grateful but surprised by such an offer. Absolutely, Daphne told her. Just come back with me and wait outside the Slytherin common room and I'll bring out a few outfits that I think you might like. Thanks Daphne, Padma answered gratefully. She followed her back and then waited while Daphne went into her room to go get them. She pulled them both out. One was more formal and then the other was more casual. However, she reminded herself that they actually no longer fit her anyway, as she had done a good amount of growing lately. When she re-emerged, she held them both up and Padma was instantly amazed by how beautiful both were. I really couldn't wear these, Padma claimed, these are way too nice. They no longer fit me, Daphne claimed. She had just made, at least to her, a rather generous offer and she wasn't about to have Padma say no to it. Thank you, Padma said gratefully, selecting the more casual one, a gorgeous light blue color. Daphne found, however, that she could no longer wait and simply had to know. Did Harry ask you to be the one to go with you to the Yule Ball last night? She asked. Padma certainly looked surprised by the question, but when she recovered, she answered hesitantly, how did you know? Does it really matter? I'd really like to know what you told him, Daphne said. Quite honestly, if Padma had said yes to Harry, Daphne probably would have slapped her. However, Luna was once again correct. I told him no so that you would have your chance with him. I felt like you deserved at least that much, Padma said. Personally, she really couldn't figure Padma out. Had it been her, she would have said yes immediately. You do realize just how stupid that was, right? Daphne pointed out. Serves me right for trying to be nice to you, I suppose, Padma answered bitterly. Now Daphne felt guilty. No, actually it was very sweet. I certainly wouldn't have done it, Daphne reassured her. What would you have done if I had said yes? Padma asked. I'd probably have kidnapped you, tortured you for a while, killed you, then fed you to Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots, Daphne replied. Maybe it wasn't such a stupid thing to do then if I didn't want to die an early death, Padma pointed out. All jokes aside, I am grateful, but I also want you to know that. Daphne paused even as she said this because she really didn't want to say it, but knew she should. You should go accept anyway. Oh, that was tough to say, but she also recognized that it was smart, whether Luna suggested it or not. After all, what hope did she have in changing Harry's mind? Whenever he and Padma were together, she could always sense that they had a connection, and now that both of them had figured that out, it would be difficult to persuade Harry otherwise. At least this way she would be able to maintain a good reputation. If she decided to get mean about the whole thing, it just wouldn't end well. Padma again looked surprised but then asked, "What about you?" "Harry has already made his choice and I think it's a good one. Just don't question it anymore because this is hard enough for me as it is," Daphne replied. "You do realize I already totally owe you," Padma answered. Daphne let out a small grin and shrugged and said, "Hey, I'm a Slytherin, that's what we do in getting people to owe us." "Well, then I guess I can expect to have to name my firstborn Daphne or something," Padma suggested. "Oh no, I'll cash in on your debt long before that," Daphne insisted. "Perhaps work as my South Avenue for the day and call me mistress." Padma laughed and said, "Yeah, I'm not doing that." "Hey, a girl can dream, can't she?" Daphne said. "Now then, about tonight." 2. Harry waited at the bottom of the stairs to the fourth-year girl dormitory for Hermione to come out for their date, group of friends getting together, whatever. At any rate, he finally spotted Hermione coming down the stairs. She had dispensed with her usual Hogwarts robes for a tight shirt that emphasized her decent-sized bust and blue jeans that hugged her hips. It was definitely different from what he was used to seeing Hermione look like, and he realized at that moment Hermione was actually quite attractive. "You look really good, Hermione," Harry told her. She blushed and said, "Thanks, Harry, I just decided to wear something a little different and borrowed some clothes from Parvati." "Well, you should totally start wearing clothes like that more often. Crumb won't be able to keep his eyes off you," he commented. She frowned and said, "Right, Crumb, of course. So should we go then?" he suggested. "Yes," Hermione agreed. He probably would have given Hermione his arm to hold, but since this wasn't really a date anymore and she would be going with Crumb to the Yule Ball, he chose just to walk alongside her. They met Luna in front of the room of the requirement, where they were supposed to be meeting up with the other girls. "Ooh, Hermione, you're such a hot biscuit now," Luna greeted her. "Thanks, Luna," Hermione said, accepting it as a compliment. "Now, you look pretty good yourself." Luna did indeed look pretty good. She was wearing a short yellow dress that showed off her long legs and cleavage. "Ooh, and Harry is staring at my BPs again," Luna observed. Darn it, why did Luna always have to catch him? Couldn't he ogle attractive girls with them, at least not blurting it out? Well, she had said he could. He unabashedly continued to stare at them. Hermione, however, swatted him on the arm and said, "Stop staring at them." "What?" he argued. She said I could. "I don't mind, Hermione," Luna told her. "You can stare at them too if you want." Hermione suddenly looked unsure how to reply to that, but fortunately Daphne and Padma arrived just then. "Hey everyone," Padma greeted. Harry immediately noticed that both girls also looked rather good. So much eye candy could make a guy delirious, he thought. Daphne was wearing a green dress that emphasized her large, and Padma wore a light blue dress that did the same with her average-sized one, her long dark hair currently draped over one shoulder. "Hey girls," Harry greeted right back. "So what exactly are we going to be doing then?" Daphne asked. "Let's go in and see," Luna suggested. They all entered the room of requirement and Harry was curious just what type of room Luna had selected. As they entered, it looked like the room in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory that Dudley had watched over and over again when he was a kid, which always resulted in him convincing his parents to take him to the candy store halfway through. Everything seemed to be made of candy. There were giant cotton candy beanbag chairs, a large chocolate fountain in the center of the room, various life-sized animals made out of chocolate, some which he recognized as owls, cats, or toads, but others he had no clue about as he assumed that they were some of the animals that only Luna believed in, and lining the walls were candy dispensers. "What on earth?" Hermione asked in amazement. "Don't you just love it?" Luna enthusiastically said as she pulled off what appeared to be a cobweb made out of licorice, complete with a marshmallow spider. Well, there goes my figure, Daphne immediately said as she reached into one of the candy dispensers and began eating some sort of fruit candy. I could gain 5 pounds easily tonight, Padma declared. Don't worry, Harry likes fat girls too, so you should be okay, Daphne pointed out. Me, it'll probably just disappear or go right to the right places. She's right, let's just enjoy it, but I wouldn't recommend coming back too soon, Harry told Padma. As for himself, he began eating as well while Hermione finally gave in and began eating herself. All of this is going to go straight to my hips, she insisted. Oh, don't be such a spoil sport, we can have some fun once in a while, Daphne claimed. After they had all gotten full on candy, they sat down in the cotton candy bean bag chairs to play Luna's game. Once Luna had explained the rules, Padma started. Would you rather get stuck in the hospital wing for a month or have detention with Snape for a week? That's a tough one, Harry admitted. I've been in the hospital wing enough to appreciate wanting to leave, but Snape's detentions are killer too. I'd say Snape though, because at least then the detentions would be only in the evenings. Detentions with Snape definitely, Daphne answered. He's never given a Slytherin detention, but if he did, I'd imagine that it would be super easy, like babysitting the Gryffindors that he'd put in detention. I like the hospital wing, Luna said. Madame Pomfrey touching me always makes me ticklish. Daphne poked Luna in the arm, causing her to giggle. She actually is ticklish, Daphne confirmed as she continued to tickle. Luna continued to not be able to resist laughing. Even after Daphne stopped, Luna was still laughing. I'm not even touching you, Daphne insisted. I know, but it's just so much fun to laugh, Luna declared. Okay, weird, but probably true, Harry had to agree. Would you rather sleep all night in the Forbidden Forest or in the Ollery? He then asked. I'd say Ollery, but then I'd likely wake up with owl droppings all over me, Padma pointed out. Yeah, owl droppings apparently don't taste very good, Luna agreed, sighing. On it went as they continued to ask questions. Luna suggested they eat ice cream while they did so, but they were all already too full from eating candy. It was then suggested that they play Exploding Snap, which they did, along with a few other games that he had never played before, but evidently wizards did, including Duck, Dragon and Magical Chairs. He knew the Muggle equivalents to these games, but evidently in Duck, Dragon you had a spell put on you that would cause smoke to start blowing out of your nose if you were in Magical Chairs, which they used cotton candy pillows for chairs. Their chair would light up when you sat in it, causing the cotton candy to turn blue. Luna claimed it then tasted like blueberries, but he didn't really think so. All in all, it was turning into a very fun evening. No dating pressure, just a bunch of friends getting together and having fun. Harry was just thinking the date was about to end when Luna suggested, we should totally brush each other's hair. His heart skipped a beat, he loved that idea. Ooh, then I dibs Harry to brush mine, Padma immediately claimed. Even better, he thought. Padma just had the most gorgeous, beautiful, shiny black hair. I get him next, Luna quickly said after. Daphne then turned to Hermione and said, I suppose that leaves us with each other. Mine is kind of hard to brush, Hermione admitted worriedly. Actually, I think I might have a solution to that problem, Daphne told her. Both girls went into a corner of the room while Luna went off to go play with some of the chocolate animals before her turn, and Padma went into another corner while he followed. He could already sense that she probably wanted to have a private conversation with him, but he couldn't say for sure what. At any rate, Padma managed to get a brush out of her purse and she handed it to him. How do I do it exactly? He asked tentatively, having never done this before. She gave a few instructions and he started at the bottom as she suggested. As he started, he was once again struck by just how beautiful and how very long Padma's hair really was. It was very long and shiny, descending past her bum and ended around mid-thigh. You have really beautiful hair, he commented. Thanks, Harry, Padma replied. I really hoped you would like to do this. Well, I am Harry. After all, he pointed out. Isn't that joke getting a little old? She asked. Not if it's true, and I think your long hair makes you look very why, he admitted. On second thought, I'm rather glad you're named Harry then, Padma answered. I thought you would see things my way, he agreed as he started getting to work with brushing her hair and thoroughly enjoying himself. I love my hair and I'm glad you like it too, Padma admitted. I think Parvati wants to cut hers, but I could never bring myself to do that, I want to continue to grow mine much longer. My current goal is to get to knee length and then to my ankles. He tried to imagine Padma's hair getting that long, it seemed incredible. Yeah, he said with a sigh. Padma giggled a little and said, it seems you like that idea. I do, he had to admit, your hair is absolutely beautiful and the longer it gets the better. Glad you think so, Harry, Padma told him, it will however require more upkeep the longer it gets. Well, I'd be happy to help you anytime, he replied, thoroughly enjoying brushing Padma's hair. With all this talk of Padma's hair and as he was trying to get a snarl out towards the bottom, he was distracted enough that he accidentally touched her butt with the back of his hand. He'd better apologize or she was totally going to think he was a beep, he reasoned. Sorry, he apologized as he stopped brushing. I'm sure it was just an accident, Padma said, seeming to dismiss the whole incident. I might do it again though, he reminded her nervously. The fact that he actually wanted to, accidentally, touch it again weighed on his mind. This whole dating thing was harder when he was in close proximity to rather interesting body parts. She paused for a second then said, then you have my permission to do so. You mean? He tried to ask, hardly able to believe it. No, not like that, Harry, Padma explained, suddenly flustered herself. I meant if you did it on accident. Sorry to disappoint you, but I think simply grabbing my butt and feeling it up is a bit forward for a couple that isn't even really dating yet. He would have agreed with her, but his mind was now focused on the last word, yet. Did that mean that she planned on having them be a couple? Was he supposed to already know that for sure? While he chose to say nothing, Padma then said, if it's accidental though, it's okay, although I'm sure that you are now freaking out about having a chance to touch my butt. I'll bet you're the one freaking out about the fact that I'm brushing your hair and that I just touched your butt, he slyly answered. Oh, you're good. She agreed, fine, so what if I am? You know what Daphne would say, right? He pointed out teasingly, she would say that you secretly want me to touch your butt. Maybe, she responded, not denying it, all right, if you want to you can. For just a second and make sure the other girls don't notice. Pulling her long hair out of the way, he now had a chance to really look at her delicious-looking bum. He'd stared at her bum before of course, but never this close and with her permission to not only look at it, but he was going to get to touch this very nice bum, Padma's very nice bum. You going to just continue to stare at it or actually touch it? Padma asked him, seeming to be amused. After making sure Daphne, Hermione, and Luna were all distracted, he quickly put his hands on her bum, feeling and squeezing each delicious cheek. Now this moment was certainly something he was going to remember forever, he thought before finally pulling away. Well, she asked, how was it? Best moment of my life, he claimed. I would certainly hope so, Padma stated, sounding pleased with his answer. You know that was much longer than just a second, right? Your bum was just much too nice for just a second of attention, Harry argued. Padma sounded amused as she said, is that so? You like my bum that much? I like all of you that much, Harry admitted. He got back to brushing her hair, half admiring her hair and still half thinking about what Padma's butt had felt like. A few minutes later, Padma said, I was also hoping to talk to you about something, Harry. Go ahead, he urged. I had a talk with Daphne before this got started and she's decided to bow out and let me have you, Padma said. He was surprised, but also couldn't resist quipping, let you huh? Well, what if I've changed my mind already? What if I've already decided on another stunningly beautiful girl with very long beautiful black hair, gorgeous eyes and brown skin? You had so better not be referring to Parvati, Padma said warningly. Actually, Parvati hadn't even crossed his mind when he had said that. Parvati was nice, but she was no Padma, and she was the one he was interested in. Parvati hasn't keyed me though or let me touch her bum, he reminded her. She laughed and said, so that's all I needed to do to win you over, huh? Good thing Parvati never figured that out. I should have let you do both ages ago if that's the case. Deciding to be more serious, he told her, I also like your mind, how it's fun to talk to you, to be around you. Keep going, she urged, clearly enjoying the praise he was lavishing upon her. You're also funny and friendly, and I really feel like I can trust you with things, he finished. That'll do with the praise for now, she answered, you can tell me more at the ball. I haven't even asked you again yet, he pointed out. You've already asked me twice, she reminded him. Well, if you've gotten tired of me asking and won't let me ask again, I suppose I'll just have to settle for another girl, he reasoned. Then yes, please ask me, she insisted. Padma Patil, will you go to the Yule Ball with me? He asked. Yes, she immediately said as she went and gave him a hug. Just a hug? He questioned. We're supposed to key during the date, she pointed out. That hasn't stopped you before, he reminded her. Nevertheless, she gave him a big key, which he quickly returned. I love keying you, he admitted. So do I, she agreed, we should do it more often. Can we just skip the ball and key the whole time? He asked. So far he'd keyed plenty of girls by now, but he had yet to have a full-on makeout session, and he was eagerly looking forward to trying it. She seemed to ponder this for a second and then said, you yet again prove that you always have such great date ideas. I'm glad you agree, he replied. At that moment, Luna came over to them. Have you got done touching Padma's bum and key-dotting her so I can have my turn? She asked. Padma immediately blushed and said, you saw that. Why would I want to miss it? Luna queried as if she had been expecting it to happen. Did you really see that beforehand? Harry asked. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Luna asked. All right, if you must know, I keep doing it just for attention. It's also the same reason why I keep acting crazy. I'm merely a social misfit who doesn't know how to interact with other people and so cover it up by coming across as crazy and claiming ridiculous things, such as the ability to see the future. That would make sense, I suppose, but is that really the truth? Padma queried. Professor McGonagall says that's the case, and Professor McGonagall is always right, Luna answered. Neither of them got to answer because Daphne and Hermione then came over. So what do you think? Daphne asked. Harry looked at Hermione and was shocked to find that her nut-colored hair was no longer bushy but now nice and straight descending to her waist. Wow! Both he and Padma said at the same time. Hermione blushed as she twirled her hair as if she was in a Muggle hair commercial. Your hair looks gorgeous, Padma claimed. Thanks, Hermione replied gratefully. I taught her a spell that my sister uses for her hair, Daphne admitted. Astoria's hair is usually bushy. Padma asked. Her hair is actually a bushy nut color like Hermione's, but she straightens it and uses a hair dye potion, Daphne answered. I thought all greengrasses were straight-haired platinum B-owned. Padma asked. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. I keep telling her that she's adopted, Daphne replied. I'm adopted too, Luna claimed. Really? Harry asked. Yep, Daddy says that I'm too normal to be his daughter, Luna told them. I don't see how he could say that, Harry said. You obviously haven't met Luna's father, Padma pointed out. I met him once and it was certainly interesting. No offense to Luna, Harry thought, but if Luna was considered too normal for her father, he wasn't sure he wanted to ever meet him. However, to be fair, now that he thought about it, he wasn't sure he wanted to meet any of the girls' parents he hadn't already met. That reminds me, Harry asked Daphne, how is your mother doing by the way? She's doing great, Daphne answered. I've been sending her what we've been writing for the articles every day and it's been getting her a lot of attention. Newspaper sales have actually been higher this week than they ever have. I guess we aren't the only ones who want to know just who our favorite celebrity is dating. It's almost a shame it has to end. I rather enjoyed all of my dates and I loved spending time with each beautiful girl, Harry admitted. Padma elbowed him and said, ahem. However, I am looking forward to the ball and going with a very special girl, he said. I am pleased to announce that I've made a decision. I'll be taking Padma with me. Congratulations Padma on being Harry's first girlfriend. Luna congratulated her. Harry noted that Padma did not bother to correct her, something that he did not have any objections to either, as he was hopeful that they would continue dating even after the ball himself. Hermione however seemed concerned as she asked Daphne, what about you? I already talked to Padma about it beforehand and we both agreed that Harry has already made his decision and that we are both willing to accept it, Daphne answered resignedly. What about your date with him tomorrow though? Hermione questioned. We can just skip that I suppose, Daphne replied. There was a brief pause, then Padma finally said, not if you don't want to. You already were looking forward to it, so I think you should go. Are you sure? Daphne asked. I'd hate to take away from anything that you and Harry have now. Yes, I really think so, Padma said. Daphne still looked reluctant, despite the fact that he knew she wanted to go, so he decided to step in. Well, I suppose you just don't want to go on a date with a manly stud like me, Harry suggested. Hermione rolled her eyes at that, but Daphne, Padma, and then Luna laughed. However, Luna continued to laugh even after the two girls had stopped. Over her laughter, Daphne stated, "Yep, you're right. How could I possibly resist you? I'm putty in your hands." Luna however continued laughing until Padma asked, "Why are you still laughing, Luna? It wasn't that funny." She stopped but then said, "Oh, did someone tell a joke? I thought everyone was laughing just because laughing is fun. Besides, I already know Harry is a stud." "Oh, so do we, but it doesn't mean we can't poke fun at him," Daphne replied. "I see," Luna said, as she went and poked her finger at Harry's shoulder. "Here's some fun, Harry." "Yeah, that's not fun," Harry answered as he moved away from her and closer to Padma to avoid her poking him again. "Is the mean nasty girl hurting you, Harry?" Padma asked in a mock tone. "I think I need you to key it all better," he informed her. Padma in response leaned in and key at his shoulder. "It feels better now. Your keys apparently have healing properties," he insisted. "I'm guessing that means you're going to be trying to get injured a lot then, particularly on your lips," she suggested. "We can only hope," he agreed. Daphne grinned and said, "I'd be happy to go and beat you up, Harry, if that's the case." "Okay," he answered. At the moment such an idea sounded actually appealing if that would be his reward. Then Daphne hit him the arm. "Ouch!" he yelled, before turning angrily at her. "What was that for?" "You told me I should do it," she pointed out. "That was before I realized you could hit so hard," he answered, still nursing his arm. "I'll probably never be able to use this arm ever again." Being actually quite used to getting hit from growing up with Dudley, he was used to much worse, but it didn't mean that he couldn't pretend otherwise for his own benefit. "You'll be fine, you big baby," she claimed. "I didn't hit you that hard." In response, he let his arm dangle uselessly as he pretended to try and fail to lift it. "Nope, it will have to be amputated now, only thing I can do for it," he answered teasingly. Daphne grinned, realizing he was only playing with her, and said, "Then I suppose I'll just have to hang around you for the rest of your life so I can do everything that would require two hands to do." "Was that meant to be crude?" Hermione demanded of Daphne. "No," Daphne replied, now grinning wider. "I hadn't even thought of that." "Just where is your mind at, Hermione, for you to think that it could be crude?" Hermione majorly blushed at that. "I suppose I wouldn't mind performing such two-handed tasks if they were required," Daphne claimed. "Fortunately you won't need to," Padma stated as she leaned down and key at his shoulder. "There, it should be all better." He tested his arm, proving that he could suddenly and miraculously use it. "Wow, Padma, you saved it, it's a miracle," he suggested. "Always happy to help," she answered. With that out of the way, Daphne, Padma, and Hermione went to go discuss a few things, leaving him alone with Luna. "Ready to brush my amazingly say, why hair?" Luna asked. "Sure," he answered, taking the brush from her. Admittedly, Luna really did have beautiful hair. It was a nice light own color. He began brushing Luna's hair, which he had to admit he was quite enjoying nearly as much as brushing Padma's hair. However, he was suddenly confronted with the same problem that he had with Padma as Luna's hair went to the bottom of her bum. "Are you worried that you're going to touch my butt like you did with Padma?" Luna asked. How did she always know? "Nope, because I know you won't mind if I do," he pointed out. "Harry," Luna declared in shock, "you have a girlfriend now, you can't go touching other girls' bums." "Ah, but according to you, you are going to eventually be my girlfriend and then wife too, so technically your butt will eventually be mine anyway," Harry pointed out, quite pleased he had thought up such a response. She giggled in a way only Luna could and then said, "Okay, that works for me." Nevertheless, he did his best not to touch it as he brushed, as in reality he really did feel obligated to just Padma. However, he did so, just with the back of his finger, but still it made contact. Luna, however, appeared not to notice. He breathed a small sigh of relief. A few minutes went by in silence until Luna said, "You should take Daphne to Hogsmeade for your date tomorrow." "It's not a Hogsmeade weekend though," Harry reminded her. "Just ask the warden to let you out," Luna recommended. "You mean Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "I'd hardly classify him as a warden. We're all prisoners in here though, Harry. Luna pointed out, Dumbledore won't even let me wear clothes made out of walnuts or bring wolves into the castle. I'm pretty sure there is a good reason for not allowing both of those things, Harry declared. What he didn't say was that wearing clothes made out of nuts was, well, nuts. Is Dumbledore really such a bad guy? Harry reminded her, a bit out there and has an obsession with candy, but so do you. Luna sighed and said, I suppose you're right. Dumbledore isn't really that bad, I suppose. He'll even be a help later on. Well, at any rate, I don't see the need to be asking him for special permission to go to Hogsmeade. I don't need to go that badly. I suppose I could probably get some flowers or something for Padma, but I could probably just all order those, he told her. You've got to though, Harry, it's very important, Luna insisted. Why is it very important though? He asked. I can't tell you that, Luna claimed, however if you don't ask him, I'll tell Padma that you touched my butt like you did hers. I barely did and that was an accident though. He insisted. Fine, then I guess you won't mind me telling her then, Luna said, I'll also tell her that you said that my butt was yours. That was. Harry started to argue, before realizing he actually had said that. So what is it going to be? Luna asked, asking Dumbledore or death. I'm not going to get killed if I don't, he pointed out. Yes you will, Luna told her. He supposed Padma could kill him before he had a chance to explain himself. Yet as he thought about it, he realized that it wouldn't be too terrible to at least ask. If he said no, then he said no, if he said yes then he would get to go to Hogsmeade with Daphne, which he supposed wouldn't be too bad either. Alright fine, you win, he said. Ooh yay Harry, you won't regret it, Luna said, giving him a hug, just don't key, and tell. Luna however did not bother to explain what that meant and he had learned by now she wasn't likely to tell him. During breakfast the next morning, Harry waited until Dumbledore got up to leave after eating and then caught up to him in the hallway. Professor Dumbledore? He asked. Yes Harry. Dumbledore said, turning around to face him. I was wondering if I might ask you something. He asked. Ask away, but I can't guarantee if I can provide an answer. If it is however if my experiment this morning trying oatmeal and pumpkin juice together yielded an enjoyable result, I would have to answer in the negative, Dumbledore replied. Leave it to Dumbledore to try odd food combinations. Actually I was wondering if I could have permission to go to Hogsmeade today, Harry declared. He expected Dumbledore to give him a lecture on how he shouldn't be giving out special privileges, and at first it seemed like he was going to do just that. I can't just go giving out special permission for students to leave the school whenever they feel like it, Dumbledore answered before getting a twinkle in his eye, unless it was for a very good reason. If it was a life or death situation would that work? Harry asked. I'm afraid not, Dumbledore responded gravely, although he still had that twinkle in his eye. He could tell that Dumbledore knew that he hadn't been serious about that. Then I suppose I had better start giving my final goodbyes, Harry countered. What if it was to get my favorite headmaster a present? I am afraid such a present required in order to gain permission would always cost 1 galleon more than you ever possess, Dumbledore told him, although I dare say more than a few have tried and failed to bribe me. His actual reason now sounded more lame, but he decided to finally come out with it anyway. Actually I just wanted to go on a date with Daphne Greengrass there, Harry informed him, however now that I think about it, it probably was too trivial to ask. Don't be so sure, now that is another matter entirely, Dumbledore claimed, seeming to be thinking it over. I would hate to be the one to ruin possible true love. I'm sure that plenty of other people have asked you the same thing, Harry pointed out. You would actually be the first in all my years as headmaster, I suppose because they all figured I would say no, Dumbledore told him. If I were to say no, then I would be proving them right wouldn't I? I suppose so, Harry agreed, although surprised by Dumbledore's logic. It was logic only Dumbledore could have. Then I suppose that I must then say yes, Dumbledore declared. Hardly able to believe that he had said yes, Harry thanked him. It was my pleasure, Dumbledore told him, provided that you don't tell anyone besides your date where you went. Otherwise I dare say I shall be deluged with additional requests, considerably shortening the time I have to simply sit at my desk to think up evil schemes to make the students' lives miserable or wait for people to come bother me as the students no doubt assume I occupy most of my time with. We wouldn't want to give them the wrong impression. No sir, Harry agreed. Dumbledore scrawled on a piece of paper with a quill, both of which he produced seemingly from thin air with his wand and then handed it to him. That should dissuade anyone from Hogsmeade from questioning you why you were there, he told him. However, if they ask, it is to get some supplies for me. Won't they be suspicious if we don't have any such supplies? Harry asked. Dumbledore grinned and said, that's why you've so graciously volunteered to get some for me. Harry looked down at the piece of paper to find most of it was a shopping list. Great, he thought. Dumbledore was using him to run his errands for him. Be sure to get the big jars of lemo drops, Dumbledore told him, now smiling. He next had to find Daphne, which he found just finishing eating. I'm here to kidnap you, he declared, coming up from behind her. Ooh, Harry, you could give a girl the wrong impression, Daphne answered. Will it involve me being tied up? Fortunately not, since you'll need full use of your arms and legs where we're going, he informed her. I'm intrigued now, just where are you whisking me off to? She asked curiously. Since her housemates could potentially be listening into their conversation, as some of them probably were, he said, oh, just a nice trip to the restricted section of the library. I do like restricted things, Daphne agreed. Very well, let's go. He helped her up out of her seat and together they headed off. As soon as they were away from any prying ears, however, she asked, so where are we really going? I thought I already told you, he answered. You might have fooled anyone listening in, but not me, Daphne pointed out. Now spill. We're going to Hogsmeade, he told her. We're breaking out again, Daphne asked excitedly, not the least bit concerned about breaking such a rule. Actually, in this case, I got Dumbledore to agree to let us go, he informed her. She looked actually slightly disappointed at that, but still excited to go. Very well, then lead away, she replied. They headed out of the castle and down the pathway to Hogsmeade. Since it was December and it was currently snowing, nobody was around other than some tiny specks far away on another side of the castle who appeared to be in the process of building a snow fort. They continued on until they reached the gates, which appeared to be closed. So what do we do now? Daphne asked. I'm not really sure, Dumbledore didn't tell me, he replied. How about a password? Daphne suggested. Open sesame. The doors stayed shut, not that he was surprised. No, that isn't Dumbledore's style, Harry said. If it was some sort of password, it would be a type of candy. Both he and Daphne began saying names for different types of candy, before Harry looked down at the piece of paper that he had been given again for a clue. Blood pops, Harry muttered aloud. The doors immediately swung open. Should I be worried about Dumbledore's eating habits, or is Dumbledore actually a vampire? Daphne asked. Luna will be pleased to know that if the last one is true, Harry replied. They both headed through the space now vacated by the open doors before they closed right behind them. Once they got inside the town, he suggested they go for a butterbeer, which Daphne immediately agreed to. Inside the Three Broomsticks, which was much less crowded than he was used to, they ordered 2 butterbeers. Madame Rosmerta didn't even bat an eye when she saw they were there, to his surprise. When she plunked their drinks down, she said, I remember the time when your father used to come in here on the weekends. I used to slip him drinks under that invisibility cloak of his. Oh, we have permission to be here, Harry claimed. Right sure you do, Madame Rosmerta agreed, winking at him. Obviously she didn't believe him, but didn't seem to care anyway. While they sipped their drinks, he chatted with Daphne for a bit. She was admittedly a very fun girl to have around, and even if he wasn't going to be dating her, he could definitely see her as becoming a good friend. When they finished, Daphne mentioned wanting to go clothes shopping, so they headed to one of the clothing stores. Daphne went to go try out a few outfits while he decided to see if he could find some socks for Dumbledore and Dobby, who both seemed to have an obsession with them. He honestly would not be surprised if Dumbledore started paying Dobby in socks so he would have an excuse to then get more of his own in the process. While he was doing so, currently looking over a pair of socks with a picture of cats on it that evidently made meowing sounds when it got too smelly, he heard a thud just to his left. Turning to look at the sound, he spotted none other than Millicent Bulstrode standing over a box of socks that she had probably just dropped. When she realized he was staring at her, she immediately tried to turn away and shield her face with her hands, but it was already too late. Bulstrode, he asked, what are you doing here? She finally turned towards him, but still refused to look at him by only looking down at the ground. Nevertheless, she still towered over him. At 6 feet 5 she was huge for a girl, but her wide body made her even bigger, bigger than anyone at Hogwarts besides Hagrid and currently Madame Maxime. One of the many rumors about her was that she had giant or troll blood in her. He noticed that she was wearing an employee's uniform. "Wait a minute, do you actually work here?" he asked in surprise. She merely shuffled her feet. At that moment, Daphne came over with a few outfits in her hands. When she saw Millicent, she stopped, also saying aloud Millicent's name. "Hello Daphne," Millicent managed to reply. Daphne was no doubt also noticing Millicent. Wearing a uniform. "So is this where you've been going off to recently?" Daphne asked. "I got a holiday job here, but please don't tell anyone," Millicent begged, sounding worried. "Why would we do that if you don't want us to?" Daphne questioned. "I'm not supposed to be here. I've been sneaking out down a secret passageway, but if you turn me in I'll lose this job," Millicent replied. "How did you manage to even get this job?" Daphne asked. "They aren't allowed to be hiring Hogwarts students except over the summer break and only when they turn 17. They never guessed I was that young on account of my size," Millicent answered. At that moment, another man wearing a store uniform came by. "What are you doing standing around? Get back to work," he yelled angrily at her. "She was just answering some questions for us," Daphne told him. "I'm sorry but Millard here just doesn't have the mental capacity to answer questions," the man told her. "If you have any questions however I would be happy to answer them for you." "Actually I think she'd be a lot better at answering them than you," Daphne insisted, clearly mad at how he was referring to Millicent, such as if you had any underwear that was stain resistant to blood during periods. The man immediately reddened. "At any rate, I don't think you have any right to treat her like that anyway," Daphne pointed out. "I'm the manager, I can do whatever I want," the man claimed, "besides who else is going to hire her? She's already damaged plenty of merchandise by knocking it about as she walks through the store, and she doesn't have the brain capacity to do anything beyond the simplest of tasks. Maybe if you actually gave her a chance you would realize that she is actually very smart," Daphne argued before turning back to Millicent. "You know, you really don't have to put up with this," Daphne reminded her. Millicent was still staring at the floor but said, "I was really hoping to get some money to buy a dress for the ball. Not off of what you already owe me for breaking that crate of merchandise yesterday," the man told her. "Besides I'd likely have to custom make it for you and do you know how much time and material it would take me? At any rate, I don't see the point, since no one is going to want to go with a woman who looks like a man." "That's it," Harry yelled, "you have no right to treat her this way. I'll buy her a dress then if that is what she wants, but it won't be from you and she won't be working here anymore." "Let's get out of here," Daphne told Millicent. Millicent seemed surprised, but she pulled off her employee's shirt and tossed it right at him. The force of the projectile caused the man to lose his balance and he ended up falling backwards into a bin of men's underwear. "You know," he commented to Daphne, "I think you just got a topic for another news article." "I think I did," Daphne agreed. "How about the BPD truth of manager at clothing store?" While they couldn't implicate Millicent for obvious reasons, he was sure they could come up with a way around it. Daphne, followed by Millicent who was now clad in the shirt that she had been wearing underneath, headed out. He was quick to follow. When they got out, however, Millicent for the first time actually addressed him and asked tentatively, "Did you really mean it about getting me a dress?" "Of course," he told her. "I really couldn't do that," she said. "I would say that it was high time that you actually had something nice to wear," Daphne argued. "You're always wearing such frumpy and manly clothes. I just can't afford anything better or find anything in my size that isn't men's clothing," Millicent argued. "Then we'll just have to custom make it," Harry countered. "I'm going to take her to get a makeover as well," Daphne insisted. "You really don't have to be so nice to me, I could never repay you," Millicent reminded them. "I was already going to get a makeover anyway and I have a coupon for a 2-for-1, Daphne lied easily. "I've simply got more money than I know what to do with," Harry claimed, choosing to use the rumor of him being filthy rich to his advantage. "Yep, Harry probably even owns the other clothing store, if not half of Magical Britain, he's so filthy rich," Daphne answered. "I wouldn't go nearly that far," That's just ridiculous. The wizarding world would have stopped me from having such a huge monopoly long before that, and I would expect that people would treat me better if most of their parents worked for me, Harry pointed out. Still, it would be fun for you to go around everywhere as if you owned the place like Muggle-rich people do, Daphne said. You could wear a crown and purple robes and order people's heads to be chopped off. Yeah, your representation of a Muggle, rich person, is a bit out of date, Harry answered. What a shame, Daphne said, sounding disappointed. After some protesting, Daphne finally managed to convince Millicent to come with her, and they went inside the beauty parlor while he set out to get the things that Dumbledore had requested. It took longer than he would have liked. Dumbledore had a long list, and he muttered unhappily more than once about Dumbledore tricking him into running errands for him. When he got the last thing, 3 jars of Dumbledore's blessed lemo drops, he headed back to the beauty parlor, his arms now full of bags. Yet after failing to find them, he assumed that they had gone to the other clothing store at Hogsmeade to get Millicent her dress. When he arrived, he found Daphne standing outside the dressing room. The tailor just got done with her dress and now Millicent is trying it on, Daphne answered. That fast? Harry asked. We have magic, Harry, Daphne pointed out. He only had to wait a few seconds before Millicent emerged. When she did, his jaw immediately dropped. If he hadn't known that it was Millicent, he would have assumed that she was somebody else. He could never have believed a person could change so drastically. Her face alone was totally unrecognizable, with any unwanted facial hair now gone, her skin now beautifully smooth and white, her lips rosy red, eyebrows fixed, and wearing eyeliner that prominently displayed her gorgeous green eyes. Her hair, instead of being in a tight bun at the back of her head, had been let down to fall well below her shoulders, brushed out to acquire a sheen to its dark brown color. As for her figure, well, it would have caused any man to drool. No longer encumbered by shapeless and ugly men's clothing, her before unknown curves were now on display as she wore a Slytherin dark green dress. It was hard to miss as a guy her now most prominent feature. He had been under the assumption that Susan Bones was the bustiest girl in their year, but it was simply because he had never known what Millicent had under her robes. While a big girl, he couldn't deny that her East still looked huge inside the dress, only mostly containing them, the tops of them displaying a very generous amount of cleavage. The size of them simply astonished him, and beyond anything he would ever see at Hogwarts, putting to shame any girl that would consider herself. The dress then covered her wide belly before thrusting out again to cover her prominent hips. He was so stunned as he admired the change and admittedly her very attractive figure, which he couldn't manage to tear his eyes away from, that he was unable to say anything. Daphne, who also appeared to have lost the ability to speak for a moment, then said, "Wow, you look hot." Millicent blushed. "I swear I had no idea you were hiding that figure under your robes," Daphne claimed. "I always figured that you always changed in the bathroom because you were embarrassed, but if you were to get BPD in our dorm room, every single one of us, including me, would have reason to be embarrassed. You even put my curves to shame." Millicent blushed still deeper. "What do you think, Harry?" Millicent asked him nervously. "Wow," he managed to say. "Just wow, Harry. Couldn't think of anything more descriptive," Daphne teased, clearly aware of just how much of an effect Millicent's drastic makeover had had upon him. "The things I would like to say about how you look I'm sure I'm not allowed to say to another girl while I'm on a date," Harry claimed. "Good answer," Daphne agreed. "If you wear that dress back to Hogwarts, I'd bet you get date offers within minutes simply by walking down the halls." "I'm still too big for any guy," Millicent argued. "There are plenty of guys, I'm sure, who rather like girls who are much bigger than them," Daphne pointed out. Daphne, still raving about Millicent, went with him as he paid for the dress. He had to admit, even though it took a good chunk of change from him, that it felt good doing something nice for someone else, as he could tell already just how happy it had already made Millicent, who had thanked him profusely. Millicent then insisted on not being a third wheel while they were still on their date and headed back to Hogwarts via the secret passageway underneath Honeydukes, taking Dumbledore's things with her so he wouldn't have to carry them. That left him and Daphne the rest of the day to finish their date. Mostly they just browsed around various stores, but neither of them were in any hurry to end it. When night finally came and shops began to close, they finally headed back. Just outside the gates, Daphne stopped and said, "I had a great time, Harry." "So did I," he agreed. That was such an awesome thing you did back there, buying a dress for Millicent, Daphne answered. The same to you for getting her a makeover, he countered. You know, I really feel like I've been making a difference since I started associating with you, Daphne claimed, what with what we did for Hannah and now Millicent, and then what the articles me, Padma, and Luna have been writing. I agree, Harry answered. Can I just say that I really wish right now that this didn't have to end? She said. Well, I suppose I could think of something to make the date longer if you'd like, he offered. That's not what I meant, Daphne told him. I could say it's just all the good we've been doing, but honestly I mean us. I like you even more now than before and I wish that you were my boyfriend so we could spend many days like the one we just had. He didn't really know what to say to that, so he just let her keep talking. I want to be able to talk to you, to laugh and joke around, to hold hands, and... At that moment she unexpectedly leaned in and keyed at him. He was shocked but he also couldn't bring himself to draw away as she continued to key, him and him responding in kind. It just felt so good and so right. Her lips were just so succulent and yet firm, her tasting of apricots, and he yearned for more. It quickly went beyond just a key, to something more. In the back of his mind he knew that this was wrong. He had already chosen Padma and he was quite happy with that choice. Back when he had been dating all those other girls before choosing Padma and Key, Edhem, it had been different, but this was different. Besides, what made this Key so hard to break from? Was Daphne as good of a Key, or as Padma? He had to admit that she was, and he also knew that as soon as he broke from it, he would never have it again. Finally, however, he did so. I'm sorry, I just can't do this, he claimed. I know, she agreed, seeming to understand, looking guilty. Then why did we do it? He asked. I couldn't help myself and neither could you, she answered. I know you liked it just as much as me, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. I'm still going to want it again, he admitted. How about we key again? Just once to get it out of our system and then never do it again. She suggested. While reluctant, he agreed. Yet as their lips met and they began to key again, he realized. This is going to be harder than I thought. Luna was currently in her own special little corner of the room of requirement, looking over her various instruments she had collected, or her experiments, as she preferred to call them. This was an area she had spent a great deal of time in since her first year at Hogwarts when she had discovered this place. She quickly fell in love with it as she felt it was her own special hideout, free from bullies and other nasty people. More importantly, it was a place that she could work on her experiments in privacy without having to worry about if they were discovered. Even if someone did get inside with her experiments still there, they couldn't exactly see them. That was what her Spectre specs or her special glasses were for, allowing her to see them as long as she had them on, a nifty little trick she employed with many items she didn't want stolen from bullies, which was becoming a common occurrence, and the only upside being that she had an excuse not to wear her rather ugly and uncomfortable Hogwarts robes when they all got stolen. Poor Professor Flitwick had actually fallen off the stack of books he usually stood on when she came into class clad only in a bikini. Her cloaking spell and the glasses that went with them were her own invention and was something that she was rather proud of. While some people thought she was stupid because she acted weird, she wasn't in Ravenclaw for nothing and was actually very smart. Or at least she liked to think so anyway. A few other inventions lay mostly abandoned nearby, such as a crumple-horned snarkack catcher and a rackspurt collector, both of which she intended to use once she had the time to search for them, but was simply more focused on her most important and special project. That would be her grand plan for Harry and getting him a harem. Most girls would have found it odd that she wanted to be part of a harem, but it wasn't something that even she had automatically wanted. Back when she was a little girl, like most girls, she wanted actual friends, yet her parents' various attempts at having playdates with her and other girls her own age had all ended in the other girl deciding that she was just too weird and that they didn't want to play with her anymore. While she still had her parents, she had to admit it got rather lonely as a child, especially after her mother died and her father made himself far more busy with work in order to cope. The only exception to her lack of children her own age to play with was Ginny Weasley, but she seemed to regard her as mentally retarded, like she was too stupid to be able to do anything right. She had long since gotten tired of the little baby voice Ginny usually used when talking to her. It was actually a common thing to have happened to her, where people assumed that since she was odd or possibly crazy that meant that she wasn't all that bright, which led to many treating her like she was mentally challenged. While Ginny seemed to feel that she was performing some sort of charity work in being willing to play with her, she found it highly insulting. Furthermore, Ginny seemed to think she wasn't capable of making good decisions and so always was the one who decided what games they would play. Invariably, the games she always seemed to want to play involved pretending to be married to Harry Potter. There was nothing really wrong with such games. Like many wizard children, Luna had been told more than once about the Harry Potter story and had even imagined herself meeting him someday and finding out if he was really like what he was in the stories. After a few times of playing these games, however, Luna decided that she wanted to be the one to be married to Harry for once, but Ginny would never let her, causing her to think that Ginny was rather selfish. If she had been in charge of how the game went, she would be willing to share Harry and have them both be his wife, yet Ginny rejected this idea when she had presented it, pointing out that a boy could only be married to one girl. When this had led to an argument, leading to Ginny's mother suggesting she go home in order to avoid a fight, she had finally relented and allowed Ginny to continue playing that way. While there were problems with Ginny, it was still better than not having anyone to play with at all. It was then that she decided that one of the best things in the world would be to have lots of friends to play with, where she could decide how they played Harry marriage and allow all of them to be married to Harry so that no one was left out and it was fair. Even though she realized now that that was the thoughts of a little girl, that thinking had shaped her quite a bit. When she was 9, she started having visions of the future, and after confiding them to her mother and after the visions she had started occurring, her mother had realized that she was psychic. Such individuals, she was told by her mother, were rather rare, and her powers being as strong as they were had caused her mother to caution her not to tell anyone else, as some people might try to take advantage of her. She had promised not to tell anyone else like a good girl, but it had unfortunately been one of the last conversations that she had had with her mother when she died in her accident. It was a horrible event, but impacted her greatly. She had the vision of her mother dying just before her actual death, yet when she went to go warn her, she ended up arriving just fast enough to see it all happen again in real life. It was then that she promised herself that she would improve her abilities so that she could save other people and no one else had to lose a mommy or a daddy like she had. Over the years she had kept her promise to her mother, regarding it as very important, all the while secretly working on improving her powers. Unfortunately, she also had, like many seers, a lack of control over blurting out what she saw in her visions or the future, but at least managed to stay mostly conscious of her surroundings when doing so. She had managed to mask that by also blurting out random, totally insane things as well, so that people would simply pass her off as crazy. While this had the effect of losing any remaining chance she had at making any real friends, her visions had proved this wouldn't actually have happened anyway anytime soon. Starting school at Hogwarts only led to additional failures to make friends, although there were some girls she liked more than others who were generally at least kind to her. These included Daphne Greengrass and Padma Patil, but since they were in different years and in Daphne's case a different house, it would be rather difficult for them to become actual friends, especially since she wasn't actually sure how to make friends in the first place, having never successfully made one. Her previous attempts with other girls, such as offering to let them see her toenail collection, had only led them to being grossed out. Harry, however, she had concluded was rather nice after spying on him on occasion and having many of her visions include him, which allowed her to see how he was doing or would do. Admittedly, she had far more visions about him than anyone else, leading her to conclude that he was somehow very important, or would at least be very important to her later on. He didn't realize it, but he seemed very much like the hero she had been told about in the stories her mother had told her, although they were admittedly greatly different from the stories Ginny told about him. Some of these seemed to a real shame, as Harry apparently did not have a pet talking dragon or a flying unicorn as pets, or owned his own castle twice the size of Hogwarts made totally out of chocolate, or had a solid gold toilet that spewed out rainbows every time you flushed. After having had so many visions about him, far more than about any other person she had ever known, and finding out so much about him, she had decided that he would make a great friend, boyfriend, or even husband, causing her to develop an even stronger crush than back when she was a child. The problem was, however, that she was too afraid she might scare him away with her weirdness or start blurting out the future if she ever got near him. What had finally caused her to act was a vision she had had of the very distant future, later than she had ever had before, and in this vision Harry was married to Ginny and already had 3 kids. In it he had been wishing all 3 of his children off to another year of Hogwarts at the train station. Even though she wasn't particularly pleased to learn that Ginny would be the one who ended up achieving her lifelong ambition of marrying Harry due to how she had always treated her, she wasn't spiteful enough to want to change it, as at least Harry appeared to be happy in the future and she supposed Ginny deserved to be happy too. Yet it was what she had seen a few weeks later as a continuation of that vision that had caused her to want to try and change it, where she saw Harry while in the middle of a raid of some bad wizard's house, had ended up dying in a cheese cauldron explosion. Such an event so concerned her that she had ended up blurting this out on many occasions, even during class, but fortunately the cause of his death seemed so totally ludicrous that nobody actually believed her. She was so distraught that she immediately decided that she had to try and prevent it, but that was easier said than done, as actually changing the future was a bit difficult and always had consequences. During her time of concern in how to prevent this incident, she had had another vision, this one she recognized as merely a possible future where she and many other girls were all married to Harry. They had all seemed so happy, and while it might have seemed rather odd to other girls, to herself she decided that would be a great future. She would be married to Harry, her secret crush, and the other girls appeared to be very good friends of hers. For a girl who had never actually had friends, this seemed like heaven to her to have so many other girls who seemed to genuinely like and accept her as a real friend. Furthermore, she was reminded of the games she used to play with Ginny, and that sharing him just wouldn't be so bad, especially with other girls who could be her real friends. It seemed like a great deal of fun for her and the ultimate solution to her loneliness. She had decided to make that vision a reality if she could. However, she soon learned that it would require a great deal of effort, beyond anything she had ever tried before. Having long ago given up on actually trying to change the future ever since her mother's accident. Yet she felt she was up to the challenge, and over the past year she managed to create a device that would hopefully help her. She called it the wicked cool, super awesome, whirly, swirly thingy, or as it would later be known as, the timeline. It essentially was composed of a pensieve that she stored her visions in a long gold cord that attached to another device of her own creation. What it did was help funnel her visions so that she knew how to achieve that goal, although there were drawbacks. First of all, she could only manage to get a clear enough picture to be able to know what would and needed to happen only a few steps ahead, and the machine was rather temperamental, nor did it like being hit when it wasn't being nice enough to work properly. Speaking of which, Luna paused as she scolded the machine as it had decided to go to sleep. The problem with using magical devices is that all too often they developed a mind of their own, much like the Weasleys' old car that had gone wild and which she had befriended in her constant forays into the forest. "We can't go sleep now," she told it, "we've still got work to do." The machine seemed to grudgingly turn back on as she patted it. "Good work," Luna congratulated it, "now here's another memory of a vision for you." Luna put her wand tip against the side of her head and withdrew a silvery strand of memory, causing her to giggle. It felt ticklish when memories came out. She placed the memory into the pensieve portion and then waited. It would likely take a while for it to finish inputting the memory. It was designed with one main objective: how to make her harem vision become a reality, and would do so by providing her information on what needed to get done next by her at the other end with a list of options on how to accomplish it. What she then decided to do was then up to her based upon her options, and she chose the ones she liked the best. She could, for example, have just gotten Harry to ask permission from Dumbledore earlier to go to Hogsmeade when they went to the Daily Prophet, but it was much more fun to simply sneak out. The machine wasn't perfect, but it at least did enough. Most things that would lead to her vision becoming a reality seemed to happen without her direct influence, but there was a great deal that she needed to do herself in order to keep it going. It admittedly took some effort to be able to do everything without being discovered, to be influencing them to the extent that she was, as she knew that no one else would understand just yet. Even Daphne, who she knew would one day be her best friend, was only ready for so much. Point zero, or the moment when everything needed to start changing, happened over a week ago now, back a day before Harry had gotten all of those dates. The crucial thing that changed everything was actually homework, quite possibly the first and only time that homework had ever really mattered, despite what Hermione might think. You couldn't learn what was truly important in books, although they could be entertaining, particularly pop-up books. However, homework was indeed important in that case, as when she had gotten the twins to play a prank on Snape, it had put him in a particularly foul mood during the lesson that Harry was in with him later, leading to giving him and the rest of the class extra homework. As a result, Harry had not had time to reflect upon the fact that he did not have a date yet, and so had not taken the opportunity to ask Parvati Patil to the Yule Ball as he was originally going to, and had to focus on homework instead. Due to that, despite still working on his potions homework and going to the library to try and get additional information for it, he had his conversation with Hermione, causing her to try and get a date for him with Hannah Abbott. The twins would never have been in the library either, having no reason to, as they never actually studied or made any real effort on their homework, yet they had been hiding from Filch after deciding to skip out on the detention that Snape had given them the day before for the prank they had pulled on him. They then would never have passed the word on about Harry not having a date to Lee Jordan had that not happened, and Harry would never have gotten dates with either Angelina or Susan. With Harry getting himself a date with Padma and not Parvati, the latter of which was not desperate enough to go with Ron, that had left Ron dateless, and instead of having a conversation with Harry that had psyched him up into actually asking Fleur himself due to Harry being busy with homework, Ron had instead earned Hermione's ire at deciding to procrastinate yet again and put off his homework until the last minute. While this had happened many times before, it was enough to push Hermione over the edge and decide just which male friend she truly fancied more, putting her permanently on Team Harry. Harry's ensuing fight with Ron after unwittingly getting a date with Fleur Delacour after Ron got him to ask her to the Yule Ball for him had only strengthened Hermione's stance when it came to both Harry and Ron. It was truly amazing how just one instance of a prank being pulled on a teacher and being given extra homework could have upon the future, yet that was only step one. Luna paused from her thinking to pull a memory out from the pensieve, the one where Snape got pranked. She then decided to relive that one and laughed heartily at watching Snape constantly sneeze during the twins' potions lesson, causing him to snort like an elephant every time he did so. After satiating her desire for a little enjoyment, however, she turned her thoughts back to her plan. Her next part, where she had taken direct action after that, had been ensuring that she injured herself so that she would find herself in the hospital wing at the same time as Harry, leading him to finally get to know her and lead to her having a date with him as well. This was actually her scariest moment, as she wasn't sure how she would actually do or how Harry would react to her, but it had gone rather well, mainly because she had seen that moment happen so many times before. While this meeting was important first because it put her foot in the door, so to speak, when it came to developing a relationship between her and him, it also put her in a future position for her to be able to influence the way things needed to go later on. In addition, her conversation had slowed him down just enough for the girls that Harry had dates with to be calmed down by discussing things with Hermione first, and also gave Hermione enough time to learn how each girl felt and to develop the idea that he should go with each of them to decide which he liked best. Otherwise, Harry would have just ended up going with Padma, leading to him never getting to know the other girls better as he needed to in order for him to ultimately develop a relationship and subsequent marriage to them. This decision to go on multiple dates had then caused Harry to conclude that he needed a way to work out how he was going to do each date, leading him to go to the house kitchens for some food for the dinners. Where of course he met Dobby, who was also extremely important to the future, and in this one, he wouldn't die saving Harry. Dobby deserved a lot better than that, and who else would make her such tasty treats that she was still looking forward to having. While Dobby also helped provide Harry with more time to work on the dates while Dobby prepared the food, he had already played a vital role in moving the conversations in several of Harry's dates, most notably the one with Hannah when Dobby had mistaken Harry for a male prostitute for hire, putting Harry in a situation of vulnerability that had put Hannah in a good mood and let her relax around Harry, leading her self-esteem to drastically improve and change so much as a person. Such changes, as well as what she said in the newspaper article the next day, had caused a dramatic outpouring of support from the school at large and improved his value among the female population at Hogwarts, especially the many girls he still had left to woo. Yet that was getting ahead of herself, since there was still plenty she had to do before then. Rita Skeeter finding out about his dates would have happened anyway, as well as her attempts to overhear the whole date, but she never would have learned just when or where those dates would be taking place had she not sent her an anonymous letter telling her. This wasn't something she hadn't been happy about doing, as it would cause Harry and the girls involved some additional grief, but it was entirely necessary for her plan to work. Besides, it would only ultimately lead to Rita being fired and then later thrown in prison. It also helped Harry actually get to know Daphne, and Daphne is her future best friend and now confidant. She needed Daphne in the picture, particularly now as she presented now a difficult choice and situation for Harry that was necessary for the overall plan. The next thing she had a direct involvement in was ensuring that she and Padma accompanied Harry and Daphne to the Daily Prophet so that the decision could be made not just to stop Rita but to start producing their own articles about his dates. Which of course led to her, with her experience writing articles for her father's newspaper, to even get a chance writing the articles, and acting incompetent enough in order to receive offers of help from both Daphne and Padma led to them working together and begin to form those friendships she had been craving for so long, and again put her in a position to be able to continue to influence things. One additional thing she did was steal Hermione's ancient rune homework out of her book bag when she wasn't looking, causing Hermione to make Harry skip breakfast so that they could find it. Since it was still another week before it was due and she made sure that it was returned later, she didn't feel too guilty doing this, particularly since it caused Harry not to find out about what was in the newspaper article until later, allowing him to find out gradually and get a decent explanation from Padma, which admittedly was in a broom closet and came with more than one key, from more than one girl, putting him in a better mood and encouraging him to agree with her. So instead of getting upset and demanding they change what they wrote about in future articles, he decided it was a good idea, further allowing his appeal in the witch population to improve. Of course, throughout all of this she had been doing smaller things, including making use of her inability to stop blurting out the future by helping Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Padma get slowly used to the idea of being in a harem without being alarmed by it, by believing it could actually happen. Next came her manipulation of Padma. Harry at that point had gotten fond enough of Padma to ask her to the Yule Ball, but she had to make sure that didn't happen just yet. While if she allowed that to happen, Harry and Padma would ultimately end up together, it would only lead to their eventual deaths by falling into and drowning in a vat of chocolate. Even though that would admittedly be her preferred way to go, it was far too early for her tastes, pun intended. She wanted all the girls that she saw with Harry, and particularly Daphne, who would have ended up resenting and feuding a bit with Padma, effectively ending her chances to be with Harry in the process. It then forced her to try and convince Padma to decline Harry's offer to the Yule Ball so that Daphne would get a fair chance and allow Harry to realize he had feelings for Daphne as well. While there were several ways she could have done this, simply the most fun had been the use of a balloon sword. The hilarity of it had caused Padma to tell Daphne about the experience and not consider it a legitimate concern. Had she made a strong and rational effort to convince Padma, Padma would never have told Daphne, as she would have actually become somewhat concerned that Daphne just might manage to steal Harry away. The ensuing conversation with her and Daphne had led Padma to feel bad enough to decide to reject Harry's offer so that Daphne could at least get a fair chance with Harry, which would lead to the predicament they were currently in now after Daphne had keyed at him. However, that was still getting ahead of herself, as after that rejection, Luna knew that Ron would be returning that day to school after his suspension and that Ron would try to hurt Harry, or more in particular his manhood, essentially ending his ability to have children and nixing any life. A life without didn't particularly appeal to her. Having had many visions that were always thoroughly enjoyable to watch, she had become a big believer in it, and she wanted to eventually have Harry's babies. That had led to ensuring that Harry received an oatmeal raisin cookie. Since Harry didn't like that type of cookie, she knew he wouldn't actually eat it, but instead leave it on his plate when he went to go talk to Padma, during which time Ron would return and steal Harry's seat and unknowingly eat the dosed cookie. She had allowed the potion she had put inside the cookie to be just strong enough for Ron to faint while performing his spell but not finish it, allowing McGonagall, who was listening in, to have cause to once again punish Ron, but Harry would remain safe. Ron then would once again be out of the picture, and this was crucial. Having him out of the picture, as having him back as Harry's friend, would totally ruin her plan and a lot of other lives as well. Over the course of her seeing visions, there were certain individuals whose bad actions far outweighed any good they might do and mostly made anything or anyone they were around worse. They were called a bad omen by some, but she preferred the term Knickerbreaker as that was more fun to say. Ron was a Knickerbreaker. However, Ron provided the ensuing conversation with McGonagall, who championed the importance of friendship. This was yet another crucial point, as in order for Harry to have an actual harem, he needed to develop strong friendships with all the girls first and they with each other. That was the only real way for that to be accomplished. Harry simply wasn't going to, nor most of the girls willing to, share him as a boyfriend at that point, and wouldn't for a while yet. Having them simply be a group of friends would make such a transition easier. Ron's fight with Harry also caused Daphne to go over and see what was the matter, and provide an excuse for herself. This had then allowed her to bring up her date with Harry and make it more just a group of friends, further developing their friendship and include Hermione in it. While the girl was simply too nervous to confess her crush on Harry, and Harry too closely putting Hermione in the friend zone for him to notice, this quasi-date had provided just enough of an opportunity to find that Hermione was actually rather attractive, particularly after Daphne and Padma's help with her clothes and hair, and also improved Hermione's self-esteem and would help her finally tell him that she actually liked him. Before that, however, was one of her favorite parts of the plan, when she had told Daphne about some of her plan and about being able to see the future. Daphne was the first person who she had come right out with it and confessed she was psychic. While she needed Daphne for the plan to succeed, she also really wanted to have a confidant, and she just knew that she and Daphne would become best friends, even sooner due to sharing her secret with her. Even though Daphne couldn't know everything, there was a great deal she could still tell her, and she had been practically bursting to do so. Secret plans tended to be more fun when they were shared secretly with other people. In addition, this caused Daphne to tell Padma that she should just accept Harry's offer to go to the Yule Ball and not to worry about her. This had essentially caused Padma to become grateful and not worry so much about Harry being stolen away from her, leading to Padma going right back and encouraging Daphne to go on her date with Harry anyway. This permission had also put Harry at ease while going on his date with Daphne, as before without Padma's actual encouragement to even go on the date he never would have relaxed enough around Daphne, causing Daphne to eventually key him. Furthermore, Padma actually encouraging such a situation to happen would cause her to take partial blame for what happened on it, causing her to not be as angry or concerned with Harry as she would have been otherwise had it happened. Of course, it wouldn't have happened had they not had the right setting in going to Hogsmeade for their date, with Harry never willing to actually go and ask Dumbledore for permission had she not been able to blackmail him. While some people questioned the rationality of her appearance, many things about her appearance, including her spectre specs, were carefully done in order for the plan to succeed. The same applied to her hair, as after letting it grow out, using magic to speed the process along, she had allowed it to grow long enough to cover most of her butt, and cause his hand to accidentally touch it. That, combined with the conversation she had had with Harry unknowingly saying some regrettable things, led him right into her trap of telling him that she would tell Padma if he didn't ask Dumbledore. Harry's conversation with Dumbledore was also important, as Dumbledore would also play a key role in her plans, beginning with the permission he had given Harry, and at least one of the things that Dumbledore had had Harry pick up for him would be valuable later on. The only other thing she had done to manipulate Harry's date with Daphne had been what she had done with Millicent. Knowing that Millicent was actually a secret goddess and would be a good friend to her and a part of Harry's harem, she arranged for Millicent to, accidentally, discover the hidden entrance of the passageway that led to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Her natural curiosity to go and explore the tunnel and then Hogsmeade had led her to the clothing store in hopes of at least wistfully looking at dresses just for fun and imagine actually owning one, despite having no money for any. It would have then been a dead end had she not arranged for one of the salespeople there to trip and spill coffee all over the mean manager, leading to her getting fired, which would then cause her to decide to live out her eventually successful dream of making Christmas decorations. It then made a position open for Millicent, who got the job so easily because of the Christmas rush and the thinking that her huge size would deter any would-be shoplifters by the ridiculous manager, who would be getting fired after the news article Daphne would be writing about him was published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Millicent, however, had the job still at just the right time to be found working there by Harry and Daphne, who had no doubt by now already got her a makeover and a new dress. Harry would suddenly realize just how beautiful Millicent actually was and leave Millicent forever in Harry's debt, allowing the crush she already had on him to only increase. There would be further reaching consequences because of that, but for right now, the most important thing was dealing with the key that Harry and Daphne had and what she needed to do about it. While she couldn't allow Harry to tell Padma about the key, as that would ruin a great deal, she could do something else, and it was a doozy. At that moment the machine finally got done working as it popped out a list of things soon to come. As she looked over the updated list, she realized that what she was going to be doing next was actually a double doozy. Ha ha, doozy, such a funny word, Luna thought. Harry currently stood walking around just outside the castle, tramping through snow and hoping that the cold might somehow help to snap some sense into him. So far however, it had only caused him to feel more like a snowman, minus the carrot nose and cool top hat. Yet as he tried to decide what to do, he came to a few conclusions. He had to tell Padma what had happened and soon, and he couldn't see Daphne anymore as she may be too much of a temptation for him. Since he had had very little contact with Daphne before all this dating thing started, he hoped that that wouldn't be too difficult. However, he knew he would see her in at least some of his classes and she would still be on his mind, and quite honestly, he liked her, not just because she was a really good key, but someone that he considered really fun to be around and spend time with. The same held true for Padma or really any of the girls that he had gone on dates with, yet he couldn't just date all of them, and those who got left out he'd be required to not spend as much time with. Was that really fair? This past week had been a real eye-opener for him as he realized that he actually enjoyed spending time with other people besides Ron and Hermione, and more in particular girls. The boys that he did know, particularly in his dorm room, he managed to get along with, but he couldn't really consider them to be potential good friend material. They just had different interests than he did, that's all. For some reason he just felt like he got along better with girls. Maybe it was the lack of belching and farting contests he was usually subjected to, or the fact that he felt he could have a real conversation with girls and even engage in rather witty and funny wordplay with some of them beyond what the boys considered funny, feces and once again farting. Hermione of course had always accused them of being immature, and now he could see that she was definitely right. After deciding that freezing his toes off wasn't doing himself any good, he decided to head to the Ollery and check on Hedwig, as being around her always somehow managed to help calm him down. The fact that the Ollery was also heated was an added bonus. When he got inside however, he found that he wasn't the only one in there. "Oh hello Harry," Fleur greeted him when she saw him. "Hello Fleur, what brings you out here in the cold at night?" he asked her. "I'm here for the owl treats," she claimed jokingly, "mouse-flavored is my favorite." "Well, I've always said the French have some odd tastes," he replied. She laughed and said, "No, actually I'm checking on my owl." "Which is yours?" he asked. She pointed to a totally white owl that was the same type as Hedwig. "Well, that's my owl Hedwig," he announced as he pointed at his own owl. In response, Hedwig swooped down at the mention of her name and came to rest on the floor next to him. "So your owl is the little heartbreaker," Fleur said. "My owl Jacques is usually the one that gets all of the interest from other owls, and he usually has to beat them back with a talon, but your owl has been beating back every advance he makes on her. Personally I think she's just playing hard to get." "Hedwig will do that," he agreed, "lucky bird." Hedwig chirped in agreement on the floor. "So what about you? How did things go with Padma?" Fleur asked. Since his last conversation with Fleur had been on his date with her, this was a rather valid question. He sighed and said, "It went well." "You don't look like it went well," Fleur observed. "Let's just say that Jacques isn't the only one having trouble beating the ladies back," Harry informed her. "This sounds like I'm about to hear an interesting story," Fleur commented, now seeming super interested. "Interesting would be the right word," he agreed. While he was admittedly a little hesitant to confess such a problem to someone else, Fleur had helped him a lot before with choosing which girl, and he was hopeful that she might do so again. It was worth a shot. So he told her, beginning with his asking Padma to the Yule Ball, through the date he had just had with Daphne, and then to now. "We had finished," he asked. "I think it would be helpful if you could give me some advice." "Well, since I suppose I helped get you into this mess, perhaps I shouldn't," Fleur answered. "I would say that you gave great advice the first time, which is why I am hopeful you can do so again," Harry observed. "Yes, I am the all-seeing Fleur Delacour, Triwizard Champion, Vila, and an expert on relationships," she said. "Admittedly you probably have more dating experience than I do by now." "Come on Fleur," He urged teasingly, if you can't help me, my next choice will have to be Hedwig for advice. Hedwig gave a chirp of indignance as if to say that of course she gave good advice. It often amazed him just how smart wizard owls were, although he doubted even Hedwig could help him out with his love life. What I can't help thinking is that you actually remind me a lot of myself, Fleur commented. In what way? Is it because I look too much like a beautiful woman or I act too French? He asked. Yep, you look so much like a girl, it's uncanny, I keep looking at your to see if you have a pair of beeps on it, she replied, now staring obviously at his. Don't worry, I'll still claim to be a guy so that you can stare at it. Guys usually don't complain when they have their s stared at, Harry pointed out. Then I should probably point out that I am in fact a girl and I do have a right to complain, she reminded him. Sorry, he apologized. Don't worry about it, Harry, I was only joking, you're actually a lot better about it than most guys, especially considering you aren't gay, she said. So how do I remind you of yourself? He asked, getting back to their more serious conversation. While joking around helped him feel more at ease, he also knew he needed to be serious for a while, which didn't mean he should start acting like his godfather. There he went again with another joke. I was going to say that like me you seem to get a lot of attention from the opposite gender. It's not something you can really blame them for, but it still happens and because of that any relationships or possible friendships get messed up. So I think I'll tell you what I would really like personally, Fleur told him. When I was younger and just going through puberty I suddenly started getting a lot of attention from boys. At first I was flattered as I rather liked some of them, but I soon got annoyed with it. I couldn't seem to have a conversation with them because they would just get tongue-tied and not know what to say to me and instead just stare at me the whole time. It was my mother who actually gave me good advice, and while it applies to Vila, I think it can also apply to you. She told me that the best thing I could do was find someone that I could be just friends with first, and if I did go on dates with them, not be exclusive with them. This would allow me to really get to know them and know if they truly liked me for me, or just because of how attractive I was. She said I shouldn't start a serious relationship until I knew this. Okay, well I'm pretty sure that Padma and Daphne at least like me for me already, he commented. I'm not finished yet, Harry, she reminded him, the thing is you're still young and only a teenager. Most teenagers are at least tempted to be in serious relationships but feel like they need to be more like adults and be exclusive with someone. The reality is, however, any relationships you might have at your age probably aren't going to last and you probably aren't going to end up marrying that person. You might feel like you have to choose right now who you want to be with, but that just isn't the case and you still have plenty of time to get to know other girls and decide who you ultimately choose to marry. I think going on all of those dates might have been quite beneficial to you in realizing that there are plenty of fish in the sea and help you realize what you like and don't like in a girl. I helped you choose just Padma earlier because I wanted you to have at least one strong relationship, but I think I may have given you the wrong advice. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't feel obligated to be with just one girl from now on. How do you think Padma might take that, or some of the other girls, if I said I didn't want a serious relationship yet? He asked. Well, with Padma you never actually decided to be exclusive, did you? You just planned to go to the Yule Ball together, right? She pointed out. Yes, although I suppose that might have been implied, he answered. I can't tell you what to do, whether to be exclusive with Padma, just date around, or just try to be friends with everyone, but I think it's important to realize that a girl you want to ultimately be with should be able to at least understand. They don't have to be happy about it, but at least be able to understand. He nodded. It all seemed like good advice. You know, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I have to thank you for helping me so much. You're a really good friend, he admitted. Wow, Harry, being friends, that's a really big step. I don't know if I can handle that kind of pressure, are you sure? She teased. You're right, how about we start off as enemies and work our way up from there? He teased right back. Well, we are competing against each other from different schools, locked in a bitter rivalry in a potentially deadly competition. It may be wise to stay clear of me unless you want to wind up in a ditch somewhere, she countered. You're right, I should go put you on my growing list of enemies right now, right after Voldemort, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, doctors who say, this won't hurt a bit, cat people who feed and dress their pets better than I get fed and dress, blast-ended scroots, three-headed dogs, Brussels sprouts, liver, and whoever invented the song It's a Small World After All. Wow Harry, it looks like your list of enemies is already full, are you sure you can fit me onto that list? Fleur replied, I suppose you're right and I have too many acquaintances and people I just know and are neutral towards as well. That would mean you have to be my friend if you think you can handle that, he informed her. She pretended to sigh and said, I'll just have to find some way to manage I guess, friends then. I can just imagine the things we'll end up doing. Getting into mischief by starting food fights, staying up late to tell scary stories that aren't even scary until 3 in the morning on a school night, having belching contests, seeing how many marshmallows we can stuff into our mouths, the sky's the limit. Yeah, because that's what all friends do, she said somewhat sarcastically. That's what the boys in my dorm do, he pointed out. I would hope you don't expect me to do any of those things, she responded. I wouldn't, but I wonder if you might have any better ideas, he asked. She seemed to think a moment before answering. I suppose if you'd like, you can come to a party I'm having tomorrow over in the school's guest quarters, bring whoever you'd like. Padma, Daphne, Hermione, that weird girl with the radish earrings, all of them or whoever else you feel like bringing, Fleur invited. Sounds like fun, he agreed, I should be able to make it. After he finished with Fleur and having evidently made a new friend, he went back inside the castle and try and figure things out some more. While Fleur had given him a new perspective on things, he knew that Padma wouldn't be too happy in any case and he didn't want to lose her. As lost as he was in his thoughts, he failed to notice someone standing along an unlit section of wall. Sorry, he apologized. Why don't you watch where you're going? The person asked, sounding upset. As they got into the light lit by a torch along the wall, he realized that it was Pansy Parkinson, widely considered by Ron to be the worst girl in all of Hogwarts, basically for being mean and always fawning over Draco Malfoy. I couldn't see you, he told her. He watched her and realized however that her cheeks were all blotchy and wet with tears. She had evidently been crying. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine, just go away Potter, she told him as she tried to wipe tears off her face. If that's what you want, he said, although if you need help, just let me know. Why should you care about me? She asked accusingly. It was a good point. He had in fact only 10 minutes ago listed her under his enemies list. I don't like to see a girl crying, he admitted. She seemed to study him more closely, trying to see if he was being genuine before asking, is it really true what they say about you in the papers? Daphne, Padma, and Luna somewhat embellished it, but it's mostly true, he confessed. Daphne really does like you for some reason, so I figured she was just biased, Pansy pointed out as she finished wiping her face. Nope, I'm actually just an attention-seeking, big-headed scarhead, he answered. Malfoy is the only one stupid enough to actually believe that, she told him. He blinked, surprised that she would actually insult Malfoy like that. She had always seemed like his biggest female fan. Did I just hear you call Malfoy stupid? The world must be ending, he said. A ghost of a smile appeared on her face as she commented, let's just say I'm not really Draco's #1 fan right now. Oh good, there's an opening for me then, Harry jokingly replied. She looked like she wanted to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Well, if you must know, he just broke up with me. Having just made such a confession, she looked back at him, almost expecting him to make one of his jokes. He also knew he couldn't make one. He may not actually care for Draco and question the sanity of anyone willing to date him, but breakups he was sure must be hard for anyone. I'm sorry, he said simply, not able to think of anything else to say. It's okay, she replied, he's a loser anyway, I'm not even sure why I'm crying since I'm probably better off without him. The fact that she probably was something he had to agree with. She seemed to realize that she was being overly emotional in front of him and then put on a brave face as if to prove that didn't actually bother her as much. He shifted his feet a bit and then asked, may I ask why you keeping sticking with him if you think that way? She sighed and said, well, in case you haven't noticed, I don't exactly get any other attention from guys. I know they call me pug-faced Parkinson behind my back. I think pugs are cute personally, Harry replied, saying the first thing that popped into his head. She looked at him funny and asked, did you just call me cute? He laughed, realizing what he had really said, and replied, I suppose I did in a way. Don't you have like a million fangirls who might be rather jealous? she reminded him. From what he could tell, him calling her cute had definitely cheered her up a lot more than he had intended. At least she wasn't crying anymore and seemed to actually be enjoying their conversation right now. "Ah, they'll just have to deal with it," he said, "however you don't really look like a pug. I think that rumor got started just because of the face you keep making." She pulled the ugly face that she had by now become infamous for, the one that made her look like she had just seen something totally gross such as Ron's toenail collection. Actually, he couldn't blame her for making a face at seeing that. "Like that?" she asked. "Yes, like that," he agreed, laughing a bit. She then actually smiled, replacing her nasty face with one that actually made her seem, as he thought about it, well, pretty. Not drop-dead gorgeous or anything, but even that realization was a big thing for a girl that he would have considered ugly both on the inside and out until now. "You know, you don't have to be so nice to me, it's actually kind of weird," she said. "I try to be nice to people, some just make it hard, such as Malfoy," he answered, letting himself grin. "I can see why Daphne likes you so much," Pansy commented. "I usually get pretty mixed views concerning you, depending on where I get it from, Draco or Daphne. I don't even get why Daphne likes me so much, Draco at least I can understand," he admitted. "Since you're hot," Pansy told him. "Okay, now Pansy Parkinson thinks I'm hot, can this day get any weirder?" he said to himself aloud. "No, that's what Daphne thinks," Pansy reminded him. "Personally I can't see it, you're too scrawny and pale for my tastes." "Draco is more scrawny and pale than I am," Harry pointed out. "Exactly my point," she said. "Well, I suppose I should consider myself to be fortunate, it seems I've finally found a girl who doesn't actually like me," he said. "There's that big-headed ego I was looking for," she answered, sounding vindicated. "Not if it's the truth," Harry told her. "I keep getting all of this attention from girls who all seem to like me and I just don't know what to do with it all. Now who's the nasty one? You come finding out I just got rejected by the one guy who can stand me and then brag about how you were wanted by too many girls," she responded. "Ooh, okay, that was a little harsh," he admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. "It's just that I'm finding I like spending time with a lot of girls, not just one but many different ones, and ones I would never have expected, such as Daphne." Wow, he was being very honest today in confessing his problems. Fleur was one thing, but Pansy. He had definitely not been intending to do that. "So how did your date with her go anyway?" Pansy asked. "It went well," he said, trying to hide what had really happened. She however wasn't fooled. "Let me guess, she key ed you," Pansy guessed. "How did you know?" he asked. "I knew she wouldn't be able to resist," Pansy claimed. "She's been wanting to key you for ages and pass up an opportunity like that. I even bet Tracy a galleon she'd do it." "Great, now everyone is going to know," he said, now somewhat worried. "Oh, don't worry, I would have managed to wrangle it out of Daphne eventually anyway. Yet this gives me an opportunity to find out your side of it." "So how was it?" "All right, I'll tell you if you agree not to tell anyone else," he told her. "Deal," she quickly agreed. "Okay, well, it was good," he began. "Just good?" she asked. "All right, it was absolutely fantastic," he confessed, "fantastic enough that we key it again." She rubbed her palms in relish and said, "Ooh, Daphne probably loved that, but Padma is going to be so mad." Great, now she was enjoying his future misery. "Thanks, not like I didn't already know that," he commented. "Okay, maybe I was being a bit spiteful, but you can't really blame me if I'm somewhat hoping that Padma dumps you and you end up with Daphne," Pansy replied. No, he couldn't really blame her for that, as Daphne was her friend. "I think if it becomes an issue with Padma I can just tell her that I'll avoid Daphne for a while so she doesn't worry," he told her. Pansy looked very upset at that as she said, "I really don't think that avoiding Daphne is a good idea either." "Why?" he asked. "You may not have realized it, but you're totally Daphne's hero," Pansy explained. "She used to have a reputation for not being that nice of a person either, she was even known as the Ice Queen." "I'm aware of it, but she certainly doesn't act that way now," he said. "That's because when she started liking you, she figured that she needed to start acting nicer so that you might actually notice her and like her more. People do crazy things for people they like, and Daphne is no different. Ever since then she's actually been a lot nicer, a lot more fun to be around, and she is genuinely a lot happier, Pansy stated. I had no idea, he confessed. I don't know why you can have such an affect on people, it's just what you do, I guess. It can bring out the worst and the best in people, she said. I have to admit I'm kind of worried about what that might do to Daphne. I mean, she seemed okay with being just friends, but going back to basically ignoring her would probably hurt her a great deal. He hadn't considered that, at least not fully, being more concerned with how Padma might react. I'll definitely think about that. I guess I was just worried she might be too much of a temptation for me, and I didn't want to worry Padma, he answered. I just don't want anyone to get hurt, but I'd say odds are you're going to hurt someone no matter what, she reminded him. I'll figure something out, he told her, trying to sound much more confident than he really was. Well, I wish you better luck than I have, she said. Thanks, he responded. He honestly felt like he may have misjudged Pansy. It could very well be that she just simply didn't have a lot of self-confidence in herself and nobody was willing to give her a chance. At that moment, he had an idea. It seemed kind of crazy, but he was in the mood to be trying crazy things. I just got invited a party tomorrow night actually, and I was told I could bring anyone I'd like. I was wondering if you might like to go with me to it. He asked her. She looked stunned before pointing out, something tells me you've gotten way too used to asking girls out if you seriously just did that. Yeah, because asking girls out is the easiest thing in the world for a teenage boy to do, he said sarcastically. No, I'm not talking like that, more just as a friend, or just acquaintance. I might invite a few other girls as well, such as Padma or Hermione. I figure it might help you meet other people and hopefully have a good time. He wanted to establish that in case she thought otherwise. As nice as he was being, dating Pansy Parkinson was not something even he was crazy enough to do. It seemed like an excellent idea as there was no obligation attached and he wasn't actually pairing up with her. I'll think about it, she finally said. The party is over in the guest quarters room 313. The password is Santa Claus when you need to get in, he informed her. Feeling like he had done enough, he mumbled a goodbye to her and then hurried off again in search of Padma. Harry finally succeeded in locating Padma in the library. Hey, can I talk to you privately? He asked her. He could feel his heart racing, his palms all sweaty as he addressed her, admittedly fearing the worst. She nodded and they went to go find an empty classroom nearby. Once they were alone, he decided to come right out with it. On my date with Daphne, she key. Ed me and I key. Ed her back, he admitted. He then stood there to study her reaction. She blinked and then said, okay. Okay. All you have to say is okay. He queried, I just key. Ed another girl. Aren't you mad? Do you want me to be? Padma asked, still not sounding really upset. That seemed to deflate him a bit. Well, no, he admitted. Okay then, well, if you really want to know how I feel, it's this. I know you've Ed plenty of girls over the past week and I couldn't be mad about that because they liked you and you liked them and you were on a date. I'm pretty sure people on dates, Padma answered. I wasn't really dating you then during those dates, he pointed out. We never actually discussed if we were actually a couple, even though we definitely hinted at it, just that you were going with me to the Yule Ball, she reminded him. I did think of that, he admitted. I just figured you might see things differently or hurt our chances of becoming a couple. How so? I'm the one who encouraged you to go on the date with Daphne in the first place and I suspected she might end up ing you. You liking it or dotting her back I also can't blame you for, Padma replied. However, the fact that you apparently worried so much about me and my relationship with you and decided to tell me actually gives me a lot of comfort. Wow, this was actually going a lot better than he thought. The thing is, I can tell you want something more than simply going to the Yule Ball together, and I'm worried I might still be attracted to other girls. I've been finding that I actually like a lot of the girls I've dated, not just as dates but as friends. The thing is, I don't know if me or them can manage to stay just friends, Harry answered. I see, she responded, seeming to take in what he said. Well, I'm not going to lie, I certainly would like to have you all to myself, but if this is what you want then I totally understand. You're obviously very popular with just about any girl and I can't blame you for wanting to get to date not just me. Fearing that he was hurting her feelings or self-esteem, he quickly pointed out, yeah, but I already care a lot about you. You're a wonderful girl and I wouldn't want to jeopardize anything I have with you either. You won't, Harry, Padma said, although still sounding rather let down. Even though still seeming to understand, we can just casually date then, I guess. Casually date? He asked. It's where we go on dates with each other, but we are free to date other people as well, Padma explained. I see. Well, that sounds like a really good option to me. I really like you and I'd really like to go on more dates with you, but I think I'd like to go on dates again with some of the other girls but not have a serious relationship with any of them. I would of course want to make sure you were okay with it, he said. Quite honestly, I probably would never have entertained the idea. I figured you were the one for me and you would be my boyfriend, and that was what I wanted. Then I got a letter from my mother just now, Padma confessed. I'm guessing it wasn't just a reminder to brush your teeth every day, he said. Actually, it was about dating and relationships, she answered. Apparently she's been reading the articles we've been writing in the Daily Prophet, and more particularly she somehow learned about my connection to you. She actually advised that I not rush into any serious relationships at my young age, how I should just casually date, how it would help me foster better friendships, blah blah blah, etc. Sounds awfully boring, he commented. Oh, that's usually how parents are. It's just us as teenagers, we don't usually listen to them, Padma replied. That's the one good thing about being an orphan, Harry observed. Whenever a teenager makes a mistake they can only blame themselves for not listening to their parents. Whenever I make a mistake, it's because I didn't know any better. If I wore my underwear for 3 days straight, or my clothes didn't match, or I don't eat any vegetables, it's not my fault, I didn't know any better. She laughed and said, do I need to be your replacement mommy and help teach you? Don't worry, I have Hermione to point all those things out to me, he answered. Well, getting back to what my mom said, I was just going to ignore it, but then you end up showing up soon after with your little story, and now it looks like I might actually need to listen to her. She told him, it doesn't mean I don't want to date you, but I also don't want to hold you back. I know you've already done a lot of good for many girls in dating them, including me, and I would hate to stop you from doing that even if it means I'm not seriously dating you. Wow, I don't know who is more amazing, your mom for writing a letter and giving advice you actually listened to, or you for being so understanding and accepting, he commented. That would be me, she insisted. I'd key you right now, but under the circumstances, he said. Just casually dating you doesn't mean no key. Padma answered, pretending to pout. He grinned and ed her before saying, I was hoping you would say that. The next morning, Harry decided to sit with Padma again at her house table for breakfast. He had only just got done explaining to Padma about Fleur's party when a now familiar voice interrupted him. Ooh, a party sounds like fun, Harry, Luna said, coming up from his side as she sat down next to him directly opposite from Padma. That's usually why people like to go to them, Padma pointed out, even though she looked excited too. I'm so excited to go, Luna said happily, practically bouncing up and down. He made a point to be looking at his food so as not to stare at Luna's bouncing beepies again. Yet truthfully he hadn't planned on inviting Luna, but he didn't have the heart to tell her no now that she knew about it. After Hermione declined going with him after inviting her last night, and not thinking it a good idea to invite Daphne so soon after certain events, he had decided that it might be a good idea to bring just Padma as a sort of one-on-one date. I'm also going to get to see Gabby, Luna replied excitedly. Who's Gabby? Harry asked. Another person who will supposedly be your friend in the future, Padma asked. Gabby is already my friend, Luna answered, sounding insulted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that you can't have friends, it's just you tend to mix up the current and possible future tense, Padma apologized. Yes, I do have poor grammar, Luna agreed, seeming to take this a different way. It's just more fun to use made-up words like Gumpy Griggles, or phantasmagorical or lupendous. McGonagall hates it when I use those words though in class. So who is this Gabby anyway? Harry asked. Oh, you'll see, she's super cute as a humdinger, Luna replied. You'll really like her, Harry. I can't wait to see her, Padma told her honestly. In truth she was probably saying that because she wanted to see someone who actually existed and did not appear to be a figment of Luna's imagination. Come to think of it, maybe if he thought really hard, maybe Snape would become a figment of his own imagination. Yet after doing so and closing his eyes, he opened them again to spot Snape still at the teacher's table. I suppose using your imagination had its limits, he thought. Too bad. When they got to the party after he picked both Padma and Luna up in front of the Ravenclaw common room, he quickly looked around. It was in a large room with a space clearly set aside for dancing, although nobody was currently taking advantage of this just yet and so lay vacant. On one side of the room was a couple of tables with food and drinks on it, and on the other was some chairs lining the walls for people to sit on. Music emanated throughout the room, obviously the work of some kind of spell, currently letting out a song that he recognized as belonging to the Weird Sisters. All in all, it wasn't too bad for a party, and he wondered just how Fleur had gotten access to it. Over on one side of the room, a group of girls that were obviously from Beauxbatons along with a couple of older boys he recognized from Hogwarts, probably the dates of two of the Beauxbatons girls, were in a circle talking. Fleur, however, he spotted just now setting down a plate of chips. He, Padma, and Luna went over to say hello. "Hi Fleur," Harry greeted. "Oh good, you made it," Fleur answered warmly. "Somehow," he told her, "it was a struggle to fight off all the would-be assassins on our way here. I had to fight them off with a stick," Padma claimed. "A stick that lets you do magic and burn them, turn into jellies, and who knows what else, but hey, I suppose still a stick," he pointed out. Fleur turned to Padma and greeted her with, "Nice to see you with Harry. I've already heard quite a bit about you from Harry actually." "Good things, I hope," Padma replied. "Horrible things actually, but that's not your fault," Fleur told her. Padma looked at him, obviously not convinced by Fleur but pretending to be angry nonetheless. "Don't worry Padma," he replied calmly, "Fleur is only throwing me under the bus because I told her that you were more beautiful than she was." "Nice answer," Fleur complimented him. "It's nice to meet you too Fleur," Padma said warmly, obviously pleased at his answer as well. It would have been considered a lie by almost anyone else to say that Padma was more beautiful than Fleur, but for him it was actually entirely truthful. He could even claim to have chosen Fleur over Padma in addition to many other girls, which was a pretty strong argument in his defense. "So who is this lovely lady?" Fleur asked Luna upon turning to her. Luna giggled as she said, "You just called me a lovely lady. I'm Princess Clarissa. I had no idea I was in the presence of royalty," Fleur answered, not really willing to believe her but giving her the benefit of the doubt as she still gave her a polite curtsy. "So what country are you princess of?" Padma joked. "La La Land," Luna replied easily. "Your subjects must be crazy about you," Harry responded. "They are, as they very well should. I even let them ride unicorns on our hunts," Luna answered. "Are you sure that admitting that you're a princess is a good idea though?" He pointed out, "What about all the people who might try to kidnap you for ransom?" "That actually sounds like fun," Luna argued. "You can kidnap me and make me pay your ransom anytime you want, Harry. It's a good thing you aren't a real princess then, or I might have to kidnap you, and trust me I wouldn't do what you expect Harry to do," Padma answered. "Are you jealous Padma?" he teased. "Of Luna getting to pretend to be a princess?" Padma asked. "I'll treat you like a princess too if you want," he offered. "While admittedly tempting, I'm not sure if it would be practical at my age," Padma pointed out. "Oh don't worry, most girls used to pretend to be princesses when they were little." "Girls," Fleur pointed out, "the fact that she is brave enough to still pretend and have some fun I would consider a good thing. My sister is the same way." "Well, if we're going to role play then I'll let Luna be the princess, and I'll be her servant girl," Padma suggested. "You mean you'll let me be the princess?" Luna asked, sounding impressed. "You can be a princess too if you want." "It's all right, you were the one who thought of it, so you get to be the princess," Padma offered. Luna actually started to cry at that. "It's not that big of a deal," Padma said, confused why she would get so emotional about it. "You're going to be such an incredible wife," Luna told her. Thanks I guess," Padma replied, not sure how to reply to that. Personally he didn't get it either, but then again he didn't really understand girls, much less Luna, so he didn't worry about it too much. "So who do I and Harry get to be?" Fleur then asked. "Well, Harry gets to be the prince of course," Padma answered. "Prince Harry, of course," Fleur agreed. "Then I want to be a knight." "Were females allowed to be knights?" Harry pointed out. "Well, in this game they are," Padma told him. "I didn't mean to be say.east, he tried to apologize. "That's not really being say.east, Fleur said. "I think Harry is the say.wyest, Luna replied. "Say.east Luna, not say.wyest, and I've never met a say.wy East, Padma corrected her. If Harry were to act like a say. East, you would have, Luna pointed out. If Harry was really a say. East, even as far as I'm concerned, then he would just be a jerk, Padma observed. That's why I'll always treat women with the respect they deserve, he told them all. Padma looked at him and asked, you're just trying to get another key, from me aren't you? Maybe, he admitted. She gave him an annoyed look but still gave him a quick peck on the lips anyway. Well, it still worked. Can we get back to our game now? Luna pouted. Yes, Princess, Fleur said, may I interest you in some refreshments to satisfy you? Luna grinned and said, thank you Fleur, I hereby grant unto you the title Sir Lady Fleur of the court. You are most kind my lady, Fleur said, curtsying. So who else is supposed to be coming? Padma asked. This is about it, Fleur answered, there isn't a lot of guys here, which is actually one reason why I invited Harry. I think a couple of my friends brought their boyfriends, but we're going to have a real shortage of boys to dance with. Yeah, and I unfortunately have 2 left feet, Harry answered. No you don't, you're actually a quite good dancer, Padma claimed, elbowing him a little. Princes are supposed to be excellent dancers, Luna pointed out. Well, this prince doesn't want to be stepping on any princesses, knights, or servants' feet, he answered. You only stepped on my feet once Prince Harry, Padma said, remembering to call him by his fake title. I don't remember anything during our dance lesson except holding your waist and thinking oh Merlin I'm touching Padma's waist. He told her. She rolled her eyes and said, of course that's the one part you remember. In truth he remembered a lot more than that, but he really only knew how to do a basic waltz, which judging from the type of music would be totally useless in this setting. So why don't I go introduce you to my friends? Fleur suggested. She brought them over so that they could enter the circle the others had formed. Everyone, this is Prince Harry, Maid Padma, and Princess Clarissa, she introduced. All of them nodded and he noted that none of them seemed to have any trouble understanding them, either because Beauxbatons taught all of their students English or because it was the work of some sort of language. Understanding spell. We're playing a game, Fleur explained at some of the looks of confusion on their faces at hearing their names. She in turn introduced them to all her friends, including her cousin Roxanne who appeared to have Vila blood as well, only she had red hair instead of silvery blonde. My little sister should be around here somewhere, Fleur claimed as she looked around. At that moment there was a loud scream. Luna! A girl's voice yelled excitedly. He turned around just in time to see Luna and a much smaller girl embrace. Gabby! Luna answered just as enthusiastically. I'm so glad you could make it. Gabby answered excitedly. Wait a minute, Padma asked, this is your friend Gabby. It was quite obvious to him at least that Padma hadn't actually believed that Luna had an actual real friend named Gabby. Not that he could blame her. Yet from what he could tell, the 2 girls appeared to be very good friends as they jumped up and down and hugged each other tightly. Yeah, I told you about her remember? Luna reminded her. This is your friend Luna, Gabrielle. Fleur asked Gabby. Yep. Gabrielle agreed, putting an arm around Luna. Luna is the best. Well, you're the best and a cuddly cookie, Luna answered. Ah, thanks Luna, Gabrielle replied, taking it as a big compliment. I kept hearing all these stories about you from Gabrielle but I wasn't sure if I believed in them, or you as a matter of fact, Fleur commented. Oh, they're all real. Trust me, you'll come to find that out for yourself, Luna answered mysteriously. I invited Luna to come here, Gabrielle informed her. So Luna hadn't simply invited herself or got him to practically invite her, he thought. So how do you know Luna anyway? Padma asked. Gabrielle sighed and said, it's kind of a long story but we're in the same year at Hogwarts so we have classes together. That was certainly a relief. Try as he might he couldn't help notice that Gabrielle looked very cute. Luna had been right about that but unfortunately she also looked quite young, in part because she was so small and short. She could just be a late bloomer, but she still had 2 obvious and prominent bumps on her that would seem to say otherwise. It kind of unnerved him at first finding himself attracted to such a young girl that appeared to be younger than 13 or 14, which was probably her real age, but finding that she was actually only a little bit younger than him made him feel much less like a pedophile. So what are you doing at Hogwarts then if your sister goes to Beauxbatons? Padma asked Gabrielle. She's still a Beauxbatons student, Fleur explained, When I found out I was selected to be one of the ones going to Hogwarts for the tournament, I just couldn't be separated from my little sister, so she came with me. One of the other Beauxbatons girls overheard as they were still rather close by and commented, I wouldn't say that's the reason. Leave her alone, Gwen, Fleur cautioned. I can handle it, Gabrielle insisted to Fleur firmly. I'm sure you can, I'm more worried about what might happen to Gwen, Fleur replied, sounding worried. Gwen laughed and said, I think I can handle your little baby sister. All right, that's it, Gabrielle exclaimed, drawing her wand. You want to duel and see if you can really handle me. Gwen's boyfriend jumped in, a 7th-year Gryffindor that Harry recognized but had never directly spoken to. His name was Robert Collins. Yeah, that was it. Look, little girl, I don't want you trying to pick fights with my girlfriend. If you know what's good for you, you might get hurt, Robert cautioned her. Or you might get hurt if you're the one dueling me, Gabrielle answered boldly. I'm not going to fight a little girl, Robert replied, trying to back out. What? Are you scared you'll lose? Gabrielle taunted. Robert seemed to be in a quandary, the one that all guys feared. If he fought her and won, it meant he just beat up a little girl. If he lost, it meant he just got beat by a little girl. It was a no-win situation. Go turn him into a chicken, Luna suggested to Gabrielle. Gabrielle grinned and said, or a lizard. A lizard chicken, both girls said at once, sharing equal grins. Wow, you two seem to be destined to be friends, Padma commented. Neither girl argued with that statement, actually seeming quite pleased. Nobody is going to be turning anyone into anything, Fleur said, trying to smooth things over. She might be a bit too much for you, Robert, one of the other Beauxbatons girls cautioned. It was the wrong thing to say. Robert's manhood was now in question and he was now obligated to uphold it. You've got yourself a duel, Robert told Gabrielle, I'll try to go easy on you. Gabby, please, Fleur tried to beg Gabrielle before realizing it was a lost cause. At least don't embarrass him too badly, he's got his girlfriend watching. Gabrielle, however, ignored her and only started getting into position as the dance floor became a dueling arena. Apparently Gabrielle knew how to duel and so did Robert, because they did everything right as far as he could tell, although he hadn't actually seen a formal duel since his 2nd year. As soon as the duel began, Robert threw a couple spells in her direction which Gabrielle easily dodged. She, however, appeared to be in her element as she gazed back at him. At first he wondered why Gabrielle was not trying to fight back. The average person might simply assume it was because she was simply too concentrated on dodging. Yet an amazing thought came to mind. She was actually just trying to give him a chance and not beat him too quickly. However, only 30 seconds in, she seemed to think this was long enough and she came out swinging with enough spells to make a person dizzy. One moment, Robert the Wizard was standing there, and then the next what appeared to be a creature with a chicken's head and wings, but a lizard's torso and tail was in his place. Gabrielle ran over to go pick him up, carefully approaching him so that he didn't try to run away. Isn't he cute? Gabrielle asked as she held him up to show everyone. He's adorable, Luna gushed the way a person might over a person's cute pet. Can I pet him? Nobody is petting my boyfriend, Gwen insisted angrily before she realized what she had just said. Are you sure? I think he'd like to be petted by you, Gabrielle answered as she held him out for Gwen. I'm sure he would, but it's just not going to happen for him. What a shame, Luna said, shaking her head. Gabrielle, turn him back right now, Fleur yelled angrily. It's not like I really hurt him or anything, Gabrielle argued. I wouldn't have minded if you turned me into an animal, Gabby, Luna chimed in, it's actually a lot of fun. You remember that one time I turned you into a parakeet? Gabrielle reminded her with a grin on her face. Now Gabrielle, Fleur demanded angrily. Gabrielle reluctantly put Robert onto the ground and then used her wand on him before he could get away. With one final cluck, Robert appeared again as a human, only he was still on all fours as he still tried to run forward. Yet as he became cognizant of his surroundings, he looked around and asked in confusion, what just happened? Gabrielle just beat you, Luna answered, you made a fine lizard chicken by the way. Robert blanched, possibly out of embarrassment and possibly it was just a residual side effect of his transfiguration. I think I'm going to go get some water, or maybe some chicken feed, Robert said as he got up and left the room. Thanks a lot, Gabrielle, you just drove him away, Gwen told Gabrielle unhappily before running off after him. Ah, They won't last anyway, Luna stated. Fleur pulled Gabrielle a distance away to go talk to her, but he, now being the closest to them, could still barely hear their conversation. How many times have I told you not to try and pick fights? You always get into trouble and someone could get hurt, Fleur told her. I'm careful, Gabrielle said, besides I let them decide if they want to fight or not. I even let them know what will happen to them if they lose and give them a good sporting chance. It doesn't get any more fair than that. Fleur sighed and said, I can't keep bailing you out every time like this. I know you can handle yourself but you don't need to keep proving it to everyone. I promised Mama and Papa that I would keep you out of trouble and you need to keep your promise that you'll try to stay out of trouble. I know, I'm sorry, Gabrielle apologized. At that point, Padma said something to him and he was forced to stop eavesdropping and instead focus on her. Sorry, what was that? He asked her. I said, do you want to dance? She asked hopefully. I'd love to, but I'm not really sure how to dance to this kind of music, he admitted. Well, I'm happy to teach you, she pointed out, considering this a very good problem for her to help solve. As they went out onto the dance floor, she began giving him instructions but he still felt totally awkward trying to follow them. Eventually, however, the rest of the party guests began to go out onto the floor. With only one other guy left besides himself after Robert's departure, the Bobatons girls had to get a bit creative. They however didn't seem to mind dancing with other girls, especially with less formal dancing. It was a quirk about girls he was just now learning. Two guys he was sure would never have been caught dead dancing with other guys, but girls didn't seem to have the same issue, or at least as far as he knew, which considering this was his first dance party ever wasn't a whole lot of experience. As for his own dancing, he first started dancing with Padma. He only stepped on her feet twice, which he supposed wasn't too bad. Any more times though and he would have to consider buying Padma a pair of boots. When Fleur asked to dance with him afterwards, he felt even less sure of himself. Nevertheless, she tried to give him some pointers and some encouragement as well. Try to just move with the music, she suggested. I'm trying, but I don't think my feet like moving with the music, he answered. After a bit more words of advice, he asked, so how is Robert? Ah, he'll be fine, his pride might be a little sore, but all right. Don't tell Gabrielle this, but I really wasn't too upset. He's not too bad I guess around Gwen, but he wasn't all that great otherwise. He's tried to hit on me more than once while he was dating Gwen and he's kind of a jerk to everyone else. Gabrielle may like to fight but she usually tends to go after people that she thinks deserves it. I think she was hoping to goad him into fighting for Gwen. After dancing with Fleur, he headed over to the punch bowl to get a drink when he spotted Pansy just enter. Pansy, he had to admit, didn't look too bad in a Slytherin green dress and her hair done up fancy in a style he had no idea what to call. He was actually a bit surprised, not that she showed up so late, but that she actually showed up at all. Honestly, he had completely forgotten that he'd even invited her. Deciding that since he was the one who invited her, he should at least say hello, he went over to her. Hey Pansy, glad you could make it, he said. I almost didn't bother to show up figuring it might be a trap or something, Pansy confessed. Well, the big tub of goo that I set up for when you arrive should fall on top of your head any second now, he answered. She looked up, as if half expecting to see just such a tub above her. I wouldn't worry too much, just enjoy the party, he reassured her. Maybe I'll just get some food or something, I don't really know anyone here, I recognize you and Padma and that crazy blonde-haired girl and that's about it. You can still dance, Harry offered. I don't know how to dance, Pansy claimed. Good, I don't either, I know how to do a basic waltz, but that's about useless with this kind of music, Harry told her. He admittedly felt bad, especially since he had invited her and she looked like she might not have any fun. You want to dance? He blurted out. She looked totally surprised. You want to dance, with me? She asked as if unsure if he might burst into flames at any second. Yes, unfortunately I'm under an awful curse that will cause all my hair to fall out unless I dance with a girl named Pansy and you're the only Pansy I know, he claimed. She let out a small smile and said, all right, I suppose I'll dance with you. I can't just let you be hairless, you wouldn't be hairy without it. You are quite right, he agreed. After escorting Pansy onto the dance floor, they started dancing. It soon became clear however that without a decent dancer to lead him in the right direction he really didn't have a clue what to do. "This is why I don't like to go to dance parties," Pansy confessed. "Everyone seems to think I should be a good dancer or something, but I'm not. We'll look totally foolish." He thought about it for a second and then said, "Then let's just be foolish and do whatever we want, dance in whatever way we want to." Pansy looked totally skeptical, but he started dancing totally erratically, not going at all to whatever way he was supposed to be dancing or even really to the music. Yet he had never felt so free as he made things up on the spot, jumping around and probably making a fool of himself in the process, but hey, why not? Several of the Beauxbatons girls stared at him, unable to believe their eyes. While Pansy looked a bit freaked out by his dancing, he grabbed her arm and tried to swing her around. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Having fun," he answered. She just shook her head and it looked like she was just going to walk off, and then suddenly Pansy started dancing along with him. Was it the best dancing in the world? Absolutely not. Did she seem to be really getting into it? Yes. They became two blurs of frenetic energy as they danced like crazy. "Okay, I'll admit this is kind of fun," Pansy agreed. "Yeah, Prince Harry, now that's my kind of dancing. I told you princes could dance," Luna said, seeming thrilled as she came up alongside them. Luna started dancing just as awkwardly as well, but seriously seemed to be having a good time. He took the opportunity to dance with Luna for a while as well as then Padma. As he then got back to Pansy, he noted that her hair had come out of its fancy hairstyle and now hung loose and messed up as it flew about. Admittedly, she looked, well, kind of hot in a crazy kind of way. He spotted something that he would have never expected either, a big smile. Who knew Pansy could actually get this into it? After dancing with them for a while, he then felt tired enough that he went over to get another drink of punch and then spotted Gabrielle sitting alone on the opposite wall. He went to go sit next to her after weaving his way through the dance floor over to her. "You having a good time?" he asked over the music. "Yeah, I was dancing with Luna earlier, but she's now dancing with that other girl," Gabrielle pointed out. From what he could tell, Pansy and Luna were now dancing together and seemed to still be having a good time. He wouldn't have guessed it, but Pansy seemed to have come out of her shell a great deal. Perhaps music and dancing had a way of bringing things out in usually reserved people. Or perhaps this meant the world was ending, in which case, he should really find Padma and Ki, or so at least he could die happy. "That looked like some really fun dancing you were doing," Gabrielle commented. "Yeah, it was fun at least, probably made me look stupid, but oh well," he answered. "I like people that aren't afraid to look foolish," Gabrielle told him. "As long as they have fun, I don't see what the problem is." He could definitely agree with that and could also see that she had to have felt that way if she was friends with Luna. "So do I," he suddenly agreed before trying to make further conversation. "Those were some pretty impressive dueling skills." "Oh, did you like them?" Gabrielle answered, sounding pleased. For most guys it kind of drives them away. "Why so?" he asked. "It's no secret I like to fight and most guys are kind of scared I might want to fight them and they don't want to embarrass themselves by losing," Gabrielle said. "Interestingly enough, both me and Fleur trained in dueling because we wanted to keep away guys that might try to pull something on us because we're Vila, but Fleur says it might have worked too well in my case." "I was impressed at least," he told her. "Besides, it doesn't hurt my pride at all to say I lost in a fight." It really was true. After growing up with Dudley constantly beating him up as a child, losing more fights, even to a girl, just wasn't that big of a deal to him. Gabrielle seemed to study him for a few seconds and then said boldly, "You know, Luna was right, you were really cute." Brave, but he wasn't about to be mad about a girl telling him he was cute. Yet he struggled to come up with something to reply to that. "Luna said the same thing about you and I have to agree with her," he said. Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to say, but he had still said it. Besides, it's not like she would likely be upset. "What kind of cute?" she asked. "Little girl cute or attractive cute?" "Attractive cute," he answered. While she was a very small girl, she was still quite gorgeous, even for a Vila, which was saying something. "Will you marry me, Harry?" Gabrielle asked. Wow, that was unexpected. He struggled in fear trying to come up with what to say. She however laughed and he realized she had been messing with him. "I'm sorry, I couldn't resist," she said. "You're mean," he told her. So what would you have said if I made you answer the question? Gabrielle asked. I would have asked if you really wanted to marry me or if you were just teasing, he answered. I think I would want to at least date you for a while before that, she pointed out. Yeah, so would I, he agreed. Then you should get started, Luna suggested as she came up to them and entered the conversation. Harry will pick you up at 6. Luna, we were just joking, Harry told her. Wouldn't going on a date with Gabrielle be fun? She asked. Yes, of course, but, Harry tried to say. Then why don't you? Luna pressed. He sighed and said, since it doesn't work that way. Why not? She asked, not seeming to understand. He struggled to come up with an explanation that she would understand, but upon thinking of none he pointed with a false amazed expression. Luna, look, a crumple-horned snarkack just ran out of the room, he told her. Really? Luna asked excitedly. She hurried out after it, leaving him alone. With Gabrielle. Wow, this is awkward, he said as he stared at her. I think this is the part where I'm supposed to say you don't have to if you don't want to or just ignore Luna or something, Gabrielle pointed out, except I sort of loved Luna for doing that. He tried to think of another good answer, but unfortunately his brain and his dating experience only applied to actually asking out girls and going on dates with them, not getting out of them. Yet then a thought hit him. Why not? Why not go out with a cute Vila girl who obviously wanted to go out on a date with him? Would you like to go out with me tomorrow? He asked. No, she answered. So this was it feels like to get rejected, he thought in that brief second. I wouldn't just like to, I'd love to go out with you tomorrow. Gabrielle declared excitedly, I mean you seriously want to go out with me? Like on a real date? Sure, he said. He had apparently just made her day or even year because she gave him a big hug and then a kiss on both cheeks, causing both of them to burn with warmth. Yet she got off of him and then apologized, sorry, too much. I have no reason to complain, he claimed. Can we ride unicorns? Luna said you have unicorns we can ride, she said. He was about to tell her that was preposterous, and then he thought about it. Maybe Hagrid would have something they could ride, maybe not unicorns but perhaps some hippogriffs. Of course as he thought that he couldn't help but think of trying to ride blast-ended Scroots instead. That probably wouldn't be a good idea. The date would be a bit more action-packed than he would want, although perhaps Gabrielle might be the type of girl to actually enjoy that. I'll see what I can do, he told her. When the night finally ended, he took both Padma and Luna back to the Ravenclaw common room. I trust you had a good time, my princess and her maid? He asked. I am most impressed, my prince, Luna told him. Truly you are as handsome and noble as they say they are. You are most kind, my beautiful princess, he answered. You may kiss my hand, Luna said, extending her hand to him. He did so as he knelt down and kissed at her hand. Ahem, Padma spoke up. Turning to her, he said, yet the princess would be far less without her faithful servant Padma. Oh, I'm nothing without my faithful servant, Luna agreed, a girl born a servant but destined to become queen. Thanks Luna, Padma thanked her. Figuring it was a good idea, he knelt down and kissed Padma's hand too. I promise I shall never wash it now, she promised. He grinned and said, then I shall never kiss it again. She pretended to pout and then sigh and said, if I must. Good night Prince Harry, Luna said goodbye. Good night princess, he answered. Both girls headed inside their common room, leaving him alone. At least he had yet another fun-filled night with Gabrielle to look forward to, he told himself. At this rate, he'd have dated half the single girls in Hogwarts by year's end. While it was entirely ridiculous in all actuality, he supposed that wouldn't be too bad. A few months earlier, Luna was currently stressing her, as she preferred to call it, being Raxpert nagged. Being stressed was something that she rather avoided, as she was much more of a go-with-the-flow girl, always try to be happy girl. It was something she had learned from being able to see the future all the time. Worrying about what awful things were going to happen simply wouldn't do her any good. It was far better to simply be able to enjoy the present, no matter how bad things might be. She liked to have fun, and while some people might look at her funny for her acting out her idea of fun, she wasn't about to let anyone spoil it for her. Yet the problem was, after investing so much time working on her machine to help her with her plan, she was still having little success, and she needed a few more things for it to work. Things that would be difficult to obtain. However, she could already feel the timeline about to take on its regular course if she didn't change it. She had perhaps a month and a half left before it would be out of her control. That meant no Harry, no say, why time, no other girls to be friends with, nothing. It would be about as fun as having Raxperts constantly in your ears or having to eat nothing but Brussels sprouts every day. As she was thinking this, however, as she walked down a hallway, she heard someone call her name, or rather her nickname. Why if it isn't Looney? A girl's voice taunted. Luna looked up to find it was Stacy, or as she preferred to secretly call her Stinkyhead, as she always wore a very unpleasant perfume that she seemed to think smelled nice. It smelled like doggy doo-doo to her. As for herself, however, she always used a spell to smell like yellow roses, and if Stinkyhead was a bit nicer to her, she might have been willing to share her nice-smelling spell with her. Yet that would be highly unlikely, as Stinkyhead was one of the worst bullies that she encountered in school. As she looked around, she noted that Stinkyhead was not alone as usual, with her two friends Judici and Justine, who she had nicknamed Bumpkin and Pumpkin, and while their nicknames were somewhat mean, they were admittedly well-deserved. However, she couldn't particularly be sorry for them either, because they were also constantly bullying her, relying upon Stinkyhead as their leader. Girls, you might want to stay away from her. Her crazy might be contagious, Stinkyhead recommended to her friends. Both girls laughed as if they hadn't already heard this joke 24 times before. Stacy could really use some new material. Luna tried to ignore her and simply walked past, but all three girls stepped in front of her. Where do you think you're going, Looney? I'm trying to talk to you, you stupid girl, Stinkyhead yelled in her ear. Luna sighed and said, must we always do this? Couldn't we just shake things up and have a tea party or something? Tea party? With you? Stinkyhead laughed, followed by her two followers. Nobody would ever want to have a tea party with you, much less be your friend. Do you even know what a friend is? You don't, because you're just a weird, crazy girl who nobody will ever like. Both Bumpkin and Pumpkin again laughed at that, although she was sure they would have laughed at whatever Stacy might have said. Stinkyhead Stacy made a grab for her butterbeer cork necklace, but she managed to pull back before she could. I'm only trying to help you, Looney, Stinkyhead insisted with a false nice voice. Maybe if you weren't always wearing trash you'd seem less weird. Stinkyhead tried to make a few more grabs, but when that failed, her two friends sprung into action as they grabbed her from either side. Leave her alone, a voice yelled. Luna turned to spot a very small girl currently standing down the hallway, wand drawn as she came forward. Stinkyhead tried to laugh it off, and asked, don't you know who this is? I don't care who it is, all I can see is that you're bullying her, and I absolutely hate bullies, the unknown girl argued. What are you going to do about it, Pipsqueak? Stinkyhead asked. This, the girl said as a spell erupted from her wand. Stinkyhead got hit, but nothing appeared to happen. That is until she opened her mouth. Instead of hearing her speak, she let out a great deal of barking like a dog would make. She clapped her hands over her mouth in shock. The still unknown girl then hit her too. Friends with the same spell before they could react. There, not much difference from what I hear. All I hear out of your mouth is about as useless to me as that barking. Don't worry, it'll wear off. In a couple of days, the girl told them all. Stinkyhead raised her wand and tried to cast a spell, but only a loud bark came out of her mouth. What dog got your tongue? The girl joked. Not to be stopped, Stinkyhead tried to physically attack the girl, but she got her with her wand before then, causing her to trip and fall. You're only making things worse for yourself, the girl told her. If you'd like a rematch, I'd be happy to take all three of you on at the same time in a formal duel. Yet if you try to bully this girl again or anyone else again, I'll do a whole lot worse to you than cause you to start barking. Now coming closer, the girl addressed Luna directly and asked, are you okay? For the first time, she was close enough for her to realize that the girl was in fact Avila. Yes, thank you, Luna answered gratefully. I'm Gabrielle, the girl greeted her as she stuck out her hand to shake. I'm Luna, Luna replied as she shook it. While they spoke, she noted that Stinkyhead, Bumpkin, and Pumpkin had made a hasty retreat. Why were they bullying you? Gabrielle asked. Since I'm weird and crazy, Luna told her. That's a terrible reason to bully someone. I actually happen to like weird and crazy people, Gabrielle pointed out. I'm weird and crazy, Luna pointed out excitedly. Gabrielle laughed and said, yeah, I know, you just told me. Oh right, Luna said, laughing as well. I've just never heard anyone say that before. Being ordinary and doing whatever everyone else does is rather boring, it's just not any fun, Gabrielle pointed out. I so totally agree, Luna answered, liking the girl even more. By the way, I like what you did to those girls. Thanks, Gabrielle answered, I actually did it because Avila is hot and dogs are not, Luna finished for her. Gabrielle laughed at that. Do you actually have that saying here? I kind of like it, but no, it's because I was actually considering just going with meowing like a cat, but I figured a dog's bark would be more annoying. Luna then asked, so why did you stick up for me? I've never seen that happen before. In truth, there was a lot to that. Many things that happened in her life, she had already seen before they actually happened, but had little control over. She was hoping to change that to some extent with the device she was making, but in this case she couldn't recall ever seeing the girl or this moment before. Gabrielle, however, took that differently and said, well then I suppose people at Hogwarts are too cowardly to stand up to bullies. At Beauxbatons, we would have never stood for this. Beauxbatons is a funny name, Luna claimed. So is Hogwarts, Gabrielle pointed out. Anyway, I came here for the tournament. Do you know Fleur? Luna asked. Gabrielle raised an eyebrow. How do you know my sister? Oopsie, Daisy. She wasn't supposed to know about her yet. Sometimes keeping track of the present and the future could be so hard. She's going to be a Triwizard champion, Luna blurted out. Oopsie, Daisy again. She blurted out the future. Fortunately, however, Gabrielle didn't seem too perturbed by that. Yeah, she is. Gabrielle answered excitedly. My sister is the best, she might even win this whole tournament. No, she won't, Harry Potter will, Luna answered. She really needed to get a better grasp on what she told people. I'm pretty sure Harry Potter is too young to enter the tournament, Gabrielle informed her. You're right, that would be crazy if he won, but keep in mind Harry is a hero sandwich and they always somehow win competitions they don't even enter, Luna claimed. Is that right? So I'm guessing you've got a crush on him? Gabrielle queried. Yep, he's a stud muffin and he's going to be my husband, Luna said. Instead of denouncing such a claim, Gabrielle merely said, that's cool, I don't even know who I'm going to marry, so congratulations on already figuring that out. I don't know who you're going to marry either, Luna admitted. Well, if you do, if you could please let me know, that would be great, Gabrielle said. I will, Luna promised, taking it very seriously. She tried to think for a moment and then had a great idea. You can marry Harry too if you'd like, Luna invited. Well, I have seen pictures of Harry Potter and he is admittedly very attractive, Gabrielle confessed. Yep, he's gorgeous, Luna agreed. I suppose, based on looks right now alone, I wouldn't mind marrying him, but I still don't know enough about him to really draw any conclusions, Gabrielle stated. Oh, you'll love him, Luna said. He's really funny, smart, brave, and has a pet owl and some pet unicorns. Okay, that last part was in the future, but it was simply too cool not to bring up. That's so cool, I wish I had a pet unicorn, Gabrielle said wistfully. Maybe you could ride them on a date with him, Luna suggested. That would be a lot of fun, Gabrielle agreed. The problem is realistically, it's kind of unlikely. I've never even been on a date before. I'll help you get a date with him, Luna promised. Well, if you can manage to do that, I'll be your best friend forever, Gabrielle told her. This put Luna in a quandary. Daphne was supposed to be her best friend, not Gabrielle, but she really liked Gabrielle. She didn't want to leave her out, and she wanted to be her best friend. I'm already going to have a best friend though, Luna admitted, not wanting the girl to feel bad. Well, let me let you in on a secret, Gabrielle said as she leaned in conspiratorially. Luna leaned in as well, eager to hear the secret. She loved secrets. You can have more than one best friend, you know, Gabrielle answered. Really? You mean I can have two best friends? Luna asked excitedly. This was big and exciting news for her. After never having had a friend at all ever, to have two best friends sounded like one of the best things in the world, even better than catching 10 crumplehorn snarkacks. Sure, Gabrielle replied easily. Yet it sounded too good to be true, and her daddy always told her if it sounded too good to be true, then it probably was true. She had to check to make sure, however. Are you trying to make fun of me because I don't have any friends? Luna asked somewhat worriedly. I'd never make fun of someone like that, especially if it might hurt them, Gabrielle answered before amending herself. Well, unless they were a bully and deserved it. However, the thing is I don't really have any friends either unless you count my sister. Why not though? You're so cute and fun and smart and stuff, Luna asked, absolutely stunned. Gabrielle was awesome and she couldn't believe she didn't have any friends. Yeah, I know, Gabrielle answered, I'm a Vila, so girls usually tend to get jealous of me, but I tend to have kind of different interests from them, and with the boys they usually can't even talk to me, and when they do, they think I am just a weak little girl, making them feel like a pedophile for liking me or that I am helpless. When I prove them wrong and beat them in a duel, they don't want to talk to me again because I embarrass them. My sister says I just come on too strong. You can beat me in a duel anytime you want, even turn me into an animal if you'd like, Luna invited, maybe a dinosaur, or a lobster, or a lizard. Those are fun, cute animals. I know, right, wouldn't that be fun? Gabrielle quickly agreed as she smiled. You know, I think you're actually kind of cool, Luna. Luna swelled with pride. Nobody had ever called her cool before. I think you're cool too, Luna responded easily. Can we be friends? This was a huge deal to her. She had actually asked this question when she was a little girl, but after being rebuffed several times had never asked again. I'd love to be friends with you, Luna, Gabrielle answered very happily. Really? Luna said excitedly, does this mean we get to do all those fun things that friends do? I kind of have a different idea of fun, Gabrielle admitted, sounding somewhat nervous. Other than dueling, I like scary monsters, and I know where some scary monsters are, Luna said happily. What kinds? Gabrielle asked, now interested. A giant three-headed dog, some blast-ended scroots, loads of giant spiders, there was a basilisk but it's dead, although we will be getting some dragons, Luna claimed. Gabrielle sounded impressed. My school would never have allowed us to have any of those at our school, Gabrielle admitted, somewhat sadly. Well, we've got Hagrid, Luna said as this really explained most of those creatures being there. You want to go see some monsters with me? I'd love to, Gabrielle answered honestly. Pleased to finally have a friend, and also one that she could show stuff to, guided her over to Hagrid's hut. Along the way, she explained about the animals she personally liked, such as Raxperts and Crumplehorn Snurkax. Gabrielle had never heard of these animals and was actually interested in learning about them, something that made her quite happy, finally able to have someone she could really talk to about them other than her father. The only problem is most people don't seem to think they exist, and it's kind of hard to prove it to them, Luna admitted. I believe they exist if you say they do, since I have no reason not to, Gabrielle answered. No one can really prove they don't exist either, so I can't say you're incorrect, but I will be very happy for you when you prove everyone else wrong. Luna did something she had actually never done before and went and hugged her, overjoyed at having found someone as amazing as Gabrielle for a friend. Gabrielle looked surprised but returned the hug nonetheless. You're welcome, she queried. I'm just glad to have you as a friend, Luna admitted. Thanks, I am too, Gabrielle agreed, now smiling. When they got to Hagrid's hut, she stared up at the tall structure in wonder. Personally, she thought Hagrid was super lucky, having his own hut. It was like a great big dollhouse for big people, and Hagrid was certainly big. She knocked on the door and waited until Hagrid opened it. Gabrielle seemed surprised by his large size as he stared down at them, but not nearly as much as she might have, as her own headmistress was quite huge as well. She used to have a fantasy about growing up to be a giant like Hagrid. Nobody wanted to mess with a giant, and whenever she walked the ground would shake, and when she talked, everyone for miles around would hear. She could even put the star on top of the Christmas tree without a ladder. Some people she supposed were just destined to be big, and others were destined to be small like her and Gabrielle, not that she minded. She was big enough in the right places for why time, and that was enough for her. Hello, Professor Hagrid, Luna said calmly, we want to see some monsters. Hagrid looked suddenly rather nervous. Monsters? I don't have any monsters here, Hagrid tried to deny. Yes, you do, Luna answered, you've got a three-headed dog, and an Acromantula, and you used to have a dragon, and who told you I had all those? Hagrid demanded. Harry, Luna said. This was actually true. She had never actually talked to Harry, but her visions were absolutely full of him and his adventures, even ones before he had even come to Hogwarts. While Harry had never told anyone, she knew that he had been just like her, a small child who was bullied and had no friends yet desperately wanted them and to be loved. She had thought her life wasn't that great until she had seen Harry's. At least she still had a daddy when he didn't. After being bombarded so much with such visions, she felt like she really understood him, perhaps better than anyone else. He deserved to be happy and to have lots of friends too. If he didn't, she would never have decided to work so hard to make sure he got a harem. It took some convincing, but Hagrid finally decided to allow them to at least see the blast-ended Scroots, which Gabrielle was interested in after hearing what they were. To a normal person, meeting a blast-ended Scroot probably wasn't an enjoyable experience, but Gabrielle seemed to love it, totally getting a kick out of watching their end blow off. She thought they were actually funny looking herself. So began the start of her friendship with Gabrielle, her first real friend. Gabrielle was great and never seemed to be freaked out by anything she said. They had plenty of adventures and Gabrielle had even managed to get her class schedule so that it matched hers so they could have all of their classes together. Yet one thing worried her. The visions she had had of the far distant future in Harry's harem did not include Gabrielle. Her visions weren't exactly always reliable anyway, but she still wasn't pleased Gabrielle wasn't in it, and she had no idea how to get her and Harry together. This worried her. She loved Gabrielle so much and she wanted to be her friend forever. If she married Harry too, then they would never have to be apart and Gabrielle might not have to go back to France. They would even be practically sisters. She kept her plan hidden from Gabrielle, continuing to work in secret even though she was practically dying to tell her. Admittedly, her knowing could potentially ruin everything in her delicate plans. Her device seemed only capable of being only a step ahead and anything extra she wanted to know would only cause it to break down. However, she had at least told her everything else, including things she had never shared with anyone, including the loss of her mother and being psychic. Gabrielle took it pretty well actually and thought it was really cool that she was psychic, although she was grateful that she never pressed her to use her abilities. One thing she has been forced to do however is make sure that she never met Fleur. While Gabrielle's future was currently unknown, Fleur was a different story. Fleur at least she knew quite a bit about and would be a vital part of the plan and she couldn't risk messing that up. When she finally got the timeline made only a few days before her deadline, however, she had hoped that the device might know something about Gabrielle and how to make her a part of the harem, but even that had not worked. Kicking the device out of frustration only gave her a stubbed toe and she rather liked her cute little toe not big and red. As she and Gabrielle were outside feeding the Thestrals for Hagrid, however, Gabrielle said, "Luna, I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go a party I'm having in about a week and a half." "Ooh, that sounds like fun," Luna answered excitedly. "Will there be pin the tail on the donkey, and a bounce house?" She started jumping up and down, causing her beepies to bounce the way she liked them to. Sarah and Jessica needed some exercise. Imagine what kind of exercise they would get with some exercise in a real-life bounce house. "It's not that kind of party," Gabrielle informed her. "It's actually my sister's party and she wanted it to be more grown-up or something, but we'll still have cake and dancing." Luna looked at her sadly and said, "I can't go then." "How come you don't want to meet my sister though?" Gabrielle pouted. "I told you, I'm not supposed to meet her yet," Luna claimed. "That's a ridiculous reason though," Gabrielle pointed out. She couldn't give the real reason. A million things could go wrong and she still had no idea what the repercussions could be since she could not see Gabby's future. By some cruel twist of fate, the one person's future she couldn't see was her best friend and the person she wanted most to be in the harem with her. If she told anyone else about trying to create a harem, probably not a big deal since they would never believe her. Telling Gabby though, the one person who would actually believe her, not so good. She wanted to tell her, it was hurting her not to tell her, but she was at least smart enough to know most people didn't want to be in a harem, and she still as yet hadn't been able to figure out how to get Gabrielle in it. "Unless you can give me a good reason, you should come. I really want you to come to the party," Gabrielle begged. Luna simply couldn't say no to Gabrielle, not with that adorably cute face and the fact that no one had ever invited her to a party before. "Okay, I'll come," Luna agreed. "Yay," Gabrielle said as she gave her a big hug. "It's going to be so much fun." Luna was excited too, but also a bit scared. When the party got closer and closer, Luna grew more excited and yet more nervous. The plan was going quite well and she was afraid to ruin everything just so that she could go to a party. What she really wanted was for Harry and Gabrielle to go on a date when they met, but she wasn't entirely certain just how to do that. Even when the party began she had no idea. Yet when she saw Harry and Gabby together sitting there, she just snapped. She wanted Gabby to be happy so bad and she just knew that if she just got a date with Harry that he would fall for her and she would fall for him and they could all be happy. With no idea exactly what to do she did what Gabby would do, be bold. She approached them both and suggested that Harry go on a date with her. To her pleasant surprise, Gabrielle found her and delivered to her the good news. Preparing for a date was something Harry didn't think he could ever not feel nervous doing. It was scary wondering if you looked nice, if your breath wasn't too bad, if his hair was, well, less messy than normal. All of those factors played a role in making sure he looked presentable and didn't look like a clown or a homeless person. He tried to tell himself with just another date, he'd been on plenty of those before. He'd even been on a date with a very beautiful Vila before, but since Gabrielle was Fleur's sister, it presented another concern for him. He wanted Gabrielle to have just as good of a date with him as her sister had had, but not so incredibly awesome that it totally blew Fleur's date out of the water. The first wouldn't be too hard since he had spent a good portion of his date with Fleur discussing other girls, but that wasn't something he wanted or needed to repeat. He had created a list of safe conversations after his previous dates and hoped that it would help. As he stepped out into the Gryffindor common room however he was accosted by Fred and George. "Do my eyes deceive me, George?" Fred asked, "Is young Harrikins going out on yet another date? Hasn't he already gone out with every available girl in the entire school by now?" George teased. "Yep," Harry agreed, "that's why I've decided to start dating all the girls at other schools too. My date is actually from Beauxbatons." Who knew young Harrikins could be such a Casanova? Fred asked as she shook his head in false amazement. "Only a week ago, Harry couldn't manage to find himself a date and we had to help him get one. Now it turns out he's better at getting them than both of us combined. Next thing you know he'll go stealing our dates," George agreed. "You have to be stopped, Harry, for the good of all males," Fred joked as he pointed a finger at him. He blushed a bit at that. It was certainly not his intention to make things more difficult for other guys, even if he knew Fred and George were only teasing. "I'd be happy to help you guys out and give you some advice if you'd like," he offered. Evidently it was the wrong thing to say however. "Oh ho ho," George said, "so I see how it is. The apprentice thinks he's become better than the masters. You know I think I still have that big head Potter badge," Fred commented. "Very funny guys," Harry told them, "trust me I really don't think I'm better than anyone else, if anything actually worse. Just you watch, I'll do yet another incredibly stupid thing on this date." "Well, for one thing your fly is open," George said. He immediately looked down to find that it was indeed open. After zipping it up, he was grateful that he had at least managed to avoid that problem. "Like I said," he told them, "I don't even know how I managed to get all these dates, they just somehow come to me. So all you have to do is just sit there and wait for girls to come to you." Fred questioned, "George, we should try that. We can just sit here on those couches and see if it works." "We might be waiting a long time," George said. "Or we could get Harry to get us dates," Fred pointed out. "That desperate, huh?" Harry asked, mildly teasing them. "So says the boy who actually was that desperate only a week ago," George reminded him. "Oh yeah," Harry was forced to admit. "I don't know, George," Fred commented, "the way Harry is moving, I'll bet he could get a better date for you than you ever could for him." "Are you challenging me, dear brother?" George asked with a glint in his eyes. "I don't need any challenges," Harry insisted. "I'll bet you a galleon Harry finds a better date for you than you do for him," Fred claimed. "You're on," George answered. "We'll both have 48 hours to get each other a date and then go on a double date together." "Who will be the judge?" "Lee?" Fred asked. "No, only one person would be capable enough to be able to judge adequately and fairly, Professor McGonagall," George answered. "How on earth are you going to get Professor McGonagall to judge?" Fred questioned. "Do you doubt me, brother?" George asked with a grin on his face. "I'll bet you another galleon for that," Fred said. "On again, you're going to go bankrupt," George told him. "Yeah, because I'm not going to try," Harry claimed. Privately he thought that judging one girl over another was a bit stupid because it was a matter of opinion. While he might feel he got along well and found one girl more attractive than another, it might be the exact opposite for someone else. Don't worry, I know you won't let me down, Harry, Fred answered, putting his faith in him. Shaking his head, he decided to just leave for his date and headed out. As he approached the entry hall of the school where he had agreed to meet Gabrielle, he was unexpectedly hailed by the last person he wanted to encounter right then. Potty. Peeves, the poltergeist yelled with obvious glee. I don't have the time right now. Peeves, Harry declared, rather annoyed. Potty is dressed up rather nice, Peeves observed before letting out a huge grin. Does Potty have a date? Does someone lure Potty? Harry put on his best Malfoy impersonation. What, these old rags? They aren't fit to pick up dung with, Harry claimed. He was hopeful that Peeves would not catch on and try to help him with his date as he could see him doing. Potty has a date with dung? Peeves asked, laughing at the irony. Okay, yeah, that admittedly was kind of funny. Alright, so I have a date, Harry admitted, which I also need to get to, so if you'd let me pass. Let me help you get ready then, Peeves offered. He supposed it was too much to ask of Peeves not to cause chaos. Peeves grabbed his coat and ripped the sleeve off. Stop, Peeves, he insisted as he tried to survey the damage. Just one more thing, you need Peeves's super special cologne, Peeves argued. His special cologne happened to be a stink bomb. While he managed to dodge the first one he threw, Peeves went invisible as he then was forced to try and find him. Before he could, however, he felt something hit his head and heard a splat. Immediately the foul gross smell that he recognized as a stink bomb pervaded his nostrils. Peeves had evidently managed to drop it on his head. Now quite angry at the poltergeist, he looked around to try and catch him. Peeves however obliged him by appearing in front of him, laughing with glee. Before he or Peeves could do anything however, the poltergeist seemed to change before his very eyes. Instead of being a very ugly creature with a too large nose and eyes and wearing pinstriped clothes, he turned into a very handsome figure, with own hair that was the same color as Malfoy's, blue eyes, and his proportions were now proportional. Even his suit was a very snazzy solid black one. What did you do? He demanded. Since he hadn't done anything, he was momentarily confused until the actual person who had done it revealed themselves. There, I think you look much better now, poltergeist, Gabrielle said with a grin on her face. Peeves went to go look in the entryway mirror. What the? I'm hideous. Cute wavy locks, taut round beeps. This is totally awful. Peeves wailed at his appearance, even as he grasped his rear end. I don't like bullies and you only got what you deserved, Gabrielle declared. Peeves tried scrunching up his face as if hoping that would change him back, but it failed to work. Turn me back right now, Peeves insisted. No, Gabrielle countered, this is your punishment for trying to mess with my date. I'll change you back, if you can manage to behave yourself for a week, which I highly doubt you'll ever be able to do. I'll get you back for this. Peeves replied angrily. Good, I look forward to it, Gabrielle answered. Peeves, now trying to mess himself up as much as he could, floated away in anger. How did you manage to do that? He asked her. Permanent body modification spells are supposed to be really hard to do. While they were incredibly difficult, it hadn't stopped many a student from attempting them. Poor Priscilla Everett only last month had tried to make her butt bigger, only it hadn't worked. Instead she had managed to somehow get a pair of teeth attached to it, which quite literally was biting her in the butt. That was actually one of the more tame examples of bad things happening to students who attempted such spells. A girl last year had tried to fix her nose, only for it to instead grow to be several times its normal size and earn her the nickname Pinocchio. In such cases it also took a while for them to be fixed. Hermione, when her teeth had kept growing, had been lucky that Madame Pomfrey had been skilled enough to fix them. Actually, I just changed him back to his original form, Gabrielle admitted. You mean that's what Peeves really looks like? He asked in amazement. Hard to believe, but apparently so. It's just over time he managed to change it into what he used to look like until I changed him back. I doubt he even remembers what his original form was, Gabrielle observed. That was super awesome, but I think Peeves is going to have it out for you from now on, Harry pointed out. I welcome the challenge. I've dealt with plenty of bullies before and he'll just be the biggest one, Gabrielle told him. As he looked himself over, he then said, I'm sorry he had to ruin our date though. Why has he ruined it? she asked. I'm afraid I'm not really looking my best, or smelling my best, he confessed. It'll likely take me ages to get the smell stink bomb out of my hair and clothes. It's a good thing I have the perfect solution to stink bomb then, she answered. What is it? He asked. Follow me, she told him. He followed her outside. It had snowed recently, but by now it had mostly melted, making the school grounds very muddy. She pointed to a great big mud puddle. Yes, that is a big mud puddle, but I don't see how that helps my problem, he pointed out. Go jump in it, she said. So the way to get myself clean is to get more dirty? He questioned. It does seem rather counterintuitive, but yes, mud is actually a lot easier to get out with magic, she admitted. I can clean you up and you can clean me up afterwards. Why do you need to get into the mud? He asked. She grinned and said, you don't really think I was going to let you have all the fun now, did you? Playing in the mud was kind of weird, but then again she was friends with Luna. He still approached the mud puddle with caution as he stared at it. Actually jumping into a mud puddle on purpose seemed kind of silly still. Yet more he could have much longer to really think about it. He was shoved from behind as he went flying into it. When he regained his composure, his front was now covered in mud. He wiped away what was on his face and looked over at Gabrielle, who had a huge smile on her face as she looked him over. Oh, she was going to get it. He picked up some mud and put into his hand. You trying to give me a present, Harry? She asked. Yep, some guys give their dates flowers or chocolates, I give them mud, he answered. Works for me, she said. He flung it at her but she dodged it. My grandmother throws as good as you, she told him. Are you insulting my throwing? He asked teasingly. If you'd seen my grandmother throw, you would consider it a compliment, she replied. He leapt towards her and grabbed her arm, pulling her in while she pretended to protest. Please no, Harry, I'll get all dirty, she said as he continued to pull her in, although not very hard so as not to accidentally hurt her. I fight dirty, he claimed. She finally succumbed and he pulled her right into the middle of the mud puddle with him, causing a great big splash. Before long they were both covered in mud as they tried to cover each other with the wet dirt. He looked over at the small girl, now totally unrecognizable now that she was covered in mud, the only parts visible being her mouth and eyes. She looked back at him and declared, you know, you still look good covered in mud. Well, my aunt would always wear mud on her face so she could look better, he observed. Vila don't need to worry about getting better skin, she claimed, we always look beautiful no matter what. I don't know about that, he said as he looked her muddy body up and down. Are you calling me ugly? She asked him. He tried to come up with a good answer. Calling girls ugly usually meant the guy would be getting a slap on his face. Not covered in mud, you look out of my league, this way makes it easier on me, he responded. I would have said the same thing about you, she told him. She leaned forward and at him. To which he only broke it and started spitting mud. I'm so sorry, she said, now sounding quite bad. Was it a bad key? My first key, and you absolutely hate it. It's fine, he said, I just wasn't ready for it and I got mud in my mouth. Luna said you wanted me to key you, she confessed, now looking down at the ground. He immediately felt guilty. It's not that I don't want to key you, he admitted, it's just I'm not exactly clean enough. I like you dirty, Gabrielle said. I could totally make a dirty joke here, Harry answered. Instead he flung some more mud at her, which she enthusiastically returned. Before long, however, he caught her shivering. While it was a very warm day for December, it was still cold. Are you cold? He asked her. I'll be all right, she insisted. You don't have to be tough, if you don't want to, Harry informed her. We might have to huddle together in order to keep warm, Gabrielle said. He had been about to cast warming charms on both of them, but he admittedly rather liked this idea better. Let's clean off all of this mud first, he suggested. Pointing his wand at her, he began cleaning the mud off of her, while she did the same to him. When he had finished with her face, he said, There's Gabrielle. Did you miss me? She asked. Once both of them were cleaned off, he offered her what was left of his coat after Peeves had ripped the sleeve off. I'm sorry about your coat, she said as she pulled the coat on. It looked huge on her, but she seemed rather pleased at getting his coat even if it was missing a sleeve. I'll just have to get Hermione to fix it, he said, not particularly concerned about it. He put an arm around her as they started walking not towards the castle, but towards Hagrid's hut. "Are we going to Hagrid's?" she asked. "Yes," he admitted, "I figured I'd go with somewhere a little change of pace and have dinner there." "Is Hagrid cooking?" she asked, sounding rightfully a bit worried. Evidently she already knew about Hagrid's cooking. "No, I wouldn't subject you to that unless you had much stronger teeth," he said. "My bite is worse than my bark," she argued. "I don't doubt it, but I'd rather not test it," he wisely answered. "No, Hagrid let me have his cabin for the evening. He was also going to get us some unicorns like you asked for, but it looks like we may not have time to do that now." "That's okay," Gabrielle countered, "we can ride them on our next date." He looked at her funny and said, "Did anyone ever tell you how bold you are?" She merely shrugged and said, "You can't blame a girl for trying." When they got inside, he found a huge turkey dinner all laid out for him with warming charms on it to keep from getting cold, no doubt the efforts of Dobby. "Wow," Gabrielle said when she saw it. After getting 2 plates of food, both of them got under a huge Hagrid-sized blanket. For such a small girl, Gabrielle sure could eat, he observed. As they ate, he asked, "So how do you know Luna?" She explained briefly about how they had met. To find out that Luna was bullied unfortunately did not surprise him. He could definitely see students treating her that way even if it wasn't right. "Luna's my best friend," she said, "we do everything together and I think it's perfect for both of us. She never is bothered by anything I do, and she never gets bothered by anything I do. I also keep the bullies away from her and we both really needed the companionship." "I'm glad," he answered, "I really do like Luna, but she can be kind of odd." "Agreed, but that's what I love about her," Gabrielle said. "I can't really blame her for turning out a little crazy." "Why?" he asked. She studied him a bit and then said, "Since you seem to be so important to her and I'm hopeful that you'll be able to become at least friends, I think you ought to understand where she's coming from. Just please don't tell her I told you. Luna didn't have an easy childhood and never had any friends growing up. She lost her mother when she was very young. It even happened right in front of her. Her father sort of went mad after the loss of his wife and Luna has had to practically raise herself and take care of him." He felt suddenly super guilty for ever thinking badly about Luna. What Gabrielle had just said about her sounded so much like his own childhood it was uncanny. The only difference was both of his parents were dead. He had had to take care of himself at a young age too, as well as the Dursleys, who were simply so lazy they had to get a little kid to work as their South Avenue for them. He made a mental promise to try and be nicer to her. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," he apologized. "It's okay, she isn't bitter about it, she just does what she can, no matter how weird it might seem to be happy, and I have a lot of respect for her for doing that," Gabrielle replied. "She also likes you an awful lot." "I noticed," he said. "She even tells me about wanting to marry you," she said. "Doesn't every girl?" he joked. "I happen to know of a few girls who actually still hate you, but that's beside the point," Gabrielle said. "When it comes to Luna, I swear she honestly believes that she is going to marry you." "I think it's more than that," he answered, "what with her thinking I'm going to have a harem and all." Gabrielle caught her breath, and asked, "What? You mean she hasn't told you?" Harry asked. "Told me what?" Gabrielle asked. Meanwhile Luna was currently working on her device. At long last she had finally managed to get some serious progress on Gabrielle and her future. The device made a farting sound and out popped a thin strip of paper. She had got the device to put everything in fortune cookie paper form, partly for convenience and partly because she considered them to be more fun that way, even though she was still working on including a cookie. However, she was very disappointed to find what it said was so short. Luna decided to wait for Gabrielle to finish her date with Harry before speaking with her. It would probably be best to approach her and not the other way around. She hid behind some suits of armor and waited for Harry to drop her off in front of the school's entryway. While she was pleased to see Gabrielle decide to leave Harry with a key, she still felt some trepidation at having to explain herself. It gave her the jittery bugs and they didn't feel so good in her tummy. Or it was those worms she had eaten earlier. Slimy yet satisfying. At any rate, the moment that Harry left, she heard Gabrielle say, "I know you're there, Luna." She sighed and came out behind her hiding place. "How did you know?" Luna asked in wonder. "I was even thinking invisible thoughts." I may have seen you playing footsie with that suit of armor, or maybe I'm psychic and I'm trying to make you a part of a harem, Gabrielle answered. As usual, Gabrielle was bold and came right out with what she wanted to discuss. I suppose I owe you an explanation, Luna replied slowly. Getting in trouble for being naughty wasn't at all as fun as she had thought. Her daddy never punished her, even when she claimed she was a bad girl. In her storybooks, the bad kids always seemed to get rewarded. Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, etc. Maybe she could be a bad girl to Harry and get punished, perhaps even a spanking. I would sure appreciate it before I start drawing any unfavorable conclusions, Gabrielle asked of her. Does Harry know anything? Luna asked, wanting to get that out of the way. Him finding out could ruin everything. If Gabrielle had said something, well, she had a plan for that, but it was rather messy and would lead to Harry speaking in a Russian accent for the rest of his life. That wasn't exactly her favorite accent, but if she had to, she would. No, he doesn't, I just agreed with him that you were crazy, although I might set him straight if I feel I have to, Gabrielle responded. No, don't do that, Luna begged. Like I said, I want to hear your side of the story first, Gabrielle told her. Luna paused before saying, would you believe me if I said the Nargles made me do it? I find it pretty unlikely that Nargles would do that, Gabrielle said. After sighing, Luna finally decided to just tell her everything, and once she opened her mouth, it just opened up like a flood, partially because she had been dying to tell someone all along and now finally could. She told her about wanting to have lots of friends and wanting to be with Harry but also share him, and also her involvement in manipulating things so that it would happen. Gabrielle listened to all of it before saying shrewdly, you do realize how crazy that is, right? There's nothing fun that isn't at least a little crazy, Luna responded wisely. True, Gabrielle agreed, however I should probably point out that you don't seem to be paying attention to what Harry or any of those girls really want. Yes, I am, Luna insisted. How so? Gabrielle demanded. They've still got their agency. They can still choose to fall in love and be happy or not. Besides, I'm doing it for them, Luna argued. So how many girls are going to be in this harem anyway? Gabrielle asked. All of those girls that Harry has dated. No, Luna answered, just some of them. The others need to date Harry for other reasons. Such as? Gabrielle queried. I want them to be happy too, and that is the only way to achieve it, Luna argued. She had to admit her negotiating skills were poor, but she was doing her best. Gabrielle took a deep breath before saying, all right. Well, you're going to have to allow me some more time to think about all this, can you do that for me? Of course I can, friend forever, Luna answered. Thanks Luna, Gabrielle said. Luna hoped that Gabrielle would make the right decision, or she would have to activate Plan Boring, and Plan Boring wasn't nearly as good. Harry woke up the next morning, yet chose to linger in bed and think about a few things. First, he did not, for the first time in over a week, have any dates to go on or anything else to do for that matter that evening. He figured he'd be looking forward to it, but now that he tried to think of what to do, he realized he couldn't think of anything better. Truth be told, this past week had changed him. No longer was he the famous boy who was only friends with Ron and Hermione. He had mostly kept other people at a distance since he had always figured that they were only thinking of him as the boy who lived or a Triwizard champion. Now however he knew that simply wasn't true and that he was a genuinely likable person under his own merits. That however introduced a whole new slew of problems. Before he could ignore interest from girls because he was really only interested in them in return if they actually liked him as just Harry, and while the majority of girls probably were just interested in him because of his fame, there were plenty who just plain liked him. Also surprising was just how much he liked them back. His interest in girls was no longer relegated to just a few girls such as Cho Chang, but many others. It didn't even seem to matter what their body type was, they could be short or tall, fat or thin, he just liked girls and he liked spending time with them. Of course, he liked certain girls more than others, Padma and Daphne immediately coming to mind. He definitely intended to at least become good friends with them, but there was also something exciting about going out on a date with a new girl. You didn't know enough about her to see how the date would go and it was all kind of a mystery. So he had to ask himself the question, did he want to continue dating a lot? The answer to that question was yes, he realized. Yet what should he do about the girls he had already dated and had a good time with? He wanted to cultivate at least good friendships with many of them and go on other dates in the future. Perhaps he could go on 2 dates a week. Not the extreme every day of the week like he had been doing, but still a vigorous amount of dating, and perhaps one with a girl he had already dated and one with a girl he hadn't dated before. What about Padma and Daphne though? He definitely wanted to see them more than at most once a week. Well, he'd have to figure something else out for them then. Daphne, however, hinged on talking to her first. It was not without a small amount of guilt that he hadn't yet talked to her after their date a few nights ago, partially because he just wasn't sure what to say. That would have to be on his to-do list for the day, which also now involved him finding a date for George Weasley, ordering a few Christmas presents, organizing his trunk, making his bed. On second thought, skip that last one. What teenage boy actually made his bed without being asked? With the time now saved from completing such an obviously grueling and time-consuming task, he turned his attention to the first thing on his list, finding a date for George. He had considered simply blowing it off, but he figured he should probably at least try, and this time he wasn't going to get himself a date with the girl instead as he had with Ron. That only caused him to think of Ron. While he really should be upset that Ron was no longer his friend, he really wasn't, as he was finding that he could easily fill that space with much better friends than him. If they were girls, and attractive girls at that, well, that was even better. Of course, his oldest friend, which also happened to be a girl, Hermione, had more than proven that she was a good friend to him, and he'd never want that to change. Perhaps he could get Hermione to go with George. That was an interesting idea, he thought. Not that he was trying to win the bet Fred and George had, but Hermione was attractive now that he thought about it. She was also very smart and was actually good company when she wasn't stressing out or nagging him about something. In truth, at least to him, Hermione was actually quite a catch, and any boy should be lucky to have a date with her. Perhaps he was just biased, but then again, if George really was going to have Professor McGonagall judge, bias would undoubtedly help him. Hermione was clearly one of Professor McGonagall's favorite students, so he'd have a major advantage there. It also occurred to him that Hermione had helped him a lot with his dating problems and even gotten him a date herself with Hannah, so he figured he'd try and return the favor. Having decided, he got up to go find her. It did not take him long, finding her in the common room currently reading a book. "Hey Hermione," he greeted as he sat down in the armchair next to hers. "Hey Harry," she replied without looking up from her book. I was wondering if you had any plans for tomorrow night," he asked her. At this she looked up and asked curiously, "No, why do you ask?" "I actually kind of got wrangled into going on a double date with George Weasley and we're supposed to find each other dates, and I thought of you," he stated. She looked down at her book again and said, "I don't think that's such a good idea, Harry." "I would have said the same thing about you setting me up with Hannah," Harry commented. "I realize George may not seem to be your type, but it's only one date. Or are you worried because you want to be exclusive with Crumb?" Hermione sighed. "It's not that, I'm just wondering why me," Hermione told him. "Well, honestly, I couldn't think of anyone that could possibly be a better date," he admitted. She seemed to brighten at that. "You really think so?" she asked hesitantly. "Well, yeah, you're my oldest and best friend and I know you'd make a good date for any guy," Harry argued. "Besides, I kind of want to thank you for all the dating help you've been giving me." "It's really nothing, Harry," Hermione said. "Still, I just want you to know I appreciate it," Harry replied gratefully. "It really means a lot to me and I couldn't have done it without you." He gave her a quick hug. She seemed a tad surprised, but returned the hug nevertheless. He had admittedly never been very hugsy with Hermione, but his recent experience with girls had caused him to open up more to it. She nodded and then said, "Okay, then I guess I will go on this double date with you." "Thanks, Hermione, I'll try to make sure George behaves himself," he said. "If he tries to prank me," she warned. "If he tries to prank you, I'll make sure he gets punished so badly he won't want to pull another prank again," Harry insisted. In truth, this would be a favor to George. What he might do would be nothing to what Hermione could do to him. "What a loss to the world," Hermione answered sarcastically. "Yeah, what would we do without George's pranks?" he agreed. After speaking to Hermione, he went down to breakfast to find that Padma was actually sitting at the Gryffindor table. She even knew to sit at his regular spot at the table. After sitting down next to her, she explained, "I figured I'd shake things up and sit at your table this morning." Works for me, he agreed with a shrug of his shoulders. They were only just starting to eat when the Weasley twins came by with grins on their faces. Good news, Harry, we found you a date, Fred told him. More like I found him a date, George corrected him, a very good, sure-to-win date. We're not going to tell you who it is though, Fred insisted in a sing-song voice. Padma looked at him playfully and asked, what's the matter, Harry? Have you fallen so far that you are desperate enough to get other people to get you dates again? You really should have asked me, I could have helped you out. I don't know, do you know any beautiful girls who'd like to go out with me? He cheekily replied. I can think of one, she answered just as cheekily. Then I simply must meet this girl, he claimed as he looked back at her. We want to meet her too, George claimed. Maybe if me and Fred are good boys, Harry will gift us with some dates he doesn't have time for. Nope, they're all for me, Harry argued teasingly, I'm addicted to dating now. Then that would make us your date dealers, Fred commented with a grin. Perhaps we should expand into a new market, George agreed, dates for desperate celebrities. Deciding to finally explain to Padma what was going on, he told her. Fred and George decided to bet each other who could get a better date for the other on a double date. Me or George? I see, Padma answered. Well, I noticed that you didn't ask me. He nearly coughed at that. I would have asked you, but picking you would have been an automatic win and been too easy, Harry said, rather proud of himself of thinking of such an answer on the fly. You know I have to agree with you, Harry, George said, which is why I'm grateful he didn't ask you, although you are a twin, and who doesn't like twins? Fred and George both clapped each other's hands at that. Padma sighed and said, do you get the, because we're the only twins at Hogwarts, we should totally hook up, thing that people keep spouting? Are you suggesting something? Fred coyly asked with a grin. Absolutely not, Padma said, sounding a tad annoyed. Sorry, but you and your brother just aren't my type. Well, what is your type so we can match it? George asked. Padma looked over at Harry and said, oh, handsome, dark hair, beautiful emerald green eyes. Fred sighed and said, I guess that means we'd better get working on a spell to change our appearances. Forget it, dear brother, we've lost her, she's already fallen for boy who scored over here, George told his brother as he put his hand on his back for comfort. Shame, Fred agreed. So Padma, about that sister of yours. You had to give credit to Fred for trying to bounce back. Padma laughed and said, I don't think you're her type either. Don't tell me, dark hair and emerald green eyes is her thing too? George asked. Padma was about to reply, when Fred cut in. If you have a threesome with Harry, can we at least watch? Fred begged. Both he and Padma spluttered at that. You don't have to answer that, Harry cautioned, trying to save her from any further embarrassment, and himself as well. Good, because I'm not going to, she replied hastily. Would you mind not bothering her like that? Harry asked of the twins. Whoa, just take it easy, Harry, Fred answered, I was only trying to help you out. I don't need help to get laid, Harry replied. Had he really just said that? Oh ho, I had no idea we had a little stud here, George answered. Hold on, no way Harrikins is that good, Fred said, seeming unable to believe it. What are you talking about? Padma asked as she laid a key on Harry. He's definitely good. Both twins were stunned to silence, quite possibly a first for them at Padma's assertion. All right, Harry, you win, George said, still sounding surprised. You mean he won the dating contest? Fred tried to pry out of him. No, absolutely not, I'm still going to win that, George insisted. Harry might, dare I say it, be better than us with the ladies. No, say it isn't true. Fred pleaded. We might as well give up now, George said sadly. I'm going to join a monastery, Fred told his brother. I'll join you, at least we'll get to continue to call each other brother, George remarked. Both twins retreated and headed down to the end of the table, shaking their heads. Sorry, I just couldn't resist, Padma apologized, if you want me to go set them straight or something. That was brilliant, he commented, it totally shut them up. Of course now everyone is going to think we had say, Padma pointed out. Oh, right, he answered, just now realizing that. Although it would make me famous, being the girl who took the boy who lives purity and made him a man, Padma observed. He blushed at that, before saying, I wouldn't be too upset about that. Once again, feeling like he stuck his foot in his mouth, he apologized, I didn't mean. I know, she said with a blush now on her face, not now of course, but in the future. I wouldn't be too upset either. Yeah, he agreed, still feeling awkward. Padma then decided to change the subject, so who did you get to go on a date with, George? Hermione, he admitted. Hermione? Padma asked with some surprise. I figured it was a good choice, he said. Uh-huh, Padma said, sounding as if she was not willing to really answer. What are you not telling me? He queried. I'm just surprised you'd be willing to set Hermione up on dates with other guys, that's all, Padma answered. Why wouldn't I? Hermione is a great girl and she deserves to have some fun. Any guy would be lucky to have her, Harry replied. I totally agree, Harry, Padma said supportively. There then was a brief pause before Padma decided to change the subject again. Who would you get if you were trying to set me up on a date? She asked. He pretended to give it some thought before giving his answer. Goyle, he answered. She laughed and said, Goyle, huh? You really think Goyle would be perfect for me? Well, no, but it would make me look better in comparison, Harry admitted. Ah, so that's your plan, hope that I go out with awful guys so that I'll realize how great you are. Padma teased. Well, I realize that we're going to be dating other people, but I also don't want to lose you to somebody better, Harry confessed. Oh, well, in that case, I should probably start setting you up with awful dates too, you know, to help with your dating addiction, Padma claimed with a smile. Ah, and what totally awful girl did you have in mind? He queried. How about Lavender? Padma suggested jokingly. What's wrong with Lavender? Harry asked, even though he knew perfectly well what. Oh, just that I think she would be too ditzy and wears way too much makeup for you, Padma replied. Actually, I kind of like having fun with Lavender and she's pretty, Harry said, so the joke would be on you. Well, in that case, maybe I should get you and Lavender together, you'd make such a great couple, she teased. Don't worry, I'll send you a wedding invitation, Harry answered. Hey Lavender, you want to go on a date with Harry? Padma said. It was clear that Padma was only joking again, but Lavender looked up from her seat further down the table and said, sure. Harry shot Padma an angry look. Padma whispered hastily, sorry, I forgot I was sitting at the Gryffindor table. It was an honest mistake, but it still put him in a dilemma. She really had been right, he really wasn't all that interested in Lavender. In addition to being the school gossip, it was widely believed that Lavender was becoming the school slut. When not wearing her mandatory school robes to classes, she always wore very short shorts and low-cut tops to show off just as much of her body as she could. While some guys liked that and were after her because they considered her easy, he himself was not impressed. Of course, her rather ditzy and gossipy personality were also deterrents to him. However, Padma had already asked and he didn't want to embarrass anyone, besides himself, by setting the record straight. Besides, it might be a way to get back at Padma by actually agreeing. He looked over at Lavender and announced, how about Friday at 7? Sure, Lavender agreed with a grin on her face, no doubt just waiting to discuss it endlessly with Parvati. What are you doing? Padma whispered to him, looking angry. I thought you wanted me to date Lavender. He pointed out with a grin. Now louder so that Lavender could hear, he said, great, I'll see you then. Lavender immediately turned to Parvati who was sitting next to her and started talking excitedly with her. Why did you do that? Padma demanded. What? Get a date? He asked. With Lavender, Padma replied, sounding frustrated. The way I see it, no matter what I do, I seem to get lots of dates anyway. At least this way, I get to choose my dates, Harry commented. With Lavender though, Padma argued, do you know what a lavender date means? He shook his head. Come with me, she said, as she got up from her seat. He followed her, wondering what the big deal was. Perhaps she was bothered a lot more by him dating other girls than he had realized. Finally, when they got outside the Great Hall, she explained. Guys who date Lavender are guys who date her because they want someone easy, you know, to have say with, Padma said worriedly. What? He exclaimed in alarm, I don't want to. I really didn't expect to. I'm surprised you haven't heard the stories, Padma told him. That's one reason why I teasingly suggested Lavender, because we were talking about you losing your purity earlier. I tend not to follow gossip, he claimed. At first I was worried that was what you wanted from her, Padma said. Why would I want that? I'm too young, and do you really think I would want to lose my purity to lavender brown of all girls? He pointed out. She sighed and said, I suppose not, but it still worried me. What am I going to say to her if she, you know? He asked nervously. Just tell her you don't want that, Padma said. Okay, Harry agreed, as he let out an exhale of breath, I'll do it. His life was once again complicated, he thought, but then again when was it not? They stood there for a moment, both of them feeling awkward. So what did Daphne say when you talked to her? Padma chose to ask. I still haven't talked to her yet, he confessed. You haven't talked to her yet? Padma asked in surprise. I wasn't sure what to say. He insisted. Poor girl, she's probably been worrying and waiting for days, wondering if you hate her now, Padma said. I don't hate her, in fact I think she could become a really good friend of mine, or more than that, he said. You don't just leave a girl hanging like that, Padma cautioned. I was scared, and what if I mess things up? He queried. Still, you don't just put it off because you're scared, Padma pointed out. He put his head down and said, I know, I'm sorry. I guess I'd better go do that. Padma looked at him before asking, do you want me to go with you? Would you? He asked as he looked up at her, extremely grateful that Padma would make such a generous offer. Yes, I think it'd probably be better that way actually, Padma answered. With that, they headed back to the Great Hall and over to the Slytherin table, only to find that Daphne had left several minutes ago. They both rushed over down the route to the Slytherin common room to try and intercept her. Finally, he spotted the back of Daphne's head walking down a hallway and they managed to catch up, although with both of them out of breath. Although in his defense she was more out of breath than he was. Daphne, we were wondering if we could talk to you, Harry began. Daphne asked as she kept her eyes on Padma cautiously. Padma agreed, I figured I should probably also be here, since it kind of affects me too. Daphne still seemed a bit skeptical about Padma being here, but said nothing further. Padma gave him a push with her shoulder against his and he began. I just wanted to let you know how good of a time I had with you the other night, he told Daphne. I had a good time too, Harry, Daphne agreed with a smile. Admittedly though, it caused me a lot of anguish. You know I like Padma, but I also found I really like you as well and I honestly don't want to lose either of you, he explained. I'd really like us to be friends. Okay, I'm taking over, Padma interrupted. Why? He asked. As far as he knew he had been doing well. Explaining. Since you used the dreaded, let's just be friends, Padma answered before addressing Daphne. I'm betting you're probably worried more about me than Harry, so I'm just letting you know, I'm not mad and I'm not blaming you for anything. You were on a date, and people key on dates. However, Harry was quite worried about me when he came and told me, but we managed to work it out. We both agreed that we wouldn't be dating each other exclusively, which means we'll certainly be dating in the future, but we're free to date other people. That being said, I know Harry really likes you and if you would like to go with him on future dates, that is okay, but also recognize that he won't be exclusive with you either. Daphne nodded and said, that's actually a lot better than I had hoped for. I had actually feared that I might have driven you away, Harry, or that I had hurt you, Padma. It all worked out, he answered, so as I was saying, I'd like us to be friends, only I'd like to be able to go on more dates with you in the future, so we're friends with benefits, Daphne suggested. Some benefits, he corrected. Like key.ing. Daphne replied. Yeah, that's a benefit I wouldn't mind, he said easily. Daphne grinned and said, yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't. However, she still looked at Padma as if to ask her permission as well. Only if you'll let me do the same, Padma announced. Deal, Daphne replied. As if to assert this, she gave him a quick key on the lips. There was a brief pause before Daphne invited, would you like to go play this game that my grandma sent me? She must have sent it to me for Christmas, but it got here early and she didn't bother to wrap it, so I figured that she wouldn't mind if I used it now. What's the game? Padma asked. I don't know, I haven't heard of it before. It's called Dungeons and Dragons, Daphne admitted. It looks kind of cheesy, but it looks like it could be fun. Ah, why not? Harry said, deciding to play. Daphne reached around her back and pulled the game out of her pack. Where do you want to play it? Padma queried. How about the history classroom? Daphne suggested. Professor Binns won't mind if we use it, Padma agreed. Well, judging from the picture on the box, it has a picture of a goblin on it, so there has to be some sort of historical stuff we could learn, Harry sarcastically said. The name Dungeons and Dragons sounded familiar to him for some reason, but he really couldn't place it. On the way, however, he spotted Luna coming down the hallway, or rather skipping and singing down the hallway. He could have just ignored her, but he remembered his conversation with Gabrielle the night before, as he learned quite a bit about Luna that he had not known. Unbidden, as he looked at her, an image of a younger version of himself came to mind, a boy who was much like her, unusual and labeled a weirdo and a freak with no friends, bullied and alone. It was apparent that she was friends with Gabrielle, but he still could not in good conscience let her just go. Besides, for some reason the game just seemed to be right up her alley. "Hey Luna," he greeted, "you want to go play a game with us?" Luna brightened with a smile and said, "I'd love to play a game with you." Padma and Daphne seemed surprised by his gesture, but made no argument. When they got inside the history classroom, Daphne opened up the box. "So how exactly do we play this game?" Padma asked, now rather perplexed. "I know how," Luna volunteered. "How do you know how?" Daphne questioned. "I've played this game before, silly," Luna stated. Luna explained to them the rules before they picked out their characters. Harry decided to be a human warrior, Daphne was an elf maiden. Padma was a witch, and Luna for some reason was a goblin. It admittedly was a rather weird game, but it was still rather fun, especially because of how Luna got into it. In addition to adopting a goblin-like voice the whole time, she was a big help in proceeding on their quest, namely getting to a dragon-guarded castle. "We'll need to get a cloak of invisibility to get past the dragon and get the ruby," Luna said halfway through the game in her goblin voice. "Why can't I just use a summoning charm to get the ruby?" Padma pointed out, "I'm a witch, aren't I?" "Yes, but in this game you can't just use summoning charms," Luna answered. "Well, I have a real cloak of invisibility already, so we don't need to try and find one," Harry added. "Except we lost it frolicking in the forest, remember Ernesto?" Daphne asked his character. Luna gave Daphne a smile in thanks for being willing to follow the game. "Oh yes, you're quite right," he or rather Ernesto agreed. "That's what happens when I frolic with beautiful elf maidens in the forest. I tend to forget stuff." Padma sighed and said, "I suppose me doing the same thing has caused me to forget how to do a summoning charm." They then turned back to the game, allowing themselves to get into it, even if it still didn't make sense. At the very least Luna was grateful to them, which made that alone worth it. Later on, as they were questing to find a magic dagger, his character was currently involved gifting non-playable characters with gold pieces in hopes that they might have one. "You're going to be out of gold soon," Daphne commented. "Unlikely," he answered, "I've still got plenty of gold." "In the game or in real life?" Harry asked. "Both," he admitted. He felt no guilt in admitting that he was rich. It was already a well-known fact even without him mentioning it. "So that would mean that we should expect some decent Christmas presents from you this year," Daphne pointed out teasingly. "Once we slay this dragon, you shall receive the best of all gifts," Harry gallantly declared. "Ooh, the best of all gifts, huh?" Daphne asked in mock eagerness. What could that be? "The dragon's treasure, of course," he said, although he had a pretty good idea just what gift she had in mind. "So what do you want for Christmas anyway, Harry?" Padma asked. "Some chocolate would be nice," he claimed, trying to make it easy on them. "I'll keep that in mind," Daphne answered, "just so, you know, I like diamonds." "Ah, I see how it is, I ask for chocolate and you ask for diamonds, I'm not that rich," Harry argued. Daphne pretended to pout and said, "I thought that's what I got for being your friend. If I gave all my friends diamonds, I would definitely have a lot more friends, or at least wanting to be my friend," he joked. A thought suddenly struck him as he thought about who his friends were, or at least the ones he cared enough about to get gifts for. Hermione, Padma, Daphne, and his godfather were a given, and Luna, who he actually had a great idea for a gift for, but everyone else. Maybe he should get gifts for the girls he had been on dates with. Just small gifts, but something let them know he was thinking of them. He hadn't really had a ton of contact with some of them afterwards, but he still wanted to keep them in mind in case he cared to date any of them again. It was a good idea and one he decided to do. He then turned his attention back to the game. In the climax, they went to face the dragon. He flung his sword at the dragons. It bounces off the dragon's hide, causing the dragon to only become more enraged, Luna announced. Wait, Padma said, I still have my staff and I can use that spell to turn the dragon to stone. You'll need a 17 or above for that, Luna said as she handed the dice to her. Padma rolled, before it landed on a 15. Hold on, I have that jewel that allows you to increase the dice roll by 2, Daphne pointed out. Then, Luna said with as much build-up as she could muster, the dragon is slain. Each of them cheered. If only a real dragon was this easy to defeat, he thought. He could have used a dragon being turned to stone spell last month when he'd faced a real one. Both Padma and Daphne decided that their victory deserved a quick key, which he gave to each of them. Yet as he looked at Luna, she looked like she was hoping she might get one as well. He shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help thinking. Why not? Going over to her, he leaned over to her and keyed her. The key surprised him, not only because of how good of a key it was, but because of how he couldn't put his finger on it, but it just seemed to symbolize something, the beginning of something. Yet as he drew away, he looked at Luna, who was smiling, looking positively radiant. Beautiful even. She looked at him with an expression of love. He wasn't sure, but it was that caused him to realize he wanted to be friends, or friends with benefits with Luna. That should have surprised him too, but it really didn't. It just felt right, and that was enough for him. While Harry was thinking this, Luna was having thoughts of her own. Harry had keyed her. Finally, after waiting so long, she'd gotten this far. It had been difficult and there had been rough patches, but she still couldn't help but be pleased with what she had achieved, and she knew that this was only the beginning. The others didn't fully realize this, but they had already formed a circle of friends, a circle which she and they were a part of and would become so much more in the future. It was indeed the beginning of the harem. Hey, Daphne, you want to sit with us at the Ravenclaw table? Padma invited. Sure, Daphne quickly agreed. As they all sat down and began to fill their plates with food, he got a catalog out of his pack. It was supposed to be to order Christmas presents. What's that you got there? Padma asked him curiously as she looked over his shoulder at it. Just a Christmas catalog to send gifts to people, he answered. Excitement immediately appeared on each of the girls' faces. Ooh, well then you better get me that. Daphne replied as she pointed at a picture in the catalog. A week-long vacation to Atlantis. Harry asked in consternation, I'm sorry but it's pretty unlikely you'll be getting that. Daphne seemed to expect that. You can't blame a girl for trying, Daphne commented unabashedly as she shrugged her shoulders. You'll be getting something more like this, Padma said as she grabbed the catalog and pointed at a picture of fake poo. It likely was a gag gift. Ooh, I want that, Luna exclaimed happily. Daphne grinned and told him, that's one present you've got figured out, Harry. No, none of you are finding out what I'm getting you, he scolded them, this is for the other girls I went on dates with. You know, to let them know I was thinking of them but not going too overboard. I was thinking maybe a rose or something. That's nice, Harry, Padma agreed approvingly. Padma would be getting a much better gift than a rose, of course. He marked the boxes to send roses along with the names for each girl. Since it was all to one location, it was actually pretty cheap. He was just folding it up, when Luna said, you can use my falcon if you'd like. For a second he was a bit confused before a beautiful gray parrot swooped down onto the table. It was gray and majestic, and a much larger bird than he would have expected of a parrot. Luna pulled a note tied to its leg off before petting its head affectionately. The parrot seemed to eat up the attention. Where on earth did you get a parrot? Harry asked curiously. On a trip with my daddy, Luna calmly replied. His name is Perry, Perry the parrot. He's adorable, Daphne told her as she had the bravery to pet him. From what he could tell, Perry didn't seem to mind the attention. Thank you, Luna said, I was hoping he would play pirate games and stuff, but unfortunately he doesn't do much, other than deliver my mail. What kind of pirate games? Padma asked, like wear an eye patch and keep him on your shoulder. I actually have a pirate's costume at home and Daddy even made me a small pirate's ship one year for Christmas. Unfortunately all I've got on my crew is Perry. He apparently didn't like the eye patch I tried to put on him either, Luna answered. That's so cool, Luna, Daphne answered. Thanks, Luna said, you can be on my crew too if you want and play. Whoever wins gets the best. The best? Daphne asked as she looked down at her own. Yeah, a Pirates of Treasure, what did you think I was referring to? Luna asked before getting it. Oh, don't worry Daphne, you already have the best. Thanks, Daphne replied, subconsciously sticking out her in pride. Privately, he had to admit Luna just might have a point. After a pause in the conversation, Harry handed the filled-out catalog to Luna and she took it. Hey Potter, he heard from behind him. As he turned around to look, to his surprise he found Malfoy standing there smiling with a very disconcerting smile. Of course Malfoy smiling at all was disconcerting. What do you want Malfoy? Harry asked gruffly. I just wanted to apologize, Malfoy said, sounding sincere. I know I've been a rough sport in the past, but I just want you to know how much I appreciate and respect you. Harry really wasn't sure what to make of this. Thanks I guess, Harry answered suspiciously. I understand that I've been a total jerk to you, but it's only because I love you, Draco insisted. Whoa, now that was unexpected. You're my hero, and I can no longer deny how beautiful you are with your gorgeous green eyes and black ebony hair. I know this is a risk confessing all of these things to you, admitting my orientation and coming out to you, but I'm hoping that you'll be brave enough to come out and admit you feel the same way about me. Then we can finally be together. I love you Harry Potter, Malfoy told him. Malfoy tried to lean into him, but he knocked him out with a spell long before he could. His nemesis collapsed onto the ground right in front of him. What on earth just happened? Harry demanded, hoping that someone would be able to come up with a decent explanation, and the world was not now totally upside down. By now everyone around them was staring at the scene, but Daphne had the presence of mind to conclude, love potion maybe. I have to say I'm really hoping you're right, Harry replied as he gave a shudder. I so do not want Malfoy of all people to be crushing on me. Didn't you hear him though? Daphne joked, he loves you. Sorry, but this is one sailor who only sails one sea, he said. At the looks of confusion, he explained, you know, the expression, plenty of fish in the sea. Only in this case Malfoy is a guy so he isn't technically in the sea of girls that I might fancy. Oh, I see, so if you're a sailor or a fisherman that would make me a whopper that you caught, Padma commented. Well you are quite a catch, he easily agreed. Being a whopper would mean that you're either fat or a giant beep, Daphne observed. Or a tasty muggle candy, Luna piped in, although I do like big beepies. Is everyone coming out of the closet? Harry exclaimed jokingly. Don't worry, I like big beepies too. My own at least, Daphne answered, as she gave her a Luna-ish bounce. Great, as if he didn't already have enough distractions, he thought. What seems to be going on here? Professor McGonagall demanded, seeming to have just arrived. Malfoy just declared his undying love to Harry and tried to key him so Harry was forced to knock him out, Padma explained. I see, McGonagall said, pursing her lips. Well, while Hogwarts accepts all students without prejudice to anyone when it comes to race, gender, magical blood status, orientation, or whether they have hooves or feet, and solely off of whether or not they are at least partially human and can do magic, trying to key another person without their consent is looked down upon. I think he may have been given a love potion, Professor, Harry explained. At least I'm hoping he was fed a love potion. I would have to agree, Mr. Potter, while admittedly I can see Mr. Malfoy being gay. Given yours and his history, I'd find such a declaration to be highly unlikely, Professor McGonagall responded. He snickered about what Professor McGonagall had said about Malfoy being gay. Admittedly he could see it too, what with the style of clothes he wore and his tendency to wear makeup to appear even more pale than his already very pale face. What kind of guy did that? No one else in Britain anyway. Even if it was discovered he was dosed with a love potion, there were bound to be plenty of jokes and rumors about Malfoy told at his expense. While against rumors being spread, he couldn't deny that he was excited to have that happen. What seems to be the meaning of this? Professor Snape demanded as he came onto the scene. It appears that Mr. Malfoy may have been the recipient of a love potion. If you would kindly look him over, seeing as that's your specialty, if you please, Professor McGonagall asked of him. What about him getting viciously attacked? Snape argued as he glared angrily at Harry, no doubt imaging what sort of punishment he could get away with giving him. I'll handle that, Professor McGonagall stated. Mr. Potter, Might I speak with you privately for a moment? He gulped, wondering if perhaps he was in trouble. After all, he had hit Malfoy with a spell. Snape did not look happy, but he chose to say nothing and allowed Professor McGonagall to take him. He followed her outside the Great Hall. He tried to say. She stopped him and said, I'm actually not going to punish you even if I might have led Professor Snape to believe that. As far as I can tell you did nothing wrong. That was only to get him off your back, and so I could speak privately with you about the dating competition you currently have going on. Oh that, he replied, I'm sorry if Fred and George bothered you, Professor. Normally I wouldn't agree to do something like that, Professor McGonagall admitted, however they were quite persuasive. He couldn't help wonder what persuasion or incentive they had to have used. Professor McGonagall must have noticed the expression on his face, because she tried to explain. Don't worry, it wasn't anything that would cause me to lower my usual standards. They aren't blackmailing me or giving me any special favors, she said before realizing how that might be construed, not that I wouldn't be able to perform. After stopping again, he decided to help her out, although he found it funny that Professor McGonagall had managed to get her foot stuck in her mouth and also grateful that it wasn't him for once doing it. Don't worry, Professor, I know what you mean, he told her, I also won't tell anyone. Either. Thank you, Mr. Potter, she answered gratefully. If you must know, they managed to convince me about what kind of mischief they would get up to if I wasn't there. Besides, I've found these competitions can be really hurtful and mean-spirited. She did not explain what she meant about the last part and he did not choose to risk asking. So about this competition, Harry then said, I didn't actually decide to do it, they just kind of roped me into it, but I still feel obligated to do it. That's what I was hoping, she replied. If I might offer you some advice, however, I'd recommend you try to build up both girls for it, or any girl for that matter. Behind every girl is a swan waiting to burst forth, although not if she always feels like an ugly duckling. I'll try to do that, he agreed, although curious why she would offer such advice. I'd like to inform you that I will be available in my office tomorrow at 6. You can bring the girl you've selected for George with you there. Yes, Professor, he agreed. After finishing talking with McGonagall, he went back to the Great Hall to find out what had happened with Malfoy. He found Padma, Daphne, and Luna still at the crime scene, but Malfoy nowhere to be found. So what did I miss? He asked them. Snape had Malfoy tested. Apparently he was indeed dosed with a love potion, Padma explained. He was admittedly relieved to hear that. While not a homophobe, it was after all Malfoy who was the one crushing on him. Harry, are you okay? A voice asked worriedly behind him. He did not even need to turn around to know that it was Hermione. I'm fine, he told her. He'll just be scarred for life, but otherwise fine, Daphne joked. I just want to know who dosed him, Hermione asked, some sort of joke. Well, I wouldn't put it past Fred and George if that's what you're intimating, Harry replied. It would seem to be something they might do, Hermione pointed out. I'll talk to them and try and find out, he promised. At any rate, I'm just a bit disappointed to learn that Malfoy isn't gay. I could have sworn he was, Daphne claimed. How could he not be after always being sandwiched in between those two studs, Crabbe and Goyle? All of the girls pulled a face at that. Needless to say, Crabbe and Goyle were not exactly attractive, at least not by human standards. To the average female troll maybe. Hermione seemed to be contemplative for a moment and then said, actually, a love potion only works if you are actually attracted to that gender in the first place. That would mean Malfoy would have to be gay, or at least bi, say. Ool. Oh, I so called it. Daphne exclaimed loudly. What's so wrong with liking boys? Luna asked. I like boys, especially Harry. Oh, there's definitely nothing wrong with that, Daphne quickly agreed as she gave Harry a wink. I just think it's funny that Malfoy is gay. Oh, I do too, he agreed. Padma seemed more focused on something else as she then asked Hermione, I'd really like to know more about love potions and how you know that would make Malfoy gay. Well, love potions have to have something to work off of, so there would have to be at least some attraction already there beyond mere curiosity. Let's take a perfectly straight male like Harry, Hermione began. We would hope so anyway. It would be a crime for Harry to turn out gay. For all witches, Daphne pointed out. Hermione surprisingly did not argue with that and continued speaking. If Harry was to take a love potion to attract him to another guy it wouldn't work, but if he took one to attract him to a girl it would. The exact opposite would hold true for a straight female like any of us. I wouldn't say all of us, Daphne observed, I'd say the verdict is still out on Luna. Wouldn't you all like to know? Luna answered cutely with a big smile. At any rate, Hermione continued, a love potion could even work on yourself. A botched love potion made by an ancient Greek wizard named Narcissus caused him to fall totally in love with himself. Imagine how easy things would be if I was in love with myself. Daphne asked. You'd spend an awful lot of time in the bathroom fondling yourself, Padma replied. I do that already, Daphne confessed, not at all bothered by admitting this. Unbidden, an image of a BPD Daphne touching herself came to mind. If I had your body, I'd fondle myself too, Harry claimed. Daphne grinned and said, you don't need to have my body to fondle me, Harry. He was unsure how to respond to this, wondering if it was a genuine offer or not and feeling very self-conscious. Really, Daphne? Really? Hermione asked incredulously. Daphne laughed and said, don't worry, Hermione, I'm not that easy, unfortunately for Harry. So how do you know so much about love potions anyway? Padma then asked Hermione as she changed the subject. Hermione blushed and then said, I like to read about everything. That sounded like a perfectly good answer to him, but Daphne then joked, are you sure it wasn't so that you could actually make a love potion to be used on someone? Of course not, I would never. Hermione tried to deny. Hermione doesn't need a love potion to get all the guys, Padma insisted. I suppose you're right, Daphne agreed. Hermione blushed again at that. You can really cut all the compliments, she insisted. Unfortunately, Hermione, you're only going to get more of it later, Harry said. McGonagall just told me to meet her in her office with you, the Weasley twins, and their date for me tomorrow to be judged for our little competition. Ooh, can we go, Harry? Padma asked him excitedly. I want to compete in a say. Why competition? Luna pouted. It isn't so much a beauty contest, Luna, and I suppose if you want you can go, Padma, Harry offered as he answered both of their questions. Let's all go, Daphne said, deciding to include everyone. We can be your cheerleaders. Just what I need, a group of say. Why cheerleaders? He joked. Luna giggled at that and said, you just called me say. Why? Are you saying you actually have a problem with say, why cheerleaders? Daphne queried, unless you're as gay as Malfoy, I find it hard to believe. Oh no, I definitely want you all there, he agreed. That's what I thought, Daphne replied. Would you like help getting ready, Hermione? Padma offered. That's okay, I should be fine, but thank you for offering, Hermione answered graciously. After a long pause, Luna then asked, can we have a snowball fight now? Daphne grinned and said, I think that can be arranged. Harry was now getting ready for his double-blind date with George. He'd spent the last 2 days simply hanging out and having fun with Daphne, Padma, Luna, and Hermione. It felt very enjoyable and freeing to him, able to relax from school, the tournament, and other pressures but also spend time with new and old friends. Surprisingly, it almost felt like he had known them all much longer. However, he was still excited about his date tonight, and wondering just who it was. After checking himself over for the 3rd time to make sure he really was ready and still with plenty of time to spare, he decided to check with Hermione. Hermione would have been in her dorm room, but since Lavender and Parvati had decided to hog the bathroom, she had been forced to use the Gryffindor public bathroom. He knocked on the door and called into her. Are you okay in there? He asked. Would you mind, helping me out? Hermione begged. I can't go in there, that's the girls' room, he reminded her. Don't be such a prude, I'm the only one in here, Hermione answered, besides it's not like it's the first time you've been in the girls' bathroom. This was indeed true, having spent quite a bit of time in his 2nd year in Ning Myrtle's bathroom. However, he couldn't help but wonder just why Salazar Slytherin had decided to hide the secret entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in a girls' bathroom of all places. A boys' bathroom would at least make more sense and lead to less questions if he was seen secretly entering it. He couldn't help but wonder if perhaps there was some sort of a say-ul joke involved on Slytherin's part, forcing his snake to travel down and out of a hole in a place where women were often at least partially BPD. Sighing, He fearfully tread inside a woman's most sacred and holy of places, worried about booby traps. Such a fear was actually well placed as the stairs up to the girl's room was designed to turn into a slide for any guy trying to ascend them. Who knew if the bathroom had a similar or even worse security measure? He could just imagine alarms and buzzers going off and a shocked and dismayed Professor McGonagall finding him along with the rest of Gryffindor Tower. After taking his first few steps however and nothing happened, he breathed a sigh of relief as he walked forward and into the bathroom. Hermione was currently dressed in a red, curve-hugging dress although the back wasn't fully zipped up. "Would you mind zipping it up for me?" she asked him as she turned her back towards him. He grabbed the zipper and pulled it up. "Whose dress is this?" he asked. "Parvati's," Hermione admitted. "She said she'd let me have it if I let her and Lavender have the bathroom for tonight." "Why did they even need to hog the bathroom for so long?" he asked her. He'd never understand just why girls spent so much time in the bathroom. "You go, you wash your hands, you leave, that was it." She shrugged and said, "I don't know, they wouldn't tell me although I overheard enough of their conversation that I think it's about your date with Lavender tomorrow." "Isn't that tomorrow though?" he pointed out. "She can't possibly need a full 24 hours to get ready." "Well, they do seem to take an awfully long time getting ready every morning," Hermione admitted. After a second, Hermione then asked him, "Which do you think is better? My hair down or up?" At first she had her hair up in a bun, but then let it down. He noted that it was no longer bushy, probably because she had used the spell that Daphne had taught her on how to straighten it. "Down," he replied easily. With her hair the way it now was, it made her look almost like an entirely different person. In a good way. "All right, let me brush it then," she answered. She held up a brush, but then he took it and volunteered, "Let me do it for you." "Okay," she answered with a smile. Turning around, she allowed him to get started. Hermione's hair was not nearly as long as Padma's or Luna's, but straightened it still went to mid-back. However, his two other experiences with brushing a girl's hair led him to immediately look down at Hermione's butt just to make sure he didn't accidentally touch it like he had with the other two. Fortunately, he still had plenty of space for that to happen, but he still kept an eye on it just in case. Staring at Hermione's bum from such a close range, however, invoked certain unavoidable thoughts. She really did have a fantastic rear, he thought. He had become recently aware that Hermione was attractive, but wow. It more than filled out and hugged that part of the dress. Quite obviously Hermione was bigger in that area than Parvati. Hermione seemed to have no idea that he was currently staring at her bum, but he still felt guilty. This was his best friend after all. A friend who had a rear like that. All right, so he was attracted to Hermione, he admitted to himself. No biggie. Just the one girl he had relied upon to be only a friend. Well, that was just great. Apparently his recently found love for girls knew no bounds. He'd just have to learn to behave himself better. It took some effort, but he managed to turn his eyes back to her hair, glancing back only occasionally at her bum. Her hair was beautiful too, and smelled like apricots, probably the scent of whatever shampoo she used. Unbidden, his thoughts turned to what he thought of his oldest friend. Even if she liked him too, he knew nothing could happen between them. He had already decided he wouldn't be exclusive with any girl. Unfortunately, the relationship between them had changed. She was still his friend, but with many other girls and friends now becoming a part of his life, it was natural to assume that he might not get to spend as much time with her. That caused him to feel guilty. He wouldn't mind taking Hermione out on the occasional date, but he couldn't be there for her, like a real boyfriend could. Hermione was a true romantic. As much as she read, she also liked to read romance novels, her favorites being written by Shakespeare, of which one of his characters he had created she was named after. She wanted to be swept off her feet and be considered the only girl in a boy's universe who loved her unconditionally. Of course, she had tried to explain all this one day to him and Ron, but Ron had flat out laughed and told her that would never happen, causing her not to bring it up ever again. He was close enough to her that he only wanted her to be happy, and if that was with another guy then he would do his best to make sure that happened for her. After finishing, Hermione finished putting on makeup and checking herself over one last time before they left. They met up with the other girls who were waiting just outside the Gryffindor common room, and they all headed down to Professor McGonagall's office. He was eager to see just who this mystery date would be, but when he saw Fred and George, or more importantly, who they had brought as his date, his jaw dropped. It was Cho Chang. That's right, the Cho Chang. The one he had had a crush on since forever. George had done his homework when it came to picking his date and scored some major points doing it and actually getting a date with her. Cho was dressed in a purple dress that showed off some impressive cleavage. "Hello Harry," Cho said with a smile. "Hello Cho," he replied back before gulping. "Pretty good choice huh Harry?" George asked smugly. He couldn't help but nod, causing George to become even more smug. "So which of these lovely ladies is my date?" George asked, "unless of course all of them are my date, in which case you automatically win." Hermione stepped forward and said, "I am." He had the great pleasure to see George choke. "Hermione, you got Hermione to be my date?" he asked incredulously. "What? Are you worried you might lose now?" Daphne taunted. "I would be." "Oh don't worry, he's quaking in his boots," Fred answered for his brother, "he's just not willing to show it." "Shall we get this thing started?" Padma asked. "Let's," George agreed as he put an arm around Hermione. Harry hastened to do the same with Cho, feeling slightly self-conscious. He'd actually originally asked Cho to the Yule Ball but had declined because she already had a date with Cedric. It struck him that so much wouldn't have happened if she had said yes. While he would have been ecstatic to have been going with her, he was now very grateful that she had said no. He ought to send Cedric a thank you card. Upon entering McGonagall's office, the teacher was waiting for them. "I wasn't aware there would be so many of you," she commented. "Me, Daphne, and Luna are just here for support," Padma told her. "I see," Professor McGonagall said, "and I'm assuming you Ms. Granger or Mr. Weasley's date and you Ms. Chong or Mr. Potter's date." "Correct Professor," Hermione confirmed. "Before I make my decision, I'd like to hear a short speech from you Mr. Fred Weasley and you Mr. George Weasley on why you believe that each girl that was selected is better for their dates and not necessarily which is better. Isn't that a bit silly?" Hermione pointed out, trying to decide which of us is better. "I think she's right, perhaps we had better call this thing off in order to save her any embarrassment," Cho declared. "I'll try not to be too embarrassed," Hermione said sarcastically to Cho. Cho winced and said, "All right, perhaps that didn't come out right." "I really wouldn't make such an assumption Cho. From where I'm standing, you've got some major competition," Padma pointed out. As for himself however he was willing to give Cho the benefit of the doubt for now and assume that she had really been looking out for Hermione although Padma was definitely right. "I really must correct you Ms. Granger as I don't believe that any girl is better than another, I think you and Ms. Chong are both attractive and intelligent young ladies. These competitions are the comparisons we women make with other women constantly throughout our lives however have a habit of bringing out the worst in people. I am judging this competition in the hopes that you will understand that. How about we get started? Mr. Fred Weasley, if you please." Fred squared his shoulders, milking the attention for all it's worth as he appeared to be preparing for the grandest of speeches. With some bravado and bluster laced in his voice, he began. "As I always knew, Harry definitely came through for me and made the far better choice. It's no secret that Hermione is Harry's best friend and obviously views her in the most positive of lights and why not? She's always been loyal and brave, going with Harry to places few would dare to go. She's also smart, a total genius in fact and probably the smartest student at Hogwarts. This is something that is reflected not only in her grades, but in so much more as well. When me and George met Hermione in first year, she considered herself plain and unattractive, but we knew she'd blossom into a beautiful young woman and we would be jealous of Harry for having such a say. Why witch around all the time?" Hermione was blushing this whole time and even more so when Daphne cheered, "Go Hermione." "Can we just skip to the part where Hermione wins?" Luna interrupted. "Unfortunately I don't think there is a fast-forward button for life," Padma observed. "I'm still working on one," Luna replied. "Well when you do make one, would you mind giving it to me?" "I'd love to be able to skip the time doing homework," Daphne commented. Professor McGonagall gave her a stern look. "I mean, I'd never want to skip out on doing homework. I love doing homework, especially for my favorite class Transfiguration," Daphne said sarcastically. Judge McGonagall gave the smallest of smiles before saying, "I think that'll be enough for Hermione. If you would please give your speech Mr. George Weasley." George nodded and began, trying to emulate the same style of speaking that his brother had had. Harry has proven to be very good or just plain lucky at getting dates with girls. I would be hard-pressed to top many of the beautiful and wonderful young ladies he's already had the opportunity to enjoy company with. So who did I choose? It's no secret that Harry has had a crush on Cho Chang for quite some time. No other girl has sustained so much of his attraction for as long as she has. Cho is also a smart and beautiful girl. After finishing, Professor McGonagall sat there for a moment before declaring, "As I said at the start, I am judging based on which date I feel is a better match for their date. In a beauty contest or some other comparison contest, I don't believe I could choose a winner. However, based solely on which I believe is a better match, I think Fred and Harry won." Hooray! All of them cheered. Cho started to cry, but Hermione was smiling and Fred wore a smug grin on his face. "Pay up," he demanded of his twin brother. George grudgingly forked the money over which Fred took. Afterwards, George headed over to him and pulled him into a corner of the room. "I have to give you props, Harry," George said, getting Hermione like that. "I'm not happy I lost, but I can't blame McGonagall for picking Hermione. At least I get a decent consolation prize and get to go on a date with her. Hermione's hot. I mean, did you see her bum in that dress?" "What?" he questioned. "I don't see how you could still not notice," George claimed. "It's something I only recently realized," Harry admitted. "So do you mind if I give it a go with her?" George asked. He gave it a bit of thought. It's not like he was Hermione's prison warden. She was allowed to date whomever she wished and George was a nice guy. Although for some reason he couldn't help feel worried for her. "I'm not sure if you would be exactly her type," he answered. "Well, I figure I might as well give it a shot," George concluded. "Got any tips for me with Herm?" Harry winced. "Well, first of all, don't call her Herm," he recommended. He had learned that the hard way after she had finally admitted to him why she hated that name. Apparently in school she was called that by a classmate who also figured out that it was an abbreviation for something else, a hermaphrodite, and upon learning that the rest of the students in her school started calling her that. Kids could be cruel. When Ron heard the story, he had asked her to show him to prove it wasn't true. Needless to say, Hermione had refused. That was a story he wasn't about to tell George, however. "Okay, got it. Anything else?" George tried to ask. Before he could, however, Daphne called them back to remind them about the date they were supposed to be leaving on. Harry went over to Cho and offered her his hand, which she reluctantly took. He noted that George had done the same for Hermione as they headed off. Both he and Cho followed them. "So what are we going to be doing for our date?" Hermione then asked. "We're going to make and fly kites," George admitted. "Fly kites?" Cho asked. "Isn't that sort of childish?" "It does seem childish, but sounds kind of fun too," Hermione answered. From what he could tell, Cho seemed to be a real stick in the mud, but then again so was Hermione. However, in Hermione's case she seemed willing to give it a chance. They followed George into a classroom to find lots of different colored fabrics all laid out on some of the desks. Streamers, stickers, and other things to decorate their kites with were also present. "Go ahead and get started," George invited. He went over and started picking out things he wanted for his kite, and Cho reluctantly followed him, obviously still hesitant to do this. After getting his materials together, he put them all down on one of the desks and Cho sat down next to him with her own supplies. "What are you going to make?" he asked her. "A kite," she said as if it was obvious. "I mean, what type of kite? I think I'm going to make a dragon kite," he answered. "How am I supposed to even make a kite?" Cho asked, sounding puzzled. "You need some help," he offered. She hesitated for a second then nodded as he went over to help her. Finally he managed to get her to decide what type of kite she wanted, as well as get some help from George, who had a better idea on what the kites needed to do. As they worked, he tried to make conversation with her. "So are you looking forward to Christmas?" he asked her. "Yep," she replied. "Anything you want in particular?" he asked. "Nope," she said. All of her answers were like that. Short one-word answers, and he was getting rather annoyed that she did not seem to want to talk. "All right, so what's wrong?" he blatantly came out and asked her. "Nothing is wrong," she insisted. "I would say there is likely something wrong. You've been a poor sport this whole date. If you didn't want to come on this date with me, you shouldn't have said yes to George asking you," he argued. To his surprise, she started crying and through her tears, she said, "It's just that before George asked me I got into this huge fight with my boyfriend Cedric. I wasn't aware that you were even dating, just that you would be going to the Yule Ball together," he responded. "Not anymore," she said tearfully, "I broke up with him. I caught him, kkkki. Sing, unintelligible, girl. I'm sorry," he answered, not sure what else he could say. Cho confessed, "What's wrong with me? Have I suddenly gotten ugly? Is that why he cheated on me?" "Of course not," he insisted. "Even girls like Hermione are now suddenly better looking than I am," Cho replied. That would explain why she was crying when she lost to her earlier. It struck him that perhaps this might also help prove Professor McGonagall's point. Evidently Cho had taken it as a beauty contest and this was the result. "Well, Cedric is an idiot," Harry told her. "I'm sure you have your faults, but beauty isn't one of them. You're gorgeous." She sniffled a bit and then asked, "You really think so?" "I wouldn't have had a major crush on you since forever if I didn't," he replied. Cho let out a small smile and then said, "I knew. It was kind of obvious." He chuckled a bit at his own failure to be subtle. "Look, that was Cedric's mistake, not yours," he urged. "I know, but it still hurts," Cho answered before admitting, "I kind of accepted this date partially as a way to get back at him. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised by that," he claimed, although annoyed to find that out. He had been hoping that she had taken it because she might actually like him, perhaps more than Cedric. Apparently not. The rest of the date proceeded better, but he soon realized that dates taken on the rebound really weren't all that great. Perhaps if Cho was in a better mood things would be better, but as they were, it was only going okay at best. It was nothing compared to the many fantasy dates he had had over the years with her. The date turned out not to be all bad, however. After constructing their kites, using magic to speed the process along, he had a red dragon kite, Cho's a panda, Hermione's a white swan, and George's a jack-in-the-box. George used a few various spells to animate and light up each kite. His dragon began to twitch its tail and puff smoke out of its nose, Cho's panda would raise and lower its front paws, Hermione's swan would flap its wings, and George's jack-in-the-box would go into and out of its box. They took their kites outside and in the dark, with them lit up the way they were quite beautiful to watch as they floated in the night sky. Of course, actually getting them up into the air proved to be a challenge. He'd never flown a kite before, and neither had Cho, so they had been forced to rely upon the aid of George and Hermione. Once he was shown how, he figured it out and was able to help Cho, who was still struggling. He heard Hermione began to sing, "Let's go fly a kite, up to the highest height." Hermione sang. "I didn't know you could sing," George commented. "Not very well," Hermione confessed. "Actually, Hermione has a lovely voice, she just doesn't usually show it," Harry pointed out. "I only sing in the shower," Hermione answered. George squared his shoulders and asked him, "So when have you been in the shower with Hermione to hear her sing?" He blushed and said, "She doesn't just sing in the shower, obviously." "So what song is that anyway?" Cho asked Hermione. "I don't recognize it. It's from a Muggle movie," Hermione explained, "Mary Poppins. My parents used to put it on for me and insist that I watch it every time they were having say." George guessed. Hermione nodded. "Every time?" Cho asked. "Needless to say, I watched Mary Poppins way too many times for comfort. They wouldn't tell me what they were doing, but I was a smart girl and figured it out eventually," Hermione answered. "That would never have worked for my parents," George said. "They don't have 7 kids for nothing. We would have watched that movie until it exploded." Harry decided not to mention that Muggle movies did not explode as far as he knew. "I'm pretty sure my aunt and uncle are ace. Will and lack reproductive parts and then adopted my cousin Dudley, so I would have been safe," Harry concluded. It certainly made sense. He couldn't imagine how they would actually be able to be attracted to each other. "Well, unfortunately, I didn't have that luxury growing up," Hermione said. "I finally got them to at least switch over to nature videos." "Yep, there is a lot of nature occurring," George agreed. Hermione only rolled her eyes. Hermione was currently still on her date with George, pretending to be listening to something that George was saying but really thinking about something or rather someone else. Here she was, just now finishing admittedly a rather fun date with a boy who was clearly interested in her and all she could do was pine for her best friend. It sounded like some trashy romance novel that she would somewhat guiltily read about an ordinary girl just hoping against hope that her best friend would finally notice her, while he was a rich, smart, funny guy that all the other girls were after. According to a romance novel, he would still end up falling for her and her alone, and they would end up getting married and live happily ever after. Reality, as it often was, seemed to be much less kind. Harry was clearly enjoying spending time with other girls and they with them, proving what she had long known, that he was really a great guy. They weren't bad girls, in fact at least the ones he seemed to be getting closer to, such as Padma, Daphne, or Luna, were actually rather nice, so she couldn't really be mad at them or him. It also wasn't fair to make him have her as his only friend. Yet still, no matter what she did, she could not stop fantasizing about him. Fantasizing about him confessing he loved her, about running her hands through his hair and making out with him, or somehow accidentally walking in on him in the shower. And is my explanation about the making of puking pastilles really that much of a turn-on for you? George queried, breaking her out of her thoughts. With a start, she just now realized that she had not been listening at all to what he was saying for the past few minutes. No, of course not, she tried to deny. You have your hand down your pants, he pointed out. As she glanced down, she realized that she did, having subconsciously done so while thinking about Harry. Okay, now this was an awkward situation, she thought. He was obviously going to just think she was horny, even if she really was. Still, she had a reputation of maturity to maintain. Sorry, she tried to say. It's totally all right, George said, if anything, seeming quite amused. It happens to the best of us. In fact, one time He stopped before he said anything more and then corrected himself. Actually, I kind of like knowing that you're human. It makes you appear as less of a prude. I seem like a prude? Hermione questioned. Well, yeah, you seem to generally be kind of a stick in the mud, and I was actually wondering when we started this date if maybe you had a fun side to you, George answered. I can be fun, she tried to insist, even though they both knew that wasn't true. That was actually her biggest problem. She knew she was a great girl, and not unattractive either, but the fact of the matter is being fun or funny simply wasn't her strong suit, and that she had to admit was the thing that Harry liked most in a girl. Until she managed to change that, there was just no way she could ever realistically hope to really claim Harry's heart. Look, George said, deciding to spare her, it's pretty obvious you're just not into me, and clearly too much into Harry. She considered denying it but finally decided that there was just no point. I guess it is kind of obvious, she was forced to agree. I don't understand why you don't just go find a broom closet and go snog him, George suggested. I don't think I'm his type, Hermione replied. Ridiculous, you're his best friend, smart, and hot, what's not to like? He pointed out. Harry likes fun and funny girls, Hermione replied. Ah, so suddenly having a sense of humor isn't a bad thing. George said, having the nerve to tease her for her constant berating of him and his brother for his pranks. Getting someone to sit on a whoopee cushion was just immature and not funny. In the right taste, she was forced to agree. George seemed to think for a moment and then asked, well, as an expert on what it takes to be fun and funny, I might be willing to offer my services to help you. You want to help me be funny? She asked. Sure, he answered, I think it will be quite the challenge and entertaining turning you into a comedian. Of course, it also won't be free. She sighed and said, what do you want? My soul. Hermione had said that last part to be funny, but evidently it wasn't. First of all, would you mind picking up that piece of trash behind you? George asked. She turned around and spotted a candy wrapper lying on the ground, and so she bent down to go pick it up. Yet as she turned around, she realized just why he had made such a request. Wait a minute, you just wanted an opportunity to look at my bum. Hermione chastised him as she swatted him on the arm. Guilty as charged, George admitted with a grin. You're incorrigible, she insisted. You didn't mind when Harry was staring at it earlier, George pointed out, causing her to blush. That had been something she had definitely noticed more than once this evening, to her great delight. All right, well, besides the opportunity to stare at my bum all day, what do you have in mind? Hermione asked. We're actually working on a particular prank invention, but are having some considerable trouble with it. I was hoping you might be able to help us with it, George suggested. Are you seriously asking me to help you with a prank product? She asked. Only if you want me to help you, he reminded her. She sighed, knowing she was clearly desperate. Deal, she answered. He smiled and said, perfect, care to seal the deal with a key? Instead she lightly slapped him, not enough to hurt anything besides his ego, reminding him once again that she simply wasn't interested in him. Later on as the evening drew to a close, they, meaning her, George, Harry, and Cho were just now getting to the front of the Ravenclaw dorm to drop Cho off. Well goodbye, she heard Harry say. Bye, Cho answered as she headed into her common room. No key, Hermione noted. Watching Harry key. Another girl was actually something she wasn't bothered by as she would often use it later to visualize herself instead of the girl key. Dotting Harry. That turned her on more than she cared to admit, and her mother would have washed her entire brain out with soap had she known how dirty some of her thoughts were. Fortunately, at least outwardly, her secret was safe unless some legilimens ever deigned to read her mind. They would have quite an interesting time. At the very least, she was guiltily pleased to find that Harry and Cho's date did not appear to have gone well. Even she knew that despite Harry's obvious crush on her, Cho wasn't his type, almost proving what she had thought earlier about Harry liking smart, attractive, fun, and funny girls. It was the last two that Cho was clearly lacking in and had probably blown any future chance with him because of that. She would have to make sure she didn't make the same mistake. George then asked once they were on their way back to their own common room, so how'd it go with Cho? Awful, Harry admitted. All she could seem to do was talk about how much a jerk her ex-boyfriend Cedric was and cry. Haha, suck it Cho. She thought unashamedly. I figured Cho would be a good choice considering your crush on her, George replied. Unfortunately Cho isn't what I thought she would be like, she just cried and complained most of the time. Harry said, I suppose I was due for a bad date anyway. Yeah you were, Hermione agreed silently in her head. No wonder he seemed to be getting practically addicted to dating if all of his dates kept turning out so well. George grinned and said, trust me Harry, there will be many more bad dates to come. At least she hasn't thrown water into your face and stormed out, or ran afoul of your own joke product that caused her head to swell up like a balloon and spend the rest of the date in the hospital wing. Or slap you for joking about her weight, or, well you get the picture. You did all of those things on dates? Harry asked him incredulously. No, George said evasively, Fred did. Right, because Fred is the twin who does everything wrong and you're the good twin who can't do anything wrong, Harry concluded. How did you know Harry? George asked with a smile. The rest of the trip back was spent in silence, although she did, accidentally, end up bumping her hips into Harry on the way back. She was now halfway tempted to try and buy this dress from Parvati if it accomplished this much. Her parents had given her money to get braces, but why would she ever get those except to torture herself when she had magic to fix her teeth with? When they got to the Gryffindor common room, George pulled her aside presumably to say goodbye. Instead he said, just so you know, funny training starts tomorrow, bright and early at 10 in the History of Magic classroom. 10 o'clock isn't early, she pointed out. It is to me, he answered. Once again, she thought of how desperate she must be. Still she said, all right, I'll see you then. He waved to her and then left to go up to his room, leaving her and Harry alone. Well I'm going to bed too, she announced to him. Okay, good night, he said before adding, by the way, you looked really beautiful tonight. She couldn't help but blush at that, and said, you too. After that she turned and started walking up to her own dormitory, hoping that Harry was staring at her bum again. Yeah, she had it bad, she had to admit. Harry came down for breakfast and went and sat down between Padma and Daphne at the Ravenclaw table. Hey girls, he greeted. Hey Harry, Padma replied back. Morning Harry, Daphne also greeted. Hello Harry, he heard a voice say from behind him. As he turned around, his jaw dropped as he spotted Luna currently dressed in a pirate uniform, a large pirate hat with a skull and crossbones on the front, and a long black coat that had the interesting effect of drawing attention to her own hair. Tall black boots completed the costume. You look awesome, Daphne exclaimed. Thanks, Luna said, looking pleased that her costume had been so well received. It really is cool, but why are you dressed like a pirate? Padma queried. Since it's fun, Luna told her happily. I decided I wanted to be a pirate today. I'm Captain Luna, the scurviest pirate to ever sail the 7 seas of chocolate. Padma laughed and then said, I think scurvy is when you don't get enough fruits and vegetables, so if you're the scurviest, then you'd better come eat an apple. I'm going to eat a whole bushel of apples, Luna declared as she sat down. I wish I had a pirate costume, Daphne said jealously. I'll bet the room of requirement has one. I wouldn't even be surprised if it even could have its own pirate ship, Harry suggested. A light seemed to come onto Daphne's face as she exclaimed, I know what we're going to do today. We'll go to the room of requirement and pretend to be pirates. Ooh, that sounds like fun, Padma quickly agreed. Hey, where's Perry? Luna asked, he might want to play. As if to answer her question, her faithful parrot swooped down onto her shoulder. Oh, there you are, Perry, Luna said affectionately. Well, I suppose we can go right after breakfast, Harry urged. All of them then paused to watch the familiar sight of the breakfast rush of owls now swooping in to deliver the mail, arriving only a few seconds after Perry. Personally, he was wondering if all the Christmas roses he had gotten for each of the girls he had been on dates with would arrive that morning. It would be either today or tomorrow, he reasoned. He'd seen no need to put it off until Christmas, where they would no doubt be nearly forgotten by the many other gifts each girl was sure to receive. Whatever he had been expecting, however, was nothing compared to what he saw. He spotted 6 large barn owls swoop in, all carrying one huge package that appeared to be big enough to carry an adolescent dragon inside it and drop it onto the table in front of Susan Bones. That didn't mean it was his, of course. It could easily be from someone else, perhaps her aunt who she lived with. However, that thought was dashed as 12 more owls swooped in 2 groups of 6, each carrying and dropping packages in front of Hannah and Angelina. What on earth? He asked aloud. Unless he had gotten the biggest roses on earth delivered to each girl, there was no way they were getting what he had ordered for them. Exasperatedly, he could only watch and wonder as Fleur and Gabrielle also got large packages. Even Lavender and Pansy, who he'd decided at the last minute to send a rose to each, got one. Daphne, who had also been watching the display, questioned. What were you trying to do? Ask for their hand in marriage, Harry. Maybe send a cow as a dowry. You should have sent one to my grandma then, she would have married you for a cow, Padma answered. I'd have married Harry for a cow, Luna agreed. You'd have married Harry for nothing, Daphne pointed out. I know, don't have a cow. Luna scolded. He, however, was now totally focused on all those packages. This was a mistake, it had to be a mistake. Or perhaps a dream. Professor Dumbledore, now a unicorn but still with a white beard, was going to pop out and wish him a happy birthday or something. One of you girls slap me and wake me up from this dream, he suggested. Okay, Daphne agreed as she slapped him across the face. Ouch, he yelled, now annoyed, first that he hadn't woken up and second that he was now in pain. I didn't mean literally. You asked me to, she reminded him. Why was stuff like this always happening to him? He thought, thinking more about all the packages being sent than the slap, although that was on his mind too. He couldn't seem to even send girls flowers without messing it up. Don't panic, he told himself, perhaps the company was just super careful about packaging and put each flower in between way too many packing peanuts. He got up and headed over to the Gryffindor table where Lavender was unwrapping her package to find out just what was in them. To his shock, instead of a single rose contained in it, there was a whole bouquet of flowers, a large box of chocolates, 2 Christmas books, a gift certificate for Honeydukes as well as one for the 3 broomsticks, and a gold necklace. They might as well have just added a partridge in a pear tree for all the stuff that had been sent. Wow, Lavender breathed as she revealed the last item in the package, the gold necklace, as she put it around her neck. Look, I can explain, he tried to say. She turned around when she realized he was there and said, you certainly know how to go all out for a girl, Harry. I'd have agreed to do you too if you had gotten me all that, Parvati admitted. If Lavender didn't think he wanted to have say with her, she certainly would now after sending her such extravagant gifts, he realized. Before thinking it through, he yelled, I don't want to have say. He yelled it so loudly that nearly everyone in the entire Great Hall heard it. Some of the older students even tried to hastily cover some of the first year's ears. Sorry, he said sheepishly to everyone. Then why did you get me all of this stuff then? Lavender asked him. I didn't, he tried to say. He sent a silent prayer to whatever deity was seeming to have fun at his expense to come and rescue him. Instead, came Padma, Daphne, and Luna, who came up behind him. Each girl could easily pass for a goddess, but they still weren't exactly what he was hoping for. Actually, Harry got them for all the girls he went on dates with her in your case, Will, Padma explained. Why such extravagant gifts? Lavender asked. Since Harry is filthy rich and can afford it, Daphne answered. For someone poor, a mere flower would have been satisfactory, but Harry knew that if he got you just that it would show that he was being a cheapskate since he can obviously afford something much nicer. Thank goodness for being rich, he thought. For the first time ever, he was actually quite okay with showing off his wealth. In any case, Lavender seemed to accept such a response. Oh, well, I wish I had known, Lavender claimed. I was kind of thinking it meant something else. He was about to explain himself when he was suddenly accosted by someone grabbing him. The oxygen was nearly squeezed out of his lungs before another person got him from behind as he was sandwiched between them. As they released him, he realized it was Susan and Hannah. Never mind, he could learn to live without oxygen if it meant being hugged by both girls. Thank you, Harry, Susan said brightly. Yeah, thank you so much, Hannah gushed. No problem, he answered. Daphne took the opportunity to explain why he did it to them as well, and as she did so, he noticed Fleur, Gabrielle, and Angelina now nearby as well to offer their thanks. I'm kind of confused, Susan admitted. I'm guessing you got us the deluxe package from that catalog and that's supposed to be for someone you're taking as a date to a Yule ball. Dread filled him as he thought, not again. Fortunately, Daphne and Padma stepped in again to save him. In addition to letting you know he was thinking of you, Harry wanted to make up for not taking you to the Yule ball like you had originally planned on and thus opted to get you what you would have received had you gone with him, Daphne informed them. For those of you he didn't ask but went on a date with, he just wanted to make sure that you weren't left out either, and express his thanks on having enjoyed such a remarkable evening. He'd also like to ask that he get to have at least one dance with each of you, Padma invited. It can't make up for the real thing of going with him, but at least it's something. Oh, of course, I would love that, Hannah quickly agreed. Quite honestly, he could have Key. Ed Padma and Daphne right then for thinking so quickly on their feet. Then again, to be fair, he would have wanted to Key them anyway. Just when it seemed like things were finally getting straightened out, however, he heard someone yell angrily. Potter. He turned to look in the direction of the sound of the voice as he spotted Draco Malfoy striding toward him, even though he was still way far away. What is the meaning of this? He screeched, still loud enough for pretty much the entire hall to hear, trying to steal my girl. He was evidently referring to Pansy having gotten a package as well. His original intention for Pansy was a simple rose and probably would have made Malfoy upset as well, but for this he was fuming. What are you talking about, Malfoy? Daphne called out to him. I wasn't aware you even liked girls, especially considering your profession of love to Harry yesterday. I am not gay. Malfoy yelled as he continued to get closer. Some coward fed me a love potion. Right, I'm sure, Padma answered sarcastically. You seem to love yourself at least an awful lot. Malfoy and just Malfoy sitting in a tree, gee, Daphne sang. It was anatomically impossible to key yourself on the lips, but it still filled Malfoy with rage, who was just now getting to them. Before he could, however, Malfoy suddenly slipped on a puddle of milk, causing him to suddenly slide right into Snape in front of him, who happened to be on his own way to the scene, likely having heard the commotion and was hoping to try and get Harry into trouble for any reason he could get away with. Draco ended up driving his face right into Snape's butt as he fell, creating an absolutely hilarious and unbelievable that it actually happened scene. Those who were watching couldn't help but laugh, including himself. I told you that Malfoy was a buttkey. Or to Snape, Daphne whispered to Padma. Well, we all know Snape loves that, so he should be rather happy right about now, Padma replied as she continued to watch. Snape looked livid, for the first time ever now, looking at Malfoy, now very annoyed. Sorry, Professor, Malfoy mumbled as he struggled to get up. 10 points from Slytherin, Snape declared to everyone's shock. Yet to show that the universe was not totally upside down now, he then yelled, 20 points from all the other houses for laughing at me. He strode from the hall, now in a foul mood, as he left. Once he was gone, however, everyone went back to snickering at having witnessed such a display. He himself was still going over it in his mind when he heard someone call his name to shake him out of his thoughts. After turning in the direction of the voice, he realized it was Pansy. but he had absolutely no time to react before came towards him and at him right on the lips. That's it, he thought. Every seemingly impossible thing had now happened this morning. Pansy Parkinson of all people had just at him. 2 weeks ago if that happened he would have been totally disgusted by such a display and tried to wipe his mouth, then spit, then washed his lips with soap, then his whole body, and then had his lips removed by magic and replaced with ones that Pansy had not touched. Today however he merely accepted that it was actually a pretty good dotting Potter. Malfoy roared at Pansy as he was now trying to come after him again. Harry tried to defuse the situation, but probably only made it worse with what he next said. Hey, you shouldn't be all that upset, you tried to me yesterday, I'd consider it even, Harry pointed out. Malfoy now had his wand pointed at her. Before he could do anything however, Professor Dumbledore got there. It appears we've been very busy Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, having the nerve to be cheerful as he looked at the many girls assembled around him along with some of the many presents that had been sent. Sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to cause such a scene, Harry claimed. I would imagine not, Dumbledore answered with a twinkle in his eye before he addressed Malfoy. As for you Mr. Malfoy, I heard that you are apparently getting teased about your shall we say orientation, and I just want you to know that I'm happy to try and help you resolve these issues. One of our teachers in fact is considering creating a gay lesbian support group and I think maybe it might be beneficial to you to attend. Malfoy looked livid, but was smart enough not to act rashly towards the headmaster. Harry grinned and couldn't resist saying, I think that could really be beneficial to him, Professor. Dumbledore answered with, contrary to popular opinion, I am in fact not gay, but having been considered to be has led me to be rather sympathetic to the plight of our students who may face such a challenge. Don't worry, Professor, I never thought you were, Harry said, offering his confidence. I still remember fondly my time with a certain witch, Dumbledore added. Ew, old people say. Daphne interrupted, crinkling her nose. Dumbledore chuckled and said, you are quite right, Ms. Greengrass. However you'll find that when you get old it isn't nearly as bad as you might have thought. Oh, I'm going to stay young forever. Daphne insisted. No you won't and you'll like old people say, too, Luna told her. Professor, Harry asked him, I think I had better tell you what really went on. I think it would be better if we had a private conversation you and I, Dumbledore recommended, how about you come with me? Harry looked over at Padma, Daphne, and Luna. It's all right, you can meet up with us in the room of requirement later, Daphne offered. He nodded and then followed Dumbledore inside the room that he had gone into after being chosen as a Hogwarts champion. When they finally got inside, Dumbledore sat down in a chair that he conjured for himself before conjuring him one too for him to sit in, which he did so. Dumbledore then said, so let's hear your little story. Harry began to tell him about sending the order form for the catalogue. The problem is, Harry explained, unless I somehow wasn't paying attention and ordered the wrong stuff or the company that I sent it to sent me the wrong stuff by mistake, I don't see how this could have happened. Dumbledore seemed to think for a moment before declaring, it is indeed a mystery. Did the order form change hands at all before you sent it? I did give it to Luna to send, Harry admitted. You don't think that maybe she might have? I would say that would appear to be impossible, Dumbledore pointed out. Every order has to have their bank account information, a signed signature at the bottom, the items ordered clearly written out along with their cost, and is all keyed into a person's magical signature. The first two you already did, but changing the items with their magical signature would be far too difficult for even an exceptionally skilled wizard, much less a third year. Besides, what reason would she have for doing such a thing? I suppose you're right, Harry admitted. I didn't mean to accuse her. In my experience it is quite difficult to find someone that you can truly trust, Dumbledore advised. However, from what I know of Ms. Lovegood, she only wishes you good, which is quite a rare thing to find in a person. I would hope that you will be able to become good friends. Harry smiled and said, I plan on it, Professor. Dumbledore nodded and said, at any rate, I dare say this incident wasn't too damaging at all for you. You appear to have earned the thanks of many young ladies and even had it expressed in such a way that I would wager is worth more to you than the loss of perhaps a few galleons. A thought suddenly came to him. Professor, I've always wondered just where my parents even got all that money I inherited in the first place. If they were hiding from Voldemort, surely they wouldn't have been able to work at the same time, Harry answered. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment and then said, "First of all, they inherited a great deal of money from your father's parents. Also over the years, many people have donated to you in order to express thanks for your role in defeating Voldemort. Other than that, the money has gone totally untouched due to you being under Muggle Asylum." Muggle Asylum? Harry asked, trying to figure out just what Dumbledore meant. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose as he then asked, "You mean that Hagrid never explained it to you?" "I specifically asked him to do so." At his silence Dumbledore then said, "I gather from your silence that Hagrid did indeed not tell you, which leaves you finding out much later than I would have wanted. After the defeat of Voldemort, there was a considerable amount of debate waged in the Wizengamot as to where you should go. Many felt that you should go to a wizarding family, and unfortunately the ones with the most legitimate claim to you was the Malfoys. Are you saying that if I hadn't gone to live with the Dursleys I would have ended up being raised by the Malfoys?" Harry asked incredulously. As much as he had hated living with the Dursleys, the Malfoys were bound to have been 100 times worse. For the first time, he was suddenly grateful that he had grown up with them. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, "obviously I nor many people wanted that, but thankfully you had your Muggle relatives who had an even stronger claim. I had also hoped that perhaps living in the Muggle world would help prevent you from getting too much of a big head from your unavoidable fame. The only problem however was that due to your Muggle relatives being Muggles, they had no legitimate claim to your money in the wizard world, and I knew that if I didn't act that the Malfoys would find a way of getting to it long before you would be old enough to fight them on it. In order to prevent this I was able to get you put under Muggle Asylum, where an individual is able to hide within the Muggle world without the capability of the wizard world being able to interact with them. This caused all of your assets to be frozen until you turned 11 and elected to rejoin the wizard world, but also prevented anyone from the wizard world being able to see you or your Muggle relatives or find out your location. Obviously, since there were still Death Eaters out there looking for you, I considered this the safest possible solution." Harry's mind was reeling, having known none of this. It did however explain an awful lot, including why nobody had ever come to visit him or contacted him before he got his first letter of invitation to Hogwarts. While it had prevented him from finding out he was wizard until then, that wasn't Dumbledore's fault, having probably assumed that his Muggle relatives would tell him, nor was it his fault that he had not known about the Dursleys' abuse. It was at least far better than growing up a Malfoy or having the Malfoys get all of his money or have Death Eaters find him. "I'm starting to understand a great deal now, Professor," Harry replied. "I would imagine you would," Dumbledore agreed. "You see, contrary to many people's assumption, I was unable to have any interaction with you whatsoever. In fact, I could not even discuss things over with your relatives before leaving you with you already under Muggle Asylum. The most I was able to do was leave you with a letter along with an explanation. It appears however that they never elected to do so, which has caused me great concern." Harry let that sink in for a moment before asking his next question. "Professor, while I'm grateful for what you did and I understand why you did it, I'm kind of wondering if it might be possible for me to not have to go back to live with the Dursleys but not have to end with the Malfoys," Harry admitted. "It would depend," Dumbledore concluded. "First there would have to be a reason to be removed from the Dursleys' care, but if so, then a magical judge would have to decide where you should be placed. The Malfoys would indeed be the first choice, but since you are now old enough to speak and make decisions on your own, your opinion would hold enough weight for the Malfoys to be excluded from possible caretakers, leaving you free to choose a different caretaker as long as they have made it known that they wish to be able to care for you and are proven competent to be able to do so. I would however recommend that you spend the rest of the holidays making sure that is the decision you wish to make." "All right," Harry agreed. That sounded fair. It would also give him time to decide just who he wanted to adopt him. Wow, that sounded so weird but so good too. "I think that's enough for today," Harry claimed. "You've already given me plenty to think about." "I apologize for possibly making things difficult for you, Harry," Dumbledore told him. "It's all right, Professor, thank you for your help," Harry answered as he left. He headed over to the room of requirement to meet up with the girls, but on the way decided not to tell any of them anything so he could have the opportunity to think about it himself first. Yet when he got inside the room he was amazed to find the room now appeared to be the setting for a pirate movie. A huge pirate ship dominated the room, towering high into the air, complete with a pirate flag and sails. "What the?" he asked. "Welcome aboard, landlubber," Luna yelled as she swung down from a rope and onto the ground in front of him. "How was your date with Dumbledore?" Daphne joked as she came up beside him. Daphne was also dressed in a pirate costume, although hers had much less big of a hat than Luna's and her top was a bit too small, leaving some tantalizing cleavage and large gold hoop earrings dangling from her ears. She did however have what appeared to be a fake musket. Or at least he thought it was a musket. He wasn't exactly an expert on guns. "I felt like he was a little too old and male." "For me," Harry replied to her question. "Yeah, but at least he's got a cool white beard that you can yank on," Luna pointed out. "I suppose there is that," he agreed. "So what did he say?" Padma asked as she also came over, her own pirate costume very similar to Daphne's. "Oh, just wanted to know what happened, that's all," Harry said, deflecting the question so he didn't have to really answer. "So you got a costume for me?" "We sure do," Luna announced as she brought him a fake mustache and beard. Padma held the rest of the costume. This one came with a long black trenchcoat type coat, a white shirt, black pants, a black tricorn hat, and even a big, black curly-haired wig. "Now this is sweet," he replied as he looked at it. Would you girls mind if you turned away while I got dressed?" "I want to see you nacky Harry," Luna pouted. "Don't we all?" Daphne joked. He was a bit hesitant after that remark, so he went to go change inside one of the rooms of the pirate ship. When he came out, he felt like a pirate, although the fake beard and mustache felt a little scratchy. "Calico Jack, have you found my booty?" Daphne asked him once she saw him. Luna giggled and pointed at Daphne's bum. "It's right there, silly," she told her. "Are we going to go tell lame pirate jokes all day?" Padma asked. "Like I have a big or guys want me treasure," Daphne suggested. "Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?" Luna added. "Lives in a pineapple under the sea?" Harry asked, confused. What on earth does that have anything to do with pirates? "You'll find out," Luna simply said. He shook his head again before saying, "Well, I do want to thank you girls for getting me out of what happened this morning." "No problem, Harry, we were happy to save you from being thanked by beautiful girls," Padma joked. "Well, at any rate, thank you, and I'll make it up to you," he answered. "Like maybe, I don't know, a trip to Atlantis," Daphne suggested. He frowned and said, "Don't get greedy, I was thinking more like a key." "That sounds more like a present for you," Padma pointed out. "I'll take the key," Luna answered immediately. He grinned at the other two girls and said cheekily, "You see. Luna knows what a good present is." Harry leaned in and keyed her, before the other two girls went over to get their keys as well. "I suppose it's a start, but it doesn't get you entirely off the hook," Daphne answered as she held up a pirate hook. "If you don't get us Christmas presents you'll have to walk the plank," Padma said, adding to the lame pirate jokes. "Or get eaten by starfish," Luna replied. "Get eaten by starfish?" Daphne asked in confusion. "It's what would have happened to you had I not saved you," Luna admitted. They were needless to say quite confused by this statement, but then he took advantage of the silence and proclaimed, "Don't worry, I'll get some nice gifts for you all. I'll put my budget at a galleon each." "That's enough for fake poo," Luna said excitedly, referring to what she had seen in the catalog. Harry shook his head. Luna certainly was a strange one, but he really liked her nonetheless. "I think you can come up with something better than that," Padma argued. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, I will." "Come on, let's go play," Padma then suggested. "Where are we going to, Captain Luna?" The bee-owned Ravenclaw picked up a sword and declared, "To Treasure Island." They all hastened to follow her. After pirate time was over, Luna was currently writing in her very special, super secret diary to go over how her plan was going. All good wizard scientists or wizicists as she liked to call them had journals, so she figured she'd start one too. "Hello diary. I'm Luna Lovegood and I love being me. I'm going to have the most wonderful husband and the most wonderful friends to share him with. Oh, that's right, I should probably tell you I'm making a harem for my future husband, Harry Potter. Aren't I nice? What guy wouldn't want lots of beautiful girls to be married to? It almost makes me wonder if I was a boy and if I would want a harem for myself. Do you ever wonder such things, diary?" Well, I guess you do now, since I just wrote about it in you. P.S. Sorry if writing on you hurts. I like to draw on myself sometimes, so I figured it would be okay. Even if it does tickle. I think I'd be tempted to find out what it was like to be a boy, especially if I was a man stud like Harry, but I like being a girl too much. I get to wear cuter outfits, and have long hair, and also have beepies to play with. Who doesn't like playing with beepies after all? If I was boy, then I wouldn't get to marry Harry either, since he doesn't like boys like I do, but to be fair, I don't like girls and he does. Although I do like watching Harry make out with other girls. It's super yummy and say, why? So I think I'm just going to let Harry be the one to have a harem. Of course, he doesn't know that I'm making him one. It'll be a surprise, kind of like a birthday or Christmas present. It won't be for quite a long time yet that we all get married to him, so I'm thinking in the meantime this year for Christmas I'll just wrap myself up nice for him and wear a pretty bow. Daddy always says I'm the greatest gift he's ever had anyway, so I'm hoping Harry feels the same way. Anyway, my other present, since I can't get Harry a harem in time, is making sure he gets lots of dates and keys before Christmas. I'm calling it the 12 dates of Christmas, instead of the 12 days of Christmas like the song, even though he hasn't been on a date every day, just most days. Even my little date stud needs to rest once in a while after all. So my plan to make sure Harry gets a harem is still going well, at least. I did have to do something really risky though when I changed Harry's order form so he got all the girls really good presents. Yeah, I know it was wrong, but at least I didn't use Harry's money. I was tempted to, but my mommy always told me that stealing was wrong and I couldn't bring myself to steal from Harry. I do sometimes steal sweets at home while my daddy isn't looking, but I think he already knows about that and just lets me anyway. Instead, I changed where to withdraw the money from to my own account, the one that my mommy left me before she went to heaven with the angels. She would understand since it will be totally worth it. She would want people to be happy too. First of all, you should have seen how happy it made all those girls and how much more they like Harry now. Harry seems to think that he somehow escaped something when Daphne and Padma helped him, but I've got him right where I want him. Lots of good things are going to come from that. First of all, I'm going to make sure Harry gets away from his mean relatives. Albie likes to be manipulative like me, but he doesn't want to see Harry get hurt either. He'll want to get Harry away from them too, and if he doesn't, I'll make him. Wouldn't that be fun? Anyway, I've got to go mess with sports. You'll see later what I'm talking about. I'll write in you later, diary, I promise. Meanwhile, Harry was getting ready for his date with Lavender. His biggest concern wasn't whether or not he looked nice or anything like that, but what he would do if she wanted him to have say with her. It's not like he didn't want to have say eventually, but he certainly wanted to do it for his first time with someone that he really cared about and who cared about him. Someone, well, special. Not just some one-night stand just because it was easy. He shook his head. What a problem to have, trying to avoid say with an attractive girl. As if to make matters worse, his roommate Seamus walked or rather staggered into the bathroom, alcohol already on his breath as he struggled to remain standing up. Leave it to Seamus as a 14-year-old to find alcohol and get drunk by dinner time. If he was going to drink, it was one thing, but his drinking habits were starting to get ridiculous. He'd be kicked out of school at this rate. Seamus had recently become famous for showing up to Transfiguration late one day, totally drunk, and began to sing a very crude song to Professor McGonagall. Needless to say, the professor was not amused and gave him a week's worth of detentions. "Hey Harry, ready for the big night?" he asked as he elbowed him. Or rather tried to, since his perception was blurred enough that he missed him. "I wouldn't call it that big of a night," Harry replied. "You stud," Seamus slurred, punching him in the arm, "you're going to get some pussy tonight." His drunk roommate seemed to think that was hilarious as he laughed at his own joke. Seamus made a circle with one hand and then stuck a finger through it to demonstrate. Harry had a pretty good idea what that meant. Seamus had used it countless times. "I'm not going to have say with her if that's what you are thinking I'm planning on doing," Harry replied. "Why not?" Seamus asked, seeming to think he was nuts. "Lavender is a total slut. She'd do everything and everybody, including my dog." "You want to do a dog, Harry, because I've got a dog." "She's a total." "Seamus, why don't you go get some rest or something?" Harry suggested tiredly. Seamus, whose thinking was still rather obscured by alcohol, looked confused as he asked, "You got a pussy, Harry?" "'Cause Lavender's got a pussy, a good one." Again, he laughed at his own joke. "That might be what you want, or indeed what she wants, but it isn't what I want," he told him. By now he was rather annoyed with Seamus, partially because he was now trying to use him to stand up straight and was getting alcohol breath onto his nice clothes. "Are you doing someone else then?" Seamus asked. "Granger perhaps. I'd love to do her right up the—" "Shut up, Seamus," Harry told him, now angry. Drunk or not, Seamus would not talk about his best friend like that. He might like to joke around himself, but he tried to have at least some respect for girls, and Seamus constantly took it too far. "All right, sorry," Seamus apologized, "I just think you shouldn't hog all the pussy to yourself." This would be Seamus, Harry thought. Finally he decided to leave his roommate inside the bathroom to go throw up and go wait for Lavender at the foot of the stairs that led to Lavender's dormitory. And waited. And waited. And waited some more. Finally, after he was seriously considering asking another girl to go check on her to make sure she hadn't drowned in makeup or something, Lavender finally came down. The first thing he thought when he first saw how she was dressed, well, she wasn't wearing much, that was for sure. Lavender was wearing a very revealing purple shirt that tightly hugged her body and exposed most of her admittedly decently sized breasts and most of her stomach. It also seemed fairly obvious that she wasn't wearing a bra because her nipples were poking out. Very short shorts completed the ensemble, although they covered about as much as a pair of underwear would, and definitely not Dudley sized. Once again, he cursed the fact that he had had to wear hand-me-down underwear growing up. The only good thing had been later when he had been able to hide a particular problem. He had, however, been able to start buying his own years ago. Turning his thoughts back to Lavender, he supposed it wasn't too off the wall, at least for her, since she usually wore rather skimpy outfits, but since he had already made sure that she knew that they would be going someplace cold, it was rather impractical, and he would rather like to avoid his date turning into popsicle. At least it would taste like lavender, he thought, thinking of a dumb joke in his head. He looked more closely at her face. His joke about her possibly drowning from makeup appeared to still be a very real possibility, as he swore in addition to her heavily done cheeks and eyeliner, she had about half an inch of lipstick on her lips. On her feet, she was wearing ridiculously high heels that caused her to be raised up nearly a foot. All in all, she would have likely been exactly the type of girl that a guy like Seamus would want, but would immediately be classified as a slut. As for himself, he wasn't particularly digging it. This felt more like a hired date with a prostitute. "Hello, Harry," Lavender said in a seductive voice as she came down the stairs. Almost as if to totally dispel any chance Lavender had at getting him all hot and heavy, however, she ended up tripping and falling down the rest of the stairs. Fortunately, he managed to catch her before she face planted at the bottom. She looked at him, now looking highly embarrassed. "Oops," she tried to apologize as she hoisted herself back up with his help. "I guess I'm not used to these heels." "Yeah, they look a bit tough to walk in," he agreed. "Does my makeup look okay?" she now asked him, suddenly worried that the fall might have messed it up. He wondered what he should say to that. This could easily turn out not well, but he felt he had to say something about her appearance. "You want me to be honest?" he asked her. "You're wearing way too much. The sales lady I bought it from though told me that it would take 10 years off my face," Lavender argued. "Which would make you about 5, Harry pointed out. "Oh right," she realized as she laughed a bit, she was rather old herself. "Quite honestly, you look great normally, but this not so much," he told her. "Which Weekly said this is what I should wear if I want to attract a guy," Lavender insisted. "I think you run the risk of attracting too many of the wrong type of guy," he replied. "I spent hours on it though," Lavender admitted. He felt guilty. Obviously she had spent a lot of time getting ready for him, and he had essentially just told her it was wasted effort. Suddenly he had an idea. "Here, let me help you," he offered as he attempted to take some of the makeup off. She seemed surprised, but didn't stop him either as he started pulling lipstick off her lips with his fingers. After a minute, he announced, "There, all done." Okay, so maybe this wasn't a good idea, he realized as he viewed the results of his now smeared attempt. On the bright side, she now had a somewhat decent amount of lipstick on her lips now. If he had He would have more lipstick than lips. Unconsciously, he reached a hand to his own lips as he had that thought. It wasn't until after that he realized that he still had lipstick on his hands. Darn it, Harry said. She laughed a bit at seeing his appearance. Okay, that's it, we're going to the bathroom to fix stuff, Lavender suggested. Agreed, he told her. They headed into the same common room bathroom that he had been in last night with Hermione, even though Lavender stumbled once in her high heels getting there. As she looked at her appearance in the mirror, she actually laughed and said, I look like a clown now. Sorry, apparently lipstick isn't my forte, he answered, fighting deadly monsters. Or playing Quidditch, sure. Lipstick no. She giggled a little and said, well, you can slay monsters for me any day. Or you could just kill them with lipstick, Harry countered. He did not add that she probably had enough lipstick for that. He got what was on his lips off in a second, but she took a few minutes before deciding to just wash it all off. Finally, she got done and turned to face him. He studied her as he realized that this was the first time he had likely ever seen her without makeup. She was also quite a natural beauty, he had to admit. Usually she covered it up by too much makeup, but she was actually rather pretty. Wow, he said aloud. She seemed to think he was insulting her. Yeah, I know, I don't look all that great, she said. Actually, I was going to say the opposite, he confessed, you're actually quite a natural beauty. Someone you'd actually want to wake up to in the morning. Really? She asked incredulously, does that mean you still want to? She stopped as she blushed, but he figured he'd better set her straight. I really don't want to have say with you, he told her. She let that sink in before insisting, I never thought you did. Oh, he said, now feeling super embarrassed. Talk about the wrong signals. At his look of embarrassment, she conceded, okay, actually I did. I just didn't want you to think I was stupid. I don't think you're stupid, he said, why would I think that? Everyone thinks I'm stupid, she argued, and a slut. That's why I thought you wanted to go on a date with me, because you'd heard the rumors that I started that I was easy. Wait a minute, he questioned, you started all those rumors? She nodded. Why on earth would you do that? He asked, trying to understand just why on earth someone would do something like that. I figured it would help me get guys, she confessed, if they thought I was really experienced, it might make me seem more desirable. That stopped him, trying to imagine how desperate she must have been. Then he thought of some of his roommates, who also bragged about say.ul exploits. He was willing to bet every one of them were still pures. Except maybe Seamus if you counted his dog. He shook himself, not wanting to get that image into his mind. I don't think you're stupid except when you do stupid stuff like that, Harry insisted, you have absolutely no need to be doing stuff like that to get guys. Which Weekly says, Lavender tried to argue. Forget about what Which Weekly says, he told her, ignoring her gasp at making such an accusation. I'd wager you'd be quite a catch if you didn't care so much about what other people think and let that influence you so much. You think so? She asked him tentatively. Totally, he replied before deciding to joke around a little, I'm Harry the Love Doctor after all. She laughed at that. You're really cute, Harry, she answered, I'm just sorry this date isn't going very well. I'm enjoying myself, Harry responded, even if we have spent most of it in a bathroom. He had to admit that that could easily be assumed by someone that they were busy doing something else. So why did you ask me out anyway? Lavender decided to ask, you're clearly way out of my league, you could literally get a date with just about any girl in the school, and you've already proven you didn't ask me out for the say. You want to know the truth. He admitted, it was to prove to Padma that you actually aren't that bad of a date. Sorry to prove her wrong, Lavender said. That's not showing a lot of confidence, he said, now then shall we go? He stuck out his arm for her. She smiled and then took it as they set off. When they got inside the room of requirement, the room once again impressed him with its potential and more importantly his date. It had become an ice skating rink, hence the reason why he had suggested Lavender wear warmer clothes. Wow, Lavender said in wonder as she looked around and tried to listen to the song that was now playing. Personally he still couldn't tell where the music was coming from, but it wasn't that bad of a song to listen to. Evidently the room had some decent taste. Do you know how to ice skate? He asked her. Of course, she replied, I love to ice skate. Good, Because I don't, he confessed. She laughed a bit and then commented, "What would you have done if I'd said no? We both try and figure it out together." "That would have certainly be embarrassing," Harry admitted, "although all of my recent dating experience has certainly taught me the value of a good friend." She looked slightly perplexed at his comment and he decided to explain it. "I asked Parvati what you like to do," he told her. "Oh, okay," Lavender said, "good idea." "Well, I've been relying on her for Padma as well," Harry confessed. "She's probably sick of me by now." "Definitely not," Lavender insisted, looking like he was insane. "In fact, you'll never guess what she told me before I left." At that, Lavender managed to pause, for once managing to avoid gossiping. "Were you about to gossip about your best friend to me?" he teased. "Ooh, I'm sorry, I can't help it," Lavender said. "When I hear something juicy I just have to tell someone." "Speaking from experience, gossip can certainly hurt people, which is why I try to avoid it," Harry replied. "I just don't let gossip bother me, no matter what people say about me," Lavender answered. "I'm sure there would be something that would bother you if someone said it about you," Harry suggested. "I told everyone that I was a slut," Lavender pointed out. Point taken, he was forced to admit, "All right, well, if you don't think Parvati would mind, tell me what she said." Lavender looked quite pleased at being given permission, obviously having been dying to tell him. "She wants to have your baby." Lavender gushed. "Okay, that's not weird," he sarcastically answered. He had no desire to impregnate teen girls at the moment. "Not literally or right now," Lavender explained, "but can you imagine how cute your kid would be if you had one together?" As he tried to imagine just such a child, he instead thought of a child with Padma, who should have the same genetics as her twin sister. That admittedly would be a really cute child, he had to admit. "Yeah, the side from her would be really cute, and the side from me would be ugly. The poor kid would always have to take pictures from just their good side," Harry joked. "More like it would be the cutest kid ever." Lavender gushed, "How you could ever even tease that you're ugly is beyond me. I mean, you wouldn't believe the things that girls say about you." "What did they say about me?" he asked curiously. She seemed ready to tell him before she suddenly realized the opportunity he had inadvertently given her. "Oh, so now you want to hear gossip?" she teased. "When it's about me I would say I have a right to know," he pointed out. "Works for me," she agreed. "So." Lavender started in, telling all about what girls thought of him, and he soon found himself thinking that he was apparently more popular with the ladies than even he had thought. The way Lavender spun it, he was a celebrity date god. He was sure it wasn't nearly as bad as Lavender made it sound, but it was still disconcerting. On the bright side, at least he wasn't some young Canadian teen singing pop star mobbed by tween fans calling themselves some ridiculous name. Obviously, having gone on as many dates as he had been forced to admit he was pretty popular, but his popularity appeared to have only increased with every date he had been on, especially after having sent all those presents to each of the girls he had dated. "You don't think girls want to date me now just because they are hoping for some great presents?" he wanted to know. "Well, I suppose that does play a factor, but there are plenty of girls who would love to go on dates with you just because they know you would be a very fun date," Lavender admitted. "There's even a lot of curiosity just what you'll think of next for a date. Like I heard that you are planning on taking a girl to the moon." "Unfortunately that is a bit out of my budget and planet," Harry confided. "Besides, I'd never have come up with the idea for ice skating had someone not suggested it to me." "Anyway," Lavender said, "me and Parvati have actually been putting together a list of girls at Hogwarts and ranking them on the levels of them wanting to go out with you. Those who would absolutely die happy if you asked them out, those who would just love to go with you, those who would go but wouldn't really care either way, and those who hate your guts and would never go with you." "Why would you spend so much time doing that?" Harry queried. "Oh, we've got ones for many people actually," Lavender admitted. "Ourselves of course, Padma because she's Parvati's sister, Hermione because she's our roommate, and then one for Malfoy, and another for Crumb." "You did one for Malfoy?" Harry asked incredulously. "Who's on the list for him?" "Well, for Malfoy on the list of at least willing to date him," Lavender answered. "It used to be just Pansy and himself, but after this morning when Pansy and you, now it's just himself." "How could he date himself?" Harry asked. "As far as I can tell, the only person who actually loves him is himself," Lavender answered. He's the only person who spends more time on their appearance than I do, and that's saying something for a boy. Harry laughed at that and then commented, well, I have to admit Malfoy and himself would make a great match. So what about Padma and Hermione? Well, Padma has always generated modest interest, Lavender admitted, and Hermione used to be rather unnoticed, but lately she's been getting a whole lot more attention. Of course it doesn't matter since both girls are already totally in. Lavender stopped at that and clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh, I really wasn't supposed to say that, Lavender chided herself. What were you going to say? Harry pressed her, wanting to know. Just in trustworthy gossip and me being blabber Lavender, she tried to say. Lavender decided to change the subject. So we really should get ice skating now, Lavender insisted. Right, he agreed as he was shaken out of his thoughts. Come over here, there should be some skates. As they went over, Lavender quickly found some, adorably, cute pink skates, and he picked out some nice black ones. As he searched through other equipment, however, he held up an odd-looking object. What on earth is this? He asked as he stared at it. Lavender giggled a bit and then said, it's for your butt. What for? He asked in consternation. It's for people just learning to skate so they don't hurt themselves too much when they inevitably fall down, Lavender explained as she went over to take it from him. He let her wrap it around him and put it on, clearly enjoying the close proximity to his bum. As he glanced behind him, he exclaimed, my butt looks huge. Lavender giggled again and said, you had a pretty decent butt to begin with, this just emphasizes it a bit. A bit, he exclaimed, I understand having a nice sized rear, but this would be ridiculous. All right, more than a little bit, Lavender admitted, the good news is I'm the only one around to see you wearing it. I can still rely on you to tell everyone about it, he pointed out. Lavender couldn't resist grinning at the thought, but then said, no, I won't do that. Just as long as you don't tell anyone about me falling down the stairs. Or not wearing makeup. Agreed, he replied. As they headed out onto the ice, with Harry still glancing back at his now very padded posterior, he soon realized that ice skating was not as simple as he had hoped. He had no balance and was slipping and sliding all over the place. Lavender, however, took to it with ease, even jumping up in the air a few times and did a spin that certainly looked impressive. After a few minutes of clearly showing off, however, she went back to him and decided to start giving him pointers. I can't seem to, he said as he slipped and fell down. Fortunately he had butt padding to save him, thank goodness. She went over to go help him up. As he grabbed her arm and tried to get shakily to his feet, however, he ended up slipping and falling again, dragging her down with him, her falling right towards his face. Suddenly he found his face now sandwiched in between two somethings, and he had a pretty good idea what they were. With her lack of clothing, they were also very much bare, pressing against his face. So that was what Beasts felt like, he couldn't help but think. Not planned, but not unwelcome either. Sorry, he apologized as he pulled away. Instead of yelling at him for being so beeped or something, she asked, how were they? Really good, he admitted, now blushing, you sure you don't mind? I was planning on having with you when this night started, remember? She pointed out, I'd say this is rather small in comparison. Oh, right, he answered. You want to feel them some more? Lavender invited, I could even take my top off if you'd like. He stared openly at them, admittedly tempted. It's not like they weren't nice looking, especially so openly on display in front of him. Decently sized too. Many guys wouldn't hesitate after her making an offer like that. However, what stopped him was him thinking of why he wouldn't just go all the way and have with her. If he was going to go that far with a girl, he wanted it to be with a girl that he considered special. Of course he wasn't sure exactly how to tell Lavender that without possibly hurting her feelings. No offense, Lavender, but if I'm going to go that far with a girl, I'd want it to be with someone that I've gotten to really know and get close to, he explained. She let out a small smile and then said, why do you have to be so noble? I don't get why all the best guys are that way and all the jerks are more than happy to put their hand down my shirt. I don't really know, Harry replied, although I've found that if you act and dress like you are okay with being taken advantage of, that the guys who are willing to take advantage of you will be the guys you attract. Huh, she responded, I'll have to think about that. After a few seconds of letting her think, he then noticed that she was shivering. Are you cold? He asked her. I'm fine, she tried to insist, even though she clearly wasn't. You can wear my butt padding, he offered. Well, that will keep my butt warm but not much else, she pointed out. A butt warmer, that was what he needed for Christmas, he joked to himself. Suddenly a thought struck him. Dobby, he called as the little elf appeared right in front of them. Dobby, however, seemed surprised at appearing on ice as he nearly slipped and fell. Dobby is so clumsy, Dobby apologized. I is so sorry, Great Harry Potter. It's all right, Dobby, it's supposed to be slippery, Harry insisted. Dobby looked around with wide eyes and said, Dobby cannot allow the Great Harry Potter to slip. Dobby will get rid of all of this ice even if he has to break it all with a pickaxe. Unbidden, an image of a children's movie that Dudley used to watch came to mind, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. He couldn't help but imagine Dobby dressed up as one of them, complete with a pickaxe. Unfortunately, he reminded him of a certain one in particular, partially because of the name similarity. Poor Dopey, I mean Dobby, he thought. He laughed slightly at it. Is the Great Harry Potter laughing at Dobby? Dobby asked. Dobby is more than happy to slip and fall some more if you is wishing to be entertained. No, Dobby, Harry insisted, the ice is fine the way it is as well. I was just wondering if perhaps you could get a jacket and maybe some pants for Lavender here. Dobby looked Lavender up and down and then pronounced, Dobby does not think he has anything in her size. I suppose if you're referring to your own clothes, then yes, they probably would be too small, Harry admitted. Way too small, Lavender added. He saw an opportunity to tease her a bit. I thought you liked really revealing in too small clothing. He prodded. She frowned and said, I draw the line at elf-size clothing. I'd likely burst out of them. He made a point of not thinking about that last comment. Just try and see what you can dig up, Harry suggested to Dobby. Dobby will be right back, Dobby said. They did not have long to wait. Dobby came back, clutching a pair of snow pants along with what appeared to be a red and green Christmas sweater complete with a picture of Santa and all his reindeer on the front. They were at least human-sized, but Lavender proclaimed, this really isn't fashionable. I think they would look good on you, he insisted. She sighed and said, well, I suppose by now I've totally ruined the rest of my image, I might as well finish it. After getting them both on, she admitted, I look like Mrs. Claus. As he looked her up and down, Lavender now looked like a far cry from what she had looked like at the start of the date. However, he kind of liked it in an odd sort of way. Then Santa must be a very lucky man, he insisted. I mean, it's not the best outfit, but I have to say I'm rather impressed you actually decided to put those on. Thanks, Lavender replied. Okay, so maybe the date hadn't turned out the way Lavender had probably planned on, but he had to give her major credit for dealing with it so well. He realized with a start, Lavender was actually not that bad of a girl and this was already turning into a not so bad date. You want me to do what? Hermione asked incredulously. Hermione was now in Fred and George's secret lab where they conducted most of their prank experiments, located just behind a statue on the second floor. She had been under the assumption that they were going to be helping her learn to be funny, perhaps by giving her a book to read or something. Unfortunately, Fred and George had other ideas for how to conduct such training. It's simple, just drop this powder onto the spot where Malfoy sits and bam. Fred insisted, he'll have a scratchy bum for a week. Not to mention burn through his pants and underwear, George added. Who would want to see Malfoy's BPD bum? Hermione asked. Fred and George adopted identical grins and Fred commented, you know, George, I think our training is working already. Yes, but I wasn't trying to be funny, she insisted. Exactly, George replied, the best jokes are the ones you tell without even thinking about it or possibly without even trying to be funny. Oh, that's a good point, she was forced to admit as she went to go get out her notebook from her book bag. What are you doing? Fred asked as he snatched away the notebook she had just taken out. Taking notes, of course, Hermione replied. It seemed totally logical to her at least. You don't take notes on this, Fred argued. Hold on, Fred, actually I think her taking notes might be a good idea, George pointed out, then she could take notes on all of our great ideas when we have them. Good point, Fred quickly agreed. In that case, write down exploding gum, I think it's going to be big. Why don't you just invent something that will allow you to write stuff down for you like a self-writing pen? I can't tell you how many times I've wanted something like that when my hands started cramping up after writing long homework assignments, Hermione answered. That's a good idea and there is probably a good market for it. We've got quick quotes quills but they are too expensive and not reliable, George agreed. You want to help us develop it. You want me to help you develop something? She asked them incredulously. Well, you did agree to help us with our prank items anyways in exchange for helping you learn to be funny, George pointed out. Hermione thought about it for a moment. She had in fact agreed, and the particular item they were thinking of wasn't actually a prank item. In fact, it could be beneficial to a lot of students, herself included. All right, but I want a cut, she argued. Ah, so now we have a businesswoman in our midst, Fred commented with relish. How about 10%? 33, she insisted, that way it's even between each of us. Both twins looked at each other silently for a moment before answering simultaneously, agreed. Evidently it was a fair enough deal for them not to try and haggle with her. Okay, perfect, Hermione replied, opening up her notebook again. I'll just set some goals for us and then go over a cost and budget analysis. A cost and what? Fred asked in confusion. It's to go over how much we estimate developing and then manufacturing an item will cost and then what we expect in return, Hermione replied. You mean to say that you're planning to start a business and haven't gone over any of those things? To be honest, we hadn't thought that far ahead, George admitted. Hermione grinned and said, I think I can help you. She felt much more in element with something like this. It wasn't any funny business. Actually, she realized with a start, she supposed it was. Maybe being around Fred and George was starting to rub off on her. That was kind of funny. An hour later, after Hermione had explained how to start a business to them, relying upon the many books she had read on the subject, both boys were notably impressed by her business savvy. I should have you as a business partner, George commented. What about me? Fred asked, pretending to sound insulted. Sorry Fred, Hermione is smarter and hotter than you so she wins, George said. Okay, I'll give you that, but I'm your twin brother, Fred argued. I'll bet you were planning on cutting me out as well, George accused him. I just got to it faster than you. So what if I was? Fred said. Hey, take it easy, Hermione told them both. I was just talking about one product. What makes you think I want to be a partner in your joke business? I mean, it's a joke. Nice effort there, Hermione, George encouraged her with her joke attempt. However, I'll tell you what, you know that you could make a lot of money doing this. You sure could, enough to buy you every book in the Hogwarts library if you wanted, Fred agreed. Like that was going to somehow convince her, she thought. If I ran a business, it would be to make products people actually need, things that would make a difference, like to cure infectious diseases and stuff, Hermione argued. We could branch out into other stuff as well, George pointed out. Besides, we're infectious diseases and you could cure us. Hermione sighed and said, I'd have to think about it. Really, the only reason she was doing any of this was to be more funny, and hopefully more desirable to Harry. She was getting tired of just dotting her teddy bear and imagining it was him. Both twins seemed to relent for now, however. Alright, well, let's at least go prank Malfoy. He's had more than 24 hours without being publicly embarrassed, Fred said, referring of course to yesterday's incident, and the day before that. A pattern was starting to emerge. At this rate, he might quit school out of embarrassment and end up living life as a muggle. That would admittedly be quite possibly the most poetic thing ever. Hermione thought about it for a moment. It could be fun, she supposed, although mean. Besides, Malfoy had been tortured a lot, surely no one, not even him, deserved that much. On second thought, this was actually a really good idea, she realized. 10 minutes later and she found herself in the Great Hall sitting down at her house table waiting for Malfoy to show up and the prank to start. As she spotted the pompous, arrogant, stupid along with a bunch of other names besides Git enter and make his way over to his seat, she looked over at the paper airplane she had dropped on the floor a ways away take flight, enchanted to start up on its own when Malfoy entered the hall. It continued to fly, with a few students noticing it, but nobody trying to intercept it as it delivered its payload, currently still inside the plane's center fold. It made a steep climb just above Malfoy's seat, causing the powder to drop down onto it, and probably spill a bit of a ways out, just like she had planned. Malfoy sat down, flanked by his two goons, Crabbe and Goyle, who sat down on either side of him. She tried her best to look away to avoid suspicion, but when she heard the screams, she knew it was safe. All three boys had their hands down the backs of their pants. Fred and George had wanted to dissolve the pants too, but let's face it, nobody would have wanted to see that, and people were eating lunch. Even so, all three boys were currently scratching furiously. Fortunately, it wouldn't cause any lasting harm to them. She had checked to make sure, and a teacher would likely fix it in a jiff, but it was pretty embarrassing. She began laughing with everyone else who noticed what was going on. George, who's sitting next to her along with Fred on his other side, then asked her, "So, how did that feel?" "All right, that was pretty fun," she was forced to admit, still grinning. Harry was currently enjoying having spent most of the day playing pirates again with Padma, Luna, and Daphne. He didn't have any dates to go on, just the Yule Ball tomorrow, and so he was taking the time to relax with each of them aboard their pirate ship. "So you ready for the Yule Ball?" Harry asked the girls. "I sure am," Padma said excitedly, "it's going to be so much fun." He grinned. Padma was fun enough that they could probably have a good time together even if all they did was do History of Magic homework, which would be the worst Yule Ball ever. Almost as if to be an uncharacteristic spoilsport, Luna dampened the mood somewhat. "I can't go, remember, I'm still just a third year and I can't go without a date," Luna confessed. Padma tried to think for a moment before suggesting, "Go with Malfoy then. He doesn't have a date." "Ew." Daphne quickly replied, "Luna would be better off going with her imaginary friend. At least then she might get more stimulating conversation." "I don't need imaginary friends anymore," Luna claimed, "especially when I've got real ones now." "Ah, that's sweet, Luna," Padma agreed as she put a protective arm around her. "You do indeed have real friends now." Luna smiled at that. "Well, she's still got to figure out something if she wants to go," Daphne pointed out. Padma seemed to think for a moment and then finally told Luna, "Why don't you be the one to go with Harry then?" Harry was surprised by her generosity. "You'd be willing to do that, Padma?" "Well, obviously I was looking forward to going with you," she explained, "but it's not like we wouldn't be spending much of the dance together anyway, at least when you're not dancing with other girls or making out with them." "I wasn't planning on making out with any girls," he defended. She looked at him like she was demanding he fess up. "All right, maybe I was, with you," he admitted. She gave him a satisfied smile, and then replied, "I mean if I don't, Luna doesn't get to go at all, and in reality it will hardly be changing much." Padma really was a sweetheart, he thought. It was one of the things that he really liked about her. He also wouldn't be upset about going with Luna. As far as replacement dates went, she would be a good one, and in the long run he had to admit that she was right about it hardly changing things. "If that's really what you want to do," he told her, "I'll be sure to make it up to you." "I'm counting on it," she answered with a grin. "Can't we all just go with Harry?" Luna suggested. "We can't all just," Padma began. "Actually we could," Daphne pointed out. "It would basically be what we did for Luna's date." "True," Padma agreed, although it does beg the question, why Luna keeps trying to share her date every time she gets one with Harry. "Maybe she's just scared of getting Harry alone, if you know what I mean," Daphne joked. "It's because I'd be too much for Harry alone," Luna claimed. He laughed at that. Oh, so entirely plausible, and he wasn't talking about Daphne's insinuation, he meant just simply being around her. Luna was like super rich chocolate, delicious in the right amounts, but too much and you couldn't handle it. However, them all going together was admittedly a good idea. "Would you girls want to do something like that?" Harry asked tentatively. "I think that would be a fun," Daphne agreed, although she was looking at Padma. The beautiful Indian girl seemed to think for a moment before saying, "Yeah, I guess that would be good." Daphne grinned and told him, "You do realize you'll be the luckiest guy at the ball, going with 3 dates and dancing with nearly a dozen other girls." Shamelessly, he replied, "Hey, I'm Harry Potter, this is what I do." Padma slapped him playfully on the arm and said, "Don't get cocky, Harry. Or we'll cover you in chocolate pudding," Luna added. "I'd say more likely you just want yourself covered in chocolate pudding," Daphne pointed out. Luna smiled and admitted with a wistful sigh, "Yeah. Maybe we can do that later," Padma suggested, not automatically discounting such an idea. He loved how open each of the girls were to trying fun but very different ideas, and with Luna around, they would likely never have a shortage of them. At that moment, they heard a noise just outside. Boarders! Luna yelled as she grabbed up her sword, still in pirate captain character. Man the cannon. I'd rather like to avoid any sword wounds or cannonballs thrown at me if that's okay, Hermione stated as she entered the top of the ship where they were. Hey Hermione, Harry greeted, we just got done playing unfortunately. It's all right, I just wanted to check out this pirate ship you keep bragging about, Hermione confessed. As he looked at her however, he could tell that something was wrong. She looked forlorn and much sadder than normal. Perhaps someone else might not have noticed it, but knowing her as well as he did, he could certainly tell otherwise. What's wrong Hermione? Harry asked. Nothing is wrong, she tried to deny before realizing it was pointless. She sighed and then finally admitted, Crumb just cancelled our Yule Ball date together. What? Padma exclaimed in surprise, why? It can't be that you weren't hot enough, Daphne replied, seeming to be trying to come up with a reason, or was it because you were too hot for him and he considered you out of his league? I hate it when that happens. Girls always have it hard, Luna agreed. You silly girls, Padma declared, neither of you have even been on a date with anyone besides Harry. Yes, but anyone else besides Harry would be out of my league, Daphne countered, which was a valid argument. Deciding to ignore the girls, Harry asked Hermione gently, are you okay? Yeah, just disappointed, Hermione confided, I do have to wonder just why he had to cancel at the last minute. He wouldn't tell me. That's awful, you would think he would at least have the decency to tell you why, Padma told her compassionately as she put an arm around her shoulder supportively, I'm sorry. You can go with Harry like all of us, Daphne invited. Wait a minute, Hermione asked in surprise, you're all going with Harry to the Yule Ball. We just figured it would better that way, Padma replied. It's going to be so much fun. Luna said, now jumping up and down, BP's bouncing. How come you decided to do that Padma? Hermione asked her. Harry wasn't listening to whatever Padma told her, currently distracted by Luna who appeared to be fiddling with a false mustache. Truthfully he liked girls better without mustaches, but then again he was pretty sure that did not make him all that unusual. Harry, Padma got his attention, you're going to the Yule Ball with Hermione too. Having not heard the conversation that had transpired beforehand, he was a bit surprised, but nodded. So he'd be going to the Yule Ball with Hermione too, huh? This same thing had occurred on his date with Luna and he had been able to discount that as a date. In this case however the girls would be expecting him to key him, and Hermione might too. The thought struck him that he actually wanted to key her, and there should be absolutely nothing wrong with that. He turned his thoughts back to the conversation they were now having, namely plans they were making to meet up and get ready together before the ball. It was not long after that he eventually left. They had started talking about a bunch of girly things such as makeup and dresses and all that. What finally caused him to decide to leave however was them talking about their periods. Definitely not information he wanted to know about. Having all of your close friends be girls was good in a lot of ways, but some things he just didn't like to be around for. As he headed down a hallway and then turned around a corner, he nearly ran into somebody. When he realized who it was however he decided to greet them. Hi, Pansy, Harry greeted. Hello Harry, Pansy replied back pleasantly. As he looked her up and down she was actually dressed really nice in a black dress, much nicer than if she was to say, just be wandering the castle for fun. Perhaps she was going on a date or something. Well good for her just as long as it wasn't Malfoy. You look really nice this evening, he complimented her. Thanks, she replied, normally I wouldn't dress like this, and I was kind of nervous for this date. Oh, you're going on a date? He asked, now pleasantly surprised, with who? She laughed at that, seeming to think it funny for some reason before answering, with you silly. Hold on a second. Sure he'd been going on an awful lot of dates, but he didn't think it was so bad that he could no longer even remember making them. Alzheimer's didn't hit this young, did it? Perhaps he should have tried to play along to try and get to the bottom of it, but his stunned silence had already put her on alert. You mean you didn't send me this note? She demanded as she held up a note. As he looked it over, it was clearly in his handwriting, but he didn't remember writing it. Strange, he thought. The note however stated that she was to come to this spot about 10 minutes ago. No way anyone could have known he would get here around that time beforehand, which would point towards the person who had wrote it not expecting him to show up. I don't remember writing this, he admitted. Pansy looked hurt. It's okay, she tried to say, probably just some cruel prank on me. Guess I deserve it. He felt guilty. Had he not somehow showed up here when he did, she'd likely have just been stood up and waited for him to come without him arriving. An idea struck him, however. He hadn't been planning on a date, but it wasn't like he couldn't go on one. In fact, just in case one of his date plans went awry, he had gotten Dobby to always be ready with a backup plan just in case. Well, maybe the joke can be on them, Harry suggested to her. What do you mean? Pansy asked, sounding perplexed. I mean, if you'd like, we can go on a date right now, he told her. You'd really want to do that? Pansy asked hesitantly, you sure it wouldn't be like torture going with me or something? Oh, no, torture would be me dating Snape, Harry claimed, going with you would be like heaven in comparison. She laughed a little and then commented, to be fair, well, I suppose we were enemies. I'd never go on a date with an enemy, Harry answered, a beautiful girl. Absolutely. Yeah, he'd called Pansy Parkinson beautiful. He also meant it. No more to think about than that. She seemed to think about it for a moment and then said, all right. Dobby, Harry called. The diminutive little elf appeared right in front of him. Yes, noble and great Harry Potter, Dobby asked him, with the same respect Harry might expect of a king, or a god. He seriously needed to have a little chat with Dobby, or he might run the risk of Dobby praying to him next time he saw him. Though Dobby really was the best and he was totally getting socks and a sweater for Christmas. Activate the operation, Harry told him. Dobby seemed surprised, but then answered. Dobby will go get the oil and the stick. No, not that operation, Harry insisted with a twinge of embarrassment. What do you need oil and a stick for? Pansy queried. Now blushing, he admitted, I keep having this dream that I get my foot stuck in a hippogriff's, well, you know, and I told Dobby at some point, so he offered to help me out if that ever happened in real life. Pansy couldn't help laughing at that, but while she did, he told Dobby, I meant Operation Date Backup. Oh, Dobby answered, sounding relieved. Dobby is most pleased to hear that. Dobby will get things ready. The elf popped back out. Harry extended to her his arm and asked, you want to go? Smiling, she took it and allowed him to lead her away. They talked as they walked. Well, when I got that note, Pansy explained, I was a bit surprised, but then I reasoned that you had sent me all those presents and all the other girls you'd sent gifts to you'd already been on a date with, so I figured that maybe you wanted to go on a date with me even then. That whole thing was kind of a surprise to me too, he admitted. I didn't actually intend to send so extravagant of gifts, but I did want you to get something. Why? She asked him. I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do, Harry answered. To tell you the truth, I don't know why exactly I did with you, just that I felt like you might appreciate it. Thanks, Pansy responded. It was a bit overwhelming at first, but it at least gave me exactly what I needed to push me over the edge when it came to Draco. I'm done with him for good. He resisted the urge to clap. I won't deny that that pleases me, Harry told her more conservatively than he was feeling. I can do a lot better than him, she insisted. Besides, I'm on a date with you, aren't I? The great Harry Potter. He rolled his eyes and said, trust me, I'm not that great of a date. I'll probably manage to do something stupid like I usually do, such as trip and fall and land in a girl's cleavage, or make a comment about a girl's weight or race or something that should get me slapped, but instead I get lucky. Sounds like you're just constantly cheating death, Pansy observed, in which case that should be right up your alley. You have no idea, he agreed as he began to tell her about several of the many deadly situations he had found himself in, monsters and girls included. He stopped as soon as they got outside to allow Pansy to look at what they would be doing for their date. A magic carpet, she asked as she looked down at their selected mode of transportation for the evening. I thought these were banned. The magic carpet was hovering just a foot above the snow. I know the guy who wrote the law, and I also know a loophole for it, Harry argued. This was indeed true. Arthur Weasley had actually written the law as well as the loophole involved with it. He neglected to mention Mr. Weasley had used a similar loophole to create a flying car, which he and Ron had ridden to Hogwarts during their second year. What if we somehow slip off? Pansy questioned worriedly. Do you trust me? he asked her as he got onto the carpet himself. Yes, she admitted. Harry tried to reassure her with, there are security measures in place to prevent that happening. It was just people being unjustly afraid of the dangers that they were banned. We'll be perfectly safe. Reluctantly, she took his hand and got on. Go carpet, Harry told it once they were both sitting down beside each other. The carpet however remained motionless. What was he supposed to tell it or do to make it go? Threatened to unravel it if it didn't. Let me try, Pansy suggested, open sesame. You've got to be kidding me, he thought. The carpet however did indeed start to slowly ascend into the air. How did you know? Harry asked her. Lucky guess, Pansy replied, choosing not to really elaborate. Once they were just above the level of most of the school, minus the towers, Pansy proclaimed in wonder as she looked around, it's like a whole new world. Having played Quidditch quite a bit, this wasn't that big of a deal to him to be up this high, but he didn't argue with her. Besides, the castle had been specially decorated in preparation for the Yule Ball and was currently arrayed in various Christmas lights. It's beautiful, she admitted as she gazed at it. It sure is, he agreed as he looked at it with her. Probably unconsciously Pansy's hand went and rested on his. Sorry, she apologized as she immediately pulled away. It's okay, I don't mind, he answered. Reluctantly she put her hand back and he took it. You know I never would have thought I'd ever go on a date with you, Pansy admitted. I don't blame you, Harry answered. Not like that, she insisted, slapping him lightly on the arm, just that we were kind of enemies. Sworn to hate each other forever, he added. I never hated you, Pansy replied, it's just first I was with Malfoy and he's definitely not your biggest fan, so I felt I had to treat you poorly because of that, and also I felt, well, jealous of you. I'd gladly trade my fame with you if that's what you're referring to, Harry answered. Actually no, she admitted, I'm jealous because, you have people that love you. Nobody has ever loved me. He felt confused by what she meant. I'm sure my parents loved me but they're dead, Harry pointed out. They also died protecting you, Pansy told him, that shows a great deal of love to me. My parents would have let me die even if there was no risk to them. Sounds like my relatives, Harry admitted. What do you mean by that? She asked him, now very curious. Nothing, he said, choosing to be tight-lipped. Surprisingly, he felt her hand against his back. After a minute of silence, she said, it's okay Harry, I understand. He didn't really get a chance to ask her what she meant because she suddenly keyed at him again. It was a quick key, but it still caught him off guard. What was that for? He asked her. Does me keying you bother you? She asked tentatively. Not at all, he replied honestly, I'm just trying to figure out why. I suppose I fell for whatever spell that you keep using on girls, Pansy suggested. Believe me, if I was using a spell I would definitely be selling it to every wizard on the planet and making a ton of money, Harry joked. Well, if you happen to have one that works for girls on guys, please let me know, she joked right back. Oh, I'd hardly say you need it, Harry observed. I dated Malfoy, she pointed out. On second thought maybe you do, he claimed, you really didn't need to get that desperate. She laughed at that and then said, well I am on a date with you so it's not like I'm doing much better now. Hey, he exclaimed, even though he knew she was teasing. Then she suddenly got serious and then said strangely, just know that I'll always be here for you Harry if you ever want to talk. He was rather confused by what she meant, but nodded nonetheless. It was finally the night of the Yule Ball. He was ready for it, or at least as ready as he would ever be. All of the girls had agreed to meet him outside the entrance to the Great Hall. When he saw them, his jaw literally dropped. They were beautiful, all four of them. He was clearly the luckiest guy on earth for getting such unbelievably beautiful dates. This was what heaven looked like, he reasoned. He took a moment to study each girl in detail. Daphne was wearing a dark green dress that emphasized her abundant cleavage and rosy red lips with just enough lipstick. After his date with Lavender he was starting to feel like the amount of lipstick was important to him. Padma, as beautiful as ever, was arrayed in a dark orange dress. It was more modest than Daphne's but also showed off her modest curves. Luna's was the most interesting dress. It seemed to shimmer and sparkle with every color of the rainbow as it moved around, although he couldn't tell if it was the actual fabric or a spell that did that. It was however quite eye-catching even if it meant Luna would be labeled as a rainbow child. Somehow though, it just seemed perfect for her. Hermione was wearing the same dress that she had worn a couple nights ago. Yes, that dress, the one that made his heart flutter, especially when she turned around and made him want to grab her rear. Hermione seriously needed to wear that dress every day, he thought. The only downside would be that guys would end up running into stuff as they stared at her on her way to her classes. All four girls had their hair down the way they knew he liked it. Well? Padma asked him with a grin. He had been so intent on watching them he had actually failed to even notice that they were all now right in front of him. I think he's been stunned speechless, Daphne observed. Indeed, she was right. He tried to come up with a good response but failed miserably. Instead, what came out was an unintelligible sound. Come on, Harry, let's go dancing, Luna urged excitedly. She grabbed his arm, while the other girls allowed Padma to take his other, possibly as a partial thank you for allowing them to share him as a date with her. Daphne then grabbed Padma's other arm and Hermione grabbed Luna's. Arm in arm they approached Professor McGonagall, who was currently screening all of the students as they entered. When it got to their turn, Professor McGonagall then asked as she looked each girl up and down, "So who is your date, Mr. Potter?" "All four of these lovely ladies here," he admitted, grateful to have his voice back. To her credit, Professor McGonagall did not object to that, but she did ask, "Well, who are you going to dance the first dance with as Hogwarts champion?" "It's customary for the champions to begin the ball." He looked at the girls and then stated, "We'll figure it out." They entered the Great Hall together, impressed by how much it had changed with plenty of Christmas decorations decorating it. He would have taken the time to look further, but they were suddenly mobbed by various people, some friends with each of the girls and others just because. "I'm not going to have to sign autographs, am I?" Harry joked to the girls as the mob came towards them. "Don't worry, I'll get it later," he heard someone reply to that. As he looked, he realized it was Hannah, dressed in a beautiful Hufflepuff yellow dress with plenty to show off. "Hey Harry," she greeted him. "Hey," he replied back, "how are you doing?" "Good," Hannah answered, "this should be a good night." "Did someone else ask you to the ball?" he asked hopefully. "No," she admitted, frowning. He frowned too, sorry to have asked after getting such a response. He had really thought someone would have asked her. However, he tried to dig himself out of the hole he had made for himself. "I'd imagine they were all too scared," Harry claimed. "Probably," she answered. Susan didn't get asked either actually. "Why not?" Harry asked her. "I'd guess she intimidated them too much," Hannah suggested. "Cowards," Harry muttered. "I swear some brave Gryffindor guy is going to get really lucky one day." Quite honestly, he would have set Susan and Hannah up with some guys had he known, but all the decent guys he knew that would treat them right and not date them just because of their large assets already had dates. Any of his roommates, for example, would have loved a date with Susan and had spent quite a bit of time describing crudely on more than one occasion, but he'd never have done that to poor Susan. Hannah seemed to want to keep talking with him, but as she glanced at the crowd, decided against it. Finally she said, "Well, save me a dance, Harry." "Will do," he replied. Once Hannah left, he heard Padma ask, "Mom, what are you doing here?" As he turned towards Padma, he spotted a woman who could only be Padma's mother. It was pretty obvious where Parvati and Padma got their good looks from, he noted. She had a very nice, somewhat curvy figure, dark brown skin, and beautiful shiny black hair that went down to her knees. Yet what made it clear she was Parvati and Padma's mother was her smile, which was currently directed at Padma. One of the parent chaperones had to cancel at the last minute, so Professor McGonagall asked me to fill in, her mother explained. Both Padma and her mother hugged, and then Padma decided to bring him into the conversation. "Mom, this is Harry Potter," she greeted him. "Pleased to meet you, Harry," Padma's mother answered. "Likewise," he replied. "Harry, this is my mother Lakshmi Suresh," Padma introduced to him. "So this is where Padma gets her good looks from," Harry commented to her mother, trying to win some brownie points with her. "You aren't trying to hit on my mother now, are you, Harry?" Padma joked. No," Harry insisted worriedly before he saw her mischievous smile. "Now what would be wrong with that?" Her mother joked right back, "He's obviously cute and I've already heard such great things about him from you." Apparently this is where Padma got her sense of humor from too. "He is a bit young for you though," Padma pointed out. "What are you talking about? I'm only 25, she insisted. "Which would make you 11 when you had me," Padma argued. You certainly look 25, Mrs. Suresh, Harry told her mother. Oh, I'm definitely going to have to take you home now, Mrs. Kaur answered, and call me Lakshmi, Mrs. Suresh would be a name you would use to make me feel old. I can do that, he replied, although you should probably know right now that I don't think things will work between us. I kind of have a thing for your daughter and I doubt she would approve. That's right, Padma agreed, he's mine, Mom. You can't have him. Her mother then pretended to scold her as she said, what have I always told you about sharing Padma? Oh, don't worry, I am sharing him, Padma replied, in fact I even let him come here with 3 other girls as well. Her mother seemed surprised but recovered quickly, and said, apparently you took my lessons about sharing a little too much to heart. Oh, it's not so bad, Padma answered, I'll tell you all about it later. Sounds good, her mother told her, right now I've got to go be a chaperone and go make sure some kid hasn't spiked the punch bowl or something like that. After she had left, Harry commented, wow, I like your mom. You know Harry, I really have to draw the line on you dating my mother, Padma joked. No, I guess it's because in a lot of ways she's so much like you, Harry answered. Padma actually seemed pleased by such a connection. I'd say that's true, Padma agreed, I used to hear that I'm like our mom and Parvati is like my dad. He knew enough about Padma by now to know that her parents were divorced, with them now spending the first half of their summer vacation with their mom and the second half with their dad. However, her parents being divorced was something of a touchy subject for her and he opted not to ask for any details. After talking to a few more people, he and the girls sat down for dinner. As he looked around he noticed that there did indeed appear to be quite a few more girls than boys present. Not a ridiculous amount more, but it was definitely noticeable. In fact, a good amount of the girls that he had gone on dates with did not have dates. Susan, Hannah, Pansy, and Cho didn't. He did not see Gabrielle but he guessed that since she was a third year an older student had not asked her. Fleur, Angelina, and Lavender did though. Angelina was with some older student that he only vaguely knew. Lavender was with Seamus, although Seamus already looked like he'd already been drinking before the ball had even really started since he already looked a bit tipsy. Fleur was with Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, although she did not look too pleased, and he really couldn't blame her as Roger seemed to have totally forgotten any sense of propriety as he was unabashedly staring down Fleur's shirt even after she'd nudged him several times. He supposed Roger could simply be under her allure, but it was a bit classless to do so that much if the girl clearly didn't want that much attention. At any rate, dinner eventually started and he began to talk with the girls. On the other side of the table with her date however, Angelina commented, I'm pretty sure the twins must be jealous with you bringing 4 dates to the ball. Only because they didn't think of it first, Harry argued, otherwise one of them would have tried to get you as a second date. I'm sure they would have, Angelina agreed fairly, well you 5 seem to be able to be having fun at least. We are, but believe me I'm going to cut back on all of these dates I've been going on after this, Harry told her, I've been run rag the last couple of weeks trying to keep up. No you won't Harry, there will be plenty more dates that you'll be going on, Luna claimed who was sitting next to him. Well let me know if you ever want to go on another one, Angelina said, that last one was fun. Will do, Harry agreed, at some point anyway. Besides you've got to make sure that the black population is represented, she answered. Yep, I wouldn't want to be seen as a racist, Harry said, although I've already dated an Indian girl, a black girl, and a Chinese girl so I think I'm safe. You'd better date a Hispanic girl though, Angelina cautioned, I could try to set you up with Leanne if you want. I'm sure she'd be happy to go with you. Is she Hispanic? Harry asked. She looked like she could be Hispanic, but he wasn't sure. Yeah, she's Peruvian, Angelina replied. Are you seriously considering dating someone just because of their race, Harry? Hermione interrupted, having been listening into the conversation, don't you think that's kind of racist in and of itself? Or the fact that it sounds like you're merely adding to a collection of some kind. All right, maybe you've got a point, Harry was forced to agree. It wasn't like he would be upset about dating Leanne. She was actually rather attractive and nice even though he didn't know her all that well since she was in Hufflepuff and a year above him. However, Hermione probably did have a point. He wanted to continue dating, but not just so that he could simply date certain girls just so he could say he had. If he was going to date a girl, it would be because he was actually interested in getting to know them better. He turned back to eating his food. After dinner, all of the tables were cleared away to allow room for the dancing to take place. Well, who is going to have the first dance with Harry? Padma then asked as they waited. Draw straws. You would only end up winning, Luna claimed. You should just go, Padma. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. Yeah, Padma, go, Hermione urged. All right, Padma agreed, obviously pleased but not wanting to sound too pleased in case she came across as feeling entitled to get the first dance. He took her arm and led her out onto the dance floor. As their hands clasped together and he grabbed her waist, he looked directly into her eyes. Even though he was sure he'd noticed it a million times, he couldn't help but notice yet again how beautiful she was. I can't believe only 2 weeks ago I didn't even know you all that well, Harry admitted. If I'd known how amazing you were, I would have wanted to be your friend as soon as I got on the Hogwarts Express for the first time. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be, Padma answered. Fortunately, things seem to have finally worked out. I would hope that we'll be able to be at least friends for the rest of our lives. Or more than that, Harry added. Such a comment could easily be viewed as referring to a desire to be married, but it still felt fitting somehow. Nevertheless, she only nodded as the music began to play and the dance began. He was sure he was not the best dancer, but dancing with Padma was still such a beautiful thing to him, and he was sad when the dance ended with her as she went to leave. Only for his sadness to be replaced when his best friend Hermione took her place. Hermione was very different from Padma, but he still liked her a lot, more than a friend, but as a beautiful young woman that he knew cared for him no matter his faults and weaknesses, and he knew would always be that way. She also had a sparkle in her eyes, clearly enjoying dancing with him, but he felt like she wanted. Before he was able to figure out exactly what it was, their dance ended and he was now dancing with Daphne. As they danced, he also thought of what he thought of her. She could be so unfiltered, so willing to just say what she thought, but also so funny and witty, and well, there was plenty with Daphne that he liked, and he also considered her to be becoming a good friend much like Padma. Again, he hoped it would always be that way. Luna was last of his dates that he danced with, but certainly not last. If there was one person that he could see bringing them all together, it would be her. Having a harem was of course ridiculous, but he did have to admit that she had made them all friends and he was happy that she had. Luna was not the classic beauty, nor did she have an ordinary personality, but he liked that even more. She was truly extraordinary in so many ways he couldn't list them all, and her creativity was beyond any person he knew. Following dancing with each girl, he kept his promise to dance with the girls he'd given gifts to by dancing with Hannah, then Angelina, then Pansy, then Lavender, then Fleur. As he danced with Fleur, she commented, "It looks like you still ended up with plenty of dates for the Yule Ball." Yeah, he agreed, I guess it just worked out that way. Had I known you'd be willing to go with more than one date, I'd have gone with you too, Fleur admitted. The only person who had the courage to actually ask me was Roger, and he hasn't been able to stop staring at me long enough to say more than 2 words the entire night. I noticed, Harry replied. Well, if you'd like, I could try to sneak in another dance with you at some point, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be in pretty high demand the rest of the evening. Don't worry, I understand, Fleur said. Go figure, the only guy worth dancing with is so busy. I do want to thank you for helping me so much earlier, Harry told her. No problem, she answered easily, you've more than made up for it. I almost feel bad about it occupying so much time on our date, he admitted. She smiled and said, well, I think you know how to make it up to me. He smiled back and said, I think I do. There was another date to have in the near future. Following dancing with Fleur, he danced with Padma's mom for a dance where he promised he wouldn't turn Padma into a pumpkin by the end of the evening, or lose one of her shoes. Evidently they were a bit expensive. During the conversation, he couldn't help but notice Millicent Bulstrode tearing it up on the dance floor, having already had multiple guys ask her to dance. She seemed quite a bit happier than he could remember ever seeing her, and Merlin seeing her was like looking at a totally different person. Millicent was hot, but at twice the size meant there was twice as much to look at. Susan was the last girl he had promised to dance to, and she was quite pleased when she finally managed to catch him not dancing with anyone. It looks like I finally got you in, Susan said in triumph as he took her hand. I saved the best for last, Harry argued. I certainly wouldn't consider myself to be the best, Susan concluded. That's certainly debatable, Harry countered. Well, I've been paying attention to the many girls you've dated and I just have to ask, who actually was the best? Susan asked him. He thought about it for a moment and then said, the smart answer would be to say that I couldn't decide, but I won't say that. Oh, Susan inquired, now more curious, so what would your answer be? Whichever one I was dating at the time, Harry told her. While I was on my date with you, it was the best date because I was currently on it and having a good time with you. The best date as long as I am enjoying myself is the one I'm currently on, for it is far better to be able to enjoy the present than dwell on the past. He was quite pleased with himself. He'd come up with that on the spot. Very wise words, she replied approvingly. It's also why we continue to do the things we love, because we enjoy doing them more than thinking about what it was like when we did them. Also true, he agreed. Which means, Susan said as she leaned in and keyed at him, I should be able to do what I enjoy in the present. He laughed a little and said, whatever it takes to get you to key me. She couldn't resist laughing at that as well. By the end of the night he was understandably exhausted, but it was still a fun night. He took each of the girls back to their common rooms, first Padma and Luna, and then Daphne, getting a goodbye key from each of them before he went with Hermione back to their common room. At the foot of the stairs to her dormitory, however, he really wasn't sure how to say goodbye to her. He'd key at the other girls, but he wasn't sure if that was what Hermione would want. Then as he looked at her as she seemed to be waiting for him to say goodbye, he noticed that look in her eyes and he realized what it was, need. Hermione wanted him to key her. He wasn't sure how he knew, just that he did. As for himself, he realized wanted to key her too. It was strong enough that it gave him the courage to do what he probably should have done a long time ago. He key at her. At first she was surprised, but as soon as she got over that and she started dotting him back. He'd had a lot of but wow, was this a good one. It was long and passionate, but neither he nor Hermione minded. Finally they broke apart, not because they wanted to stop but because of a need for air. After gasping for a bit, she exclaimed, wow, that was. Yeah, I know, he agreed, also trying to regain his breath. She looked right into his eyes as she nervously said, Harry, there's something you should probably know. I like you, a lot, maybe even love you. He couldn't think of what to say that. A million things were currently going through his head, so he did the only thing he could think of. Harry at her again and she began dotting him back. The exact details as to what this meant for his relationship with Hermione could be worked out later. Following his own advice to Susan, he was enjoying the present and dotting Hermione, and right now it was the best ever. Life didn't get any better than this, he thought. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.